In the dimly lit secret cavern, an ancient figure sat upon a vast stone seat, beside which stood a rustic yet seemingly sharp scythe, that moment. His gaze was fixated upon the newcomer, or more precisely, upon the small, lifeless spirit held aloft by the visitor. After a thorough appraisal, the elder redirected his focus to the creation of his own making, though he remained silent. The eye that reflected the three, Tomo, emanated an overwhelming aura of pressure. The visitor, startled, hastily exclaimed, "I have dealt with the intruders in the vicinity, but this child appears to be somewhat special. You had instructed me to keep an eye out for those with extraordinary potential, so I brought him back." Upon hearing the explanation from the figure clad in white, the elder retracted his stern gaze, and the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, returning him to an almost ephemeral state, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. What manner of individuals have arrived? Have the tales been cleaned up? As the elder spoke slowly, the figure in white quickly responded. They are ninjas from the land of Earth, seemingly encircling the nearby villages. Recent developments have begun to favor Konoha, and I wonder what schemes the Earth Nation has devised this time against Konoha. Get to the point. Upon hearing Konoha's name, the elder interrupted the incessant chatter. The figure in white immediately sensed the urgency and hurriedly focused on the essentials. Some individuals fleeing from nearby villages have inadvertently been driven into this area by pursuing forces. It should be mere coincidence, not an indication of discovery. The elder nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from inquiring about how this individual had handled the aftermath of their actions. If he were incapable of managing such trivial matters, it would signify a loss of their usefulness. And what of this child? Mentioning the child in his grasp, the figure in white reverted to his exuberant nature, exclaiming, "I had intended to capture everyone, including ninjas from the land of Earth, and the fleeing villagers, and indeed, this child was among them. However, while tending to the battlefield, I was astonished to find that this child had not perished, but had miraculously revived. Driven by curiosity, I examined him closely, but could not ascertain the cause of his survival or the disappearance of his fatal injuries. I thought Lord Madara might find this child intriguing, so I brought him back." Once the figure in white finished speaking, a glimmer of interest appeared in the elder's eye. Referred to as Madara, he felt no disapproval regarding the figure's actions against those who intruded upon his territory. It was precisely as he had commanded. Typically, the child should not have survived, and the figure in white would not defy his will or deceive him. Thus, it could be concluded that all the figure had stated was indeed true. He had killed the child, only to discover later that the child was alive and devoid of his mortal wounds. How intriguing that a hint of a terrifying smile crept across Madara's aged visage as he raised a hand, signaling the figure in white to bring the child closer for a thorough examination. Should he lack a suitable successor when his time came, perhaps this child could present an alternative. Yet, the fact that the bearer of his name was not of the Uchiha clan was somewhat disheartening. Thus, he resolved to wait a while longer. Madara's remaining Sharingan seemed to pierce through darkness, transcending time and space. Arriving at a bustling village, Hashirama, I shall prove to you that your chosen path is gravely misguided. My head, it aches. Where am I? In the shadows, a pair of eyes slowly opened, struggling to adjust to the dim surroundings, taking over a minute to discern the objects around him. Before he could utter a word, fragments of foreign memories began to surface and coalesce. Minutes later, he grasped the situation surrounding him. Who would have imagined that this click trope of crossing over would occur to me? Through the brief memories that merged into his consciousness, he discerned the world into which he had transcended. Villages, ninjas, the 5 great nations, chakra, and ninjutsu. Although his body was merely 4 years old and from a small village, he retained some fundamental knowledge. After reviewing those memories, it was not difficult to deduce that he had landed in the perilous world of Naruto. As an ordinary individual of the 90s, well-versed in the renowned works of the genre, he was familiar with Naruto, having followed its entirety. What? You say Naruto is not concluded? Apologies, but Boruto's narrative was unbearable, shattering his worldview. Hence he had chosen to forego it. Prior to his crossing, he had been unremarkable, not a warrior, nor a great healer or covert operative, merely a child of divorced parents, possessing a peculiar disposition. His last memory before crossing was not a typical tragedy of a car accident, heartbreak, or any such calamity to in truth, it was rather absurd and unfortunate. In 2020, just as he was about to celebrate the new year, he caught a cold after only a few days of work and was subsequently hospitalized. Yet before he could comprehend the situation, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself here. It was truly lamentable. It seemed the methods of crossing over had become increasingly lax. Catching a cold could lead one to another world. No wonder these authors struggle to make ends meet. Fortunately, he had few attachments. His divorced parents had formed new families and born new children. Even without him, there would be others to care for them in their twilight years. As for matters of the heart, he held no regrets, having been raised by his grandmother, who had passed while he was in college. He had once had a girlfriend, and with some savings along with borrowed funds, he barely managed to afford a down payment for a home, only to have made a single mortgage payment, without ever residing there. Reflecting hastily upon his life, he felt an inexplicable sense of liberation. Perhaps a new way of living would be refreshing. From this day forth, I shall live under your name, Shigami Aoi. As the Four-Palace Aoi was reborn and awakened, the secretive Baiju had already emerged from the wall, reporting everything to Obito. "Oh, you're awake? Bring him to me," Obito commanded. Upon receiving the task, Baiju grinned and slipped back into the wall. Meanwhile, the elderly figure seated on the stone throne fell into deep contemplation. He had conducted various examinations on the boy during his unconscious state and even took cellular samples for research. Strangely, no matter how he scrutinized or analyzed, he could not uncover the secret behind the boy's resurrection. To all appearances, he was an utterly ordinary individual, devoid of any special abilities like bloodline limits. Indeed, there was not even a trace of chakra within that body. The notion of cellular mutation seemed utterly absurd. For Obito, who had personally implanted the cells of Hashirama Senju and cultivated Baiju, the title of Uchiha scientist was inescapable. While perhaps not at the pinnacle of his field, he believed that such rudimentary examinations and judgments could not possibly lead to error. To be certain, he even forcefully activated his Sharingan to glimpse a fragment of the child's memories. The conclusion was still encapsulated in two simple words: ordinary. He was a child born to ordinary parents in an ordinary village. His potential was unremarkable, though he had yet to become a ninja. The examination results indicated he would likely only achieve the rank of a mediocre chunin, with little hope of advancing to jonin. In the past, Obito would not have spared a glance at someone devoid of talent and potential. To him, even the strongest jonin appeared as mere robust ants. Only those at the level of Kage could pique his interest, and that was during the peak of his powers. The sole individual he regarded as a lifelong rival was that one person. So what had gone awry? Had Baiju deceived him? That was inconceivable. Was it a miracle? That seemed too ludicrous. Thus, only two possibilities remained. First, there may have been other skilled practitioners of concealment and medical ninjutsu assisting in the shadows alongside Baiju. If that were the case, vigilance would be necessary. But was that plausible? Baiju's avatars were spread throughout the subterranean vicinity of the base. Any disturbance would not escape his surveillance. Even if someone possessed the ability to conceal themselves without detection, the likelihood of them also having extraordinary medical capabilities was hardly greater than Hashirama resurrecting before him. The second possibility was that this child indeed harbored some form of power, something he could neither see nor touch. If so, perhaps this could serve as a safeguard in his future plans. Resurrection. A glimmer flashed in Obito's eyes. This could be yet another power that transcended the boundaries of life and death, alongside Edo Tensei and other rebirth techniques. However, at that moment, he failed to realize, or perhaps the energy required for reviving the child had been completely expended. After all, the greater the desire for gain, the greater the price to pay. Resurrection without cost was evidently impossible. Thus, the energy that had dissipated not being detected by him seemed somewhat reasonable. Consequently, Obito, who had intended to kill the child and dissect him, suddenly changed his mind. Perhaps this seemingly inconsequential piece on the board could yield unexpected surprises. As he pondered, Baiju entered with the child. The child's tattered clothing was stained with blood, and his dirty face obscured any semblance of beauty. Yet, the spark in his eyes hinted at something intriguing. Upon witnessing the living old Obito, Aoi could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. He swore to the lamp that it was purely a reflex. If one day you were to see a living character from a two-dimensional realm appear before you, you would undoubtedly have a similar expression. Although he had speculated upon seeing Baiju's distinctive presence, the reality of the situation still left him somewhat taken aback. Old Obito was alive. What year was it now? Such thoughts raced through Alway's mind. But in the next moment, something even more shocking occurred. Ding! System activation task triggered. Task name: The Rebellion of the Mischievous Child. Task description: At least remove one of the tubes connected to Obito's back. Look at this decrepit old man on his last legs. Let us remove his oxygen tube and send him off. From the compassionate face of a mischievous child. Task reward: Activation of the system, a mysterious beginner's gift package. Task failure: The system will immediately self-destruct. Don't ask. Just know that it's had enough and wants to die. Alway's eyes nearly popped out upon hearing the voice echo in his mind. While possessing a golden finger was essential for a transmigrator, he was both eager and apprehensive. But what in the world was this task activation? Starting off with a hellish difficulty, what was this nonsense? And the rebellion of the mischievous child, removing the tubes from Obito's back. Are you kidding me? Removing those tubes would almost certainly cost Obito his life. Though the task only required the removal of one tube, Alway glanced at his own small limbs. Even in the world of Naruto, a 4-year-old child who had received no training would hardly possess that capability. Despite Obito being on the verge of death, merely a glance from him would likely be enough to extinguish the life of such a small child. Even if Obito ignored him, allowing him to play around, he lacked the strength to do so. After all, the tubes extending from the external path of the magical statue could not be so fragile that they could be severed by a simple tug from an ordinary 4-year-old child. This was truly dire. As Alway withdrew his wide-eyed gaze and lowered his head to evade Obito's scrutinizing stare, he hastily inquired, "System, where are you? This task is utterly impossible." However, this time, there was no response, as if everything that had just occurred was but a figment of his imagination. Damn! Alway cursed inwardly, then carefully read through the punishment for failing the task. It was a self-destruction of the system? What was going on? Did failing the task only punish the system itself? Could there be such good fortune? This system must have malfunctioned. Suddenly, his expression stiffened as he realized that this cursed system had likely merged with him. If the system self-destructed, what hope would he have? This was truly a case of mutual destruction. A single disagreement, and they would perish together. The only silver lining was that this cursed task did not specify a time limit, so, one step at a time, sigh. With a sigh in his heart, Alway then heard a voice beside him. "Child, what is your name?" He looked up to find Obito, having finished sizing him up, finally speaking. Alway had no confidence to defy this formidable figure in the Naruto universe, so he replied with a tremor in his voice, "For Palace." "Alway, for Palace?" Obito mused, recalling that there was no prominent clan by that name in the ninja world, and having never heard of anyone significant with the surname For Palace. He shook his head with a chuckle. Why had he still harbored such a glimmer of hope? Then, his expression grew stern as he posed a question that sent chills down Alway's spine. "When I first met your gaze, I perceived a sense of astonishment emanating from your eyes. Do you know who I am?" The moment those words reached Shikami Alway's ears, he felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Damn it, how careless of me. If this sparks suspicion in him, prompting an invasion of my memories to uncover the secret of my transmigration, everything will be ruined. No, I must remain calm. Little did Shikami Alway know that while he lay unconscious, Madara had already delved into his memories once, and unbeknownst to him, Madara had only glimpsed the residual memories of this body, failing to access the ones shielded by the system from his past life. Otherwise, he would not be so frightened. However, after forcing himself to regain composure, a thought struck him. Perhaps the situation was not as dire as he had imagined. After all, this body belonged to a mere 4-year-old child. Madara might not truly regard him with such gravity, and it was unlikely he would take him seriously. This presented an opportunity, a distinct advantage. Thus, Shikami Alway maintained his trembling demeanor and spoke uneasily. "You are Lord Death, are you not?" As he uttered these words, he discreetly shifted his gaze towards the scythe standing beside him. Indeed, none of this had escaped Madara's remaining eye, and he suppressed the ingrained suspicion. Pondering what had come over him, why would he associate such a child's astonished expression with that line of thought? It seemed he was indeed growing old. "I am not deaf. I merely rescued you from a group of ninjas, but regrettably, you are the only one I managed to save." Observing Madara's performance, Shikami Alway found it hard to believe that the truth was as simple as presented. Yet, the last memory of this body did indeed involve his mother fleeing with him to evade a relentless pursuit by ninjas. while his father had already been slain in the village, sacrificing himself to protect them. As for what transpired afterward, he merely remembered the searing pain coursing through his body before the world around him faded to black. Presumably, he had been attacked at that moment, his clothes in tatters. Yet, why did he bear no injuries now? Choosing not to dwell on these thoughts, Shikami Aoi resolved to focus on overcoming the immediate challenge before him. Thus, he expressed his gratitude, though his expression grew somber, as if he recalled something profoundly despairing and terrifying. It was premature to thank him. I will ensure you repay this kindness in full. Madara, however, was not in the mood to console the child, but rather stated a plain fact. Yet, this was the essence of Madara's true nature. To act benevolently without seeking recompense, that was a folly reserved for Hashirama Senju. Even if Uchiha Madara were to extend a hand to save someone, it would invariably be for some ulterior motive or vested interest. Such a straightforward demand for repayment relieved Shikami Aoi. It seemed this old monster did not intend to abandon him or take his life, but was rather preparing to exploit him. For someone in his current helpless state, where even a mountain bandit could easily crush him, this was undoubtedly the best news. Clinging to this temporary support, he hoped to extract some benefit, as he was in no position to offer anything in return. Additionally, he had formulated a plan to tackle the seemingly insurmountable task ahead, although it required prolonged patience. Thus, surviving and remaining here was of utmost importance. Shikami Aoi nodded earnestly. I will repay this kindness. What must I do? You are still far too weak. For now, remain here as a servant. When the time is right, I shall instruct you on how to repay this favor. Madara did not elaborate, and Shikami Aoi refrained from pressing further. He feared that further inquiries might entangle him in that ridiculous Moon Eye plan. That mad scheme was better suited for Obito. He merely wished to activate his hidden potential and outlast Madara. With that, he could traverse the vast world at will, dominating the ninja realm, confronting the Otsutsuki clan. No, such ambitions did not align with his nature. Yet, he was unaware that the absurd system would soon wreak havoc on the life he had meticulously planned. In the months that followed, Shikami Aoi eagerly immersed himself in his new life. When Madara said he would serve as a servant, he truly meant it. His daily tasks involved serving tea, cleaning, and other menial chores, all of which were entirely unnecessary. As for the promised support and investment, they were nowhere to be found. Not only did he receive no guidance on chakra training, but he was also deprived of even the most fundamental combat techniques or exercise regimens. On several occasions, he could no longer contain his inquiries, only to be met with Madara and Appo's curt response that the time was not yet ripe. In those moments, he felt a surge of frustration, wishing to swiftly sever Madara's lifeline, causing the old man to perish instantly. However, upon weighing his lack of strength and capabilities, he ultimately resigned himself to patience. After all, that day would eventually come. He need not rush. He could allow this old codger to continue for a while longer. Though his initial plan to cling to a powerful ally had yielded no immediate results, he found himself getting along quite well with White Zetsu, that whimsical fellow. If one could tolerate several clones incessantly chattering away, it was manageable enough. Incidentally, his daily sustenance was scavenged by White Zetsu, typically consisting of wild fruits and vegetables. Occasionally, a hapless beast would wander too close, enhancing their meager meals, and he endured prolonged mockery over it. Particularly since neither Madara nor the artificial being, White Zetsu, required food. Strangely, White Zetsu seemed oddly fascinated by the topic of defecation. Once grilling him for an entire 15 days on the question, what does the urge really feel like? He even attempted to sneak a peek during his private moments. This nearly drove Shikami Aoi to the brink of madness. Wishing for a lengthy blade to dispatch that pest forthwith. Ultimately, he expended significant effort to divert White Zetsu's attention, narrowly escaping the ordeal that threatened his dignity. Though he could not secure the golden thigh he had yearned for, establishing rapport with the future information broker of the Akatsuki was not without merit. Such was the solace Shikami Aoi could offer himself. Fortunately, Black Zetsu remained under Madara's control. Otherwise, he would have found himself burdened with yet another headache. One day, after completing his assigned duties, Aoi lay on his bed, lost in thought, uncertain when such days would come to an end. Just then, a powerful tremor swept through the secret base. "Little White, what is happening? Is there an earthquake?" Aoi called out toward the empty space before him. Suddenly, a white figure, roughly his size, emerged from the wall. This Little White was one of White Zetsu's clones, crafted to serve as his companion? It is not an earthquake. A rock collapse has occurred in a tunnel above. Two groups of ninjas are engaged in battle outside, and the other clones are assessing the situation. New intelligence will be forthcoming shortly, the clone resembling Neza explained. Ninja battle? A rock collapse in the tunnel? Could it be? Has that day finally arrived? Shikami Aoi strained to recall the events surrounding old Madara and Obito's encounter, and then, a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. He seemed to finally glimpse the path to completing his mission and activating his hidden potential. During the past 6 months spent here, he was not entirely unprepared. At the very least, after establishing a rapport with Baiju, he managed to extract a wealth of intelligence from the outside world. Of course, such actions could not escape the notice of that old codger, but he never intended to conceal anything. After all, the body he currently inhabited posed no threat whatsoever and was, in fact, quite deceptive. A curious child, idly observing the world around him. What was wrong with that? It was entirely reasonable. From his understanding, the battle at the Bridge of the Gods was fast approaching, and it was about time for events to unfold. As long as Obito made his appearance, how far could the old man be from passing on his final instructions? That oxygen tube, he was determined to pull it out. This Sharingan of mine, I bestow upon you. Speaking of which, I have yet to properly congratulate you on your promotion to Jonin, Kakashi. Thus, consider this a gift to celebrate your ascension. As Obito, half of his body crushed by a massive rock, uttered these words with a smile, both Kakashi and Rin, helplessly standing by, felt a jolt of disbelief. Kakashi's eyes, filled with anguish, became momentarily vacant, while Rin's tears flowed anew after a brief pause. They knew all too well what Obito's words signified, and they could only watch in despair as he prepared to depart from this world. This pain felt as though 1,000 knives were piercing their hearts. Regardless of what the villagers said, you are the finest Jonin, and this is my final token of affection accepted. Furthermore, Kakashi, I entrust Rin to you. With a smile gracing his lips, Obito handed over his preserved left eye to Kakashi and urged him to take care of Rin. As he felt the ground tremble violently, his consciousness slipped into darkness. With this eye, you will surely be able to escape with Rin. One to you? Do not disappoint me. Kakashi. The clone has relayed a message. Madara has returned with a critically injured child. Do you wish to go see? The elusive Baiju suddenly emerged from the ground, gazing at Shikigami Aoi with his lifeless eyes. Upon hearing this, Shikigami Aoi's eyes sparkled with interest, and he immediately leapt from his bed, exclaiming, Where? Where is it? Madara is in the medical room treating him, came the reply. The medical room? Huh. Shikigami Aoi grimaced, for reasons unknown. That eerie place within the base was his least favorite. Moreover, visiting now would only create chaos and potentially arouse the old man's suspicions. So he decided to hold off a little longer. After all, he had endured 6 months. What was another moment? As for whether the rescued child was indeed Obito, that would soon be revealed. Thus, he stepped out of his room, his short legs navigating the twists and turns until he arrived at another location. This was one of the many backup spaces left behind since Madara established the base. Since it had yet to be utilized, he claimed it as a burial chamber. The room was dim and empty, with 2 tombstones placed side by side on the floor, memorializing his parents after he settled in. Although the original Shikigami Aoi had perished, now that had returned to life, inheriting the name, body, and everything else, he felt compelled to repay this kindness. He was still too weak to avenge his parents, nor could he accomplish anything significant, so he opted to do what little he could, fulfilling his filial duty. Additionally, there was a more pragmatic reason he preferred not to mention, to impress the old man. Would a person of deep loyalty and righteousness be more useful, or a cold-hearted, ungrateful wretch? Since he could not currently demonstrate any utilitarian value, he would create some himself. Furthermore, such acts aligned perfectly with his current persona. Why not indulge? It would ease his conscience while achieving his objectives, a veritable 2 birds with 1 stone. The only uncertainty lay in whether Madara would be swayed by such gestures. Having respectfully paid tribute to his deceased parents, Shikigami Aoi rose once more, confident that all he had done would not escape the eyes of Baiju or Madara. Allowing time to reveal whether his efforts would bear fruit. Taking a deep breath, he turned to exit. Am I dead? On the stone slab. The mummified Obito suddenly opened his eyes, but the dim surroundings rendered him temporarily disoriented. Where is this? This place lies between the realms of the living and the dead, a realm of the Uchiha clan. Madara's voice immediately informed the eavesdropping Shikigami Aoi that this old man was undeniably a second-rate fool to utter such cringeworthy Dramatic phrases without a hint of embarrassment. No wonder he could deceive so many. Moreover, his weathered face made it impossible to discern whether he spoke truth or fiction, elevating his stature significantly. It was no wonder he later showed no fear of Naruto's verbal prowess. After all, he was a figure of legendary status. Your eyes. After a brief adjustment, Obito finally perceived some clarity and beheld the familiar Tomo in the old man and Amp. Appo's gaze. Could it be that you two belong to the Uchiha clan? Who knows? Look, here it comes again. In the realm of ostentation, I, Madara, am the strongest. In any case, I, Shikigami Aoi, am thoroughly convinced. The absurdly melodramatic exchanges continued within the room, and as Shikigami Aoi listened, he stifled a yawn. Notions of fate, karma, and a peaceful world. He found himself growing drowsy. He could easily imagine the bewildered expression on Obito and Appo's face, utterly perplexed by the incomprehensible discourse. However, it was predictable that Madara and Appo's lofty persona had succeeded. For even someone as passionate as Obito could not be swayed to join the ranks of the villainous. Yet, even with his single-mindedness, Madara employed the tactic of demanding gratitude for saving Obito's life, while Obito insisted he wanted to return to Konoha to find Kakashi and Rin. However, Madara's brilliance lay in his apparent lack of urgency. Perhaps he had further strategies yet to employ to bring Obito to heel. Thus, Obito bellowed, I have no idea what you've been rambling on about since earlier, but I am not staying here. I am leaving. You may leave whenever you wish. As long as you can move, Madara replied, turning away without further words. At that moment, Obito seemed to recall something and suddenly demanded, Who exactly are you? I've seen all the Uchiha clan members, so. Are you a rogue ninja from Konoha? Konoha? Rogue ninja? Madara, still facing away from Obito, appeared to chuckle, then uttered a phrase that sent a shockwave through Obito's mind. I am the specter of the Uchiha. Madara. Obito's eyes widened in disbelief, as if gripped by an unseen hand around his throat, rendering him unable to voice his lingering doubts. The sound of a scythe scraping against the ground echoed in his ears, fading into the distance. Upon exiting, Madara glanced at Shikigami Aoi, who was fervently muttering, You cannot see me, and chose not to pursue the issue of his earlier eavesdropping. Rather than asserting that Shirkong Qingyu possesses the skill to evade his perception and eavesdrop from the shadows, it would be more accurate to say that he simply lacks concern for the matter. The individual inside has been entrusted to your care. Whatever he wishes to do should not be hindered, as long as he remains alive. Understood, Lord Madara. Shirkong Qingyu ceased to feign ignorance, responding with an air of relief. Madara had always been performing, yet he too was not devoid of his own theatrical flair. At last, he could interact openly with Obito, this future great entity. Once Madara departed, a glimmer flickered in Qingyu's eyes before vanishing completely as he turned to enter Obito's chamber. As he stepped in, he witnessed Obito struggling to crawl off the bed, collapsing to his knees before him. If this were an animated scene, a flurry of crows would likely have swept across the screen at that moment. The two exchanged bewildered glances, the atmosphere thick with tension. Is it already the new year outside? I haven't prepared any red envelopes, he mused. All right, get up quickly. You seem quite sensible, even knowing to show respect. Very well, from now on, you shall accompany me. Here, I will protect you, as long as you do not provoke that old man. If I have a piece of meat to eat, there will surely be a bone for you to gnaw on. While speaking, Qingyu playfully tapped Obito's shoulder, standing on his toes with a self-important air. Alas, what could he do? After all, he was merely 4 years old, while Obito was 13. And his ability to reach the shoulder relied entirely on Obito's cooperation, certainly not an indictment of Obito's stature. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Observing his newly acquired subordinate writhing on the ground like a large caterpillar, sweating profusely from the pain, Qingyu glanced curiously at his delicate palm. It was fair and smooth. Although not particularly meaty, it shouldn't possess such force, should it? Could it be that my golden finger has activated the protective task on its own? He wondered if his tiny fists could possibly vanquish that old coot Madara. After musing for a while, he noticed Obito's determined attempts to crawl away, prompting a few lines of annoyance to appear on his forehead. I say, if you wish to perish, do not involve me in your demise. Lord Madara has stated that as long as you remain alive, anything is permissible. However, if you continue to struggle like this, that esteemed individual's artificial Hashirama body will fall apart, and then you shall indeed be doomed. I must leave this place, Kakashi. Rin, Wait for me. With a slap to his forehead, Qingyu lamented the stubbornness of individuals. Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, he crouched down once more to have a serious discussion with this fellow. Listen well, I shall present a matter for your consideration. Given your current physical condition, not only is it questionable whether you can escape, but if you do manage to venture out, what will you do if you encounter enemies? Your death is inconsequential. But what if you are captured? If that Kakashi and Rin catch wind of your plight, will they not come to rescue you? Should the enemy set a trap, all those who come to your aid could perish, and conveniently, they might extract information from your heads, making you all the village's scapegoats. You would be the one who caused your friend's demise and brought tremendous losses to the village. Do you grasp the implications of my analysis? Obito finally ceased his crawling and fell silent. Yet the cold sweat trickling down his forehead betrayed his turbulent emotions. Observing this, Qingyu couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Dealing with such stubborn and impassioned youth, discussing pros and cons was futile. They cared not for their own lives, so why would they fear anything else? At this moment, Obito had 2.5 vulnerabilities. One was Kakashi, another was Rin, and the half was the village. Indeed, the village held far less significance in Obito's heart than the first two. His actions after turning dark made this abundantly clear. He harbored deep resentment for Kakashi, yet refrained from delivering a lethal blow, while his treatment of Konoha was ruthless, unleashing tailed beasts and pain without mercy. Thus, no amount of reasoning could surpass the impact of threatening the safety of Kakashi and Rin. Consequently, Obito finally quieted. You are correct. In my current state, finding Kakashi and Rin would only be a burden. The war outside has not yet concluded. I need to heal before I can assist them. Congratulations. You've learned to answer quickly. Qingyu gave him a thumbs up before clapping the ground and calling out, "Bring 2 people to help me return him to the bed." No sooner had he spoken than 2 white Zetsu clones emerged from the ground, startling Obito considerably. By the way, what is your name? Obito inquired suddenly. Supported by the white Zetsu clones. Shirkong Qingyu, a war orphan saved by Lord Deidara. Currently a servant here, Qingyu replied, squinting with a smile, seemingly unashamed of his servitude, even taking pride in it. Upon hearing the term war orphan, Obito visibly paused, his wariness diminishing significantly. I am Uchiha Obito, destined to become Hokage. Rest assured, the war will soon come to an end, and you will no longer have to hide here. Qingyu nodded enthusiastically, appearing to wholeheartedly agree with his sentiment. However, the reality was quite different. Indeed, Uchiha Obito, with his experiences and character prior to turning dark, was the quintessential protagonist template, lacking only the reincarnation of some spinning top to complete the picture. Alas, he had instead become a candidate for the villainous BOSS. How unfortunate. And this exceedingly naive side of him was rather painful to witness. But whatever. The priority was to activate the golden finger and make a quick escape. It was prudent to distance oneself from this doomed vessel as soon as possible. However, perhaps he could take this time to swiftly build rapport, lest Obito turn against him after descending into darkness, leading to his own demise. A truly lamentable fate. The youthful and mischievous Shirkong Qingyu shook his head and sighed as he prepared dinner, although he would be dining alone. Making it a bit more extravagant as a celebration seemed reasonable. Unbeknownst to him, the words he had just shared with Obito had sparked a significant revelation for Deidara. Days later, the figure of White Zetsu emerged once more from the wall. How goes the investigation? Basic intelligence has been gathered that Kakashi and Rin are incredibly important companions to Obito. He not only sacrificed himself to save Kakashi, but ultimately relinquished his other Sharingan to him. Furthermore, the one named Rin appears to hold immense significance for him. It seems that the little brat Qingyu has indeed pointed me in the right direction. Cough, cough. Before Deidara could finish speaking, he began to cough violently, the strain on his current body becoming increasingly difficult to bear. He firmly believed that Uchiha Obito was the last gift bestowed upon him by fate. What do you intend to do? Simply capture them to coerce Obito into submission? White Zetsu inquired after Deidara's coughing subsided. No, I wish for Obito to willingly serve me. I aim to instill in him a deep sense of despair towards this world while severing all ties and bonds. Only with a shared objective can he become the next me, traversing the path I have meticulously laid out. As he lifted his head, the remaining Sharingan in Deidara's eye radiated a terrifying and ominous aura. Once he had conveyed his plan to White Zetsu for execution, the base returned to its usual silence and stillness following White Zetsu's disappearance. When the moment arrived, he intended to make Obito witness the most despairing scene in the world. Hey, how's the recovery going? Qingyu entered, holding a bowl larger than his own face, and casually plopped down on the ground, burying his face in the bowl to devour the contents voraciously. There was no rice to speak of. The bowl contained only meat and wild vegetables, devoid of any seasoning. Yet he relished every bite. Although transitioning from luxury to frugality is arduous, having something to eat is a blessing in itself. Far better than gnawing on fruits day in and day out. It seemed that perhaps everyone in this world had a hearty appetite, as he estimated that his current meal intake was nearly equivalent to that of an adult on Earth, and he never grew weary of consuming meat every day. Remarkably, he was merely a child of over 4 years. How could anyone afford to feed such an insatiable appetite? Patting his smooth little belly, he pondered where all that food had gone. However, recalling how Naruto always ordered extra servings of ramen and never felt full after just 1 or 2 bowls, he felt a sense of understanding. Upon noticing Qingyu's entrance and subsequent indulgence in food, Obito instinctively licked his dry lips. Despite the foreign entity implanted in the right side of his body that allowed him to live without food or water, the innate desire for sustenance lingered, especially with a brat performing an eating show right before him. Who could endure such torment? I say, isn't that for me? I feel much better already. Struggling to sit up from the bed, he forced a ghastly smile at Qingyu. However, Qingyu promptly concealed the large bowl behind him, eyeing Obito with vigilance, and firmly declared, Lord Madara said that you are currently in the phase of merging with the artificial body. Even if I were to feed you, you would only regurgitate it. So, abandon that notion until complete integration. Besides, the artificial body allows you to live normally without food or water. Where else could you find such a blessing? Do you not realize how many people outside are starving to death due to war? Fine, if I can't eat, then I won't. Obito was left speechless, unable to muster a retort against the pint-sized figure before him, and opted to lie back down, sulking. Witnessing this, Qingyu revealed a grin as he retrieved the bowl, clearly enjoying the effect he had achieved. Thus began the exclusive time for the adorable child's eating broadcast. Perhaps out of spite, he exaggeratedly smacked his lips, savoring each bite to the point that the frustrated Obito began to salivate uncontrollably. When the sounds of eating finally ceased, Obito, tormented, exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, a sudden waft of a tantalizing aroma filled the air. It was the scent of roasted meat. He opened his eyes wide to find Qingyu presenting a large piece of roasted meat right beneath his nose. Gazing at the innocent and expectant smile on Qingyu's face, Obito felt a wave of warmth wash over him, and he felt ashamed for previously scolding a child in his thoughts. However, just as he opened his mouth in blissful anticipation to bite into the roasted meat, he found only emptiness. What? Where's the meat? Just a whiff to tease my appetite. If Lord Madara finds out I let you have roasted meat, tomorrow I might end up as your meal. Before he could finish his thought, Qingyu swiftly hung the roasted meat on a hook and took a small fishing rod, dangling it above Obito and Appo's head. Was this a fishing expedition or a fool's game? The smile on his face bore no trace of innocence. He was, in fact, a little devil. While Obito, ensnared by the aroma of the roasted meat, found himself repeatedly biting at air, he felt utterly defeated, like a fish stranded on land. Eventually, no matter how much Qingyu tempted him, even placing the meat right next to his mouth, he could muster no energy to respond. How disappointing, giving up so easily. Aren't ninjas supposed to be more persistent? Just wait until I recover. I will be the first to hang you up and teach you a lesson. Obito growled, filled with determination. All right, I'll be waiting for you to hang me up, but given your current state, by the time you recover, Kakashi will probably be married to Rin and have children. Society, my dear Qingyu, is full of those who revel in exposing others' flaws. Impossible. Rin would never like that fool Kakashi. Obito's temper flared, propelling him upright. Well, who knows? By the time you return, they might already have a child that can run errands. Qingyu's light-hearted remark struck a nerve, causing Obito's eyes to redden with indignation. He genuinely feared that this provocation might push him to awaken his Sharingan, which would be quite amusing. I must recover quickly and leave this wretched place to find Rin. With newfound motivation, Obito gritted his teeth and began his rehabilitation with fervor that sent shivers down the spine. Days passed monotonously in this dismal, lightless place, where Madara had sealed all exits and tunnels, leaving Qingyu and Obito oblivious to the passage of time. However, as Obito's appetite grew steadily, his previously underdeveloped body slowly began to recover, even gaining some flesh on his cheeks, a change that delighted Qingyu. Meanwhile, Obito's relentless training gradually restored his mobility. He could now stand and walk unaided, no longer requiring the assistance of White Zetsu's clones. The fusion with the artificial body was progressing smoothly, and at this rate, he would likely be fully healed in a year and a half. One day, Qingyu sat, as usual, on Obito's back, indulging in a large bowl of food. While Obito struggled to rise and fall, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. 998. 999. 1,000. Finally, after completing 1,000 push-ups under the burden, Obito collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. I've finally adapted to this body. Just wait for me. Soon I will see you again, Rin and Kakashi. As his hair grew longer, Obito felt the power surging within him, while Qingyu stuffed the last piece of meat into his mouth and promptly leaped off Obito's back. Although Madara had yet to teach him any cultivation techniques, he had successfully gleaned some basic physical training from Obito and, in his spare time, accompanied him during rehabilitation, avoiding becoming a little glutton and instead gaining strength. Madara had observed all of this silently, neither intervening in Qingyu's training nor providing any instruction, allowing him to grow freely. A stark contrast to his meticulous care for Obito. This gradually led Qingyu to entertain troubling thoughts, questioning whether he had misjudged the situation. If Madara was presenting himself as someone who had no need for him, why then had he saved him and allowed him to remain here, indulging in the comforts provided? Surely, there must be some underlying reason he was unaware of. Yet, no matter how cleverly he tried to probe Baiju and Appos, as clone, he could elicit nothing, leaving him to wonder if this old man was merely a well-meaning philanthropist. Just then, Baiju's figure abruptly emerged from the wall, urgently calling out to Obito. I just came back from outside. The situation with Rin and that fool Kakashi is dire. Qingyu, who had been preparing to wash the dishes, suddenly halted in his tracks. Is it finally beginning? After such a long wait, it seemed Madara's plans were now fully realized, and they were merely awaiting Obito's entrance as the reluctant actor. This was also an opportunity for him to fulfill his own mission and escape this cursed place. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself unable to feel joy on this day. Soon, that foolish laggard Obito would vanish entirely, replaced by the second Uchiha Madara, born from the depths of hell, intent on overturning the entire world, a pitiable soul who never found true liberation in life. Though their time together had not been particularly long, the months spent in each other's company, bickering and bantering, led him to admit that he did not truly despise this foolish fellow. Despite Obito's constant refusal to acknowledge him as his protector, was it truly necessary for this fool to endure the endless darkness of despair? Qingyu clenched his fists tightly, yearning to reveal the truth to Obito, to dissuade him from proceeding. Yet, he was acutely aware that the moment he spoke, he would face annihilation. Madara, having plotted for so long, would never permit anyone to disrupt his carefully laid plans, especially not a powerless child like him, who could be easily crushed. Thus, in order to survive, he could only feign ignorance. Forgive me for my selfishness. What has happened? They were surrounded by the ninjas of the Mist Village. The instant Baiju uttered this phrase, Obito and Appos' expression shifted dramatically as he leaped to his feet, rushing toward the immense stone door, channeling all his strength into a single punch. However, his desperate blow merely shattered the surface of the door. While his newly accustomed artificial right arm could not withstand the impact, breaking off and falling to the ground, Obito let out a pained groan, clutching his severed right arm with his left hand. Your current body cannot shatter this stone door. The Baiju clone, adorned with masks, leapt behind him, conveying this stark reality. I must save Kakashi and Rin. Obito's determination seemed to resonate with it, prompting it to suggest, then, let me lend you my body. In that moment, the Baiju clone enveloped Obito's form entirely. Aren't you one of Madara's subordinates? Why? Let us go? Don't you wish to save Kakashi and Rin? If you delay. Thank you. Boom. Oblivious to the betrayal, Obito thanked them before smashing the stone door to pieces. Utilizing the power of the golem in his sustained state, he performed admirably. Baiju commended from within the wall. Are you leaving? It seemed Madara had finally grasped the situation, lifting his head to inquire quietly. You saved me, and I am grateful. However, I must depart. It is imperative. You are too hasty. It may be premature to express your gratitude. I doubt I shall return. At this moment, Qingyu gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Must you go? Your body still. Noticing Qingyu's concerned gaze, Obito felt warmth in his heart, a smile gracing his lips. I must go. Thank you for your care during this time. Once the war concludes, I shall return to fetch you, or you can have Baiju take you to Konoha, where you will surely see me again. Sigh. Qingyu sighed helplessly within, realizing that Madara had cast a subtle glance his way when he spoke. He had risked so much to imply what he could, yet Obito, the fool, believed he was merely reluctant to leave, highlighting his utter lack of intelligence. Regardless, I have expressed my gratitude. I shall take my leave. You will return, and when you do, I shall accept your true gratitude. Listening to Madara's words, Qingyu felt increasingly helpless as Madara seemed on the verge of directly pointing out to Obito that the entire affair was his orchestration. Qingyu acknowledged that his foresight allowed him to see through the veil, yet Madara's plot and the implications contained within were numerous. Under normal circumstances, even if one failed to grasp the scheme initially, they would inevitably sense something amiss afterward, leading to suspicion. But Obito, having succumbed to darkness, had lost his capacity for rational thought. Sigh. Obito departed, clad in Baiju's clone, exuding a confident swagger. Meanwhile, Qingyu, unable to effect any change, felt a sense of gloom wash over him as he once again confronted his own insignificance and the helplessness it brought. The sole silver lining was that Madara appeared not to harbor any suspicions regarding his indiscretion. After all, no one would suspect that within this youthful body dwelled the soul of an adult from another world. I shall sever all the causal ties in this world. This is the purpose of my return. As Obito, radiating an aura of murderous intent and foreboding, returned, stepping over crimson footprints, he uttered these words, causing the corners of Madara's mouth to curl upward in a smirk. Standing beside Madara, Qingyu sighed once more upon witnessing the cold, detached gaze of Obito, who had evolved directly from the Tsutomu Sharingan to the Mangekyou Sharingan. This tragic scene was set to unfold as anticipated. Madara's plan succeeded, successfully forcing the kind-hearted and passionate Obito to witness Rin and Appo's demise, to see Kakashi take her life with his own hands, to behold the most brutal and despairing visions of hell. This not only catalyzed Obito and Appo's evolution into the Mangekyou Sharingan, but also irrevocably drew him onto a path destined for ruin. And he remained powerless to intervene, merely a spectator. None of the others saw, did they? A satisfied smile graced Madara's aged visage. Only I witnessed it. Obito eliminated all enemies and even independently comprehended the wood release, cutting technique, so there are no issues. He seems reluctant to strike Kakashi, yet Kakashi noticed nothing. When reinforcements from Konoha arrived, he was still shouting, and Appo's, who took out the enemies, and Appo's, Baiju explained with a peculiar smile. Are you unwilling to harm your former comrade? No. I simply do not care. Whether he lives or dies is of no consequence to me. In the world I'm about to create, both Kakashi and Rin will exist. Tell me how to manifest the world of my dreams, Madara. No need for thanks. Come here. From this day forth, you shall be the savior. Look into my eyes. In an instant, both Madara and Obito became utterly still. However, having witnessed this scene before, Qingyu understood that Madara was drawing Obito's spirit into his illusionary realm, where he would entrust the so-called Eye of the Moon plan to Obito, thus commencing a new chapter. Upon conveying all his secrets to Obito, both their bodies trembled simultaneously, breaking free from the illusionary realm. Obito, I have entrusted you with the Uchiha clan's forbidden techniques, the Six Paths technique, and the Yin-Yang release. Additionally, I have infused my will into this individual's body. You may regard half of him as myself. This is also a product of degradation. You can use these beings created through Yin-Yang release as your pawns. That black rod is the physical manifestation of my consciousness, which you can utilize when employing the Six Paths technique. Lastly, this little one. You may choose to eliminate him or keep him as a pawn. The choice is yours. Madara's cold, indifferent gaze instantly sent a chill down the spine of Aoi, who was poised to act. Indeed, from the very beginning, no one cared whether he lived or died. Meanwhile, Obito, now consumed by darkness, did not even spare him a glance, merely responding with a curt acknowledgement. After relaying all pertinent matters, Madara took a couple of steps forward, and the tubes behind him tightened instantly. Yet this time, Madara continued to forcefully tear at them. As the saying goes, opportunities must not be missed. Damn it, I'm going all in. Otsai thought, quickly bending down to grasp a tube from the ground and pulling it with all his might. He had long believed this to be a mission destined for failure until he recalled that Madara had chosen to sever the tubes of the outer path golem and commit suicide after passing on his will to Obito. This was evidently the key to breaking the deadlock. In any case, Madara was currently seeking death with great fervor and was likely to disregard his small movements. Whether or not he would succeed, and if the system would acknowledge it was beyond his control, he could only do his utmost and leave the rest to fate, hoping that his life was not yet forfeit. This was the only method he could conceive to accomplish his mission. As Madara struggled against the outer path golem, he seemed genuinely indifferent to the minor detail. With a crack, the tubes connecting to his back shattered. Aoi, who was exerting force behind him, fell to the ground. Excellent. Firstly, the tubes had broken, and he noted that neither white Zetsu nor black Zetsu nor Obito had paid him any mind, focusing instead on the dying Madara. He had successfully taken a step back. The only concern now was whether the system would acknowledge this cunning approach to completing the mission, ignoring Aoi's clandestine maneuvers. Obito's remaining Manjiki Sharingan widened in shock. As Madara, struggling to catch his breath, sat back in his seat, he managed to utter his final words. All right, go ahead. During this time before my resurrection, you are Uchiha Madara. With those final words, Madara breathed his last. Everything he left behind would be inherited by Obito, while Aoi, who had hoped to cling to Madara's legacy, found himself with nothing to gain and faced the ultimate judgment from Obito. Whether to live or die rested solely in his hands. If it were the former Obito, Aoi would have had no worries regarding his safety. However, this current darkened Obito was extraordinarily terrifying. Who knew if he could be inadvertently crushed? What do you plan to do with this little one? Black Zetsu casually inquired. I have not yet decided. Let us first dispose of Madara's corpse, Obito replied, moving to Madara's lifeless body and directly removing the transplanted Sharingan. Since Madara ultimately chose you, this little one has lost all reason to exist, especially since he knows too much. Now I am Uchiha Madara. I do not require your guidance on what to do. If you wish to die, I can escort you on that journey. A mere glare silenced Black Zetsu instantly. Ding. Task activation detected. The multiverse self-destruction system has officially commenced. The beginner's gift pack has been distributed. Please check your inventory. In his room, the anxious Aoi was perusing the system in his mind. While the successful activation of the golden finger brought him joy, the system's name felt somewhat peculiar. However, reflecting on his first task now, it was indeed Reckless. The name of this cursed system was spot on. After mulling over the name, Aoi began to criticize the system's interface. From what he knew, having read certain system novels, such systems should be grand and impressive. How had his system turned into a graveyard? In the center stood a tombstone, and upon closer inspection, it bore his name. I am not dead yet. Why is there a tombstone prepared for me? He shouted in his mind. The system responded with a blunt message. The system is deceased. For inquiries, please burn paper. What the hell? Faced with such a nonsensical system, Aoi trembled in anger. With a clear mind, I shone and Appos. He stooped to the level of this foolish system, he thought, deciding to delve deeper into its contents. Curiosity piqued, he reached out to touch his tombstone. Suddenly, the perspective shifted, enlarging the tombstone, allowing him to read the finer details. Remains, Aoi Shigami, achievements in life, unreliable mischief maker, burial goods, beginner's gift pack X1, remains quality, a fighter among trash, burial on site, is recommended. Shaking uncontrollably. After reading these details, Aoi was not only furious, but also pale, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Cursed. System. I will not let this stand. Like a person afflicted with Parkinson's, he clicked on the Burial Goods tab, taking a deep breath as he opened the beginner's gift pack. If Obito intended to kill him, this gift pack might be his only chance to turn the tide. Thus, during the opening process, he temporarily forgot about the frequent humiliations inflicted by this cursed system. The beginner's gift pack has been opened. You have randomly obtained 3 burial goods. Enjoy your self-destruction. Remember to leave a 5-star review down below. Ding. Congratulations. You have received Inferior Self-Healing Body, Thorn Aura, and Hardening. Aoi hurriedly examined these 3 items. The first, Inferior Self-Healing Body, could consume stamina to accelerate wound healing. However, at LV0, it merely doubled the healing speed. Doubling the healing rate is of little use. A wound that would heal in 2 weeks would now heal in 1. Well, better than nothing. The second was a LV0 Thorn Aura, which took effect passively, reflecting 10 of melee physical damage back to the attacker. That seems acceptable? Not really. This might be useful someday, but it offers no assistance in his current predicament. If Obito slashed him, he would die regardless of any counterattack. What difference would it make? Lastly, hardening increased the body's hardness by consuming stamina. Just an exceedingly ordinary ability. Looking at these three burial goods, self-healing, counterattack, and defense, all set to encourage him to tread ever further down the path of self-destruction. However, regardless, hardening was quite practical. It could save his life in critical moments. After calming his heart slightly, about the size of a single hair, Aoi further examined the system, ultimately confirming he had no other cards to play, before drifting into a restless slumber. The following day, when Xingyu drowsily opened his eyes, he was immediately startled, for there stood Obito, grimly clutching Madara and Appo's scythe at his bedside, as if he were ready to usher him into the afterlife at any moment. Xingyu could not fathom what was transpiring in Obito's mind. He struggled to swallow. Momentarily, neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Am I destined to die? After much contemplation, Xingyu gritted his teeth and broke the silence, fearing that if this stalemate continued, he might truly meet his end. Observing his fearful expression, Obito lowered his eyelids and slowly spoke. Though Madara has stated that your death poses no issue, I wish to offer you a choice. The first option, I shall seal your mind to prevent any information from leaking, and then allow White Zetsu to escort you away from here. Thereafter, your fate, life or death, will be of no concern to me. The second option, serve me, but be forewarned, you may meet a swifter demise. Now choose. Upon hearing these two options, Xingyu instantly felt a wave of relief. It seemed his previous efforts were not in vain. Although Obito had succumbed to darkness, he decided, out of lingering affection for their past, to grant him a reprieve. As for which path to choose, was there any doubt? Naturally, it was the first. Ding. The death-seeking mission has been issued. Mission name, I wish to be a villain. Mission description, choose to assist Obito. In the face of a dear friend's request. How can you falter at such a critical moment? Phase 1 mission reward, a dilapidated wooden treasure chest X1. Mission failure, instant self-destruction of the system. I long for death. Phase 2, not yet unlocked. What the hell? Gazing at the sudden emergence of the death-seeking mission, Xingyu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. How can I possibly endure this? First, I confront Uchiha Madara, and now, the darkened Obito. This Uchiha surname is truly cursed. Observing his fluctuating emotions, Obito felt a flicker of confusion. Logically, he should not be hesitating. He should simply choose the first option. This was the only assistance he could offer. Yet, mere seconds later, Xingyu declared, I choose the second. Upon shouting this decision through gritted teeth, Obito appeared momentarily stunned. Why would you do this? Living well is surely more appealing. Have you truly considered this? By choosing this path, you may not survive until tomorrow. Obito's expression darkened, almost as if he wanted to point a finger at Xingyu and urge him to select the first option. Xingyu, on the other hand, felt tears welling up within. I know, I understand everything. Yet the more you emphasize the danger, the more this damned system leaves me with no choice. I beg of you, stop speaking. Do you truly wish to pursue this path? Obito asked, his face somber. Xingyu numbly nodded. Why? Obito remained silent for a moment before asking again, unable to articulate the true reason. Xingyu fabricated a poignant tale. Did we not promise that when the war concludes, you would come for me? Moreover, as a war orphan like me, I surely cannot survive out there. Obito's body trembled, as if recalling their days of banter and jest, along with those childish promises of protection. Suddenly, the tension in Obito's face eased, and his gaze softened when he regarded Xingyu. It is precisely for this reason that I cannot allow you to remain. This place is a hell, and only demons can dwell within it. Since you have chosen this path, do not harbor regrets. With those words, Obito reverted to his indifferent demeanor and turned to leave. Xingyu exhaled in relief, yet he found it strange, despite having made his choice. Why had the mission not yet indicated completion? You've softened your heart, Obito. White Zetsu appeared beside him, grinning. No, I have retained him solely because he still possesses value. Obito coldly retorted. Oh, what value does this useless little brat hold? You must have noticed that Madara has refrained from instructing him. Having recognized that his potential is that of an ordinary ninja, not worth cultivating, Black Zetsu interjected. Obito fell silent, and after several seconds, he spoke slowly. If Madara has already perceived this, why then does he still wish to keep him? That man must have his reasons for doing so. As for me, I am merely fulfilling the duties of Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing this, both White and Black Zetsu fell silent. So what are your intentions? They inquired. No, send him away, to Konoha. To Konoha? White Zetsu was taken aback. I have stated, he possesses value. War orphans like him, with ordinary potential, are resources that the major ninja villages recycle. If they exhibit special potential, the villages will scrutinize them closely. Thus, this is an opportunity. He can blend seamlessly into Konoha. And when the time is right, he will undoubtedly become an asset to me. Obito's reasoning seemed sound, yet, if the goal is merely to gather intelligence, my clones and I suffice, it appears unnecessary. I trust my judgment, and you are to obey my orders. Understood? Obito then closed his eyes. Though Qingyu's choice surprised him, he quickly conceived a plan to temporarily distance him from hell, for he believed that this war would eventually conclude, with Konoha emerging victorious. In that case, the world would soon experience a fleeting period of peace, and Konoha would be one of the safest havens. There, Qingyu could grow up unharmed. And once his plans came to fruition, he would fulfill his promises. Unbeknownst to him, after witnessing Kakashi's hand in Rin's death, the final vestige of tenderness in Obito's heart was, in fact, a mere child who had yet to mature, something Madara had never anticipated. As the year 47 of Konoha drew to a close, with Konoha's victories at the Kaiki Mountain and the Kanabi Bridge, the western front of the Third Shinobi World War came to an end. The beleaguered Iwagakure, failing to achieve its goals, retreated in disgrace, leaving chaos in its wake. Numerous villages lay in ruins, with corpses strewn across the battlefield. Meanwhile, Konoha's ninjas, while clearing the battlefield, gathered war orphans en masse, sending them back to Konoha in batches. Some may claim that wars are fought for wealth, yet what is even more vital than money is population. Following several fierce battles, the newly graduated genin hastily found themselves dispatched to the front lines. If you were to witness a group of 10-year-olds wielding kunai in brutal combat, please do not be alarmed. The majority of adult ninjas have already perished, with each major ninja village experiencing a drastic population decline. The day would soon come when 4- and 5-year-old children would be sent to the battlefield. Thus, it became an unspoken agreement among the major ninja villages to gather war orphans back to their villages. These homeless children would significantly contribute to the future of their villages. The offspring they bear as adults would replenish the villages with invaluable new blood. Furthermore, it is worth noting that many of these children, having endured the harrowing experiences of war, would likely become formidable ninjas themselves. As the war reached its climax, it was not the 5 great hidden villages at its epicenter that bore the brunt of suffering, but rather the small, ravaged hamlets caught in the crossfire, and the ordinary people powerless to resist. And as for hatred, spare me the jest. If such trivial matters cannot be resolved, then what is the point of waging war? A modicum of kindness and a little brainwashing would suffice. What tempest could a group of helpless children possibly stir? In such dire circumstances, after days of hunger and dizziness, Sakamoto Aoi, accompanied by a few other children, was finally discovered by the subsequent units of Konoha. Upon glimpsing the familiar forehead protector, tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. Heaven knows how he had struggled to survive in the days following his abandonment in a remote forest by White Zetsu. Had it not been for the 3 abilities he had drawn from the beginner's gift pack, he would have likely become nothing more than a meal for a wild beast. Furthermore, haunted by the thought that White Zetsu was covertly observing him, he dared not reveal his powers, enduring a life of profound misery. Among the several war orphans he encountered, only 4 or 5 remained by the time they exited the forest. The others had either been taken by beasts or succumbed to starvation. Those unable to keep up were left to face an even grimmer fate. Just as he was departing, the wretched mission finally stirred to life. Phase 1 completed. Reward: 1 dilapidated wooden treasure chest. Phase 2 initiated. Mission title: Who is the undercover agent? Mission description: infiltrate Konoha and occasionally stir up some trouble. Mission reward: dependent on performance. Mission failure: do not ask, self-detonation is the answer. Phase 3? This task bore resemblance to what Obito had instructed him, yet neither Obito nor this wretched system had specified what he was to do, indicating that he would have to rely on his own ingenuity. Yet, this mission seemed to be more perilous than the last. Damn! In the land of fire, within the renowned village of Konoha, Aoi blended among a group of children, his curious gaze scanning the surroundings. However, unlike the other children, his eyes lacked the dullness and anxiety that marked their expressions. Yet, this slight distinction went unnoticed by anyone around him. "Thank you for your hard work," said the guard at the village gate, having confirmed the identity of the leading jonin as he allowed them to pass. Had it not been for Lord Minato's intervention, we cannot fathom how long this war would have dragged on. The Jonin accompanying him nodded in agreement. Indeed, you've just returned, so you may not be aware. But just a few days ago, the defeated Sunagakure signed a new peace treaty with us. Now, only Kumogakure remains unaccounted for, but that poses little threat. The war will surely conclude soon. Is that true? That is wonderful news. Enough talk. I shall take these little ones to submit our mission report. After the shift change, I shall treat you to a drink. It's a promise, haha. As Aoi stepped into the illustrious Konoha, he endeavored to conceal his uniqueness while reflecting on the news he had just heard. It appeared this was the moment when Konoha stood once more at the pinnacle of the ninja world, compelling the other great nations to sign surrender agreements. The legendary Sannin had likely already departed, yet Konoha remained the victor in this tumultuous war. The ensuing period should be relatively tranquil, until a significant event would thrust the already concluded Third Great Ninja War back into chaos. Lost in thoughts of the unfolding narrative, Aoi mingled with the other children and made his way to Konoha Hospital. Is this the final batch? Inquired a medical ninja adorned with the Konoha forehead protector, her tone devoid of emotion after verifying the mission paperwork. The leading Jonin nodded. All the war orphans they could gather were present, 42 in total. My task is complete. The rest is in your hands. The medical ninja nodded, and several others emerged to escort the war orphans inside. Although all the hidden villages were eager to bolster their populations, merely bringing back these orphans was insufficient. A series of examinations and psychological treatments were essential. For most survivors bore physical injuries and had endured traumatic experiences, such as witnessing the slaughter of their kin. To claim that they bore no psychological scars would be sheer self-deception. Thus, bringing them to the hospital for treatment was the most effective way to win their favor and provide them with a chance to relax, while simultaneously mitigating potential issues. Moreover, this was an opportunity to gather information and identify promising talents for focused training, such as those with bloodline limits, a rarity. But among the war orphans collected during the Great Ninja Wars, there always existed a few hidden gems, akin to a lottery. After enduring an entire afternoon of chaos, Aoi could not help but acknowledge Konoha's proficiency in this regard, particularly the medical ninja system established by Tsunade, which was truly eye-opening. Even a frail child like him, harboring the soul of an adult, found solace and ease after being tenderly treated by the compassionate medical sisters, bathed, and clad in clean garments. He developed a favorable impression of Konoha. As for the other children, their previously listless faces seemed to regain vitality, their eyes sparkling with hope. Name? Sakamoto Oth. Do you remember which village you hailed from? Yes, Citrus Village. Who else is in your family? Are they still alive? Only my parents. They are both deceased. Aoi answered with calmness. Yet the questioner was accustomed to such responses, for there were countless children like him, numbed by immense trauma. Have you undergone ninja training? Or do you possess any special abilities? He understood the gravity of this inquiry, as it would determine the identity he would assume here. Certainly, becoming a ninja was imperative, since his mission required him to act as an undercover agent, and since the rewards were linked to the scale of his mischief, an ordinary person's identity would not suffice. Furthermore, as an undercover operative, being overly conspicuous would be detrimental, risking exposure. Thus, after careful consideration, he resolved to reveal a portion of his unique attributes while gradually developing his capabilities in secrecy. Although this would heighten the risk of exposure and potentially arouse suspicion, he believed he could navigate the fine line between mediocrity and excellence without issue. With trepidation, he cast a hesitant glance at the gentle elder sister before lowering his head in fear. All his reactions were noted by her keen eyes, and she gently inquired, "Do not be afraid. Konoha is a harmonious family, and from this moment, you are a member of this family. We ask these questions solely to assist you. After all, some special abilities can carry significant risks, and a mere misstep could inadvertently harm others. Would you not agree?" Feigning acquiescence, Aoi summoned his courage and replied, "I am uncertain if this qualifies as a special ability, but during my time hiding, there was an incident where I discovered my skin suddenly became remarkably hard when I encountered danger." As he spoke earnestly, the elder sister, pen in hand, appeared intrigued and gently prompted, "Could you demonstrate it for me?" After a moment's hesitation, Aoi Sumi nodded and slowly extended his right hand, simultaneously activating hardening. The level 0, hardening, merely thickened the skin of his right hand with an additional layer of keratin. However, this transformation surprised the onlooker, who displayed a hint of excitement. likely astonished by the unexpected discovery of a rare ability. The gentle older sister discreetly acknowledged this and reached out to touch his right hand, confirming that it had indeed become somewhat harder. Although it was not as solid as stone or steel, he was merely a 4 or 5-year-old child who had recently awakened this ability. There was undoubtedly significant potential to cultivate. She then inquired further about his abilities and some details before contentedly setting down her pen. After registering all the information, they were sent to the orphanage. There, these war orphans would embark on a new chapter of their lives, and it would not be long before many families, having lost their children to the war, would come to adopt them. Even if no one came to take them away, it mattered not. Those with talent could attend ninja school at the age of 6 and receive certain allowances. And if one lacked the talent to become a ninja or simply had no desire to pursue that path, it was of little consequence. With the current scarcity of population, as long as one was willing to endure hardship, they would not starve while seeking employment. In short, as long as there were people, there would always be opportunities to shine. Little Aoi Sumi, having revealed a glimmer of talent, felt no apprehension regarding his future. As long as the matter of being an undercover agent remained concealed, Konoha would surely not abandon such a promising seedling. Surely, in the days to come, Konoha would dispatch someone to gather all pertinent information about him. Although the village had been destroyed, traces of a person and Appo's existence would always leave behind some clues. Moreover, he was not the sole survivor of Citrus Village. But what of it? His existence was genuine, and all that he claimed was true. As long as Obito did not suddenly emerge to expose him, there would be no flaws. Surely Konoha would not send a specialized interrogator to turn him into a fool. Thus, there was no need for impatience. In a few days, results would likely surface. Contemplating this, Aoi hastily finished his dinner and, feeling fatigued, succumbed to slumber. This frail body truly left much to be desired. Merely activating, hardening, for a brief moment had left him utterly exhausted. It seemed imperative to enhance his physical fitness soon. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the newly arrived war orphans gradually adapted to life in the orphanage. After all, the children residing there had all faced similar fates, finding solace in one another's company. However, wherever there are people, peculiarities inevitably emerge. Some were reclusive and uncommunicative. Others wept daily. And of course, there were those who bullied others simply because they were slightly older. Aoi Sumi had initially remained a detached observer, not wishing to stir trouble, and he harbored serious suspicions that someone was lurking in the shadows, monitoring his every move. It was not that he suffered from paranoia, but rather that he felt the need for caution. Yet, his brilliance radiated like the sun, attracting several young girls who frequently gravitated toward him. Despite his diminutive stature, his astonishing handsomeness was already manifesting. However, his charm and low-key demeanor brought him trouble. During mealtime, a group of boisterous boys, towering over him, approached to provoke him. "Hey, little guy, we're talking about you." Aoi, with a pained expression as he fought to control his impressive appetite, looked up in confusion. "You're so short. You shouldn't be able to eat that much." Alas, as the benevolent Yamashita, I simply cannot resist helping others, so let me assist you in finishing your food. After all, wasting food is a terrible habit. You have no objections, right? A triangular-eyed ruffian, flanked by 2 lackeys, glared down at him with an intimidating demeanor. Huh, does this weakling dare to object? Indeed, Yamashita had overestimated him. To be offered his meal was a privilege. The 2 lackeys fawned over him, their expressions eager for approval. Although the other children wore faces of indignation, none dared intervene, hastily accelerating their meal to avoid conflict with the towering Yamashita clique. In the absence of adults, no one would dare offend the larger group. Yamashita and his companions were keenly aware of the other's submissive behavior, which allowed them to act with impunity. Of course, the extent of their mischief was limited to snatching food when adults were absent or occasionally bullying younger children to assert their dominance. Frankly, Aoi Sumi held no regard for these individuals and had no intention of retaliating. Having lived 2 lives, he had never encountered anyone bold enough to seize his food. Going hungry was one thing, but enduring such a repugnant act of theft was entirely another. Perhaps sensing his true feelings, the system, which had been quiet for a while, suddenly sprang to life. Ding! A life-threatening mission has been issued. Mission title: The King orders you to patrol the mountain. Mission description: Dominate through strength. Establish authority with your fists, requiring you to make at least 10 ruffians cry. The more brutal, the better. Someone is watching you from the shadows. Mission reward. A dilapidated wooden treasure chest X1. Mission failure. Is failure even an option? Might as well commit suicide. Could this absurdity really generate missions? Aoi rose, somewhat questioning his life, but the system's description confirmed one thing. He was indeed being monitored from the shadows. He genuinely wished to appear harmless, to reassure Konoha's inhabitants. Yet, the insistent system thwarted him. This was a classic case of coercing a good person into wrongdoing. As Aoi observed the small figure before him, holding out a plate, Yamashita's eyes flickered with disdain. He was about to launch into another round of mockery, warning the boy to keep his distance from Shoyu. But as the words formed on his lips, they suddenly transformed into a piercing scream. With a resounding crack, Aoi shattered the plate against Yamashita's head. "Ah, get him. Beat him to a pulp." Yamashita, now enraged and astonished, shouted loudly. However, having opted for confrontation, Aoi surged forward with relentless tenacity. In a swift motion, he inflicted several cuts across a lackey's face, eliciting cries of pain and tears. Upon activating, hardening, Aoi's right hand was enveloped in a tough layer of keratin. While its defensive capabilities left much to be desired, it was more than sufficient to deal with a few clumsy children. Moreover, since only his right hand was protected, the energy expenditure was not overly taxing. He could manage to keep fighting until he brought Yamashita and his crew to their knees. "Monster! Ah!" Following a chorus of anguished screams. The disheveled Yamashita and his companions collapsed in terror, their gazes towards Aoi filled with dread. After toppling 3 of them, Aoi found himself somewhat out of breath. This body was indeed weak. Had he not caught them off guard and utilized the intimidation factor of hardening, completing this mission would have proven quite challenging. To speak of other matters, had he taken a single kick, he would likely have been reduced to a punching bag. Nonetheless, it was fortunate that while he was weak, his adversaries were even weaker. Just as Qingyu astoundingly defeated several individuals at the foot of the mountain, he inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest. For the gang of bullies below comprised not merely 3 individuals. Suddenly, 7 individuals rose to their feet, both astonished and enraged. They merely exhibited a facade of bravado, for the ruthless actions of Qingyu moments ago and the evident injury to his right hand instilled a palpable fear within them. Meanwhile, Qingyu felt somewhat at a loss. To his dismay, the task's requirement of bringing 10 individuals to tears was indeed interpreted in such a manner. With the remaining energy he possessed, or even if he were at full strength, it would be utterly implausible for him to contend against 10 larger children. This dog system truly seems intent on leading him to his demise, does it not? As he pondered how to extricate himself from his predicament, the hurried footsteps outside finally resonated. A sigh of relief escaped him. With such a commotion, it was only fitting that someone would arrive. The expressions of the others shifted, their gazes filled with resentment as they shot him a glare before reluctantly taking their seats. The door swung open, and a formidable middle-aged woman strode in, her demeanor suggesting she was not to be trifled with. Upon witnessing the disarray within, along with the bloodied and somewhat terrifying faces of the men, she planted her hands on her hips and, seething with fury, exclaimed, "What on earth is happening here? Whoever is responsible, step forward." Qingyu initially believed that she was destined to face dire consequences this time. However, to her astonishment, after exchanging glances among themselves, the few individuals at the foot of the mountain voluntarily took responsibility for the incident. "My apologies, it was our clumsiness during a playful scuffle that caused the mishap." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman shot a disdainful look at the group below and mockingly retorted, "Did you collide with your faces?" With his head lowered, Sean cast a glance filled with resentment, yet gritted his teeth and replied, "I was inadvertently cut by a broken plate." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman let out a cold snort and turned her gaze towards the other 2. "Did you also sustain your injuries by mere accident?" The other 2 individuals also lowered their heads in acknowledgement. Upon hearing their responses, the middle-aged woman appeared to calm down somewhat, and then she said, "I do not wish to encounter this again, otherwise you shall all be dismissed. Do you understand?" Seeing that the few individuals at the foot of the mountain were rendered mute with trepidation, unwilling to cause her any further trouble, she felt a sense of satisfaction as she led them to tend to their wounds. It was only after the formidable middle-aged woman departed that many could finally exhale in relief. The only ones who remained perplexed by their fear of this woman were the last group of children, including Qingyu. At that moment, another person approached him, one of the 7 who had risen earlier. "What? Do you still wish to engage in conflict?" Did you not witness the fate of those individuals? Qingyu had made up his mind. Once he took action, he would strike with lethal intent, striving to instill fear in them, for if he hesitated, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. However, the newcomer appeared disinclined to act at that moment, perhaps intimidated by the woman from earlier. Consider yourself fortunate this time. We shall see what unfolds, he declared ominously before turning to leave. Qingyu felt a weight in his heart, realizing that evading this trouble was impossible, as it was evident that his adversaries had already borne a grudge against him. Yet, he felt no trepidation, after all. He had survived encounters with formidable foes like Obito and Madara. If a mere handful of adolescents could bring him down, he might as well retire and rest. Furthermore, even if they did not seek him out, he would ensure to impart some lessons to these unruly children. A flicker of inscrutable light danced in Qingyu's eyes. As night fell, everyone succumbed to deep slumber. Suddenly, Qingyu opened his eyes and stealthily rose, making his way towards a corner where a target awaited his attention. He would commence with this unfortunate soul. Observing the target soundly asleep, he surmised that none among them could have anticipated his audacity to strike under the cover of darkness. A slight smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he pounced upon his unsuspecting victim, unleashing a barrage of punches, empowered by his hardened resolve, mercilessly upon the foe's head. The unfortunate sleeper was roused, only to be left dazed and bewildered. He yearned to cry out for help, yet was silenced by the foresight Qingyu, who deftly stifled his mouth with a sock, leaving him only able to emit muffled whimpers. Bang! Bang! In a swift act of vengeance, Qingyu swiftly rendered the unfortunate youth bruised and battered. The commotion aroused the attention of several nearby individuals, who, upon receiving a fierce glare from Qingyu, promptly covered their mouths in terror, feigning ignorance of the unfolding scene. They turned away, trembling, and attempted to resume their slumber. Ultimately, after delivering a series of forceful blows, the hapless soul, merely a year or two his senior, began to feel genuine fear, convinced that the creature before him intended to take his life. Thus, tears as large as soybeans began to cascade down his face. He yearned to plead for mercy, but his mouth was stuffed with a foul sock, rendering him unable to utter a word. He wished to resist, yet found himself incapable of breaking free. However, upon witnessing his tears, the clenched fist of Qingyu, which had been raised high, did not descend. First blood. Upon successfully completing 1/10 of the task, Qingyu let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that this endeavor was not as daunting as he had anticipated. He could indeed conquer it step by step. To express a desire for existence or non-existence, Qingyu swiftly yanked the foul sock from the other's mouth, then pressed his hardened fingers against their throat, inquiring with a menacing tone, "You wish to live? Do not kill me." Qingyu currently lacks the audacity to commit murder. However, this does not hinder him from employing such tactics to instill fear in others. If you wish to survive, obey me. Do as I instruct. Do you understand? The thoroughly frightened children hastily nodded their heads. Although this small group often bullied others in their daily lives, they had never resorted to such cruelty that resulted in bloodshed. One could assert that Qingyu's ruthlessness is on an entirely different echelon. Observing that this young man seemed rather astute, Qingyu was unperturbed by any potential duplicity and thus released him, whispering, "Which rooms are the others residing in? Let me there now, and let us first choose those who are alone and less guarded. Should you dare to play tricks, you may anticipate the arrival of someone to escort you away by tomorrow." The thoroughly subdued unfortunate soul realized all too well that this individual intended to employ the same tactics to systematically dismantle and sway their ranks. However, even with a surge of courage, he dared not refuse. Thus, two diminutive figures stealthily exited the room. Just as they rushed off to confront someone, a shadow flitted past outside the window. With a vengeful spirit, a malevolent disposition, and audacity to spare, should one attempt to impede him? Do you believe that these war orphans are as innocuous as they appear on the surface? If he lacked any ability, he would have long since vanished without a trace. Let us first discern his true intentions. As long as he is not a spy dispatched from another village, even the most irascible character will have someone to discipline him. Indeed, however, I shall not accept such tasks again in the future. They are quite tedious. Gong Qingyu remains blissfully unaware that his actions have already been rationalized by others. He is now wholly absorbed in the exhilaration of inflicting punishment. While he had intended to gradually deal with Yamashita and his companions at a later time, he could never have anticipated that they would launch a night raid. Exhibiting extreme impatience and aggression, refusing to wait even a single night, Alas, having successfully eliminated 3 individuals in such a manner and adeptly persuaded them to join his forthcoming endeavors, this tactic could no longer be employed. The newly recruited subordinates revealed that the remaining 6 resided in a single room, rendering any further ambush attempts utterly impractical. Consequently, what lay ahead was destined to be a collective confrontation of 5 against 6. Nonetheless, Qingyu harbored considerable doubts regarding the loyalty of his newly acquired subordinates. After all, he had resorted to rather ruthless measures to compel them into submission during their previous encounters, leaving even pleas for mercy ineffectual. Even a fellow was knocked unconscious by him, only to be roused and then pummeled until he wept. Such brutality instilled fear in those who witnessed it. Fortunately, the commotion was not loud. Or perhaps it was simply ignored, as the others remained inside. Quietly, Qingyu, accompanied by 4 bruised monsters, lay in ambush outside. Statistically, with 5 against 6 in his somewhat unimpressive prowess. Not to mention the 3 injured on the opposing side, their odds seemed favorable. Yet, he harbored no confidence in his clumsy companions. Should misfortune strike, it would be utterly embarrassing. After a moment's contemplation, he turned and whispered, "Are there others inside?" "No. None," came the reply. Qingyu calculated the situation and opted for the most prudent plan. He rummaged through his belongings and produced an iron canister, grinning as he opened the door and swiftly hurled it inside. This treasure was procured during a previous mission from a dilapidated wooden chest, officially named the Devil's Chili Pepper Smoke Bomb. The F4 group, oblivious to the contents of the canister and puzzled by their leader's hesitation to enter, were suddenly met with a harrowing scream from within. Subsequently, the 6 individuals tumbled out in disarray, looking utterly miserable, their faces awash with tears and snot, retching uncontrollably, unable to utter a word. A chill ran down F4's spine. They began to feel that merely enduring a beating was a blessing. However, their naivety was soon laid bare. At that moment, Qingyu's eyes gleamed, and like a tiger descending from the mountains, he charged into the fray, unleashing a torrent of punches and kicks upon the defenseless 6. It was not a penchant for kicking the fallen that drove him, but rather the fact that, despite their tearful escape, the system had yet to notify him of mission completion. Only when he began to mercilessly rain blows upon them did the system finally chime with the completion alert. Crying brats, 10-10, mission complete, reward, dilapidated wooden chest X1, awarded. Though the individuals appeared in dire straits, this devil seemed unprepared to relent, deepening F4's terror of Qingyu, who now cowered in the shadows. Once Qingyu ceased his assault, the glances directed at him were filled with dread. Then, a middle-aged woman arrived with her entourage. "Ah, splendid. It appears you have all chosen to disregard my words." Observing the pitiful group and the evidently guilty Qingyu, who remained unfazed, the woman's expression darkened like a tattered shroud. "Everyone, take them away. Lock them in confinement." The mere mention of confinement sent the already wretched Yamashita and his companions into a frenzy, crying out for mercy. Yet, the middle-aged woman, provoked and resolute, was not inclined to let them off lightly. Thus, they were all taken away, including the oblivious Qingyu. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut. Qingyu surveyed his surroundings, finding it akin to a scene from a drama, a cramped, dim, and damp cell devoid of anything but the barest essentials. Should nature call, you would. Well, never mind. It was no wonder the other orphans feared this woman. She had a knack for instilling terror. Having been influenced by numerous portrayals in media, he understood that a brief punishment could be bearable, but prolonged confinement could drive even the strongest to madness. To employ such tactics against a group of orphans seemed exceedingly despicable. It appeared that the orphanage he was in had no affiliation with the benevolent director Yena, or such a situation would never arise. Embracing a mindset of acceptance, he settled down on the cold floor, convinced that they would not escalate matters further, and the confinement would be brief, at worst lasting a day or 2. Additionally, he felt reassured that those monitoring him would report the recent events accurately. If Konoha wished to recruit him as an Oppo's talent, and Oppos, they would hardly turn a blind eye. With these thoughts in mind, he found himself in good spirits. He then accessed the system to open the newly acquired chest. Though he had used the previous reward, he felt no remorse. Opening dilapidated wooden chest. "You have received Kanai, Desert Eagle X1. Gazing at the Kanai, Desert Eagle he had drawn from the chest, Qingyu felt as though he might shatter. If it had been merely a Kanai or just a Desert Eagle, he could have accepted it, as one might expect little from such a worn wooden chest. Yet, this Kanai, Desert Eagle, utterly shattered his expectations, following the peculiar Devil-esque chili pepper smoke bomb from before. The weapon was a kunai inserted at the barrel and Oppo's end. What an absurd creation. The notion that this weapon fired kunai rather than bullets was ludicrous. He could only imagine the absurdity of future battles, where others elegantly flung kunai and shuriken, while he pulled out a gun, inserted a kunai into the barrel, fired it, and then reloaded with another kunai. He felt as if he might bleed from indignation. Could it possibly become any more absurd? P.S. For those curious about updates, I'll say this. Readers familiar with my previous works know that I maintain a consistent update schedule. Initially, I intended to release 2 chapters daily, but the news of my editor returning to work on the 10th disrupted my plans. Until then, I'll strive to maintain a 2-chapter daily release, as the 10th is just around the corner. After a few days of single updates, it hardly seems necessary, but I'll gauge the situation. As for additional updates, we'll discuss that later. Furthermore, this book launched rather quietly. I noticed some longtime readers in the review section lamenting my low-key approach, which amused me. To be candid, uploading was not part of my plan. I was merely bored and impulsively wrote 5 chapters before completing the outline. Thus, all faults lie with my own folly. Despite the lack of promotion, the collection is nearing 1,000, proving I am not merely coasting on past successes. Readers can see through the facade. So, what are you waiting for? I seek recommendations, collections, and investments. After a night of silence, Qingyu enjoyed a restful sleep, as he relished slumber in a profoundly quiet and dim environment, where the passage of time felt suspended, reminiscent of blissful holidays. The only drawback was the absence of a pillow, which made the hard floor uncomfortable. He was uncertain how long he had slept, but upon opening his eyes, he found a tall ninja adorned with a Konoha forehead protector scrutinizing him. Startled, Qingyu was about to speak when the figure slowly began. "You are Qingyu Shikigami, correct?" Qingyu nodded slightly, thinking to himself, isn't this a question already known? At such a tender age, his actions were ruthless and vengeful, displaying a mischievous temperament. Never mind, just follow me. Qingyu understood that this must be the result of someone investigating his past, and indeed, his every move during this period had been closely monitored by those lurking in the shadows. However, he was uncertain how he would be arranged now. As he followed the tall ninja out, Qingyu could see numerous fearful gazes directed at him. Presumably, the events of the previous night had spread, and now witnessing him being taken away, they must feel quite relieved. To this, he felt indifferent. After all, he had not come here to make friends. He constantly reminded himself that he was an undercover agent, here to stir up trouble. If he were to become entangled by emotions and fail to complete his mission, even if Obito chose not to deal with him, that cursed system would surely drag him into self-destruction. Life was indeed arduous for him. Sai, take this troublemaker away. A middle-aged woman, with eyes that seemed devoid of life and a nose that appeared equally unremarkable, cast a disdainful glance at Seigo Qingyu and said harshly. The tall ninja said nothing and simply moved forward. After following him for a while, Qingyu turned around and raised a middle finger at the middle-aged woman as a gesture of respect. Had it not been for the absence of a mission from that cursed system this time, he would have charged up to her and spat in her face out of sheer indignation. Implementing confinement as a form of punishment in an orphanage was indeed excessive. It seemed that Konoha was not as virtuous as it appeared. Even without Danzo and his ilk, such sordid affairs were surely not uncommon. Although the Hokage hopes to adopt you and cultivate your talents, I would like to hear your thoughts. The tall ninja suddenly halted, turned to Qingyu, and spoke. Qingyu was taken aback. He had not expected the other party to say such a thing, nor did he foresee that someone had already arranged his future life. Perhaps another child would have agreed, for no child does not yearn for the warmth of a family, especially when suddenly thrust into an unfamiliar place. However, he was different. He had come with other motives. Being adopted would only implicate more innocent individuals, and the idea of suddenly having multiple fathers felt inherently awkward to him. Thus, he declined without hesitation. I can live perfectly well on my own, so let us leave it at that. Surely you are not satisfied with such a decision, which is why you asked me. A flicker of surprise passed through the tall ninja's eyes. He did not expect a 5-year-old to see through his intentions. Yet, he had to admit that the little brat was right. Although his own child had perished on the battlefield, he had no desire to continue his bloodline in such a manner. Despite being just an ordinary special jonin, this little rascal seemed to possess some unusual talents. You are correct. I do not wish to adopt you. It is merely difficult to refuse. However, I must remind you, do you understand what your choice entails? I can offer you another opportunity to choose. That one tea be necessary. I also do not wish to call a stranger father. However, having helped you with such a significant task, could you possibly assist me in return? Go ahead and speak. I do not want to return to the orphanage, nor do I wish to be adopted. Could you help me find a place to stay? The tall ninja paused for a moment, suddenly recalling their earlier encounter in the confinement room, then sighed. Although these matters were not his responsibility, it seemed some individuals had gone too far, and perhaps it was necessary to bring this to the Hokage's attention. Are you certain you wish to live alone? Actually, I can help you find a family willing to adopt you, one that will treat you well. Please, no? As you have mentioned, my temperament is too troublesome. Anyone who adopts me would be unfortunate indeed. Thinking of the little brat's violent tendencies, the tall ninja felt exasperated and slightly pained. It appeared there was no other option left. Follow me. Before long, the two arrived at a modest residence in the civilian district. The tall ninja opened the door and stepped inside. You can stay here for now. I will report your situation to my superiors, but I cannot guarantee the outcome. Additionally, here is some money to cover your living expenses for the next few days. As a form of compensation. Having spoken, the tall ninja left the money and keys before preparing to leave. Seemingly affected by his surroundings, he wished to linger no longer. Wait, I still do not know who you are. Qingyu suddenly remembered that throughout their journey, he had yet to learn the other party's name. Call me Sanha Jonin. Once the situation is resolved, I will return. During this time, do not wander about or cause trouble. Sanha? A Jonin? After the other left, Qingyu found himself puzzled, for he had no recollection of this name. He surmised that he was likely a minor ninja, one of the less notable kind. After all, with so many ninjas in the world of Hokage, he could only remember a handful of familiar faces. Moreover, since arriving in this world, aside from encountering the infamous Madara, Obito, White Zetsu, and Black Zetsu, he had yet to come across anyone in Konoha whose name he could recall. It seemed that ninjas and ordinary civilians indeed inhabited two entirely different worlds. However, once he sorted out his identity, such situations should no longer arise. As he pondered, he surveyed his new surroundings, a modest 30-square-meter abode. The place was small but tidy, though it appeared to have been uninhabited for quite some time, dust covering every surface. It seemed that his primary task today was to clean the place thoroughly. After determining his immediate chores, he casually opened the wallet left by Sanha Jonin and counted the living expenses within. A full 1,000 ryo. What was the cost of living in the Hokage world again? He vaguely recalled that in the Book of Soldiers, it was noted that 1 ryo was approximately equal to 10 yen, with the price level similar to that of his previous life in Neon Country. He remembered that a bowl of ramen at Ichiraku cost only a few dozen ryo, certainly not exceeding 100. Calculating it this way, 1,000 ryo had substantial purchasing power. Qingyu silently commended Sanha Jonin. As Seigo Qingyu diligently tidied up the room, he initially thought 1,000 ryo was a considerable sum. However, to a ninja, even the lowest-ranking genin would casually give out such amounts as pocket money. A typical D-rank mission, which posed no combat risks or dangers, would reward between 5,000 to 50,000 ryo. Meanwhile, the minimum reward for an S-rank mission was over 1 million ryo. Thus, 1,000 ryo in living expenses was negligible for Sanha, being a special jonin. If it weren't for Qingyu's young age, casually giving him several tens of thousands of ryo would merely equate to the reward for a few D-rank missions. Of course, Sanha had likely not taken on such trivial tasks for quite some time. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was gently gazing at the young man before him, feeling immensely gratified. After Orochimaru's defection, and with Jiraiya and Tsunade leaving in succession, he was thankful that more exceptional individuals were emerging, one of whom had become a figure of dread for their enemies, constantly reminding him of the former Shikumo. Minato, have you prepared your speech for tomorrow? Sarutobi inquired. I know you dislike such formalities, but the inauguration ceremony for the next Hokage is not merely a matter of appearance. It is a significant demonstration of Konoha's strength to the other great nations. I am sure those lurking in the shadows will think twice upon seeing the renowned Yellow Flash assume the Hokage position. Sarutobi Hiruzen jestingly teased, causing the man standing before him, Namake's Minato, to feel quite embarrassed. However, there was another reason he refrained from voicing, which was his eagerness to step down from his position. This was not only due to a sense of inadequacy, but also a desire to provide an explanation to the many who had sacrificed in Konoha, as well as to the other great nations, in hopes of swiftly concluding the war that had engulfed the entire ninja world. Seeing that even his teacher's teacher had expressed such sentiments, Minato could not argue further and merely nodded, indicating that he would prepare diligently and ensure that Konoha's reputation remained untarnished. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Minato seized the opportunity to take his leave, stating, "I shall return to prepare now. Please send my regards to Kushina. It has been a while since she came to visit this old man." Minato awkwardly chuckled before vanishing with a flying thunder god technique. Only then did a look of melancholy cross Sarutobi's face. The Uzumaki clan had always been a thorn in his heart. Although he had rescued Kushina, the betrayal of allies and the lack of mutual support remained undeniable truths. Even though this matter had long been buried among those in the know, and few were aware of the so-called truth, his guilt would intensify whenever he saw that iconic red hair. Perhaps he truly was unfit to be Hokage. "Come in." As he regained his composure and restored his usual authority, the person waiting outside stepped through the door. It was the elite jonin, Mikawa, who had recently departed from Aoi. "Hokage-sama." "Oh, it and Appos, S. Mikawa. How has that little brat settled in?" Mikawa hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to report truthfully. "I apologize, Hokage-sama." After listening to Mikawa's account, Sarutobi fell into deep contemplation. His intention had been to subtly reshape the child through familial care, nurturing him into a talented individual who would eventually dedicate himself to Konoha. This had been the best course of action after confirming the child and Appos' identity and innocence. However, recent reports indicated that, after all that had transpired, the child's already immature psyche had undergone a significant distortion. Not only did he exhibit violent tendencies, but he also possessed a troublesome disposition, harboring a vengeful spirit that contradicted the so-called will of fire. It was unexpected that not only the child had his own ideas, but even the task person he had dispatched began to voice opinions. "Mikawa, you cannot view this as merely a task. The war has only temporarily ceased, and the attitude of the Cloud Ninja remains unclear. Do you not wish to see the continuation of your clan?" Upon mentioning the continuation of the clan, a look of sorrow crossed Mikawa's face, but it was soon replaced by resolve. "I am sorry, Hokage-sama. Mikawa has disappointed you." Hearing this, Sarutobi understood that pressing the matter further would be futile and sighed. "You may return. I will arrange for others to handle the affairs regarding Shikigami Aoi. Is there something else?" Mikawa, having achieved his purpose, could have remained silent, yet after a moment's hesitation, he spoke up for Aoi. "I believe it is best not to force the issue. I can see that the child is quite resistant to being adopted. It may inadvertently lead to complications." Sarutobi was not a man of stubbornness. Rather, he was somewhat amenable. Otherwise, he would not have repeatedly allowed Danzo to stir trouble, nor would he have been constrained by the so-called advisors of Konoha's upper echelons. It was known that the previous two Hokages ruled with an iron fist, and none dared to voice dissent before them. This was both a strength and a significant flaw. Upon reflection, Sarutobi found merit in Mikawa's words. Yet the troubling behavior exhibited by Shikigami Aoi left him uneasy. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Very well, I can agree to allow him to live independently, but you will need to act as his guardian. Should he cause any trouble, you will be responsible for resolving it. Additionally, due to the village's current financial situation, there will be no allowances. You will have to find ways to manage his living expenses. However, once he turns 6, the tuition for the ninja school will be waived. What do you think of this arrangement?" Mikawa's long face fell instantly. What is the difference between this so-called guardianship and adoption? Aside from not needing to worry about daily discipline, I must cover all his living expenses, and if trouble arises, I will be held accountable. This is merely a change of phrasing. As for the waived tuition, I truly appreciate your generosity. Mikawa could guarantee that even if the child had no money, Hokage-sama would ensure he attended school. Otherwise, all previous efforts would have been in vain. Once the child showcased his talents, all those loyal to Konoha would hope he would grow into a capable ninja to repay the village for its nurturing. Had he fallen into a trap? "Hokage-sama, you grow more cunning with age." A slew of disrespectful thoughts were buried deep within Mikawa. Damn, that old fox. The next morning, Mikawa approached Aoi with a dark expression. "From now on, this is your residence. At the beginning of each month, I will help you collect 2,000 ryo in aid. Furthermore, come next year, arrangements will be made for your schooling, so during this period, behave yourself. If you cause any trouble, do not blame me for being unkind." Having delivered his stern warning, he did not even glance at the bewildered Aoi before turning and leaving without delay. Aoi was perplexed, unsure of how he had offended Mikawa. Or perhaps it was merely a case of him reaching an age of irritability. Nevertheless, he was pleased to accept the 2,000 ryo left behind by Mikawa. He silently calculated that 2,000 ryo was approximately equivalent to 20,000 yen, roughly translating to over 1,200 yuan, with similar purchasing power. Without the burden of rent, a monthly allowance of 1,200 should suffice to keep him from starving. It seemed imperative to devise a way to earn some money. Otherwise, should he indulge in excess, this amount might not be sufficient, especially with nearly a year remaining before he could attend the ninja school at age 6. It would be best not to squander this time. After some thought, he placed 200 ryo into his wallet, then divided the remaining money into several portions. Hiding them in different locations, he secured the door and ventured outside. To be honest, since arriving in Konoha, he had not taken the time to explore. So he decided to wander about and familiarize himself with the surroundings. Although Konoha was the largest and most prosperous village, to his modern sensibilities, it seemed rather mundane and somewhat difficult to adapt to. However, the security was commendable. It was unlikely anyone would dare cause trouble in the village at this juncture. Thus, he strolled leisurely, pausing occasionally to admire the scenery, until he noticed a gathering of people ahead. Why are there so many people? Curious, Aoi squeezed his way to the front and soon discovered the reason for the crowd. Before him stood a bulletin board displaying an astonishing announcement. Effective immediately, the current Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, will resign from his position to be succeeded by Namikaze Minato as the 4th Hokage. Aoi slowly read the notice aloud, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Today marked the day of Naruto's father assuming the mantle of Hokage. He recalled that when Minato became Hokage, Rin had already passed, and Kakashi had even visited the cemetery to share this good news with the deceased Rin and Obito. Realizing this, he let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the ripple effects of his actions had not yet manifested, and everything was still unfolding as per the original storyline. Should he go and witness the commotion? Such a momentous occasion is indeed tempting to experience firsthand. Just as he felt a flicker of excitement, the dormant dog system reactivated after a few days of silence. Ding! A bronze-level self-destructive mission has been issued. Mission title: A Call for Attention. Mission description: raise your voice in opposition during the inauguration ceremony of the 4th Hokage, shouting, "I want to be Hokage." How could these mere mortals comprehend your grand ideals? Let them tremble. Mission reward: Bronze Chest X1, Beginner Skill Card X1. Mission failure: Glory in life, greatness in death. Go forth with peace in your heart. I'll lead the charge. Qingyu exclaimed inwardly, feeling a rush of defiance. After reading the mission, he mentally shouted every greeting that the people of Zwan would use. Dog system, if you think my demise isn't swift enough, just say so. It is easy to imagine how much chaos would ensue if someone dared to disrupt such an important day. Opposing Minato's ascension to Hokage, perhaps 9 lives would not suffice for the consequences. What infuriated him further was that such a reckless mission was merely rated as bronze level. Just 1 tier above ordinary tasks? Is there a fundamental misunderstanding of the difficulty of self-destructive missions by this dog system? If bronze-level missions are already this terrifying, what horrors await at higher levels? Facing the tailed beasts head-on, or engaging the Otsutsuki directly? Never mind, perhaps it is best to contemplate how to pen my last words. With his head bowed, Qingyu trudged toward the Hokage building, feeling utterly despondent, like a soul without purpose. Now, there was no other option available. His age and the talents he had deliberately showcased served as his greatest protection. It is said that children speak without restraint, and given the 4th's character, he should not be executed outright. Damn it, this dog system will eventually be my undoing. At noon, a multitude of people gathered around the Hokage building. Sarutobi and the higher-ups of Konoha stood atop the building, awaiting the ceremony's commencement, while below them, Kakashi and a host of other ninjas stood in front, with the townsfolk behind them. Arriving early, Qingyu found himself in a favorable position, wedged between the two groups. Finally, he spotted the idiot Kakashi that Obito had been so obsessed with, as well as the Azure Beast guy, who almost kicked him out of the story altogether. The familiar attire made Qingyu feel a surge of excitement, but as he recalled the foolish act he was about to commit, the smile faded, and he was engulfed by a shroud of despair. Silence. The cacophony of the crowd swiftly dissipated. An unfamiliar figure began to loudly recount the illustrious accomplishments of Namikaze Minato and his contributions to the village. Qingyu understood that this was to bolster Minato and Appo's image. to assure everyone that the soon-to-be fourth Hokage was far from a fool, but rather wholly deserving of the position. Additionally, it aimed to suppress dissenting voices within the village and intimidate any external threats. Although Qingyu had long been aware of the fourth's prowess, experiencing it firsthand and hearing of the Golden Flash's numerous impressive feats stirred a fervor within him, especially among the ninjas and townsfolk who were already close to Minato. Once the recitation concluded, Minato's reputation soared to new heights. At that moment, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, solemnly removed his Hokage hat and approached Minato. From this day forth, the new Hokage will be Namikaze Minato. Suddenly, a youthful voice interrupted the solemn atmosphere. Wait, I oppose. Who is it? Had they lost their mind? Even Danzo would not dare to voice opposition at such a moment. Who would be bold enough to disrupt the ceremony in front of so many? After the initial shock, a wave of panic swept through the crowd as they sought the source of the dissent. Even the third and fourth Hokage turned their curious gazes toward the gathering. With a sense of dread, those near Qingyu recoiled as if they had encountered a plague, fearing a splatter of blood. The previously crowded area suddenly formed a vacuum, with a small figure standing at its center. To be scrutinized by so many elite ninjas, including 2 former Hokages, was undeniably intimidating. Yet, with no turning back, he had to embrace the recklessness of the mission, for not acting would surely lead to his demise. Determined to maintain his composure, he gazed fearlessly at the third and fourth Hokages. Where did this child come from, spouting nonsense? Someone, remove him. Wait. In an instant, Minato appeared before Qingyu, blocking the approaching Jonin with a swift motion. Minato then displayed a warm smile, gently inquiring, May I ask your name? Shikaka Qingyu. Qingyu? A lovely name. Now, could you share why you oppose this? Qingyu took a deep breath, recognizing that he had gambled correctly. The moment had come to showcase his acting skills. Summoning his courage, he boldly proclaimed, because I am the one who will become Hokage. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the air. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it in. Laughter erupted. What an amusing little brat. You remind me of my own son, who shouts daily about wanting to be Hokage. To have the audacity to say that here, what courage. This kid truly has potential. The previously tense atmosphere transformed into a light-hearted exchange, laughter erupting over the brave declaration of a child. Many found it a source of innocent mockery or playful jests, with countless children dreaming of becoming Hokage. Yet, this child was the first to boldly declare it in front of so many. Even Minato, who had rushed down, wore an expression of mixed amusement and disbelief, internally vowing never to let his future child act in such a manner. It was simply too embarrassing. Yes, I believe you can become Hokage and continue to protect the people of Konoha, but not now. You are still too young, Minato said, shaking his head while affectionately ruffling Qingyu's hair. Upon hearing the notification of mission completion from the dog system, the weight on Qingyu's heart finally lifted. Seizing the opportunity, he reluctantly added, All right, I won't argue with you for now, but when I grow up, you must save the position of 5th Hokage for me. As his youthful words echoed out once more, the laughter in the crowd intensified. A 5-year-old boy aspiring to compete for the title of Hokage against the legendary Golden Flash and already claiming a future spot as 5th Hokage. What could be more amusing? In less than a day, the name Shikaka Qingyu would surely become well known. Yet, Qingyu felt a mixture of humor and despair. If he did not act young and innocent, his life would undoubtedly be forfeit. Thus, even if it meant enduring embarrassment, he vowed to persevere with strength, tears welling in his eyes. Well then, let us agree upon this, future 5th Hokage. As he observed the outstretched little finger of Minato, a fleeting shadow crossed Aoi's forehead. Yet he maintained a facade of joy and sealed the pact with Minato, of course, the 4th Hokage. After this brief interlude, Minato swiftly returned to the rooftop of the Hokage building, ready to continue the unfinished ceremony. However, many eyes still frequently glanced at Aoi, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied their minds. Throughout this, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained composed, quietly assessing the potential ramifications of this farce and its impact on Minato's reputation. From his perspective, Minato's handling of the situation was commendable, and the outcome appeared satisfactory. Once this incident spread, it might provide a more tangible understanding of Minato's approachable image. Yet, despite this, Mikawa, I demand an explanation from you. After casting a discreet glare at the sweating Mikawa in the crowd, Sarutobi donned a smile once more and handed the conical hat, symbolizing the Hokage, to Minato. This time, no opposing voices emerged, and everything proceeded smoothly. When Minato began to deliver his speech, the restless Aoi could no longer contain himself and quietly slipped away. Witnessing his departure, Mikawa gritted his teeth and discreetly excused himself as well. Though such behavior might seem disrespectful to the fourth Hokage, he could no longer restrain his desire to give that little rascal a thorough reprimanding. Ultimately, the significant look from Lord Sarutobi sent chills down his spine. He never anticipated that on the very first day he was forced into the role of guardian, that Brat would create such a monumental mess. If it weren't for Lord Minato's generous nature, not stooping to the level of a child, his position as a special jonin might have been jeopardized. I swear, if I don't teach you a lesson today, I shall return to my hometown and cultivate the land. After making this fierce vow in his heart, Mikawa vanished in pursuit of Aoi's direction. Meanwhile, Aoi, avoiding the crowd and slipping into a dango shop, began to tally his gains from the recent events. Having invested so much effort, he hoped for a commensurate reward. Rubbing his hands together, he promptly opened the reward chest labeled bronze. You have acquired the complete basics of Navy body technique. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind, enlightening him on the nature of this complete basics of Navy body technique. It was as if a pillow appeared just as sleepiness struck. He had been pondering how to enhance his physical prowess, and this complete basics of Navy body technique perfectly filled that gap. By diligently following the methods outlined within, his physique could undergo a significant transformation. Perhaps this reward was not the finest from the bronze chest, but it was undoubtedly the most suitable for him. Next, he examined the primary skill card, which was also a valuable asset for skill upgrades. He had long wondered how to elevate those LV0 abilities, and now he finally had the answer. It seemed that to accelerate his strength, he must embrace even greater recklessness. Counting, he realized he had 3 abilities needing enhancement: inferior self-healing body, thorny halo, and hardening. All 3 were LV0, with thorny halo and hardening serving to bolster his offensive capabilities, while the effects of inferior self-healing body were rather underwhelming. After careful consideration, he decided to apply the skill card to hardening first, as his character was defined by such potential as an exceptional talent. As an unreliable and reckless undercover agent, preserving some trump cards was essential. Thus, he decisively upgraded the hardening skill to LV1 and, seizing an opportune moment when no one was watching, activated the ability to assess its effects. The results were astonishing. Though he had only ascended by 1 level, LV1, hardening, represented a remarkable qualitative leap compared to LV0. Initially, LV0, hardening, could only envelop the skin of one hand. But upon reaching LV1, Aoi found he could instantly cover both arms with the ability, and the hardness had significantly increased. This enhancement was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, just as he reveled in his triumph, a wave of fatigue washed over him, prompting him to hastily deactivate hardening. While the improvement was evident, the energy expenditure had also surged. Given his still undeveloped physique, he clearly could not sustain this for long. Estimating, he reckoned he could maintain it for a maximum of 5 seconds. Any longer would surely lead to collapse. Nonetheless, he brimmed with confidence for the future, believing that once he mastered the complete basics of Navy body technique, this predicament would be resolved, liberating him from the title of the Barbarian King. Just then, his order of 3 color dumplings was served. Please enjoy. Aoi felt as though he could devour an entire cow and promptly seized a skewer of soft, fragrant 3-color dumplings, devouring them in one go. Truly, these 3-color dumplings were delectable. Even Aoi, who had been spoiled by the culinary delights of Earth's great Chinese cuisine, found himself enamored with this treat. Moreover, they were not overly expensive. A skewer costing around 8 taels, roughly equivalent to 5 yuan, made it a guilt-free indulgence. In the blink of an eye, he had polished off 4 skewers, and as he reached for the final one, he unexpectedly noticed a child outside the shop, roughly his size, watching him eat with visible envy. Normally, Aoi would disregard such matters and certainly would not display any kindness. Yet he recognized the clan emblem on the child and Appo's clothing, which struck a familiar chord. Gazing at the emblem resembling a fan, he froze. This is Uchiha? But surely such a prominent clan would not be unable to afford even a 3-color dumpling? After a moment's hesitation, he inexplicably approached the child, holding out the last skewer. Would you like some? No, I'm not hungry at all. Gurgle. Just as the young Uchiha boy uttered his insincere refusal, A loud growl erupted from his stomach. The two locked eyes, and the atmosphere turned awkward. Aoi could see the boy's face flush from the nape of his neck to his forehead, a charming little fellow. Quite unlike the Uchiha clan members who often bore a heavy demeanor. As the boy seemed on the verge of escaping the uncomfortable situation, Aoi seized the moment to stuff the three-colored dumpling into his mouth and dragged him back into the shop. "Sister, please bring us 5. No? Make it 10 more skewers of dumplings." The 30-something-year-old woman, hearing Aoi and Appo's sweet voice, instantly broke into a crescent moon smile, promptly agreeing before bustling away. Meanwhile, the visibly bewildered Uchiha boy contemplated resisting, yet found it difficult to part with the dumpling in his mouth, ultimately yielding to sit beside Aoi. Thank you for the dumplings. But I really must return, or my father will be angry." After silently finishing the skewer Aoi had given him, the Uchiha boy spoke, fidgeting in his seat. "Do you really think I can finish 10 skewers of meatballs by myself?" Qingyu stated, somewhat guilt-ridden. "Not to mention 10 skewers. I could easily consume another 10 if I had the means." Regrettably, his wallet did not permit such indulgence. He had brought only 200 ryo with him, and the 15 skewers of 3-colored meatballs had already cost him 120 ryo. He needed to retain some funds for emergencies. He couldn't spend it all. Upon hearing this, the Uchiha youth hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding against leaving without acknowledgement. Apart from his family, this was the first person who had offered to treat him to meatballs. Typically, others would avoid him upon noticing the clan emblem on his attire. Even the audacious children who dared to provoke him would find themselves swiftly subdued, leading him to adopt an expression that was both impassive and intimidating. Today, in his haste to witness the inauguration of the 4th Hokage, he had departed without any money in his possession, which explained his pause at this location. To his surprise, the boy before him, who appeared to be of similar age, not only showed no fear, but also offered to buy him 3-colored meatballs. This unexpected gesture stirred a different sentiment within him, causing his usual aloof demeanor to dissipate the moment his stomach growled. Moreover, it was worth mentioning that his favorite food happened to be precisely those 3-colored meatballs. "By the way, I don't believe I've caught your name. I am Shirgong Qingyu. 5 years old, recently returned to the village as a war orphan." He broke the silence, inquiring with a curious tone. After a brief moment of contemplation, the Uchiha youth replied, "I am Uchiha Itachi, also 5 years old." Upon hearing that Qingyu was a war orphan, Itachi understood why the boy exhibited no fear towards him, which relieved him internally. Itachi had witnessed the horrors of war himself, having accompanied his clan to the battlefield at the tender age of 4. Thus, he felt a sense of sympathy for Qingyu, believing there might be numerous shared experiences to discuss. However, what Itachi did not realize was that as he began to open up, Qingyu was left nearly speechless, astonished by the revelation of his name. "Uchiha Itachi?" Qingyu never imagined that the child he casually lured into the dango shop with a skewer of 3-colored dumplings would one day become the illustrious Itachi. Previously overlooked, upon closer inspection, he noticed that the boy bore 2 distinct cheek indentations, perhaps tear grooves, which could be considered one of Itachi's trademarks. Coupled with his fondness for 3-colored dumplings, the only missing characteristic was the aloof, expressionless demeanor. "What an amp, Appo's wrong." Noticing Itachi and Appo's momentary daze upon hearing his name, Qingyu felt a twinge of curiosity. "Oh, it's nothing. Just found your name a bit peculiar. Haha, just joking." Qingyu attempted to deflect with an awkward smile. Yet his unusual behavior caused Itachi to furrow his brow slightly, before suddenly exclaiming, "I remember you. You and Appo's, the one who publicly opposed the 4th Hokage during the inauguration ceremony and declared your ambition to become the 5th Hokage." Itachi had found the name somewhat familiar, but at that moment, his focus had been on the war orphans and he had not connected the dots. Now, as memories flooded back, he recalled vividly. Keep it low-key. Speak softly. I fear punishment." Qingyu's heart raced momentarily before he relaxed, covering Itachi's mouth and glancing around cautiously. Itachi signaled his understanding, then brushed Qingyu's hand away, regarding him with the intensity reserved for observing rare creatures. Children speak freely. Moreover, if one lacks dreams, what distinguishes them from a mere fish? Don't tell me you don't aspire to become Hokage. Dream. Hokage. Itachi and Appo's gaze momentarily clouded with uncertainty. He understood that, burdened by the Uchiha bloodline, he would never become Hokage. His dream of fostering harmony between the Uchiha and the villagers, free from discrimination, seemed almost unattainable. Upon regaining his composure, he felt a flicker of envy towards Qingyu, who boldly proclaimed his dreams and pursued them with determination. Here come the dumplings. 2 extra skewers on the house. Thank you, sister. Oh, what sweet little lips. I wonder how many girls will be captivated when you grow up. At that moment, the dango shop owner presented the 3-colored dumplings, gifting 2 extra skewers due to Qingyu's charming demeanor, an unexpected delight. If only she refrained from pinching his cheeks. Eat up, don't hold back. Qingyu rubbed his cheeks, then promptly began devouring the dumplings, 1 skewer in each hand. Truthfully, the initial skewers barely satisfied his hunger. Itachi, momentarily interrupted from his thoughts, felt a sense of urgency as he watched Qingyu indulge with such fervor. He quickly grabbed a skewer of dumplings himself and began to savor them. Delicious. They say boys of this age can eat their parents into poverty. In a whirlwind of appetite, Qingyu and Itachi polished off 12 skewers of dumplings. Itachi, having never experienced such a wild eating spree, began to mimic Qingyu's enthusiastic approach, even feeling a lingering desire for more. Should we get some more? Qingyu, glancing at his wallet with a tinge of regret, feigned generosity. However, Itachi's sense of propriety was more pronounced. Today had already been excessive. If his father found out, he would undoubtedly face punishment. Thank you for the treat, but I truly must head home. If it's not too much trouble, could you tell me where you live? I'd like to treat you to dumplings next time, ones that truly satisfy. After a quick mental tally of his meager savings, Itachi spoke with newfound confidence. Qingyu's eyes brightened instantly. Clinging to Itachi, a powerful ally, could prove beneficial in the years to come. As for the impending betrayal years down the line, Qingyu believed the village would not outright erase his existence simply due to his connection with Itachi, barring any drastic changes in leadership under Danzo. However, the necessary investigations and surveillance would be inevitable. Yet, the potential benefits outweighed such costs significantly. Additionally, his role as an undercover agent posed a dilemma. Should Itachi join Akatsuki in the future, his secret identity could be compromised, leading to a potential rift in their friendship and even danger to his life. After a few moments of contemplation, Qingyu promptly replied, "Of course. I reside at XX in the civilian district. If you have trouble finding me, just call my name." "All right. I'll remember that. Until next time," Itachi said, disappearing into the crowd. Qingyu suddenly felt a pang of melancholy. This wretched mission, this cursed system, how frustrating. Just as he prepared to pay for his meal, he felt himself lifted off the ground. "Who dares to ambush me? Do you realize how narrow your path is? I am the 5th Hokage, appointed by the 4th. If you lay a finger on me, even if you run to the ends of the earth, Lord Minato will have your head." Suddenly, Qingyu found himself at a loss for words when he turned to see who had seized him. "Sanha the Jonin? If I say I was just joking around, would you believe me? How about I treat you to 3-colored dumplings here instead? I assure you, they are exceptionally delicious." Seeing Sanha and Appo's stern expression, Qingyu realized he was in deep trouble. As expected, ignoring his protests, Sanha began to carry him away. However, just then, the dango shop owner, whom Qingyu had affectionately referred to as sister, stepped forward to block their path. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Qingyu felt tears welling up. Indeed, there is true love in this world. "If you can save me today, I promise to relinquish my face for you to mold as you please. Even if it means drowning me in your great generosity, I would willingly accept." Yet, to Qingyu and Appo's dismay, the dango shop owner declared with unwavering authority, "3-colored dumplings, 8 taels per skewer. Please settle the bill." It turned out that Qingyu himself had unwittingly narrowed his own path, although Sanha covered the cost of the last 10 skewers. The grim reality of the 80 taels he now owed made Sanha's displeased countenance even more daunting. Upon arriving home, Sanha slammed the door shut and brandished a particularly fearsome kunai, placing it on the table. Qingyu swallowed hard, glancing at the weapon with a nervous chuckle. "Can't we discuss this civilly? Why resort to knives and threats? What did I say before I left? One day has barely passed, and you've already gotten me into such trouble. How am I to explain this to Lord Hokage?" Sanha, growing increasingly agitated, seized the kunai and pierced it through the table, causing Qingyu to wince at the thought of having to replace it. "It's all a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. Moreover, how could Lord Hokage deign to engage with a mere child such as myself? I assure you, there shall be no next time. When humility is warranted, one must concede." And Qingyu does not believe that his slight frame, hardened though it may be, could withstand the kunai wielded by Mikawa, At least, a level 1 skill is undoubtedly insufficient. It is quite evident that Qingyu's audacity causes Mikawa's facial muscles to twitch in exasperation, yet he cannot bring himself to bully a child. However, the third Hokage still requires an explanation. Were it not for Lord Hokage's magnanimity, do you truly think you would have the opportunity to step outside and enjoy dumplings? Perhaps imprisonment would be more likely. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to apologize to Lord Hokage. Upon hearing this, Qingyu visibly relaxed. After all, a mere apology would not cost him anything significant, just a trivial matter. Yet, before he could revel in his relief, another remark from Mikawa dashed his spirits. Additionally, considering the trouble you have caused, your allowance will be halved next month. If you wish to avoid hunger, you must remain obediently at home. Should there be a repeat of such behavior, even if Lord Hokage were to forgive you, I would not hesitate to end your existence with a single blow. With that, Mikawa scoffed, withdrew his kunai, and turned to leave, entirely disregarding Qingyu's dismayed expression. Apologizing in person is hardly a burden. At most, it would consume a bit of time, but a halved allowance is a serious blow. How could one possibly survive on a mere 1,000 ryo for a month? Would he be reduced to subsisting on instant noodles and expired milk, akin to a future Naruto? Nonetheless, there was a silver lining. Considering the initial 1,000 ryo given by Mikawa, and the fact that many days had already passed this month, if he were frugal, starvation could be avoided. Mikawa likely calculated this factor when imposing such a penalty. How amusingly prideful he must be. Furthermore, if worst comes to worst, he could wait for Itachi to seek him out, perhaps to exploit the wealth of the illustrious Uchiha clan. Surely, they would not quibble over a few thousand ryo. With this thought, Qingyu's spirits lifted once more as he contemplated what to have for dinner. A typical case of remembering only the pleasures of food while forgetting the lessons of discipline. Meanwhile, the third and fourth Hokages were engaged in the transition of duties, with the former providing guidance to the newly appointed Minato, continuing their efforts for the prosperity of Konoha. Upon observing the towering pile of documents awaiting his attention, Minato was left utterly flabbergasted. The alarm bells of retreat rang fervently in his mind. Is this truly everything? Of course not. What lies before you is merely the most urgent portion that requires immediate attention. The remainder will be organized by dedicated assistants and presented once you have tackled these. Sarutobi's smile radiated warmth, akin to that of a benevolent grandfather. Yet, upon hearing this, Minato was left in despair. Nearly tearing his hair out in frustration, how could the responsibilities of Hokage be so overwhelmingly vast? Sarutobi, with a knowing grin, reflected on how swiftly age had caught up with him. Now was the time for these young ones to experience the burdens of leadership, each one clamoring to become Hokage, unaware of the true weight of the role. Just then, a knock echoed through the office. "Come in," Minato called weakly. Mikawa entered, intending to greet the newly appointed fourth Hokage, but upon seeing the mountain of paperwork, he awkwardly hesitated, unable to see past it to Minato seated behind. "Ah, Mikawa, what brings you here to inspect the Hokage's duties? How commendable of you." Sarutobi's tone dripped with sarcasm, causing Mikawa's face to flush crimson. "My apologies, Lord Sarutobi. I have thoroughly reprimanded that mischievous boy, Qingyu, and even halved his allowance for next month. He is aware of his wrongdoing. And tomorrow I shall accompany him to apologize to Lord Minato, the very future fifth Hokage. Mind you, you must guide him well. For should that little rascal fail to become Hokage, the blame will fall squarely on you." Sarutobi had never truly been angered, having lived a long life. He was far beyond being perturbed by the antics of a mere child. Meanwhile, Mikawa stood there, speechless and flustered, devoid of any humor, leaving Sarutobi to ponder the less rosy prospects of his twilight years. At that moment, Minato finally emerged from behind his desk, curious. "Mikawa, is that child yours?" Mikawa instinctively glanced towards the retired third Hokage, an expression of discomfort crossing his face. "Just speak openly. I am merely an old man now. You must clarify who the Hokage is." After receiving Sarutobi's gentle nudge, Mikawa broke into a cold sweat, hastily explaining the situation regarding Qingyu and their relationship. Finally, seeing Minato maintain a smile, unfazed by his earlier indiscretions, he let out a reluctant sigh of relief. Mikawa swore he had never intended to show disrespect to Minato. He fully acknowledged the latter's authority as Hokage. His earlier actions, however, were instinctual and regrettable. A less forgiving individual might have harbored a grudge for quite some time. What a stroke of misfortune. "Ah, I understand now. However, I bear no grudge. You need not impose any further penalties on him, nor does he require to apologize. Furthermore, as I have just assumed the mantle of Hokage, I have much to learn and require the support of exceptional individuals like yourself. So I hope for your continued guidance, Mikawa. As Mikawa exited the Hokage's office, he felt somewhat dazed. He never anticipated that his seemingly disrespectful behavior would be so easily overlooked by Lord Minato, who had adopted such a humble stance, frequently seeking his advice. To be honest, although he was no longer a child acting on impulse, he was genuinely impressed by Minato's demeanor and broad-mindedness. Konoha was truly fortunate to have such a Hokage. Upon leaving the Hokage building, Mikawa instinctively cast his gaze upward. Unbeknownst to him, he had just become yet another staunch supporter of Minato. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi, having witnessed the entire exchange, could not help but reflect that choosing Minato as Hokage was perhaps one of the wisest decisions of his life. Well, Sarutobi-sensei, shall we begin? No, there is nothing further I can teach you, for you will surpass me as an even more remarkable Hokage, fourth Hokage. Sarutobi shook his head, a look of contentment gracing his features as he departed, leaving Minato with a bemused expression, still trying to grasp the events that had transpired. In the days that followed, all remained remarkably tranquil. No hostile ninjas dared to disrupt Konoha, and the ordinary citizens remained blissfully unaware of such matters. Moreover, Mikawa did not fulfill his promise to take Qingyu to apologize, not even showing his face, leaving Qingyu perplexed and suspicious of possible infidelity. Additionally, the anticipated invitation from Itachi to enjoy three-colored dumplings never materialized, leaving Qingyu to ponder whether Itachi had simply forgotten or was otherwise occupied. Nevertheless, Qingyu did not squander these days. He invested a significant portion of his savings in acquiring equipment necessary for physical training. It must be noted that such items were considerably more expensive than food. Had it not been for his charming demeanor, coupled with the recent buzz surrounding a young imp challenging the fourth Hokage for the title, he would not have become the talk of the town, thus gaining certain privileges. Otherwise, he would have been left to scrape by for the latter half of the month. As for the unabashed mockery in the gazes of some, he paid it no mind. True strength finds no leisure in belittling others. Only those too cowardly to voice their disdain resort to such ridicule. Such individuals are hardly worthy of mention. On this day, Qingyu followed his established routine of practicing the Navy body training method to progressively enhance his physique. Frankly, he found the extreme training methods of Guy and Lee to be excessively inhumane. A normal person would likely crumble under such strenuous regimens. Even if one were to endure, the body would be riddled with hidden injuries. Forget about attaining Guy's formidable prowess. Merely surviving a confrontation without incapacitating oneself would be a blessing. On Earth, few martial arts stars manage to retire unscathed. Many are condemned to live their lives in wheelchairs. Although many phenomena in the world of ninjas defy scientific explanation, Qingyu still believes that employing a more scientifically sound and regulated approach to unlock one's physical potential is undoubtedly wiser. Perhaps this method yields results more slowly than extreme physical strain, yet it inflicts far less damage on the body. After concluding his training drenched in sweat, he still had some energy left for further exertion, but chose instead to take a bath and hydrate to relax. The Navy body training method suggests that combining medicinal baths and massages at this stage would yield even better results. However, lacking the funds to procure the required herbs or hire a masseuse, he had to settle for his current routine. Additionally, ever since he began this training regimen, his already substantial appetite had grown insatiable, leading him to spend his post-training hours seeking employment. While the notion of child labor does not exist in this world, after all, Kakashi became a jonin at 12 and began working right after graduating from the Ninja Academy. There are exceedingly few jobs suitable for a 5-year-old. Moreover, as the renowned 5th Hokage, many people enjoyed teasing him rather than offering him work. Yet, fortune favors the diligent, and after several days of setbacks, he managed to secure a temporary job. Thus, he was poised to earn some money. The Hokage Rock, typically devoid of visitors, had recently become bustling due to the appointment of Lord Minato, the 4th Hokage. Numerous craftsmen had gathered to carve his likeness alongside the statues of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Hokages. Although Qingyu lacked the skill to contribute to such artistry, there were still menial tasks available. For instance, clearing fallen rocks from beneath the Hokage Rock. This task was relatively perilous, though the danger was limited, as Qingyu's job involved cleaning up debris after the craftsmen completed their work during the day. It was tiring, yet it did not interfere with his training. and the occasional falling debris served to hone his reflexes. Even if he were unable to evade it, he had his inferior self-healing body and hardening techniques to safeguard him, ensuring that minor injuries healed swiftly. After a day of trial, his performance successfully convinced the supervisor to allow him to continue working. As for his wages, they were settled daily at 200 ryo, excluding meals and accommodation. Translated into currency, that amounted to approximately 120 yuan, a substantial sum for a 5-year-old. Were it not for the job's inherent risks, coupled with the fact that hiring ninjas for such tasks was unnecessary, he would not have been able to earn this money. 200 ryo a day translates to 6,000 ryo a month. If only this job could last indefinitely. As he pushed a cart laden with stones, Qingyu mused on the matter. After all, as a soul trapped in a child's body, relying on welfare would be quite embarrassing. Self-sufficiency was undoubtedly preferable. However, it was evident that this job would not endure for long. The craftsmen would likely finish their work within a month. Perhaps by then, he would discover more manageable and lucrative employment. Overthinking the future was not his style. He preferred to take one step at a time. As night fell, having diligently cleared the remaining stones and dirt, Qingyu walked home with his modest earnings, grinning foolishly. It was rare to find a transmigrator, especially one blessed with a golden finger, in such a predicament. If he were to encounter a senior transmigrator, he would probably bow deeply and utter an apology for bringing shame upon their ranks. In truth, Qingyu did not wish for this outcome. But with a system that seemed intent on causing chaos, he had no choice but to rely on himself if he wished to avoid tempting fate. His only hope was that this troublesome system would refrain from complicating matters until he perfected his life-preserving abilities. Upon returning home, he first checked on the mechanisms he had crafted, ensuring that no one had entered his room during his absence before sighing in relief. He proceeded to wash up and prepare for sleep. He remained uncertain whether a single hair left on the floor would serve its intended purpose, for in this world, formidable ninjas had numerous tricks to infiltrate. However, his primary concern was not those ninjas but rather the petty thieves among the common folk. After all, the civilian district was far removed from the bustling center, populated by a diverse array of individuals, and he could not be sure if anyone had taken notice of him. While theft was one concern, the risk of bodily harm was far more troubling. He would have no recourse should misfortune befall him. Thus, his caution was warranted. After bathing, he stashed away his hard-earned money in a designated spot and gazed at his scarred hands and the shoulder bruised by falling debris, sighing at the difficulty of earning a living. Thankfully, his inferior self-healing body was functioning. Otherwise, he would likely be unable to work the following day. Time for bed. After downing an entire carton of milk, Qingyu belched contentedly and promptly fell into slumber. As he drifted off, a figure stood by the window, illuminated by the moonlight, gazing inside with a complex expression. Had Qingyu opened his eyes at that moment, he would have seen the long-absent Jonin Sanha standing there, lost in thought. Unbeknownst to Qingyu, Sanha had refrained from undertaking missions these past few days, opting instead to observe him from the shadows, including the jeers and jests directed at him, as well as his struggles to find work. In truth, had he not hesitated to mention this predicament to the fourth Hokage, the task of clearing debris would never have fallen to a mere 5-year-old. For the Hokage, it would have been a matter of a few words. The esteemed shinobi of the Sanha clan, known for his unwavering dedication, undertook more than mere tasks. Each day, he would arrive at the Hokage rock before Qingyu, shattering the larger falling rocks to facilitate Qingyu's subsequent cleanup. Without his assistance, Qingyu, with his limited strength, would struggle to manage such laborious tasks. Unbeknownst to Qingyu, he believed himself fortunate, having encountered a benevolent soul and avoided any formidable dangers. Meanwhile, the shinobi remained perplexed by his own concern for a child with whom he shared no significant bond. Initially, when the third Hokage assigned him this task, he had felt resentment and even dared to challenge the Hokage's orders, contemplating abandonment. Yet, now, he found himself performing these acts of kindness voluntarily, realizing that as long as Qingyu did not attract misfortune as he had previously, they could coexist peacefully. Thus, he mused, perhaps he was indeed losing his sanity. With that thought, he vanished, his sigh carried away by the wind. The following day, an early rising Qingyu did not immediately commence his training, but instead set off with a substantial sum of money for a grand shopping expedition. His appetite had grown exponentially, and the daily exertion required for healing his wounds had depleted the household supplies. Thankfully, he possessed the ability to prepare simple dishes, which spared him from incurring excessive costs. As he opened the door, ready to embark on his quest, he was taken aback by an unexpected visitor. Itachi, what brings you here? I mean, why have you only just arrived? I've been waiting for you for days. It was none other than Uchiha Itachi, whom Qingyu had designated as a potential ally. Itachi and Appo's absence had led Qingyu to mistakenly assume his previous friendliness had been merely courteous. I'm relieved. I thought the famous Itachi would forget about me. Seeing Qingyu approach with enthusiasm, Itachi's usual stoic demeanor faltered, and he managed to smile, greeting him. Good morning, Qingyu. I intended to visit the day after our last encounter, but my father assigned me numerous training tasks, which I only completed yesterday. I apologize for the delay. I knew it. I was beginning to think you were avoiding me to dodge treating me to a meal. Perfect timing. I'm planning a large shopping trip today. Would you mind helping me carry some of my purchases? Qingyu interrupted Itachi's explanation, casually draping an arm over his shoulder as they exited. Itachi seemed somewhat taken aback by this display of camaraderie, hesitating momentarily before reluctantly following Qingyu, mindful not to injure him or create any misunderstandings. Itachi was, after all, remarkably mature for his age, with a keen sensitivity to others' feelings, often neglecting his own needs and harboring burdensome responsibilities that weighed heavily upon him. Qingyu's presence provided Itachi with a rare opportunity to unwind, a fact he did not yet recognize. As they departed, two members of the Uchiha clan observed from the shadows. The clan leader had noted Itachi's unusual behavior since his last visit home. Suspecting that it stemmed from his association with this common boy. Continue to follow them. I will report back to the clan leader, one instructed. Humph. How can a proud Uchiha associate so closely with a mere commoner? I say we should eliminate this issue once and for all. After all, he is just a civilian. Despite their harsh words, the recent ascension of a new Hokage had led the clan to consider their next steps carefully. We must not act impulsively. I'll consult with the clan leader first, was the cautionary reply. With a shared glance, they promptly dispersed. Do you have enough money? Itachi asked, nervously clutching his small wallet. He had brought all his accumulated pocket money, roughly 5,000 ryo, but he was unsure if it would suffice. This amount was derived from his frugal lifestyle within a prominent family, where expenses were minimal, yet he still needed to purchase essential items like kunai, which consumed a significant portion of his funds. Should be enough, he concluded tentatively. Great. With your assurance, I feel at ease. I have quite the appetite. Qingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, leading Itachi to contemplate fleeing. If his funds fell short, it would be a source of embarrassment for the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and nodded, adopting a resolute expression. Meanwhile, Qingyu, who had been observing everything, stifled a laugh. Who would have thought that the future legendary Itachi would be so endearingly concerned about his finances as a child? Qingyu was certain that if he captured this moment, it could yield significant leverage in the future. However, he refrained from exploiting such an opportunity, mindful of the dangers it might invite. Arriving at their familiar dango shop, the proprietress's eyes lit up at the sight of the duo. Welcome, young gentlemen. What can I get for you today? Please drop the young. Just call me Auntie. Also, I'll have 50 skewers of 3-color dango. I'll pay, Qingyu declared, his memory of the previous visit's humiliation fresh in his mind. As anticipated, the proprietress's smile faltered at being addressed as Auntie, and she busily resumed her work, grumbling about the lack of charm in today's youth. Humph. I want to stoop to your level, Auntie. With a flick of his hair, Qingyu and Itachi found a small table in the corner. Itachi, still calculating the cost of the skewers, breathed a sigh of relief as he realized the total would be manageable. 50 skewers at 8 each, 400 ryo. Thank goodness. He murmured, likely relieved he wouldn't have to wash dishes afterward. Then, Qingyu mischievously suggested, let us start with 50 skewers to whet our appetites, and afterward, we can try that famous ramen place, Ichiraku. I've heard wonderful things about it, but I've never been. 50 skewers, just an appetizer? Itachi's eyes widened, once again concerned about the potential cost. His worries were not about the money itself, but the embarrassment of falling short. Qingyu, amused by Itachi's predicament yet not intending to be cruel, simply found joy in teasing his future friend, knowing such expressions would be rare to witness again. The skewers arrived promptly, though this time, the promised complimentary items were absent. Humph, poor service. I want to be returning. I'm digging in. With hands clasped in gratitude, Qingyu dove into the feast, his immense appetite evident as he rapidly filled his mouth with the dango, his hunger intensified by the morning's exertions. It was the exaggerated manner in which Itachi was eating that startled him, prompting him to join the fray for food. Within 5 minutes, the 50 skewers of meat were devoured by the two of them. Itachi began to suspect that he was merely whetting his appetite. Boss, another 50 skewers. Itachi started to feel a bit uneasy. After the next 50 were also polished off, a satiated Itachi, clutching his wallet, hesitantly inquired, Another 50 skewers? Another? Nonsense. Let's south go to another place. After consuming 100 skewers without receiving any complimentary items, Au decided that he would no longer patronize this establishment. At the checkout, they spent a total of 800 ryo. Roughly half a month's living expenses for Au. What a luxury. Now, where to next? Ichiraku Ramen. I've been here for quite some time. Yet I haven't been there. By the way, do you know where it is? Itachi nodded in confusion. Are we really going? Aren't you still hungry? To which Au replied, If I don't consume 3 large bowls, I'll perform a handstand and embarrass myself. And thus, with Itachi's bewildered gaze, the two made their way to Ichiraku Ramen. Fortunately, at that hour, there was no one else, granting them the entire place to themselves. Welcome. What can I get for you two? Upon entering, the owner, with his signature squinty-eyed smile, greeted them warmly. Indeed, this is the place. Au glanced at the price list hanging on the wall. Regular ramen was 60 ryo, special ramen 70 ryo, vegetable ramen 65 ryo, pork cutlet ramen 60 ryo, special char siu ramen 75 ryo, egg ramen 65 ryo, soy sauce ramen 90 ryo, rice 15 ryo, and so forth. With this knowledge in mind, Au confidently placed his order. I'll have a special ramen, a pork cutlet ramen, and a special char siu ramen with extra char siu. What will you have? Startled, Itachi instinctively asked, Are you going to eat all of that yourself? Rest assured, if I ordered it, I can certainly finish it. Wasting food is shameful. Wouldn't you agree, sir? The owner, still wearing his cheerful expression, gave a thumbs up in agreement with Au's sentiment. However, Au felt a tinge of regret at not seeing the owner's daughter, as she was indeed quite beautiful. Then, I'll have a vegetable ramen. All right, that's 4 bowls of ramen. Please wait a moment. After they placed their orders, the owner transformed, exuding a presence reminiscent of a grandmaster. No wonder people in his past life would say that the owner of Ichiraku Ramen was the true final boss. And the legend of Otsutsuki Ichiraku was widely known. A ramen eating contest had been held at some point in time, and Au recalled how Hinata would later win with a stunning record of 46 bowls, earning her the title of Queen of Gluttony. The second and third places were taken by Akimichi Choji and Akimichi Choza. Truly embarrassing for the Akimichi clan. If anyone ever claimed that the Akimichi family could eat the most, Au would slap them in the face. In the world of Naruto, Au's appetite was utterly insignificant, merely that of a novice. Slurp, slurp. Ah, delightful. While Itachi had barely finished 1 bowl, Au had already devoured 3 large bowls. To be honest, since arriving in Konoha, this was the first time he felt truly full. Moreover, the ramen from Ichiraku was not only chewy, but the broth was exceptionally flavorful. And most importantly, the portions were generous. Additionally, perhaps seeing them as children, the owner silently added an egg to each bowl of ramen, along with 2 complimentary side dishes. Truly generous. No wonder so many people loved this place. Naruto had even become a lifelong patron of Ichiraku. Noticing that Itachi had nearly finished as well, and that no food had gone to waste, he boldly pulled out his wallet and slammed it on the table, shouting, Time to settle up. Itachi was taken aback and quickly swallowed the ramen in his mouth. Didn't we agree? Haha, I was just teasing you. Besides, you treated me to 100 skewers of dango. If I let you pay for these bowls of ramen, what would that make me? If you consider me a friend, let us not count these things. Sir, bill please. The owner looked at him in surprise, then again flashed his signature squinty-eyed smile, giving Au a thumbs up. That LLB 270 ryo. Thank you for your patronage. Au paid without hesitation and dragged the finished Itachi outside. Meanwhile, the owner, while cleaning up, sighed. The current generation is truly remarkable. What's wrong? You've been hesitant to speak since earlier. Did you get a brain freeze from the food? Itachi clearly had much to say, yet he struggled to find the words. The mention of friendship by Au had stirred something within him. He realized he too yearned for companionship. However, those within his clan would never approve of him befriending an ordinary civilian. If the clan were to discover such an occurrence, which would bring shame to the Uchiha, he knew all too well how they would react, potentially endangering Au. Thus, he hesitated, caught in this dilemma. Nothing. Just feeling a bit stuffed. By the way, weren't you talking about doing some shopping? It's a perfect opportunity for some exercise. Itachi smiled and changed the subject, not wanting to burden Au with his thoughts, preferring to shoulder everything himself. Au, unable to discern Itachi's inner turmoil, decided to let it go, cheerfully leading the future Itachi to the market. He had quite a list of items to purchase, including 500 pounds of rice. Without Itachi's help, he doubted he could have carried it all back. With their arms laden with goods, they were the most conspicuous figures in the vicinity. In the past, Itachi would have likely fled from such attention. However, after interacting with Au, a carefree individual, on 2 occasions, he learned to ignore the peculiar gazes of others. Although still somewhat embarrassed, he persevered and walked alongside Au back home. Thanks. You've really helped me today. I couldn't have brought all this back alone. After setting down the items, Au stretched his muscles and expressed his gratitude to Itachi. After days of training, his physique had noticeably improved, and he felt stronger, a progress that delighted him. It's nothing. I'm just glad to help. To show my appreciation, how about you try my cooking later? Upon hearing that Au wanted to eat again, Itachi's expression changed drastically. He was genuinely full. Next time, perhaps. I should head back. I have training this afternoon. You're quite diligent. Then I want to keep you. Will you come again? Itachi hesitated but eventually nodded. If I have the chance, I will return. As long as you don't pressure me to eat so much. Goodness. Even Itachi is making jokes. Ao was momentarily taken aback and then replied helplessly, Don't worry. I can't afford to eat like this every day. When you come next time, I'd like to ask you a few things. Itachi visibly relaxed at this. No problem, then. Goodbye. Watching Itachi walk away with a light step, Au couldn't help but smile. He sensed that Itachi harbored many thoughts within. Yet, the 5-year-old Itachi had not yet fully developed the aloof character he would later embody. Throughout Itachi's brief existence, one cannot help but notice his profoundly restrained emotions. Aside from his deep-seated guilt towards Sasuke, he held the bonds with his comrades in high regard. Even after joining the Akatsuki, his charismatic persona continued to command the admiration of his peers. Remarkably, even a rogue ninja like Kisame willingly risked his life to shield him from fatal assaults. And it is needless to say that his later partner, Kisame, held him in exceptionally high esteem, cherishing his memory until his last breath. Upon receiving the news of Kisame's demise, Itachi was unable to suppress a single tear. It is evident that some individuals are inherently extraordinary, leaving an indelible mark wherever they go. After a moment of reflection, Aoi gathered his belongings and stepped outside, ready to commence his training for the day. Since it was merely a regimen for physical enhancement, he harbored no fear of being observed. However, he was suddenly struck by a sense of peril, an instinctive awareness of danger that sent chills down his spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a clumsy roll to evade the ambush. 3 shurikens were embedded in the ground where he had just stood. What? A figure suddenly materialized before Qingyu, seemingly astonished that a mere child possessed such acute instincts. Though the assailant had merely struck casually, without aiming for any vital point, the intimidation was nonetheless palpable. Upon noticing the conspicuous clan emblem on the opponent's attire, a chill coursed through Qingyu's heart. Had he not evaded in time, injury would have been unavoidable. It was truly despicable for a distinguished Uchiha to personally resort to attacking a mere child, and even more so to employ a sneak attack. Who are you? As a ninja, how dare you launch an assault on innocent civilians? Are you not afraid that Lord Hokage will learn of this and hold you accountable? Qingyu shouted loudly, hoping to attract the attention of others, while crossing his hands in front of him, ready to face any impending attack. He was acutely aware that if his opponent were to unleash their full strength against him, he would have no escape. Conversely, turning to flee would be the most foolish course of action. Now, we can only hope that the other party will exercise caution. For if news were to spread regarding the Uchiha clan's aggression towards civilians, it would undoubtedly lead to significant repercussions for them. Furthermore, it is worth noting that the Uchiha clan is responsible for the police department of Konoha, tasked with maintaining order and stability within the village. Should the situation escalate, it would become a spectacle of self-destruction. One may indulge in reckless consumption, but one must refrain from speaking carelessly. I have come merely to issue a warning. There are individuals who are not within your reach to associate with. Were it not for the chief's leniency, do you truly believe you would be standing here conversing with me now? The arrogant Uchiha came to cast a disdainful and scornful glance at Qingyu. Upon hearing this, Qingyu felt a heavy weight in his heart. He had not anticipated that merely meeting Itachi twice would provoke such a significant reaction from the Uchiha clan. Moreover, this infuriating attitude was truly vexing. At this very moment, the canine system unexpectedly intervened. Ding! The bronze-level self-destructive mission has been issued. Mission title: Who the hell do you think you are? Content description: Fight to the bitter end. Clash with him. How can you tolerate such arrogance? Take him down. At the very least, make him bleed. Task reward: Bronze treasure chest X1, basic skill card X1, completion exceeds expectations. Additional reward granted: task failure. Unable to handle even the most minor role. Death is simply death. Let there be peace. Qingyu gazed at the other party with a countenance that fluctuated between shadows and light. Having listened to the previous remarks, it was not difficult for him to deduce that Uchiha intended for him to maintain a distance from Itachi. In simpler terms, he was deemed unworthy of being in proximity to the son of the Uchiha clan leader. The primary purpose of this encounter seemed to be a warning. Perhaps they were aware that he had already garnered attention from the fourth Hokage, which is why they refrained from employing excessively aggressive tactics, hoping instead to dissuade him from pursuing further. Should he choose to concede at this moment, Uchiha might let the matter rest for the sake of the fourth Hokage's reputation. However, if he opted to confront them defiantly, it was likely that, even if he narrowly escaped this predicament, future troubles would abound. Yet, this young man was certainly not one to be easily intimidated. Even without the tasks assigned by the dog system this time, he is not inclined to back down. After all, it is merely a pawn. What a bold display. Little brat, what are you staring at? Are these eyes no longer desired? Ha ha. I simply wish to behold what a dog that barks incessantly truly looks like. A foolish endeavor. Uchiha Kan's countenance darkened abruptly as he advanced, poised to chastise the impudent child. Despite Fugaku's taciturn response, merely uttering "I understand" without further instruction, can surmise that the clan head demurred from direct intervention. Thus, he took it upon himself to deliver a cautionary lesson, lest the boy exert a deleterious influence on the clan leader's offspring. Now, with the added impetus of being brazenly insulted by a mere child, Kan's patience had reached its nadir. He resolved to mete out punishment, perhaps stopping short of outright fatality. After all, he was a Chunin, and of the Uchiha lineage no less. Though his Sharingan remained dormant, he was far superior to the common shinobi, particularly when confronting a mere 5-year-old. Victory was assured. He had never contemplated whether he truly understood the intentions of the clan leader. After all, not every member of the Uchiha clan possessed his lofty ambitions, resembling a fool in their arrogance. Qingyu naturally noticed the contempt in the other party's eyes. The more he was underestimated, the easier it would be for his schemes to succeed. What do you intend to do? Qingyu retreated step by step, feigning fear. Uchiha Han, without a hint of suspicion, seemed to revel in the sensation of tormenting the weak. With a resounding thud, Qingyu was abruptly propelled through the air by a sudden kick from Uchiha Han. Although he discreetly braced himself with his hardened arms to mitigate a significant portion of the impact, and the assailant refrained from delivering a lethal blow, the force of the kick still left him gasping, with pain radiating throughout his body. Unbeknownst to him, after executing the kick, Uchiha Han experienced a momentary jolt of pleasure, only to be startled by a sudden pain in his foot, akin to kicking a cactus and getting pricked by numerous thorns. However, this fleeting discomfort quickly dissipated, and he dismissed it without further thought. Meanwhile, Qingyu, having spat out blood, realized that his LV0 thorn aura had, indeed, failed to inflict any substantial damage on his opponent. Yet, he felt no disappointment. Instead, he managed to utter with great difficulty, "The Hokage will not let you escape." Uchiha Han had initially believed that this kick had sufficiently punished the young boy, only to be taken aback by his audacity to invoke the Hokage against him. However, Qingyu's words did not instill fear in Uchiha Han's heart. Instead, they ignited his anger as he repeatedly mentioned the Hokage. It seems that the suffering he endured earlier was not enough. Uchiha Han slowly approached Qingyu, first delivering a punch that sent him sprawling to the ground, and then, like a malevolent spirit, he began to kick fiercely at Qingyu and Appo's frail form. Of course, he had calibrated his strength well, inflicting excruciating pain without the intent to kill. Meanwhile, Qingyu, curled up on the ground, did his utmost to shield his body, gritting his teeth as he awaited the opportune moment to strike back. He had only one chance to act. Failure would spell danger. Thus, he had to endure and endure again. It is often said that those who are ruthless with themselves tend to find greater success, for if one can be harsh on oneself, they will undoubtedly be more severe with others. After delivering a flurry of kicks, Uchiha Han found himself somewhat bored in front of the silent young boy, feeling a sense of futility in his actions. Thus, he bent down, intending to lift the child for one final warning. However, at that very moment, with gritted teeth, Aoi unleashed all of his remaining strength and launched a sudden counterattack. He struck fiercely at his opponent's throat with his hardened right fist. Uchiha Han was evidently startled by this sudden turn of events, yet as a genuine Nin, he swiftly regained his composure. The punch from Qingyu lacked finesse and was merely a hasty attempt. Thus, he managed to evade the blow by sidestepping, although he narrowly escaped. Uchiha Han was seething with anger at nearly being struck by a mere child. The thought of others mocking him if word got out filled him with rage. He resolved to teach the boy a severe lesson to alleviate his humiliation. At that moment, he noticed that the young boy wielded a kunai in his left hand, aimed directly at his head. If this had been a typical adversary, he would have been drenched in cold sweat, for it signified perilous consequences. However, he dismissed the threat, believing that he could effortlessly avoid it, until a gunshot rang out. With a resounding bang, the kunai, dubbed Desert Eagle, emitted a wisp of smoke. The kunai, which Uchiha Han had previously underestimated, pierced through his outstretched hand with alarming speed and lodged itself in his eye socket. "Ah, my hand, my eye." Blood flowed profusely from his hand and eye, accompanied by inhuman howls of agony. Witnessing his pitiable state, Qingyu, gasping for breath on the ground, could not help but feel a tinge of regret. Although it was not a true Desert Eagle, the kunai launched from such close range still possessed formidable penetration. Had Uchiha Han not instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, Qingyu was confident that the strike would have penetrated his skull instead of merely blinding him in one eye. After firing the kunai provided by the system, Qingyu gritted his teeth and clambered to his feet, staggering toward the 3 kunai that Uchiha Han had discarded earlier. Engaging him directly was futile. There was no way he could prevail against a true Nin at this moment. Uchiha Han had been gravely injured, not only due to his carelessness, but also because he had underestimated Qingyu's hidden weapon. Caught off guard, he had suffered a significant setback. However, once Uchiha Han recovered from his pain, Qingyu knew he would struggle to survive. Therefore, to avoid his demise, Qingyu felt compelled to ensure Uchiha Han's end. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. He was getting closer. Qingyu extended his hand toward the kunai embedded in the ground. If he could reload, he would have another chance to counterattack. Just then, a shadow enveloped him. Alarm bells rang in his mind, prompting him to abandon the seemingly attainable kunai and leap sideways with all his might. In the very next second, a figure descended from above, slamming a fist into the ground. It was Uchiha Han, having recovered from his pain. Had Qingyu not dodged in time, that punch would have undoubtedly killed him. Clearly, after enduring the agony of his injury and blindness, Uchiha Han and Appo's desire for revenge had completely clouded his judgment. All thoughts of the Hokage or clan leader were cast aside. His sole intent was to take the boy and Appo's life. Seeing Qingyu evade his attack once more, Uchiha Han, now furious and humiliated, began to form hand seals without a second thought. Si Wei, Shun, Hai Wu Yin. Although his injured hand slowed his seal-making considerably, the fierce anger and hatred propelled him to complete the sequence. Fire style, great fireball technique. In his fury, Uchiha Han unleashed not just a jutsu, but poured all his strength into it. A massive fireball hurtled toward Qingyu with a menacing roar. To be honest, during his previous life watching anime, Qingyu had always thought this technique was slow and easy to dodge, with only moderate power. Yet, in this moment of experience, he was horrified to realize that what he once deemed slow and easy to evade was, in fact, impossible to escape due to its overwhelming area of effect. Though this C-rank jutsu, which Nin could learn, was not cataclysmic in nature, he felt the chilling threat of death. If struck directly, he would perish. Panic surged through Qingyu's mind, propelling him to sprint backward desperately. If he could just reach the safety of a building, perhaps with the aid of his inferior self-healing body and hardening, he might salvage his life. Even in such dire straits, he clung to a glimmer of hope for survival. Moreover, the commotion in the civilian district had escalated to the point where even a C-rank jutsu had been deployed. If he could just buy a little more time, someone would surely come to investigate. If he could hold out until then, even the Uchiha clan would hesitate to act against him. He could do this. encouraging himself. Qingyu and Appo's face twisted in determination as he leapt toward the window. He could already feel the intense heat behind him, even catching a whiff of something singeing. Just as he faced this life-threatening moment, a furious shout rang out. Water-style, water chaos wave. A torrent of water erupted like a waterfall, meeting the colossal fireball head-on. Both were C-rank jutsu, but their contrasting natures meant that only the strength of the user and the amount of chakra determined the outcome. Clearly, the newcomer was far stronger than Uchiha Han. In an instant, the water chaos wave engulfed Uchiha Han and Appo's great fireball, sending plumes of steam billowing into the air. At that moment, as Qingyu rushed into the building, he finally felt the relief of being saved and collapsed to the ground, his tension dissipating. Had no one arrived, he would have questioned the responsiveness of Konoha's forces. Who dares to interfere with Uchiha business? Uchiha Han bellowed in frustration as his decisive strike was thwarted by another. Perhaps the Uchiha name could intimidate many, but it did not faze the newcomer. Huh, Uchiha? What audacity! A mere nin dares to openly attack civilians, especially a child? Even if the Uchiha clan leader were present, I would not hesitate to subdue you here and now. The newcomer was none other than Nin from the Sana clan, who had rushed over upon sensing the battle's disturbance. To his surprise, he arrived just in time to witness a member of the Uchiha clan attempting to kill Qingyu while employing ninjutsu. Though he was merely a special Nin and Qingyu's nominal guardian, as a ninja from the civilian sector, he felt no fear of the Uchiha's might. Very well. Now even the most insignificant of beings dare to bare their fangs at my Uchiha clan. I shall see what you can do against me. However, before he could finish his thought, 4 or 5 figures descended around him, including both ordinary ninjas and Uchiha clan members responding to the commotion, as the Uchiha clan also bore the responsibility of maintaining order. What transpired? Uri, who did this? Upon seeing fellow clan members arrive, Uchiha Han's confidence swelled. Yet, when questioned about his blinded eye, his face twitched awkwardly. He hesitated to reveal the truth, knowing it might jeopardize the assistance of his clanmates. As he had acted on his own accord, upon reflecting on the situation, he chose not to escalate matters further. Yet, his arrogant disposition prevented him from uttering words of concession. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Mikawa and feigned a hardened demeanor, coldly inquiring, "What now? Do you wish to continue the confrontation?" Mikawa responded with a dismissive snort, eschewing idle chatter, and immediately began forming hand seals, asserting through action that this matter would not simply conclude here. Observing the impending conflict, the arriving Uchiha clan members were equally unwilling to back down and swiftly drew their shuriken, some also commencing their own hand seals. Just as the turmoil within the village threatened to reach its zenith, 2 figures donning animal masks suddenly intervened, positioning themselves between the factions and proclaiming loudly, "The Hokage has issued an order. Cease all hostilities immediately and return with us." The abrupt involvement of the Umbu signified that the Hokage was now aware of the situation. In the public eye, no one dared to question the Hokage's authority, not even the resentful Uchiha. Thus, the recently intensified conflict was abruptly quelled, with both parties following the Umbu without resistance. Simultaneously, the grievously injured Aoi was escorted by an Umbu for medical attention. The remainder of the matter would be left to the Hokage's judgment. Meanwhile, in a rather pleasant mood, Itachi returned home only to be summoned by Uchiha Fugaku. "Father, I have returned." Itachi obediently knelt beside Fugaku. "I heard you left early this morning. Who did you meet?" Fugaku and Appo's inquiry caused Itachi's heart to sink. Unable to conceal the truth any longer, he replied candidly, it was a common child, following the Hokage's inauguration ceremony. After recounting the sequence of events, Itachi noted his father's displeasure and quickly added, "Father, you taught me to be grateful and to honor commitments. I have repaid my debt of gratitude and shall refrain from any further mischief." Despite having promised Aoi that he would visit again, Itachi resolved to keep this friendship buried deep within to protect the other party. Seeing Itachi's earnestness and transparency, and noting that the information he received from his subordinates aligned closely with Itachi's account, Fugaku opted not to be overly harsh. "Yes, I am aware of the situation, and you have done well. However, remember that you are the future leader of the Uchiha clan. Revitalizing our clan is your mission. It would be more prudent to devote your time to training rather than wasting energy on irrelevant matters. Do you understand?" Clearly, Aoi's antics during the Hokage's ceremony had left Fugaku with a poor first impression. especially since he had a decent rapport with Minato and disapproved of Itachi associating with someone so prone to trouble. However, Aoi, elsewhere, misjudged the reasons behind Fugaku's sentiments. Yes, father, go now and spend some time with your mother. Itachi nodded in agreement and left, his steps somewhat heavy. Shortly after his departure, a figure arrived bearing troubling news. Clan leader, Uchiha Han acted independently against that boy and has been taken away by the Umbu, along with several clan members caught in the fray. I fear Danzo may exploit this situation against us. Please issue a command. Foolishness. Fugaku's expression darkened after receiving the full report. The Uchiha clan had no justification in this incident, and now they were caught red-handed. How could he possibly extricate them? I recall that Uchiha Han has yet to awaken his Sharingan? Indeed, that is correct. Fugaku pondered and resolved, then he must be sacrificed. Send someone to retrieve the other clan members and refrain from unnecessary chatter. Additionally, ensure his family is well compensated for regardless of his transgressions. I bear an inescapable responsibility as clan leader. And, what of the Hokage? I shall personally go to plead for forgiveness. The esteemed leader of the Uchiha clan making a personal appearance, not only without shielding his clansmen, but also adopting a humble stance while offering ample compensation. Left Danzo's attempts to exploit the situation thwarted. However, the news of the incident would undoubtedly inflict further damage to the Uchiha's reputation. After all, attacking a civilian was an unforgivable crime for any ninja. In a more drastic measure, after Uchiha Han confessed, Fugaku ordered his execution, citing the need to keep the details of the bloodline limit confidential, ensuring that no trace remained for Danzo, who had long opposed them. With the perpetrator deceased, any attempts to tarnish their name would be futile. As for the common folk, they might only mutter he got what he deserved without further repercussions, allowing public opinion to settle swiftly. Thus, the losses were minimized. Regarding the discontent within the clan, Fugaku had to find ways to alleviate it. However, this incident would undoubtedly elevate the notoriety of the name Aoi within the Uchiha clan. It was likely that those who disapproved of him would only increase. On the following day after the attack, Aoi slowly regained consciousness in the hospital ward. The various aches and pains coursing through his body contorted his small face in discomfort. Awake? Aoi was initially startled, but upon recognizing the speaker, he relaxed. Am I in the hospital? Where's that bastard? Mikawa, the Jonin, couldn't help but find the boy's outburst amusing. Whose vengeance was this? To awaken and immediately seek trouble with the assailant. One could only wonder what kind of trouble he would be in as an adult. Yet, recalling the severity of Aoi's injuries and the suffering he had endured at such a young age, Mikawa sighed. If he were in Aoi's position, he too would likely seek retribution. Even the medical ninja treating him remarked that she had never seen such severe injuries on such a young child. The perpetrator was truly a beast. To be frank, had the culprit not been executed, Mikawa would have wished to inflict further punishment upon him. Enough with the curses. The one who attacked you is Uchiha Han. He has confessed and was executed by the clan leader, so there is some closure. The Hokage has deemed it best to let the matter rest, as pursuing it further could lead to greater turmoil. Moreover, the Uchiha have provided generous compensation, not only for your medical treatment, but also an additional 100,000 ryo as recompense. Dead. That is truly a mercy for him. Aoi scoffed, but recognized that minimizing the situation was indeed the most prudent course of action. For the stability of the village, he had no choice but to accept the injustice. Fortuitously, he had managed to retain his life, completed the task assigned by the system, vented some frustrations, and secured substantial compensation. After this incident, his name would surely become well known. After all, he had successfully preserved his life against a middle-ranking ninja from the Uchiha clan, even managing to blind one of his eyes. Such a formidable achievement would set him apart from ordinary folk. Of course, legendary figures like Kakashi were the exception. Yet, he wondered about Itachi. Did he know of this incident, and would he overthink it, adding to his own burdens? By the way, I am curious as to how you managed to blind him with a kunai. Although that guy may not be impressive, he is still a bona fide chunin. Even if he were careless, it shouldn't have been so easy for a child to inflict such damage. Mikawa suddenly turned to Aoi with a question. Qingyu's heart sank momentarily, but he feigned a struggle to recall the events as he spoke. I am not entirely certain. I merely curled up on the ground and endured the blows. However, due to the peculiarities of my physique, I protected my vital areas. When he bent down, I seized the opportunity to retaliate. I remember that my first counterattack was evaded by him, but he seemed oblivious to the kunai I held in my left hand, which allowed me to pierce one of his eyes. The kunai, dubbed Desert Eagle, had long been retracted into the system space, and with no witnesses to contradict him, Qingyu concocted this blend of truth and fabrication, confident that no one would unearth the deception. Mikawa, upon hearing this account, felt an instinctive sense of unease, though it also seemed plausible. After all, it was conceivable that one might fail to react in the throes of arrogance, and this little rascal was indeed cunning, adept at feigning patience before suddenly lashing out. A promising candidate for a ninja, without a doubt. As for the origin of the kunai in his possession, Mikawa had observed several kunai embedded in the ground when he arrived, undoubtedly flung by Uchiha Han. It was entirely plausible that in the chaos, Qingyu had snatched one and hidden it away. Mikawa instinctively filled in the gaps in Qingyu's narrative, realizing that the true peril lay not in arrogance, but in the wild conclusions drawn from it. Consider yourself fortunate this time. I happen to be nearby. Otherwise, your ashes could be scattered in the river by now. After just a few days of quiet, you've stirred up such a tumult, entangling yourself with the troublesome Uchiha clan. Are you perhaps a harbinger of misfortune? Mikawa remarked with irritation. How was I to know that fellow would be so brazen, resorting to ambush from behind? Besides, I did nothing wrong. I am merely a victim of circumstance. Qingyu lamented, feeling genuinely aggrieved. He had not anticipated that his opponent would resort to lethal force, though he acknowledged that his own reckless provocation had contributed to the situation, a point he adamantly refused to concede. Mikawa understood that this incident was not entirely Qingyu's fault, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Regardless of the circumstances, it was best for Qingyu to steer clear of the Uchiha clan in the future. During this interval before school, behave yourself. Endure what you can, understood? Upon finishing his admonition, Mikawa felt an overwhelming fatigue settle in his heart. Despite being merely a nominal guardian, why did he bear such burdens? Qingyu recognized that Mikawa was genuinely concerned for him, even willing to offend the Uchiha clan on his behalf. This kindness was etched into his heart, and he vowed to repay it in due time. Furthermore, experiencing such care was, to be honest, rather pleasant. Thus, Qingyu, for once, refrained from retorting and nodded in acknowledgement, pledging to avoid further trouble, at least for now. After all, he still had that mischievous system within him, constantly tempting him to court danger. I must take my leave. Lord Hokage awaits my mission report. The compensation from the Uchiha will be held with me until you are discharged and healed. Though his tone remained icy and his expression stern, Qingyu detected the underlying concern. Furthermore, the sum of 100,000 ryo was no trifling amount. With this windfall, he would not only alleviate his worries about food and clothing, but could also allocate some funds for medicinal herbs to enhance his foundational skills. In essence, this reckless endeavor had yielded a significant reward. Once Mikawa departed, Qingyu found himself alone in the hospital room. He immediately immersed himself in the system, having narrowly escaped death to complete his task, and now the rewards awaited him. Upon accessing the dog system, a series of notifications appeared. Task completion, moderate, rewards adjusted. Task rewards granted, bronze treasure chest X1, basic skill card X3. He was astonished that despite blinding a chunin and nearly incapacitating one of his hands, the completion was only rated as moderate. This dog system had unreasonably high expectations. Qingyu couldn't and oppose. He help but grumble, yet his body, obedient as ever, opened the bronze treasure chest. Opening bronze treasure chest, acquired martial arts technique bare knuckle fighting instantaneously. A wealth of martial knowledge flooded his mind, and the inscription, bare knuckle fighting, LV0 appeared on his tombstone. As he absorbed this knowledge, he realized that this bare knuckle fighting was akin to the fist in the world of Bleach. Slash pertains to swordsmanship, fist denotes bare knuckle fighting, step refers to Shuinpa, while ghost signifies kid. Although bare knuckle fighting may not be as renowned as the other three arts in the realm of Bleach, mastery would lead to a qualitative leap, such as the combat technique that merges with Kid, Shunko. While Qingyu did not possess knowledge of Kid, the existence of the dog system rendered all growth possible. Moreover, even setting aside Shunko, bare knuckle fighting was an exceptional martial art, a boon for someone like him who was desperately lacking in combat techniques, allowing him to hone his body while learning martial skills. However, practicing bare knuckle fighting openly would be imprudent, as he would struggle to explain it. Next came the basic skill cards granted as additional rewards after the upgrade. Each basic skill card could elevate an ability to LV3, so he needed to deliberate carefully on where to allocate them. If he aimed to enhance his survival capacity, upgrading hardening to level 3 would be the most advantageous choice. However, given his current physical condition, even if hardening reached LV3, he could not fully utilize its potential. Conversely, Thorn Halo was rather impractical for him at this stage. Upgrading it was unnecessary, as it was a late-game ability that truly shone only after accumulating substantial health. Thus, the remaining options were between inferior regeneration and the newly acquired bare-knuckle fighting. After much contemplation, Qingyu selected one ability. Inferior regeneration was upgraded directly to LV3, and its recovery rate increased from double to quadruple. A fourfold enhancement in regenerative capacity was indeed remarkable. This meant that injuries requiring 3 days to heal could now mend within just several hours. Furthermore, inferior regeneration could also repair hidden injuries to some extent, making it exceptionally suited for his upcoming training period, significantly saving time. Of course, the trade-off was an increased expenditure of stamina, but this could be remedied through ample nourishment. With the 100,000 Ryo from the Uchiha's compensation, he had more than enough to sustain his training for an extended period. He also contemplated whether he could enhance the ability levels through training without relying on skill cards. If feasible, he could use this method to elevate bare-knuckle fighting, thereby conserving skill cards for other abilities. He then endeavored to accelerate his self-healing capacity. After upgrading inferior regeneration to LV3, he experienced a marked clarity. He felt a warm current coursing through his body, and the injured areas began to itch. However, it wasn't long before hunger struck him, clearly indicating that the newly upgraded ability demanded more stamina. This was also largely due to the fact that he had not eaten all day. Thus, he decisively halted his activities. He merely wished to test the effectiveness of the ability and did not want to draw any undue attention or suspicion. If he were to reveal too much, it might raise questions about his connection to the Senju clan, and that could lead to trouble. A week passed in the blink of an eye. It must be said that while the medical facilities in the world of Naruto may not appear as advanced as those on Earth, the existence of medical ninjutsu significantly compensates for this shortcoming, yielding astonishing results. After a week of recuperation, the bedridden Eo, who felt as if he could mold into the bed, was finally granted permission to be discharged. Moreover, the elusive Mikawa appeared before him at the earliest opportunity. "Come, follow me to a place," he instructed. Eo did not refuse. He had no reason to do so, for if Mikawa, a jonin, had intended him harm, he would have perished long ago. If there were anyone in Konoha whom he could temporarily trust, aside from Mikawa, it would be Itachi, who had nearly led him to the afterlife after just a couple of encounters. Eo anticipated that Mikawa would take him to a secluded location to discuss important matters. However, to his surprise, Mikawa led him to a bustling commercial street and directly into a barbecue restaurant. After settling into a seat, Eo regarded him with a puzzled expression. Mikawa, slightly uncomfortable under Eu's gaze, explained, "The hospital staff mentioned you were lacking in nutrition. Coincidentally, I just received a payment and thought to treat myself, and you as well." Hearing this, Eo could not help but chuckle. If you wish to treat him to a nice meal, why not just say so directly without all the circumlocution? Nevertheless, he decided not to confront Mikawa about his embellishments and accepted it as it was. The vibrant charcoal flames and fresh beef almost made Eo forget he was not on Earth. "Let's dig in," Mikawa declared, laying out slices of meat on the grill. And soon the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, igniting Eu's appetite. Indeed, he was quite hungry and began to feast heartily. Mikawa, on the other hand, ate slowly, savoring a small jug of sake while skillfully grilling the meat to perfection. Before long, Eo had consumed nearly 80% of the 5 servings of barbecue. Yet Mikawa seemed unfazed and ordered another 5 servings. As a special jonin, even with his humble origins, Mikawa earned a substantial income each year, and indulging in barbecue daily was hardly a concern. Since Eo enjoyed the food, he was generous. As they dined, Mikawa casually remarked, "To become an exceptional ninja, possessing a strong physique is indispensable. Your recent self-initiated training was commendable, but you must also ensure proper nutrition. Otherwise, your efforts will yield diminishing returns. I have applied to Lord Hokage for a monthly stipend of 5,000 Ryo for you, but this is not a handout. Once you graduate and become a genin, you will need to repay this amount through missions." With his mouth full of meat, Eo could hardly refuse such a generous offer, nodding vigorously in agreement. Unbeknownst to him, this so-called stipend was entirely funded by Mikawa himself, with no ties to the Hokage or Konoha. The notion of repayment was merely Mikawa's way of instilling a sense of responsibility and motivation, preventing Ayu from becoming complacent. Time passed, and Ayu devoured 20 servings of barbecue, while Mikawa slowly finished 10. After draining his last cup of sake, the meal came to an end. By the way, I have assigned your previous job to someone else. While I do not endorse your decision to work, I respect your autonomy, so I will refrain from further discussion. Just remember, though being a ninja is fraught with danger, it also allows you to seize control of your destiny and acquire wealth more easily. Do not forsake your true path or squander the talents bestowed upon you by fate. Ayu nodded and replied earnestly, I will remember. Thank you. Having spent such a long time in the hospital, he was acutely aware that time waits for no one. And he had mentally prepared himself. I have other matters to attend to, so you may return home alone. The compensation from the Uchiha has already been placed at my residence. Additionally, the security situation in that area has improved significantly, though I advise against wandering about carelessly. If you cause further trouble, I shall have no choice but to expel you from the village. Having interacted with Mikawa for some time, Ayu had come to recognize him as a man with a sharp tongue yet a kind heart, who struggled to express his true feelings. Unbeknownst to him, he had developed a sense of admiration for this unassuming middle-aged man. Were their positions reversed, he doubted he could perform any better. However, the burdensome undercover mission loomed over him like a thorn in his throat, rendering him unable to advance, retreat, or reveal his heart to anyone. At times, he pondered how he would confront Mikawa if his undercover identity were ever exposed, a thought that weighed heavily upon him. Meanwhile, Itachi had been placed under house arrest. Although he was unaware of the specifics, the mood among the clan members had been unsettling lately. Itachi felt an inexplicable unease but could only bottle it up as he continued his studies and training as usual. One day, Fugaku introduced a young boy, claiming he would be Itachi's instructor moving forward. This was Uchiha Shursui, a prodigy within the clan who had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan at a young age. After introducing Shursui, Fugaku turned to him and said, I leave Itachi in your care. Do not disappoint me. Yes, sir, Shursui replied. Once Fugaku departed, only Shursui and Itachi remained in the training ground. I am Uchiha Shursui. I look forward to working with you, he said with a warm smile that was easy to like. However, Itachi's enthusiasm was lacking, and he responded coolly before hesitating to ask, have you truly awakened the Sharingan? Or is it the three-tomo? Given that Shursui appeared only slightly older than himself, Itachi's inquiry was reasonable. It was worth noting that not every Uchiha could awaken the Sharingan. Some individuals reached their 20s or 30s without even achieving a single tomo, rendering them not true Uchihas. In response to Itachi's question, Shursui simply smiled, and, in an instant, his gentle eyes transformed into the crimson three-tomo Sharingan. The evidence spoke louder than words, and actions held more weight than mere assertions. Itachi was evidently taken aback. Even as the son of the clan leader, often hailed as a genius, he could not guarantee when he would awaken his own eyes or reach the level of three-tomo. Thus, upon confirming this, Itachi began to trust in Shursui's ability to guide him. Yet, at this moment, Itachi was unaware that the three-tomo was not the pinnacle of the Sharingan. The true power of the Uchiha clan lay in the Manjiki Sharingan. Shursui, may I call you that? As you wish. But I think addressing each other by name suffices. What do you think, Itachi? Itachi nodded, feeling he no longer regarded Shursui as a stranger. However, Shursui noticed Itachi's troubled demeanor and asked, you seem to carry many burdens. Would you mind sharing them with me? Perhaps I can offer some advice or assistance. Whether it was Shursui and Appo's amiable demeanor or Itachi and Appo's genuine desire to know, he found himself asking, I would like to know what has been happening in the clan lately. Why has father forbidden me from leaving the compound? Upon hearing the news, Shursui and Appo's smile noticeably faded. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that there was nothing untoward about discussing the matter. He recounted the incident where Uchiha Han ambushed a civilian child, even resorting to ninjutsu in an attempt to annihilate him, only to be apprehended by the Umbu in the act. Following the escalation of the situation, clan leader Fugaku personally accepted responsibility and executed the wayward clan member, subsequently issuing an order to restrain clan members from causing further disturbances in the near future. Perhaps this is why Fugaku placed you under house arrest. He fears for your safety outside. As Shursui finished his account, he suddenly noticed Itachi's complexion turn an ashen hue, as if he had been struck by some devastating revelation. Was the child who nearly lost his life named Shikami Aoi? The moment Itachi uttered this question, An ominous aura enveloped him, and his eyes seemed to harbor a desperate yearning to unleash a tadpole from within. Shishui's expression shifted to one of seriousness, having undergone a similar experience. He recognized this as a sign of impending awakening. With just a small provocation, Itachi would be able to activate his Sharingan. It seemed that the Shikami Aoi must hold significant importance to him. Shishui realized this with sudden clarity. After a brief hesitation, he nodded affirmatively. A moment later, the single Tomo Sharingan materialized instantaneously. Although the news of Aoi's demise had not reached him, the fact that just as he departed, one of his clan members had gone to slay a friend he valued was an immense shock to Itachi. Furthermore, upon returning home, Fugaku immediately inquired about the situation, compelling Itachi to ponder whether the orders had come from his father. Under the weight of intense emotional turmoil, Itachi and Appo's Sharingan was ultimately awakened. Though not as a fully developed double tomo as in the original narrative, the event occurred a full 3 years earlier. This starkly illustrated the depth of Itachi's emotional upheaval. Had Shishui not revealed the truth, he would have remained blissfully ignorant of the circumstances. Throughout the unfolding events, the father he respected had remained utterly silent, as if nothing had transpired. He even casually sought out mentors for him. This pierced Itachi's heart. Despite his assurances to avoid further encounters, why did his father persist in such actions? Was he all right now? Though he had sustained severe injuries, timely intervention had likely ensured his survival, with clan leader Fugaku providing generous compensation. After several deep breaths, Itachi managed to regain his composure, and the signs of his Sharingan gradually faded. Fortunately, Aoi had survived. Otherwise, Itachi knew he would bear the weight of guilt for a lifetime. The initial awakening of his eyes left Itachi feeling profoundly fatigued, but it was the turmoil within his heart that troubled him most. Shishui, I implore you to keep this secret. I do not wish to disclose the activation of my Sharingan to my father just yet. Observing Itachi's resolute and earnest demeanor, Shishui seemed to grasp his intentions and nodded silently, assuring him that he would not disclose today's events. Thank you. Itachi appeared to exhale with relief, yet the next moment, he nearly collapsed to the ground. It is normal to feel weak after just awakening your Sharingan. However, once you adjust to this newfound power, such sensations will dissipate. Let us conclude our conversation for today. I shall escort you home. Shishui had not anticipated that his mere guidance would lead to Itachi successfully activating his Sharingan. This experience left him feeling both amused and bewildered, and he found himself increasingly curious about Shikami Aoi. Initially, Kakashi enrolled in the Ninja Academy at the age of 3, graduated at 5, became a Nin at 6, and ascended to Nin by 12. Kakashi and Obito were contemporaries, with Obito being 1 year older, meaning he likely joined the academy around 4 years of age. Thus, one can infer that during that era, children, amidst wartime, began attending the academy at ages 3 to 4. Rin was of a similar age. Assuming Shishui also started at the academy at 3 to 4 years old, and referencing Itachi's true story, we learn that in the 46th year of Konoha, Shishui became a genin. Notably, before Itachi, no one had surpassed Kakashi and Appo's record for shortest graduation time, implying Shishui took at least 3 years to graduate. Consequently, in the 46th year, Shishui would have been approximately 6 to 7 years old and had already awakened his Sharingan. Guy graduated at 7 and Yamato at 6. Furthermore, in the 47th year of Konoha, Shishui killed his closest friend, awakening the Manjiki Sharingan. In the 48th year, a mere 5-year-old Itachi first encountered Uchiha Shishui. Some say Itachi and Shishui grew up together, which is possible, but this narrative adheres to the account in Itachi's true story. So please do not take it too literally. At this time, Shishui would have been approximately 8 to 9 years old, 3 to 4 years senior to Itachi. This data seems to align with common understanding. As for whether Shishui was a Nin at this point, I cannot ascertain. For Kakashi's promotion to Nin at 12 was already legendary. If Shishui had risen to Nin even earlier, it would likely have been mentioned in the original narrative. Yet there appears to be no such reference. I even encountered several posts claiming Shishui became a Nin at 7. However, the basis for this remains unclear. One post stated that Minato became a Nin at 8, leaving me utterly confused. As is well known, Minato graduated from the academy at 10. Did he achieve Nin status 2 years prior? What kind of academy is this? Qingbei? In episode 674, Itachi, at the age of 8, alongside Shishui, participated in a training exercise, during which it was noted that Shui had already attained J-Nin status. Thus, I speculate that Shui likely became a J-Nin at 11 to 12 years of age, aligning with Kakashi's age at promotion. This would place the event in the 51st year of Konoha, where Shui had yet to gain significant renown, even among the Umbu operatives. Moreover, in episode 674, Shui explicitly stated while carrying Itachi home that he regarded Itachi as a younger brother and hoped to be seen as an older brother in return. This implies that Shui did not grow up alongside Itachi. Otherwise, such a statement would not have been made. Thus, it is more plausible that Itachi met Shui at the age of 5, and they spent approximately 3 years together. In summary, it can be inferred that Shui was born in Konoha's 39th year, or perhaps slightly earlier, coinciding with Kakashi's graduation from the academy. Remarkably, he awakened the Manjiki Sharingan at the tender age of 8. What an impressive feat. In the 55th year of Konoha, Shui committed suicide at the age of 16. Having gained notoriety as Indapos, Shui the teleporter Indapos, during the period between 12 and 16. With the compensation of 100,000 ryo from the Uchiha clan, Aoi enjoyed a comfortable life, indulging in ample meat to replenish his stamina and acquiring necessary training equipment. However, the cost of medicinal supplies proved exorbitant, while 100,000 ryo seemed substantial. A single medicinal bath required a minimum of 5,000 ryo. Calculating this, 100,000 ryo would only suffice for approximately 20 days, assuming optimal conditions. Consequently, Aoi began to suspect that the medicinal bath detailed in basic marine strengthening techniques might not be widely accessible. After all, how could the lower-ranking Marines afford such expenses? If the Marine headquarters were to cover the costs, the annual military budget would certainly reach astronomical figures. It is conceivable that this accompanying medicinal bath was intended solely for the offspring of affluent families or promising second-generation military personnel. The exorbitant expenses momentarily led Qingyu to reconsider his previous intention of languishing for 5 or 6 years in the Ninja Academy, a rather uninspired plan. After all, he had no genuine desire to infiltrate Konoha. His original vision was merely to exist as a low-ranking ninja, a state that would keep him distanced from critical intelligence and significant missions, thereby ensuring he would not attract undue attention. He even contemplated remaining a genin indefinitely. For is it not said that the true strength of Konoha lies within its genin, whose abilities surpass even those of the Kaguya? He aspired to become a genin more formidable than those at the Kaguya level. Such a status would greatly enhance his self-preservation skills when he inevitably embarked on the perilous tasks assigned by the system. After all, before the rise of the formidable youths of Naruto's generation, who would truly regard a mere genin with any measure of seriousness? In a secluded area far from the civilian district of Konoha, Qingyu was diligently practicing against a wooden post. Do not misconstrue his actions. He was merely honing his skills in unarmed combat, dubbed White Strike. At level 0, White Strike had only imparted the rudimentary knowledge of its techniques. The practical application in real combat required his own diligent effort. Of course, the situation would differ if he were to acquire more skill cards. This secluded spot was a veritable treasure trove he had discovered after extensive searching, for it was seldom frequented by others, thus minimizing the risk of exposing his training in White Strike. While it was inevitable that this martial art would eventually come to light, he was willing to delay that revelation for as long as possible. When the time came for inquiries, he could modestly showcase some of his abilities, attributing his unique style to his innate talent, claiming it was merely the result of random practice that had serendipitously evolved into a distinctive discipline. After all, genius is often afforded certain privileges. Consider the terrifying forbidden techniques developed by the second Hokage, including the ability to revive the dead, compared to the extraordinary talents of his predecessors, creating a martial art that diverged from gentle fist and strong fist, focusing more on technique, was hardly remarkable. In truth, few truly valued martial arts as a vital aspect of life. The rhythmic sounds of bang, bang, bang resonated throughout the clearing as Qingyu, drenched in sweat, diligently followed the knowledge in his mind, engaging in repetitive practice. Unfortunately, his foundation was lacking. The notion of being a genius was merely a fade he had constructed. Having lived 2 lives without ever encountering such combat, he had no choice but to adopt this clumsy method, mechanically imprinting these patterns and techniques into his muscles. gradually assimilating them into his being until they became instinctual responses in battle. If he could train to that extent, he believed that even if his white strike level did not fully ascend, it would nonetheless reach a commendably high standard. Regrettably, he had no remarkable talents, particularly in martial arts. After practicing for over half a month, his white strike remained at level 0, seemingly stagnant, as if the system did not acknowledge his efforts. Yet Qingyu found this prospect rather unreasonable. He was determined not to rely solely on the system, insisting that he must prove this path was viable. Hard work could indeed compensate for a lack of innate ability. Individuals like Li and Guy had already demonstrated that this principle was not mere rhetoric. Thus, he attributed the lack of progress solely to his insufficient diligence. Were it not for the singularity of his life, he might have been tempted to recklessly test the limits of failure, curious to see whether the system would self-destruct and whether that would implicate him in the aftermath. Consequently, the bang he produced today extended an hour longer than yesterday. By the time Qingyu returned home, his arms marked with wounds and fatigue weighing heavily upon him. He felt utterly unwilling to move. Yet, in his quest for survival in this unfamiliar world, he gritted his teeth and rose again, skillfully boiling water and tossing bags of medicinal herbs into the tub he had purchased. Once the water reached a boil, he adjusted the temperature to approximately 45 degrees, a rough estimate, to be sure. Then he immersed himself entirely, relishing the process of revitalizing his muscles, alleviating pain, dispelling fatigue, and replenishing the energy expended during his rigorous training. The medicinal bath described in the Navy body conditioning method was not an extraordinary remedy. It could not transform him into a paragon of vitality after just a few sessions. Perhaps the system possessed such capabilities, but this bath certainly did not. Its effects were merely to replenish the physical deficits incurred from intense training and to heal internal injuries, invigorating every cell with life and vitality. A healthy and energetic body was undoubtedly one of the best conditions for laying a solid foundation. Moreover, the level 3 inferior self-healing body occasionally manifested its effects, enabling Qingyu to possess a physical foundation superior to that of many so-called geniuses. He was confident that with sustained effort, his body would gradually become increasingly refined. The only downside was that the process of soaking in the medicinal bath was not particularly comfortable. Rather, it brought forth a sensation akin to needles piercing his skin. This was a normal reaction as his body absorbed the medicinal properties, and once the effects permeated, the discomfort would subside. By the time the prickling sensation diminished completely, over half an hour had passed, and Qingyu emerged feeling refreshed. However, his expression soon soured. 3 days later, in that same secluded sanctuary belonging solely to Qingyu, he executed a remarkable maneuver. A small figure suddenly leapt high into the air, utilizing the strength of his waist and hips to rotate his body mid-flight, then delivering a powerful kick to the head of the wooden post. With a resounding thud, the sturdy post trembled violently under the force of his strike. Upon landing, Qingyu's face lit up with joy, excitement radiating from him, for he had just heard the long-awaited notification from the system. His white strike had successfully advanced to level 1. Remarkably, this achievement was attained without any external assistance, solely through the diligent cultivation of his own efforts, progressing step by step to reach this level. This validated his hypothesis. He could indeed enhance his abilities without relying on the system. Moreover, he found himself preferring this grounded approach to improvement, as opposed to the reckless pursuits the system often compelled him to undertake. Although the progress was vastly slower, the safety and absence of peril made it all worthwhile. Yet, as is often the case, the system could not remain inconspicuous for long, and he was certain of this fact. Reflecting on the numerous perilous tasks he had already completed, each one had danced on the precipice of death. Success yielded ample rewards, while failure necessitated a frantic search for another chance to traverse realities. Perhaps before the commencement of the academy, he could elevate White Strike to level 3 or even higher. However, Qingyu's initial excitement was abruptly overshadowed by a wave of melancholy. The medicinal herbs he had purchased had run out 2 days prior, and the 16 days of medicinal baths had cost him a staggering 80,000 ryo. The remaining funds have been expended on training equipment and daily sustenance, leaving him with merely 2 sets of clothing, one for today, to be washed and worn again tomorrow, and so on in this repetitive cycle. Currently, he possesses only a few thousand ryo. It is a challenge not only to acquire medicinal herbs, but even to afford his meals. Fortunately, Tomorrow marks the beginning of a new month, and the shinobi from the Sanha region should be delivering the relief funds, which will alleviate some of his immediate concerns. Money. Why is it that on Earth, he fretted daily over how to earn it, and now in this world, he finds himself in the same predicament? Qingyu feels profoundly disheartened. It seems that regardless of the realm one inhabits, financial constraints render one immobile. Moreover, the adage the poor in literature and the rich in martial prowess rings true. Aspiring to be a ninja inevitably incurs substantial expenses. It is no wonder that commoner ninjas are often overlooked, with only the occasional prodigy emerging, while the prestigious clans monopolize the majority of exceptional talents. Consider the disparity. Two individuals of equal aptitude. One enjoys daily feasts, lives in comfort, and has no worries regarding training necessities, able to focus solely on honing their skills. The other, however, subsists on meager rations, lacking even the most basic nutritional support, hesitating for an eternity before purchasing a kunai for practice. What outcome can one expect? The latter's potential remains entirely unrealized, while the former is heralded as a genius. Consequently, this leads to a scarcity of formidable warriors among commoner ninjas. Exceptions do exist, such as the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, who nearly ascended to the position of Hokage. Yet, one must consider their mentor, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the illustrious third Hokage. Their comrades were Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, truly a privileged background. With such a foundation, it is sufficient to bridge the gap created by their humble origins. Of course, the diligence of both Orochimaru and Jiraiya cannot be dismissed. Moreover, let us not forget the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who also hailed from a common background, devoid of connections or bloodline limits. However, his mentor was the already renowned Sannin, Jiraiya. Furthermore, Minato's talents are among the finest in the entire ninja world. Upon mastering the flying Raijin technique, which had eluded others since the demise of the second Hokage, he not only grasped it but excelled, earning the moniker Konoha and Appo's Yellow Flash during the Third Great Ninja War. This reputation compelled the various ninja villages to issue orders permitting their shinobi to abandon missions upon encountering him. Such talent, coupled with a calm demeanor, is truly a rarity. And then there is Guy, whose story is one of unyielding perseverance, achieving remarkable feats through sheer tenacity and ordinary talent, ultimately shocking everyone and vindicating his father. Yet, at this point, Guy remains a naive youth. As Qingyu strolls through the bustling streets of Konoha, he gazes about restlessly. Following the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha has reaffirmed its dominance, with only the Hidden Cloud village still resisting. It can be said that the war has reached a temporary cessation, bringing smiles back to the faces of the villagers and heralding a new baby boom. Everything seems to be returning to normalcy, progressing in a positive direction. Yet, Qingyu finds himself pondering how to amass a significant sum of money once more. Perhaps, a visit to the Uchiha compound could yield some medical funds? No. He quickly dismisses this tempting thought. After all, he has his pride. More importantly, he fears that the system might issue a reckless mission to assault the Uchiha compound, or that an Uchiha, finding him displeasing, might truly eliminate him. That would be unfortunate indeed. The path of provoking the Uchiha is fraught with peril, and with Itachi absent from his life for some time, likely under house arrest, what other avenues remain for earning money? He has all but abandoned the prospect of employment, as a few thousand ryo per month no longer holds any allure for him. He is now Qingyu of the Four Palaces, brimming with ambition. After toiling for an entire month, he cannot even afford a single medicinal bath. What effort is worth such meager returns? Training diligently seems far more appealing. Perhaps seeking assistance from the shinobi of Sanha? That could indeed be a possibility, as they likely possess ample resources. Yet after some contemplation, he shakes his head. The shinobi of Sanha have already provided him with enough support. Even during his misadventures, they have consistently come to his aid. Burdened by such debts of gratitude, Qingyu finds himself at a loss regarding how to reciprocate, feeling unworthy to ask for further assistance. Thus, after much reflection, it appears that the only viable yet riskiest approach remains, to leverage the medicinal bath formula he possesses for profit. After all, he has personally experienced its remarkable effects. It is exceptional for laying a solid foundation for children, ensuring they start ahead in life. There is a saying that claims money from children and women is the easiest to earn. However, a paramount concern looms. Will he even survive to spend it? The world of ninjas is far from the legally structured society of Earth. Here, strength reigns supreme, and might dictates respect. If a mere child like him were to approach others for collaboration, being dismissed would be the mildest outcome. The greater likelihood would involve having his formula seized and his life extinguished. After all, an orphan of war is of little consequence. It is not just the Uchiha clan that is overbearing. This is one of the significant reasons he has refrained from exploiting the formula for profit. Alas, he finds himself without alternatives. He cannot wait for several years until he possesses the strength and confidence to unveil it, as that would be far too late. By then, he would likely no longer require such means to earn a living. Thus, only one path remains: to seek wealth through peril. Sacrificing long-term benefits for immediate gains and rapid strength enhancement is the most suitable option for him at this juncture. As for the potential risks and doubts this method may bring, he can only contemplate them later, striving to extricate himself from danger. But with whom should he collaborate? Almost immediately, Qingyu thinks of the shinobi of Sanha. He trusts that anyone could betray him, but the shinobi of Sanha would not. Collaborating with them would yield greater rewards. The issue, however, is that the shinobi of Sanha are of commoner origin, lacking connections, business acumen, and the capacity for significant investment. Most importantly, Qingyu fears for their safety. After all, money stirs desire. Should the venture prosper, how could a special shinobi of common birth stand against the influential and wealthy clans? Moreover, in the realm of commerce, even the Hokage cannot show favoritism. Wait, Hokage? Suddenly, Qingyu's eyes light up. Yes, he could partner with the Hokage, or rather, with Konoha itself. If he can transform personal interests into the village's collective benefit, it is foreseeable that with their backing, no one would dare interfere. After all, the Hokage is the supreme leader of Konoha. Those who would dare challenge, like the Uchiha. Just look at their current predicament. Furthermore, under the protective shadow of the Hokage, with the fourth's gentle nature, it would be improper for him to appear overly greedy. A certain level of profit is assured. Nevertheless, for safety and Appo's sake, Qingyu resolves to involve the shinobi of Sanha as witnesses. Otherwise, how could he possibly meet with the busy Hokage? After clarifying his thoughts, he touched the last of his savings in his pocket, gritted his teeth, and plunged into the nearby herbal shop. When he returned home, he found himself in possession of a concoction for a medicinal bath, mixed with various other herbs, all ground into powder as per his request to the shopkeeper. However, this purchase had utterly depleted his finances, leaving him with a mere 5 taels, insufficient even for a simple meal of tricolored dumplings. If the shinobi from the Sanha River did not arrive with financial assistance the following day, he would likely be reduced to eating dirt. He meticulously combined all the herbal powders he needed and secured them, for one must always guard against theft. This batch was meant for verification, and losing it would mean a double loss. While he trusted the character of the fourth Hokage, he held little faith in Danzo and his 2 advisors. Early the next morning, Qingyu positioned a small stool at his door, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the shinobi from Sanha River. However, the entire morning passed without even a shadow in sight, causing him a growing sense of anxiety. After all, he had staked his entire fortune on seeing the Hokage to secure a partnership, and now, despite feeling faint from hunger, he lacked the means to satiate his appetite. Fortunately, the shinobi from Sanha River did not keep him waiting long and appeared before him in a flash. "You were waiting for me?" Noticing the sudden spark in Qingyu's eyes, Sanha felt both bewildered and apprehensive, fearing Qingyu might leap forward to bite him. Responding to Sanha's inquiry, Qingyu nodded fervently and declared with utmost seriousness, "I have urgent matters to discuss with Lord Hokage. It must be now." He needed to convey an air of urgency. After all, the Hokage was incredibly busy, and he could not afford to waste time. Moreover, without the medicinal bath to aid his training these past 2 days, he had struggled to muster energy for his next session. The low-quality self-healing abilities could hasten the recovery of his injuries, but could not alleviate fatigue. "Reason," Sanha Shinobi stated curtly, making it clear that he could not take Qingyu to meet the Hokage merely because Qingyu wanted to see him. Even if he wished to meet the Hokage, it would not be an easy task. Without a compelling reason, he would not agree. Evidently, Qingyu had anticipated this, and thus elaborated on the effects of the medicinal bath, fabricating a story that left no room for contradiction. "Are you certain this concoction is as effective as you claim?" After listening, Sanha did not dwell on the story but instead questioned the medicinal effects, his face a canvas of skepticism. "I am certain. I spent the entire 100,000 compensation provided by the Uchiha on these herbs. If you doubt me, feel free to have my body examined. In his desperation to sell the formula, he was willing to risk everything. Sanha remained unconvinced, yet he recognized that Qingyu was not a child who lied without cause. So he stepped forward and examined Qingyu's physique, checking his bones and muscles. Typically, after enduring prolonged, intense training, one could discern any hidden injuries with a few simple squeezes. However, the results of his preliminary examination astonished him. Sanha had witnessed Qingyu's training firsthand on several occasions and had even intervened with advice. What surprised him most was that, despite the rigorous training, Qingyu's body had remained remarkably resilient. Could it truly be the result of that so-called medicinal bath? Sanha regarded Qingyu with skepticism before commanding, "Strike me with all your might." He needed to assess Qingyu's progress. If it truly validated the effects of the bath, he might even take the initiative to introduce him to the Hokage. This could be a tremendous boon for the village's future. With a resounding thud, Qingyu unleashed his full power in a swift punch. Though lacking in technique, he focused on the raw elements of speed and strength. Sanha effortlessly blocked Qingyu's blow, internally comparing this to Qingyu's previous performance. To his astonishment, he concluded that Qingyu had made remarkable strides in both speed and strength since their first encounter. Back then, Qingyu's physical prowess had been rather ordinary, yet now, he was evidently transformed. While hard work was undoubtedly a factor, perhaps the medicinal bath was indeed as miraculous as he claimed? Sanha began to take this matter seriously. "Before you meet with Lord Hokage, are you certain you understand the gravity of your actions? If this is merely a prank, then I concede you have deceived me, but in the presence of the Hokage, you cannot act recklessly simply because of your youth." Qingyu recognized that Sanha was cautioning him, concerned he might create further trouble. However, this time he was confident and resolutely nodded. "I will take responsibility for every word I utter." Sanha scrutinized him intently before deciding against further inquiries. "Follow me." Inside the Hokage's office, Minato was diligently reviewing the documents at hand. It was only after assuming this position that he truly grasped the weight of the title Hokage and the immense pressure it entailed. Furthermore, with the sudden departure of his mentor, Sarutobi, to enjoy retirement, he found himself without anyone to consult or share the burden. "What? You mentioned the high-level advisors of Konoha? It is better not to mention them. Among those who initially opposed my ascension to Hokage were these two advisors, and even now, Nara Shikaku and Mito Kurama remain indifferent, seemingly still in an observation phase. As for Danzo, that ambitious individual has long coveted the Hokage position. It would be a blessing if he did not hinder me, let alone offer assistance." Yet, with a resilient spirit, the immense pressure had not crushed him. Instead, it propelled him to grow rapidly, and he was performing admirably in his role. Not only had he avoided significant blunders, but he had also begun to cultivate his own influence. Kakashi, who had been on the verge of a breakdown, was directly assigned to the ANBU, becoming a trusted ally. Moreover, with each passing day, he drew closer to the day he would become a father. After a long day of work, returning home to share a meal with his wife and unborn child was perhaps the happiest time of his life. If only Kushina could be a little less irritable during her pregnancy. Just as he set aside the completed documents and rubbed his temples, the door swung open, and his assistant announced, "Lord Hokage, Special Jonin Sana Hirohiko requests an audience. He has brought a child with him, claiming to have something of great importance to discuss." "Great importance, you say? Then let them in," Minato replied. "Yes, Lord Hokage." Although he had much work remaining, it was beneficial to take a moment to hear other significant reports. As a Hokage from humble beginnings, Minato did not possess an inflated ego, nor did he harbor a sense of superiority. Moreover, Special Jonin Sanha had always been diligent and mature, truly deserving of the title the cornerstone of Konoha. For countless individuals like him had quietly contributed to the foundation of the village. Soon, a knock echoed once more. "Come in." As the door opened, Sanha and Qingyu finally entered the Hokage and Appo's office. "Special Jonin Sana Hirohiko has come to report an important matter to Lord Hokage." With a smile, Minato nodded at the Jonin of the Three Rivers and his long-absent companion, Qingyu, before inquiring, "What is it specifically?" The Jonin briefly elucidated the effects of the medicinal bath and vouched for it before gesturing for Qingyu to speak. To be honest, Qingyu felt a surge of emotion. The Jonin could have easily shifted all responsibility onto him, yet he chose to stake his own reputation as a guarantee. paving the way for Qingyu's forthcoming explanation and enhancing its credibility. After all, the words of a 5-year-old carry little weight compared to those of a mature adult. This also implied that if Qingyu and Appo's claims were merely a prank or if the concoction failed to deliver satisfactory results, the Jonin would not face punitive measures but would be left with a reputation for frivolity and exaggeration. In gratitude for the Jonin's trust, Qingyu took a deep breath and began to articulate the true effects of the medicinal bath, neither exaggerating nor being excessively modest, but presenting the facts with sincerity. He used his own experience to bolster credibility. After all, attempting to sell something he had never used would be an affront to anyone's intelligence. Regarding how he acquired the formula, he simply stated, "I found it on a corpse during my escape," leaving it at that. Few were privy to his experiences during that time, and he could fabricate any narrative without the possibility of verification. Moreover, with so many lives lost during that period, there was little chance of contradiction. After attentively listening to the accounts of the duo, Minato did not dismiss their claims lightly. He rapped his fingers on the table and remarked, "This formula requires validation. If its effects are indeed as you assert, the village will fund its purchase and grant you appropriate rewards." Minato was not the type to unscrupulously seize a child's creation. Such behavior was beneath him. However, everything hinged on results. If the formula proved to be a fabrication, not only would there be no reward, but punitive measures would also follow. Through his recent trials, Minato had matured into a competent Hokage, adept at wielding both benevolence and authority. "Very well, we can validate it now. I happen to have a packet of medicinal powder. Please find a person whose body has been overexerted, as this will allow for a more tangible assessment of the effects." With unwavering confidence, Qingyu placed a packet of powder on the table. Upon witnessing this, Minato was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. "I find myself increasingly confident in your formula. You little rascal." Qingyu felt a slight flush at the teasing, yet he understood the importance of prudence in business dealings. If he were to be overly sensitive, he would struggle to succeed in his endeavors. Fortunately, Minato's sunny disposition was unaffected by such trivialities. As long as the concoction proved beneficial for the village's development of talent, he would be generous in his support. Soon, someone was dispatched to procure what Minato had requested. Qingyu initially believed that finding someone who had overexerted their body through excessive training would be a challenging task. Even if someone were willing to act as a test subject, it would take time to fully deplete their stamina. However, the reality proved otherwise. It was not long before someone brought forth this very test subject. To Qingyu's surprise, the individual in question was none other than Might Guy, who regarded Kakashi as both a lifelong rival and dear friend. Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating this outcome. Yet, upon reflection, it became evident that within the entirety of Konoha, there was perhaps no one more fitting for the title of overtrained than Guy himself. Furthermore, judging by the completely soaked state of Guy's attire, it was apparent that he had undergone a grueling training session prior to being summoned. It is essential not to underestimate Guy during this period. Although Kakashi graduated at the age of 5 and became a legend, Guy was not far behind, completing his Ninja Academy training at the age of 7, only a year less than Kakashi. At the age of 14, he may have merely been a nin, but his prowess had gained recognition from many, and it would not be long before he ascended to the rank of nin, much like Kakashi. Qingyu could vaguely recall that Guy became a true nin at the age of 16, merely 4 years after Kakashi, a remarkable achievement among his peers. It is also worth noting that among the future Konoha 12, the first to leap to the rank of nin was Niji, at a mere 15 years of age. So, Niji, you met a most unfortunate fate. Now, there is a task that requires your cooperation, which may have some effect on your body. While adverse effects cannot be entirely ruled out, the likelihood of beneficial outcomes is far greater. Should you be unwilling, that is perfectly acceptable. This is not a mandatory task. Watergate said gently to Guy. Had it been anyone else, there would undoubtedly have been considerable hesitation. However, Guy was different. No sooner had Watergate finished speaking than Guy flashed a thumbs up, his white teeth gleaming as he beamed. Leave this task to me. I have complete confidence in my body. Watergate rubbed his temples in resignation, knowing that this would be the outcome. Still, he was not overly concerned, after all. The esteemed nin Mikawa would not allow Qingyu to act recklessly, and given that Qingyu had already undergone this process multiple times himself, the likelihood of danger was minimal. Thus, they proceeded to another room, which had already been prepared according to specifications. Lord Hokage, what must I do? Should I break this wooden tub? Upon entering, Guy, filled with enthusiasm, began to warm up. He had always aspired to join the Anbu to assist Kakashi, but the Hokage had consistently disapproved, leaving him feeling regretful and devoid of much joy in life. "No, you will need to remove your clothing and remain inside for at least half an hour," Watergate instructed. Even the fearless Guy hesitated for the first time, his expression one of disbelief. "Remove my clothes?" Indeed, recently, a recipe for a medicinal bath has been discovered, capable of healing internal injuries, enhancing cellular vitality, and replenishing stamina. While some have already tried it, we require more diverse subjects for testing. There may be side effects, so you still have the option to decline, Watergate explained, clearly wishing to alleviate any undue pressure on Qingyu. However, Guy was not deterred. Rather, his gaze burned fervently at the wooden tub. Healing internal injuries? Enhancing cellular vitality? Replenishing stamina? This is tailor-made for me. If this remedy proved effective, it could mean several additional hours of training each day, perhaps even more. True to his training-obsessed nature, Guy's initial thoughts were solely on maximizing his practice time. Moreover, he was not oblivious to the potential harm that excessive training could inflict on his body. However, he felt compelled. In every other aspect, he lacked the requisite talent. Only through relentless effort and sweat could he achieve his goals. He was determined to push forward, sacrificing his future for the present. He did not wish to remain a mere genin for the rest of his life. And so, with a resounding thud, Guy hastily shed his garments, leaping into the tub without a care for those around him. The water, heated to approximately 45 degrees, felt warm and invigorating to him. "Is it just a matter of soaking like this? Should I keep my head above the water?" he inquired, a hint of bashfulness in his voice. At this moment, Watergate smiled gently at Qingyu, signaling that he could proceed without fear of anyone confiscating the remaining medicinal powder for reverse testing. Having reached this point, Qingyu felt reassured by the fourth Hokage's benevolence, alleviating some of his concerns. He promptly handed the medicinal package to Mikawa, instructing him to pour it all in. Mikawa wasted no time. He took the package and, in front of everyone, emptied the black powder into the tub, discarding the remnants into the nearby furnace used for boiling water. His actions served not only to avoid suspicion, but also to convey his stance. This caused Qingyu to regard him with newfound warmth, even eliciting a glance of admiration from Watergate. As the black powder merged with the hot water, it quickly transformed into an ominous shade of darkness, a sight both startling and foreboding. Simultaneously, Guy appeared to sense the effects of the remedy, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. "What do you feel now?" Watergate asked. "It feels like being pricked by needles, but it's bearable," Guy replied candidly. Watergate nodded silently. He had previously heard Qingyu mention this particular side effect, so he did not find it alarming. Time passed slowly as they waited. Initially, Guy felt somewhat uncomfortable. But as moments turned to minutes, he not only acclimated to bathing in front of others, but also grew accustomed to the discomfort induced by the medicinal bath. Gradually, he sensed a warm current coursing through him, particularly in areas where he had sustained severe internal injuries, which felt as though they were ablaze. Perhaps this truly is effective. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Guy and Appo's eyes. After approximately 30 minutes, the black medicinal liquid began to clear, indicating that the effects had largely dissipated, with a significant portion having been absorbed into Guy's body. "The medicinal effects have concluded. You may emerge now," Qingyu announced, observing the now translucent liquid. What followed would determine success or failure. With a loud splash, Guy, invigorated and brimming with vitality, erupted from the tub, exclaiming in exhilaration, "I feel an abundance of strength coursing through me. I could perform 1,000 push-ups or frog hop around the village 1,000 times." As they witnessed the exuberant Guy standing there, uttering a cacophony of training declarations, the others could not help but see the 3 lines of exasperation appear on their foreheads. "First, put your clothes back on." Watergate finally could not contain himself, tossing the discarded garments towards Guy. Momentarily stunned, Guy realized he was completely bare, hastily scrambling to don his clothing while desperately attempting to shield himself behind the tub. That previous scene was decidedly too revealing. Let us return to the previous discussion. When Kai emerged once more, his attire restored, his expression flushed with embarrassment and a hint of awkwardness, Watergate could not help but chuckle softly and shake his head. Subsequently, he led everyone back to the Hokage's office. "Pray, share your thoughts. How do you truly feel?" Kai raised his thumb with a swift motion, revealing a set of pearly white teeth that gleamed with a hint of reflection under the sunlight. It was simply marvelous. Although there was a slight discomfort during the process, it was utterly manageable. Watergate glanced at Kai, who was inexplicably caught up in a fervent state, feeling a slight headache. Well, it's difficult to articulate the specifics, but I can sense a warm current coursing through my body. The areas that usually experience occasional discomfort feel especially heated. Once it concluded, I felt an overwhelming surge of strength, as if the energy I had expended was replenished significantly. My body feels as light as a feather, as though I could leap higher than ever before. I am eagerly anticipating the next round of intensive training. Although Kai was not adept at eloquent speech, he earnestly articulated his feelings in great detail. Throughout his narration, he continuously leapt in place, nearly colliding with the ceiling, as if striving to convince the Hokage of the veracity of his words. After briefly noting Kai's sentiments, Minato could not help but break into a radiant smile. It appeared that this remedy was indeed effective. Straightforward Kai would never embellish or exaggerate. Furthermore, the medicinal bath had alleviated the lingering injuries accumulated in Kai's body over time, sufficiently attesting to its worth. Very well, Kai, you may step outside now. Someone will inquire further shortly. Simply relay your account truthfully. Yes, Hokage-sama, but Kai rarely experienced embarrassment. The last occasion was when he was inadvertently exposed. Noticing that he lingered, Minato grew curious. Is there something else you wish to report? Esteemed Hokage, the medicinal bath I just experienced was truly remarkable. I would like to know where I might procure such a product. Watergate cast a bemused glance at him, remarking that it was not yet feasible, but after a while, it would be ready for promotion, and then he would understand. Upon hearing this, Kai could not help but feel a tinge of regret, for this item was indeed an essential tool for someone as fervent about training as he was. He truly wishes he could purchase 1,000 bags right now and store them at home. However, since the Hokage had expressed his thoughts, he dared not inquire further and could only obediently take his leave. Once Guy departed, only Minato, along with the Nin of the Sannin, and Aoi remained in the Hokage's office. I now truly believe in the extraordinary nature of what you have brought. Now, let us proceed to the main topic. What is it that you desire? Or perhaps you wish to exchange this recipe for something of value. Ninjutsu, perhaps? Or cultivation resources? Or perhaps, wealth? Personal feelings are secondary. When it comes to the interests of the village, he is foremost a Hokage. Thus, Watergate's expression immediately turned serious as he regarded Qingyu with utmost gravity, for he understood that the true authority lay with this seemingly youthful individual. Furthermore, the countless experiences of warfare had consistently reminded him never to underestimate an opponent due to their tender age. No one can guarantee how many lives the little demon that suddenly appears before you has personally taken. Otherwise, how did Kakashi attain the rank of Jonin at the tender age of 12? It is evident that, at this moment, Mizuno has temporarily placed Qingyu on an equal footing. Furthermore, Qingyu discerned this shift in Mizuno's demeanor and did not perceive any disdain or insincerity from him, which is indeed significant. However, he had never intended to extract excessive profit from this medicinal bath recipe. After all, as the saying goes, one cannot spend wealth if life is lost. Contentment and the wisdom to discern when to advance and when to retreat serve as his current shield. He directly presented the collaborative method he had long envisioned, stating, I wish to bestow this medicinal bath formula upon the village. Shuemin had mentally prepared himself to a certain extent, yet he was still taken aback by Qingyu's sudden display of righteous fervor. Had it not been for the meticulous precautions he had previously taken, he might have truly been deceived. With a smile that was neither fully a smile nor devoid of irony, Shuemin gazed at Qingyu and remarked, If you are indeed this magnanimous, then why go to such lengths to guard against it before? I appreciate your intention to contribute to the village, but taking something from a child without cause is not the way of Konohagakure. Now, tell me, after all this circumlocution, what is it that you truly desire? A friendly reminder, next time I may take it seriously. Qingyu, whose subtle thoughts were exposed, felt a flush of embarrassment under Mizumon's gaze. He then heard Mizumon, seemingly a bit bashful, say, I genuinely wish to contribute to the village, but if Lord Hokage feels uneasy about it, may I simply put forth a few modest requests? The Watergate could not help but be amused by this intriguing little fellow. Nodding, he inquired, Speak up, what is your modest request? Qingyu, aware that his elaborate scheming had finally led to this moment of fruition, feigned a bashful demeanor and began, Well, it is nothing too significant, merely. Could the monthly allowance be increased slightly? Furthermore, might there be an enhancement in the resources allocated for cultivation? Additionally, Regarding the medicinal bath formula I have contributed, I do not seek any remuneration, but could I be assured a sufficient supply? Not too much, just 2 doses a day would suffice. And also, initially, Watergate found this child to be quite sensible. However, as Qingyu's demands escalated, he transitioned from a state of initial embarrassment to one of palpable excitement, causing Watergate and Oppo's expression to darken. Is the formula truly of such importance? It is significant, yet it may also be deemed insignificant. Its significance lies in the fact that it has pierced through that veil, symbolizing creativity. If I do not disclose it to you, you shall remain forever unaware. What truly matters is not merely the recipe itself, but rather the substance that is crafted from it. To create something, it is not merely sufficient to possess a recipe. One must also have every single component that the recipe entails. Both elements are indispensable. It is akin to how Qingyu discovered this medicinal bath formula in the comprehensive text on the fundamentals of Navy body refinement. Without the financial means to procure the necessary herbs, it remains nothing more than a worthless piece of paper. If he were to possess ample wealth, he could certainly indulge in solitary enjoyment. However, the crux of the matter is his impoverished state. Had it not been for the perilous confrontation with the Uchiha clan, which ultimately yielded a compensation of 100,000 ryo, he would not have been able to afford even a single dose of medicinal herbs, let alone make use of them. Thus, extracting it to exchange for all the resources he can currently utilize is undoubtedly the wisest and most judicious course of action. He incurs no losses while acquiring numerous beneficial assets at his disposal, simultaneously garnering the goodwill of prominent figures such as the Hokage, thereby enhancing his significance and stature. Moreover, he seizes the opportunity to align himself with powerful allies, making it prudent for those who might seek to trouble him, like the Uchiha clan, to think twice. The advantages are truly countless. Thus, he became somewhat aloof, until the sound of a dry cough from Sana Shangren drew his attention to the gradually darkening countenance of Mizukichi. Perhaps my modest requests have been a tad excessive. While the demands are indeed rather minor, the sheer number, totaling over a dozen, has left me quite overwhelmed. Thus, the Watergate cleared its throat, unwilling to allow Qingyu to continue. I am aware of all the requests you have presented. However, the only promise I can make is to provide you with a certain amount of cultivation resources each month, but I cannot offer more than that. Regarding the provision of medicinal baths, this request is entirely reasonable and can be accommodated. However, I can only offer you a daily supply of 1 packet. You have also mentioned that prolonged use of this substance may lead to a certain degree of resistance. It is advisable to use it only once a day. Surely, you recall the words you have spoken? Qingyu could say nothing more. He could only blame himself for his indiscreet words, nodding in frustration. Although the majority of the conditions had been swiftly dismissed by a single remark from Minato, the fundamental bottom line remained intact. The monthly allocation of training resources alone could save him tens of thousands of ryo, and with the passage of time, his earnings would only increase. As for the supply of medicinal baths, it was even more advantageous, not only alleviating his urgent needs, but also allowing him to save an impressive 150,000 ryo each month, an extraordinary sum for him. It is worth noting that even a seasoned jonin from the Three Rivers would toil for an entire year to earn merely 3 to 4 million ryo, all while undertaking significant risks to complete missions. Yet for him, he needed only to do nothing, receiving annually resources valued at over 200 million ryo, including medicinal baths, without lifting a finger. It was sheer bliss. Of course, the profits from this venture far exceeded these figures. But what of it? A mere child like him could hardly consume such a vast fortune. It was far more prudent to share it, ensuring he was well fed without risking overindulgence. Moreover, he bore no pressure, as the likes of the Hokage would shield him should calamity strike. Greed is the original sin. Nevertheless, Qingyu endeavored to negotiate. Actually, the extra portion I requested is meant for the jonin of the Three Rivers, who has helped me immensely. I have always wished to repay him. Silently standing by like a wooden statue, Jonin Sanha trembled slightly upon hearing this, but maintained his stoic demeanor, replying coolly, I do not require it. However, sensing that his cold tone might lead Qingyu to misinterpret his intent, he hastily added an unnecessary clarification. My taijutsu is rather unremarkable. I seldom utilize such herbs. So there is no need for the village to incur expenses on my behalf. His words rang true. Being nearly 40, his physical condition had long since stabilized. And as a ninja not particularly skilled in taijutsu, he merely engaged in minimal training, making medicinal baths unnecessary for his enhancement. Ultimately, the medicinal baths Qingyu provided were most suitable for young children beginning their training, and then for taijutsu practitioners like Guy, offering little aid to others. Though not entirely devoid of benefit, a diligent jonin like Sanha, who dedicated his life to the village, would never squander resources over trivial gains. Such matters transcended personal goodwill and were rooted in one's principles. Meanwhile, Minato pondered seriously. Clearly, Qingyu and Appo's desire to repay Sanha resonated deeply with him, altering his perception of the boy. He was a kind-hearted child, albeit somewhat reckless and vindictive, but a good child nonetheless. Furthermore, he held great admiration for Jonin Sanha, considering him an ally. Thus, a decision formed in his mind. Well, since you do not require this reward, let us exchange it for another. I permit you, in the name of the Hokage, to select a jutsu from those cataloged in the village for your study. How does that sound? Are you satisfied with this reward? This approach was not unprecedented. Many ninjas who achieved great feats were allowed to learn corresponding jutsu as a form of compensation or reward. After all, upon reaching the Jonin level, material wealth was no longer their primary pursuit. The myriad jutsu collected by the various ninja villages would surely come into play at this juncture. Of course, some dangerous forbidden techniques and the secret arts of certain clans were excluded, with very few S-ranked jutsu available. Nonetheless, with so many jutsu to choose from, even those ranked A and below would suffice. Upon hearing this news, Jonin Sanha was momentarily taken aback. He had not previously selected jutsu without enduring arduous trials to earn such rewards. Yet this time, he was merely a guide, having spoken a few words to receive such compensation, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Although Sanha was rather stoic, he was no fool. No one ever had too many jutsu, especially those that could enhance one's strength. So after a moment's hesitation, he found himself unable to reject this enticing offer. Moreover, he recognized that this opportunity arose entirely due to Qingyu and Appo's presence by his side. This feeling was peculiar, akin to helping a destitute wanderer without seeking recompense, only for the next day to find the wanderer knocking at your door, offering you a box of gold bars, and bashfully uttering, "Thank you." In the Hokage's office, Minato closed his eyes, lost in thought. After a considerable time, he suddenly opened his eyes and summoned his assistant. Notify the two advisors, and Danzo. We shall convene in 1 hour. Additionally, dispatch a small team of Umbu to reinvestigate the destruction of Citrus Village. Leave no stone unturned. Yes, Hokage-sama. Once his assistant departed, Minato turned to gaze out the window, murmuring to himself, I hope I am merely overthinking this. Clearly, the abrupt emergence of the medicinal bath formula raised some suspicion in his mind. Though he was not a particularly paranoid individual, the safety of the village warranted a cautious approach. What transpired in the meeting remained a mystery to all outside the attendees. However, Danzo, having received A and Appo's warning and Appo's, felt somewhat perturbed. He conceded that he often employed ruthless methods, but a mere formula was hardly enough to tempt him, especially as he had no use for it. Yet once the village began selling it, he would naturally receive his fair share and could leverage the opportunity to request additional funding. Such matters, benefiting both the village and himself, were certainly not worthy of his opposition. Still, he felt a tinge of displeasure, as the credit for this achievement belonged to Minato, the Hokage. As for the young boy who provided the formula, Danzo dismissed him entirely, considering him perhaps merely fortunate in his discovery or possibly scheming. But it was of no concern to him. Should further investigations yield no issues, all would be well. Should problems arise, even better. That would provide him the perfect opportunity to strike. Before each of Danzo's maneuvers, he meticulously assessed the associated risks and potential gains. If the conclusion favored the risk, he would undoubtedly proceed. At this moment, it was clear to Danzo that the young boy held no value worthy of his intervention. Whether it was the formula submitted to the village or the bloodline limit that barely piqued his interest, neither inspired him. Furthermore, Minato and the retired Sarutobi would certainly not allow him to act recklessly. For the sake of the Hokage position, he required a period of low-key patience, awaiting the opportune moment. Meanwhile, upon exiting the Hokage building, Qingyu bid farewell to Jonin Sanha and began to wander leisurely through the village. Evidently, the day's gains had lifted his spirits. As he strolled, he unknowingly found himself near Hokage Rock, having traversed the bustling streets. Gazing up at the colossal and intricately crafted statues of the past Hokages, alongside the recently completed statue of the fourth Hokage, he felt an unusual stirring within. This iconic structure of Konoha represented not only a physical landmark, but also a spiritual bastion for the villagers. Merely looking up at this site seemed to imbue them with immense motivation. Though he was not a true Konoha native and had come with ulterior motives, each time he stood beneath it, he couldn't help but reflect. Were it not for a hellish beginning and the treachery of a flawed system, perhaps one day he too might have his likeness carved into this monument, a legacy for future generations to admire. The mere thought of it sends a thrill through me. Perhaps I can sense his current emotions, as the erratic dog system has once again sprung forth to create chaos. Ding. A bronze-level Death Wish task has been issued. Task name: the fifth Hokage emerges. Task description: leave a life-size statue of yourself on the Hokage rock for the world to admire. Action speaks louder than words. Young one, bravely proceed. Task requirements: the statue must meet a standard of completion above passing. Size must be no less than 1, and must bear the inscription the fifth Hokage. Shikigami Aoi emerges and oppos, with at least 100 people witnessing it. Task deadline: 7 days. Task reward: bronze treasure chest X1, beginner skill card X1. Task failure: iron doors, iron bars, iron chains. I must have been daydreaming. Aoi never anticipated that a mere flicker of envy would prompt the dog system to assign him such a reckless task. Carving on the Hokage rock is a grave offense. Unlike Naruto, who drew freely on the Hokage rock in the original story due to being the son of the fourth Hokage and under the protection of Sarutobi, the consequences for others would not be so lenient. How could the punishment be so light, merely requiring one to erase their masterpiece? Ridiculous. Let another individual attempt it, and they would find themselves in a dire predicament. Yet, this was not the most troublesome aspect for Aoi, having recently contributed a valuable medicinal bath formula to the village. He believed that due to his youth, Minato would likely treat the incident lightly, considering it a child's prank and possibly confining him for just a few days. However, the gravest issue lay in the carving itself. How could he possibly sculpt his likeness in plain view? Even a life-size statue would be utterly impossible. The village patrols routinely inspect the Hokage rock, as it is a landmark of Konoha and must remain unblemished. While he might find a way to draw it, carving would lead to immediate capture. To make matters worse, the dog system had extended the task deadline. He must stealthily etch his likeness onto the Hokage rock within 7 days, while also inscribing that utterly reckless declaration, all while attracting at least 100 onlookers to witness this spectacle. I must be losing my mind. After recognizing the daunting nature of this task, Aoi frantically tugged at his hair. What on earth should he do? Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Is that you, little Aoi? What brings you here? You are too late. The statue of the fourth Hokage is already complete, just awaiting a few final observations for stability. If you're looking for work, you've come to the wrong place. An old man, clad in simple attire and holding a toolbox, greeted Aoi with a warm smile. Grandpa Yamashita? I'm not here for work. I just happened to pass by. Heh, just passing by. Aoi replied somewhat awkwardly. This kind-hearted and enthusiastic old man was the supervisor who had previously allowed him to clear rubble here, and Aoi held a deep respect for him. However, his mind was in disarray, consumed by thoughts of how to cleverly navigate this predicament. Since you're just passing by, how do you find the statue of the fourth Hokage? No flattery, just give me your honest opinion, Grandpa Yamashita asked, his demeanor reminiscent of a child showcasing a new toy. Aoi could only respond with enthusiasm, giving a thumbs up and praising, "It's simply perfect. Outstanding. Both the composition and the details are impeccable. It's truly a work of art." "Oh, you're just flattering me to make an old man happy. Well, I must be on my way now. Remember to visit me. An old man like me could use an extra pair of chopsticks. I can introduce you to some odd jobs that pay well," he added. "Yes, I'll remember. Grandpa Yamashita. If I have the time, I will definitely visit." Watching the old man depart with a lively gait, Aoi couldn't help but chuckle. He clearly enjoyed hearing praises about his craftsmanship and artworks, yet always pretended to be indifferent, maintaining a stern facade that could not conceal the pride and satisfaction in his eyes. What a peculiar old man. However, considering the earlier remarks from Grandpa Yamashita, Aoi felt a renewed sense of urgency. He might not even have the full 7 days left. Once the finishing touches were completed, all the ropes and supports currently hanging from the Hokage rock would be dismantled. Thus, he needed to act swiftly, completing the task before the final work was concluded. Utilizing the existing conveniences, Moreover, he needed to devise a strategy for executing this seemingly impossible task, and inspiration began to stir within him. It seemed a visit to Grandpa Yamashita was essential. After gaining some insight, he needed to confirm the fundamental requirements for completing the task as quickly as possible. Therefore, without returning home, Aoi hurriedly dashed off with the month's assistance funds left for him by the jonin from the Three Rivers. He first located a dye seller and, after a lengthy discussion with the owner, successfully secured his first deal. Then, he purchased strong adhesive, fabric, and other miscellaneous items, which he awkwardly draped over himself as he made his way home. Upon arriving, he barely had time to catch his breath before his stomach growled in protest. It dawned on him that after a busy day, he had neglected to eat. Thus, he set his belongings down, went out for a quick meal, and stocked up on provisions. Once those tasks were completed, he retrieved the various items he had purchased and began to fervently tinker. The next day, after finishing breakfast and stretching his limbs, Aoi made a beeline for Grandpa Yamashita's workplace. Not far from the Hokage Rock, there was a designated area for craftsmen to store tools and take temporary breaks. As anticipated, Grandpa Yamashita was inside, sipping tea and relaxing. Small tasks like final inspections no longer required the attention of the head craftsman, as other diligent artisans handled them meticulously. Of course, should any issues arise that necessitated rework, he would willingly step in. Grandpa Yamashita, I've come to see you. Oh, it's little Aoi. Come, sit down and have some tea. This is a fine gift from Lord Hokage. Consider yourself fortunate. Grandpa Yamashita exclaimed, surprised and delighted to see Aoi. People of his age often cherished lively company, particularly children, as they reminded him of his own youth. Aoi, feeling at ease, engaged with the old man, knowing that the more casual he was, the happier Grandpa Yamashita would be. In essence, it boiled down to enjoying the food and drink, patiently conversing with the elder, an infallible approach. Sure enough, the more Grandpa Yamashita looked at Aoi, the more he liked him, to the extent that he not only brought out plenty of delicious snacks, but also began to share stories of his past. Aoi didn't rush to reveal his intentions, instead patiently conversing with the old man, often playing the role of a quiet listener, or a quiet foodie. Before long, an hour had slipped by. Qingyu felt it was about time. So he took advantage of the old man at the foot of the mountain saying he was tired and thirsty for tea, and assumed an expression of admiration to express his interest in sculpture, hoping to inquire about some techniques. The old man, completely engrossed in his own excitement, glanced at him with a rosy glow of appreciation and eagerly gathered several stones he usually practiced with, along with a complete set of tools, ready to give him a proper lesson. After all, it was rare to encounter a child genuinely interested in his craft, and since he found Qingyu quite likable, he had no qualms about playing the role of a teacher. In fact, if Qingyu demonstrated any natural talent in sculpture, he even contemplated taking him on as a disciple to nurture. Thus, one was earnestly teaching while the other was diligently learning. Soon enough, Qingyu grasped certain tricks of the trade, becoming a novice who, under the guidance of the old man, managed to carve a small figure. Though it bore a rather tragic resemblance, it was a commendable effort for a beginner. No worries, practice makes perfect. As a novice, you've done remarkably well. The old man gently consoled, noticing Qingyu's slight disappointment. He sighed inwardly, lamenting that although he had found a good child interested in sculpture, Qingyu's innate talent was rather average. Regretfully, he dismissed the thought of taking him on as a disciple. Grandpa Yamashita, could you lend me some tools? I wish to practice more at home, Qingyu said, having quickly shaken off his earlier dejection and displaying a determined demeanor. Upon witnessing this, the old man nodded with satisfaction and readily agreed. Of course, I have plenty of tools here. I'll prepare a set for you to take home. Remember to practice diligently. Thank you, Grandpa Yamashita. If there are any other questions, I'd like to ask them all at once. With the old man's encouraging gaze upon him, Qingyu, filled with longing yet slightly bashful, asked, May I visit Hokage Rock in the coming days to observe how others work? The old man paused, seemingly taken aback by Qingyu's request. While it was not a bother, he worried about the potential for unforeseen circumstances. The carving work is already finished. Even if you go now, there is nothing to see. And our profession discourages ambition without foundation. It would be wiser to wait until you've built a solid base before observing such grand sculptures, he advised earnestly. I'm not being overly ambitious. I simply wish to broaden my horizons. One day, I will carve my likeness upon it myself. For I am the future 5th Hokage, recognized even by Lord Hokage, Qingyu exclaimed, suppressing the urge to retch in excitement. his cheeks flushed with a mix of fervor and perhaps embarrassment. To fulfill the task set by the dog system, it was no easy feat. Nevertheless, this melodramatic declaration had its desired effect, as the old man's gaze toward him shifted. After a moment of serious contemplation, the old man slowly replied, "I can agree to your request, but with conditions. You must abide by the rules and listen. Do as instructed, and absolutely do not touch anything you are not supposed to. If you can adhere to this, I will allow you to visit." "Deal." Qingyu fervently nodded, stifling his excitement. Thus far, everything had proceeded smoothly. Not only had he learned the basics of sculpture, but he also secured the tools and planted the seed of his ambition to carve his likeness on Hokage Rock. Once the task was accomplished, the old man's endorsement would significantly alleviate his burdens. Ultimately, he successfully persuaded the old man to grant him the opportunity to ascend Hokage Rock openly. With this identity as a cover, the chances of success for his task increased dramatically, coupled with the preparations he had previously made. Qingyu felt a flicker of anticipation as victory seemed to beckon him. Yet, it was too early to celebrate. He could not act hastily. For now, he must play the part for a couple of days, allowing everyone to grow accustomed to his presence. In the following 3 days, Qingyu appeared genuinely immersed in his study of stone carving. Each morning he trained, and in the afternoons, he sought wisdom from the old man. Whenever possible, he accompanied other craftsmen to Hokage Rock, observing firsthand how they conducted inspections and finishing touches. Each evening, he returned home to practice carving stones. Mindful that the dog system demanded completion standards, he reasoned that at the very least, he should be able to carve a recognizable figure. As for his presence among the craftsmen, some had approached with inquiries about the new child in their midst. This initially made him quite nervous, but fortunately, the old man provided a brief explanation and effortlessly dismissed them, ensuring that Qingyu's presence was no longer conspicuous. He learned from the old man that in 2 days, the finishing work would be completed, followed by a simple unveiling ceremony, which he anticipated would attract a considerable crowd. With timing, location, and social harmony all in his favor, Qingyu resolved not to delay any further. He would seize the final 2 days to accomplish his audacious feat. As night deepened, Qingyu, laden with tools and stones, arrived at the foot of Hokage Rock. Skillfully, he borrowed equipment left by the craftsmen and climbed onto a blank rock wall beside the 4th Hokage. After 3 days of observation, he had identified the optimal location for his carving. Unless fate conspired against him, he should remain undetected until the day of the unveiling ceremony. With determination, he set down his burden, retrieved his chisel and tools, and began to carefully carve. Despite the occasional clinking sounds echoing in the night, the distance from the villagers' homes, and his cautious approach, pausing intermittently to listen for any disturbances, ensured that no one would take notice. Moreover, the craftsmen were celebrating their success that night, and most were sound asleep, their accommodations far from his location. Should anyone approach, Qingyu would be prepared to execute Plan B. An hour passed. As he observed the gradually emerging contours of the rock wall, Qingyu felt his tension ease, and his movements quickened, though vigilance remained. Engaging in such clandestine mischief was undeniably exhilarating. Qingyu felt his adrenaline surge, aware that he might burst with excitement at any moment. 5 hours later, dawn approached. Qingyu set down his tools and gazed at his creation with a mix of emotions. Well, it's quite ugly. The crooked figure was almost painful to behold. Nevertheless, it was still recognizable as a human statue, complete with features which sufficed for his purposes. Time constraints prevented any modifications, so he had to settle for this outcome, hoping it would suffice. With a sigh, Qingyu swiftly produced the paint and brush he had prepared and boldly inscribed a prominent line upon the statue. Then, without hesitation, he took a large piece of cloth, deftly applying strong adhesive to several corners on the reverse side, and affixed it to the rock face, completely concealing his creation. He left a slender strip of fabric dangling below, intending to secure it later for easy access. After completing all these tasks, Qingyu cast a glance at the somewhat smooth rock face before him, revealing a look of satisfaction. It is worth noting that in order to apply a fabric with an identical hue to that of the Hokage Rock, he had almost been expelled by the shopkeeper. In desperation, he resorted to a financial strategy, persuading the shop owner to mix the same color for him at 3 times the usual price, and subsequently purchased it. Indeed, his cunning plan to deceive was to conceal his statue beneath a piece of fabric of the same shade. As long as it did not rain or a craftsman happened to notice this place, there should be no significant issues. The location he selected was the result of careful observation over the past few days, making it highly unlikely for anyone to specifically come to inspect this area. He had effectively minimized the risks. With everything that could be done already accomplished, the remainder lay in the hands of fate. Thus, Qingyu immediately began to tidy up the scene, as it is often said that details determine success or failure. Any oversight could render his efforts futile. Furthermore, he meticulously cleared the debris beneath the Hokage rock once more, ensuring no mistakes were made before returning home, exhausted, just before dawn. As for the tools of his misdeed, he chose not to destroy them, as it seemed utterly pointless. He intended to create quite a stir at the unveiling ceremony the day after tomorrow. By then, even the spirits would know what he had done, rendering any concealment unnecessary. To speak frankly would suffice. After managing to sleep fitfully for most of the morning, Qingyu awoke, neglecting to eat, and set off directly towards the Hokage rock. The plan had progressed to 90% completion. All that remained was to avoid detection over the next couple of days and ensure a sufficient number of attendees at the unveiling. Though merely a superficial endeavor, he anticipated a considerable turnout to witness the event. At least 100 people would likely be present. Therefore, his current task was to keep a vigilant eye on the craftsmen, preventing them from noticing the minor flaw on the Hokage rock. Ah, Qingyu, it's said that wrapping up is the most tedious part. I wonder why you insist on sharing in our suffering, greeted a familiar craftsman with a smile upon Qingyu's arrival. Honestly, with this time, you could gather a few friends for a drink. It would be sheer bliss. Haha, you old drunkard, Don and Appos. T lead the youngsters astray. As Qingyu proficiently exchanged pleasantries with each individual, he trailed behind them, surveying the area as he had done in previous days. Such tasks only needed to be performed once a day, meaning that as long as today and tomorrow's routine checks went without a hitch, he could successfully pass unnoticed. In truth, by this point in the finishing process, any minor issues had already been identified and resolved. The following 2 days would likely be dedicated to a mindset of checking for any deficiencies, ensuring the already sculpted statue had not suffered from weather-related cracks or flaking. Generally, creations overseen by the old man from the foot of the mountain would not encounter such mishaps, hence everyone appeared quite relaxed. However, at that moment, an unexpected incident occurred. They say that what one fears often comes to pass. With a gentle breeze, one of the craftsmen suddenly exclaimed softly, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Had that somewhat smooth rock face just moved? Qingyu had been diligently observing everyone's movements, so when someone glanced towards the rocky wall and expressed astonishment, he immediately tensed up. Fearing discovery, his mind began to race, contemplating how to remedy the situation if he were indeed found out. What's the matter? What did you see? Sure enough, that startled exclamation captured the attention of those nearby. After a moment's hesitation, one person spoke up. I think I just saw that rock wall ripple like water. What? Is that even possible? Surely it must be a case of old eyes playing tricks. How could a rock wall move? Let me take a look. Just then, a piercing scream echoed through the air. The craftsman, drawn by the shriek, turned to see Qingyu precariously on the brink of falling from the, desperately clutching it with both hands, appearing extremely perilous. Quick, save him. Notify those below to lower the. Tension surged among everyone, including the two who had noticed the anomaly. They abandoned their scrutiny of the rocky wall, only to collectively exhale in relief once Qingyu was safely rescued. Let's go down. This troublesome boy almost caused a disaster. Yet one remarked, I just glanced at the wall, and it wasn't moving at all. I suspect you simply drank too much last night and imagined it. Perhaps I truly did see things, the other conceded, casting one last doubtful glance at the wall before deciding to end their workday and descend. Meanwhile, Qingyu, now safely on solid ground, let out a huge sigh of relief. He had narrowly avoided disaster, a truly close call. However, his joy was short-lived. Just as he finished accepting the concern and reprimands from everyone, the elder from the base arrived, unleashing a torrent of scolding upon him. If anything had happened, I would never forgive myself. Qingyu recognized his fault and understood that the elder was merely expressing concern, so he dared not utter a word, bowing his head in silence. As the scolding continued, the elder's emotions finally calmed. As long as you are unharmed, you can go home. No need to come tomorrow. Practice your skills at home. What? Qingyu was taken aback. Without him there, how could he ensure the safety of those workers? It was his presence today that had allowed them to succeed in their endeavor. If anyone grew curious tomorrow, everything would be exposed. Panic set in. Please, I must return. I want to witness the unveiling. Humph. You can only watch from below, understand? The elder's heart softened slightly, and he reluctantly agreed. Xingyu felt somewhat disheartened, knowing that the same tricks would likely not work again. Yet, without witnessing the events firsthand, he could not bring himself to focus on anything else. Thus, he resigned himself to the situation. The next day, Xingyu arrived at the base of Hokage Rock earlier than usual, observing the craftsmen as they conducted their final inspections. The individual who had nearly caused him to fail his mission yesterday was now the primary focus of his attention. Each time someone approached the smooth rock wall, his heart would leap. Fortunately, yesterday's incident appeared to be an anomaly. The area he had chosen was not likely to attract attention. With the focus on the already completed fourth Hokage statue, the person from yesterday seemed to have truly dismissed the occurrence as a mere illusion. Thus, fortune replaced misfortune, and after the final inspection, they passed. Xingyu watched as a massive red curtain descended, enveloping the statue of the fourth Hokage, finally allowing him to breathe easy. As for what remained, it all hinged on the unveiling ceremony the following day. However, given the trouble he had caused, he knew the senior shinobi from the base would likely not protect him. It all depended on the Hokage's mood. Speaking of which, Minato should be in good spirits lately. Considering he was soon to become a father, surely he would not hold a grudge against a mere child. As the day progressed, the statue of the fourth Hokage was completed and draped in a red curtain. Even before the scheduled time of 10 o'clock, a throng of villagers, beaming with enthusiasm, made their way to the vicinity of Hokage Rock, eager to witness this momentous occasion. Although they had been able to gaze upon it during its sculpting, today marked the first time they would see the finished masterpiece. The atmosphere was charged with significance, embodying the spirit of the village. While the crowd was not as large as during Minato's appointment ceremony, there were still hundreds present, including some shinobi fortunate enough to be off-duty. Among them were the spirited guy and the recently returned Jonin, Mikawa. Amidst the gathering of civilians, Mikawa spotted Xingyu, who was peeking out from the crowd, seemingly lost in his own world of discontent. Sensing a gaze upon him, Xingyu glanced around and met the serious expression of Mikawa. Imagining the chaotic act he was about to undertake, he envisioned the darkened expression that would surely grace Mikawa's face. After a couple of awkward chuckles, he instinctively shrank back and vanished into the crowd. For reasons unknown, Mikawa suddenly felt a potent sense of foreboding. That rascal isn't planning to cause trouble again, is he? The thought invaded his mind, growing ever more intense and insistent. Don't be ridiculous. It's just an unveiling ceremony. What could that brat possibly do? Mikawa's sudden tension eased slightly, yet unease still clung to him. No, I must keep an eye on him. Just as he resolved to track down Xingyu, the moment for the unveiling arrived. Begin. With a command from the elder, he led the craftsman in a vigorous tug. The immense red cloth fell away, revealing the concealed statue of the fourth Hokage. Each generation's Hokage statue is nothing short of artistry and undeniably lifelike. Even Mikawa, poised to act, was captivated by the sight. The onlookers displayed expressions of excitement and reverence. This was the fourth Hokage of Konoha, the guardian deity of the village. The seed of the will of fire blossomed in the hearts of countless individuals. Even Xingyu, who had stealthily crept beneath Hokage Rock, had to concede that Konoha was indeed at the pinnacle of spiritual fortitude within the shinobi world. To put it bluntly, it was a masterclass in indoctrination. Thus, he prepared to add his own flair to the occasion, clutching the slender fabric he had previously left behind, testing its grip. Once assured that he possessed sufficient strength to tear the entire cloth away, he felt a sense of relief. Yet at that moment, he sensed a piercing gaze fixated upon him. Turning around, he found Mikawa, his expression transformed, glaring at him with an intensity that suggested murderous intent. At this moment, the gazes of the two individuals intertwined, and through this silent exchange, they grasped the essence of one another's intentions. The Jonin of the Three Rivers exclaimed, "No matter what you intend to do right now, stop it immediately, or else you shall face dire consequences." In response, Xingyu boldly declared, "No one can prevent me from courting my own demise." The brief moment of eye contact swiftly concluded. A foreboding sense of dread began to materialize for the Jonin of the Three Rivers, who could no longer contain himself. In an instant, he darted forward at an astonishing speed towards Xingyu, intent on thwarting his impending actions. Yet, by then, it was far too late. Withdrawing his gaze, Xingyu resolutely yanked downward. The fabric, which had been affixed, tore away instantly, the sturdy material remaining intact, instead pulling down the topmost layer of cloth. Initially, the crowd's attention was captivated by the statue of the fourth Hokage, but with the Jonin's sudden movement, a fraction of the onlookers shifted their focus to the child gripping something beneath Hokage rock. Oh, whose child is that? Why are they over there? Many pondered this as their first thought. However, those still revering the statue of the fourth Hokage were astonished to find that a section of the rock wall beside it had been unveiled, revealing something concealed within. It appeared to be another humanoid statue, but compared to the previous Hokages, this one was considerably smaller and crudely crafted. Yet, the most shocking aspect was that the statue bore a striking inscription in bold green paint. Fifth Hokage, Shikigami Chingyu. Present. A villager muttered this aloud, instantly becoming bewildered, his face etched with horror. Who on earth did this? This is madness. Are they seeking death? It wasn't until the earthy yellow cloth gracefully descended from the heavens, drifting before the crowd, that they finally snapped out of their stupor, the scene erupting into chaos. As if a kettle had boiled over. Who did this? Who is this Shikigami Chingyu? Someone find him. This is blasphemy. He must be punished severely. We must imprison the culprit for life. Wait, Shikigami Chingyu sounds familiar. One villager recalled. Isin and Apos. That the little rascal who shouted at the fourth Hokage and Apos' inauguration that he wanted to become the fifth Hokage? Hearing this, another nodded in recognition. Indeed. That boy has some audacity to pull such a stunt. The gathered villagers were all aflame with indignation, clamoring for the punishment of the offender. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind this entire escapade, Shikigami Chingyu, found himself in the grasp of the furious Jonin of the Three Rivers, akin to a quail ensnared. There was no possibility of escape. The moment he yanked down the fabric, he was apprehended. Resistance? Ridiculous. A Chunin had nearly bested him 10 times over. How could he dare oppose a Jonin? Even if the Jonin chose to show leniency, the other ninjas would not let him off the hook. At least he possessed enough self-awareness to know that his best course of action was to exhibit a good attitude, to apologize where necessary, and to accept any punishment. After all, the notification that his task had been completed had already sounded. As a competent rogue, he was prepared to face whatever consequences awaited him. Do you truly wish to embrace death? If so, just say the word, and I shall escort you there. The Jonin's expression darkened like the bottom of a pot as he held Chingyu up before him, spewing forth words filled with rage. Meanwhile, his other hand instinctively clutched his heart. Though not afflicted with heart disease, he felt perilously close to it. This brat had only been in Konoha for a few months, yet he had already stirred up such a ruckus. He dared to carve his own likeness upon the Hokage rock, and left behind such a reckless proclamation. What drove him to such madness? How strong must one's heart be to endure this chaos? The Jonin felt his own heart weakening, as if he might perish from sheer exasperation. Observing the Jonin's increasingly contorted visage, Chingyu could muster no rebuttal and merely offered an awkward smile. Fully aware that he had indeed crossed a significant line, perhaps even surpassing the incident at the Hokage inauguration. But what could he do? Life was arduous, and it was the dogged system that compelled him to act. Yet he could not articulate this. Silence was his only refuge. For anything he might say at this juncture would only exacerbate the situation. Is this child truly the perpetrator? Meanwhile, the other ninjas present had also come to their senses and swiftly gathered around the Jonin, casting unfriendly glances at the boy in his grip. Given the circumstances and Chingyu and Apos' apparent lack of protest, it was clear that there was no room for leniency. Thus, the Jonin grimaced and asserted it was undoubtedly his and Apos' good deed, and Apos, however, this is not the time for accountability. We must first calm the villagers and disperse the crowd. As for what follows, let it be handled by the Hokage personally. The other ninjas surveyed the agitated villagers and nodded in silent agreement, commencing the task of calming the situation. The priority was to mitigate the impact. The consensus among the ninjas was clear. The culprit had been apprehended, and there was no chance of escape. How to deal with him later was merely a matter of words. Thus, they busily endeavored to explain to the villagers, attempting to lead them away from the scene. Concurrently, some ninjas scaled the Hokage rock, using the previously torn red cloth to cover the fourth Hokage statue and conceal the outrageously provocative fifth Hokage statue. Presumably, this shroud would remain until the matter had been thoroughly resolved. Meanwhile, the old master craftsman and his apprentices stood agape, incredulously staring at Chingyu, whose actions had precipitated this turmoil. The old master's emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity and bitterness, utterly beyond expression. He never anticipated that the issue would arise not from the statue of the fourth Hokage but from the seemingly empty rock wall beside it. Though Qingyu had once expressed his desire to carve his own likeness there, the old master had taken it as mere childish whimsy, dismissing it with a smile. Who could have foreseen that this little rascal would take it seriously and actually follow through, right beneath their noses? It was pitiable that they had scrutinized the area for so long without discovering the truth, leaving them utterly humiliated. Likewise, the craftsman who had sensed something amiss earlier felt an acute sense of regret. It turned out that the rock wall was indeed movable. His eyes had not deceived him. Yet, even he had failed to realize that it had been fabricated with cloth. Perhaps this was the allure of artistry. Simultaneously, the magnitude of the incident quickly reached Minato's ears through the umbu. What? Someone had privately carved their own likeness beside the Hokage rock, leaving behind a provocative remark. Are you certain? Even Minato, with his exemplary demeanor, was rendered speechless, displaying an expression of incredulity. Indeed, the Jonin from the Three Rivers had apprehended the culprit, while others were endeavoring to soothe the villagers and mitigate the negative repercussions of this incident. A familiar name surfaced in Minato's mind. Aoi Kyu. How is it him again? Minato felt an intense headache at this moment, even questioning whether this name was somehow destined to clash with his own. Since the day he assumed the mantle of Hokage, this little rascal had already delivered a welcome gift in the form of trouble, subsequently entangling himself with the Uchiha clan. And although he had somewhat redeemed himself by offering a medicinal bath formula, he was now embroiled in yet another issue. Kakashi, how do you think I should handle him? Kakashi, standing before Minato in his umbu mask, responded without hesitation. Engaging in destruction at Hokage Rock is a grave offense. I suggest immediate imprisonment or exile. Kakashi's stance was unequivocal. He demanded strict punishment. The offender's age was of no concern to him. Offending the Hokage was an unforgivable transgression. Minato felt no surprise at Kakashi's response. Following the deaths of White Fang, Obito, and Rin, Kakashi had transformed into a different person, becoming increasingly reclusive and indifferent, prioritizing the shinobi code and mission completion above all else. To aid Kakashi in recovering from his grief, Minato had arranged for him to enter the umbu and positioned him by his side as a trusted ally, hoping he would eventually overcome his pain. However, it appeared that this endeavor had been premature. While Kakashi had changed somewhat during his time in the umbu, the pervasive coldness that kept others at bay remained formidable. Isn't this punishment a bit too harsh? After all, it was merely a child's prank. You were responsible for reinvestigating his past. You should know that children who experience sudden upheaval often behave erratically in unfamiliar environments, seeking attention and affection beneath their mischief. Furthermore, I doubt the repercussions of this incident are as dire as they seem. The previous incident was resolved quite well, and the villagers have largely moved on, with many enthusiastically declaring their desire to become Hokage. Since the war began, the village has not been this vibrant in a long time. As anticipated, Minato did not treat this situation with the gravity it might warrant. Moreover, imprisonment or exile seemed excessively cruel for a child who had not yet reached school age. As both a teacher and Hokage, Minato's perspective held weight, leaving Kakashi with little recourse but to remain silent. However, determining the appropriate punishment for Kyu and quelling the villagers' anger was a significant dilemma. Leniency was not an option, yet severity could also prove problematic. Thus, Minato found himself in a quandary, opting to defer the decision for the moment. Go fetch him. I will handle this matter personally. Yes, Hokage-sama. It did not take long for the grim-faced Jonin from the Three Rivers to escort the apprehensive Kyu into the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, the culprit has been brought in. Additionally, I request your judgment. I have let down both the third Hokage and you, which has led to this significant trouble. I must bear the majority of the responsibility. Upon entering, the Jonin cast Kyu aside and solemnly accepted a large portion of the blame. Despite the anger that threatened to overwhelm him, his sense of duty prevented him from turning a blind eye. He was a true man. Kyu, however, firmly declared, Hokage-sama, the fault lies solely with me. It has nothing to do with Jonin from the Three Rivers. He even attempted to stop me in the end. He did his utmost. Even if he could not emerge as the good guy, he would not drag someone genuinely concerned for him down with him. That was his bottom line. Therefore, while he could plead for leniency for the Jonin, he would not take responsibility for his actions. He was confident that he would not face life-threatening consequences. As long as he survived, this reckless act would be deemed a success. Unbeknownst to him, His remark that Jonin from the Three Rivers did his utmost only deepened the Jonin and Appo's scowl, pushing him closer to the brink of rage. You know I tried to stop you. Knowing full well the chaos this would cause, why did you proceed? The Jonin silently roared within. The phrase "you did your best" stung painfully, augmenting his frustration. In contrast, Minato observed with mild amusement as the two enacted a dramatic display of familial affection, not taking Kyu and Appo's misdeed too seriously. To him, it was hardly a significant issue. It was not as if he had vandalized the statues of past Hokages. That would indeed be a calamity. While Minato did not intend to impose harsh penalties, he recognized the necessity of ensuring this troublesome youth grasped the gravity of his actions, using this lesson to instill a lasting sense of awareness. Otherwise, he risked future incidents of even greater magnitude. This time, it was merely a matter of carving his likeness at Hokage Rock. If he were to be let off lightly, would he next set fire to Minato's office? Contemplating this, Minato and Appo's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he prepared to deliver a performance of consequence. Before you arrived, I consulted with others. They all believe this incident has had a profoundly negative impact and must be met with stringent punishment. You may choose between imprisonment or exile. Imprisonment? Exile? The Jonin's face paled. He had not anticipated such severe consequences, though it was not entirely unexpected. Instinctively, he wanted to plead Kyu's case, even if it meant shouldering some of the blame himself. However, Minato's calm demeanor left him at a loss for words. If one has erred, they must accept responsibility and face the consequences. There is nothing more to discuss. With a resigned sigh, the Jonin closed his eyes, realizing he had no right to persuade the Hokage to reconsider. Yet, in his heart, he hoped Kyu would opt for exile. Though departing from Konoha would significantly impact his future, he would do his utmost to help him find a place to settle down. Alas, fate had other plans. After a moment of calm deliberation, Kyu inquired, "If I am imprisoned, how long will I be confined? And where would I be exiled?" "Not too long. Probably 3 to 5 years before you and Appo's re-released. As for the location of exile, considering your contributions to the village, you may choose, as long as it is far from Konoha." Kyu, furrowing his brows, failed to notice Minato's lips curling into a slight smile. "So what will your choice be? I am quite curious." Yet Minato was unaware that for Kyu, the choice had never truly existed. The most fundamental necessity was to preserve his life. Furthermore, due to the undercover mission, choosing exile could very well signify the failure of his task. Thus, only one path remained: imprisonment. However, 3 to 5 years felt excessively long, and Minato's attitude diverged from his initial expectations. Was the value of the previous formula insufficient to mitigate the situation? Regret washed over him as he realized he had not prepared adequately. Had he implemented a few more safeguards, perhaps a mere few months of confinement would suffice. Now, however, the situation appeared grim. "Go ahead and imprison me." The situation was clearly unexpected for Minato. The implications of his earlier words should have been apparent. Exile, in essence, meant merely relocating to continue one's life. This was already quite lenient, and any intelligent person would know how to choose. Yet, this rascal opted for the most arduous path. The prison in Konoha was no pleasant place. Few emerged unscathed, and several years of youth would be squandered. Why? One must realize that a 5-year prison term could utterly ruin one's life. Wasn't it preferable to start anew elsewhere? Minato, increasingly curious, inquired further. "For no reason. A true man does not flee. That is the act of a coward. Since I have erred, I must embrace the consequences, regardless of their severity. It's merely 3 to 5 years. In the blink of an eye, it will be over. When I emerge, I shall be the new 5th Hokage," Kyu fervently declared, exuding youthful exuberance. Since he had already fallen, he must act promptly to mitigate his losses. He could not leave behind an impression of cowardice and should strive to embody the so-called Appo's will of fire and Appo's, endeavoring to enhance his reputation. In this way, a reckless, impulsive youth, eternally proclaiming his ambition to become Hokage, would solidify his persona. Should he later create further disturbances, others would merely accept it as part of his character, thus providing an added layer of protection for his undercover identity. Perhaps after a time in confinement, Minato might suddenly remember him and grant his release. Such a possibility was not entirely out of the question. As Kyu's boisterous declarations echoed in his ears, Minato felt no offense. Rather, he found this rascal increasingly intriguing. Even if confined for 3 to 5 years, Akiyu's unwavering aspiration to become Hokage remained intact. He did not waver. Minato suddenly found himself lost in thought. Having been momentarily deceived by Akiyu and Appo's spontaneous display of dramatics, Akiyu and Appo's current mindset mirrored that of a carefree youth, as the saying goes. Those without shoes are unafraid of those with them, and he resolved to charge ahead. After all, things could hardly deteriorate further from this point. At that moment, a knock at the door announced the return of the Umbu members investigating the incident. Lord Hokage, the matter has been thoroughly investigated. The perpetrator, Akiyu, acted alone. All the tools he used were found in his home, and we traced the source back to the merchants involved, who were unaware of Akiyu's intentions. Additionally, Foreman Yamashita requests an audience with you, claiming he wishes to apologize. Snapping back to reality, Minato nodded and instructed, let Foreman Yamashita come in. Also, escort those two to the adjacent lounge. They are not to wander. The last remark was directed pointedly at Akiyu, causing him considerable embarrassment. It is often said that one inevitably becomes the very image they once despised. Indeed, the youth who once loathed unruly children now found himself forced to masquerade as one, which was thoroughly vexing. Once the Jonin Mikawa and Akiyu were taken to the waiting room, the elder Yamashita arrived at the Hokage and Appo's office. Lord Hokage, as the leader of the entire artisan team, I bear an undeniable responsibility for this incident. Had I detected any anomalies during the concluding stages, we would not have faced today's calamity. The fault lies with me, and I implore you to impose a fitting punishment. If Akiyu were present, he would have noticed that Yamashita typically spoke with a rough demeanor, using terms like I and old man. Yet, now before the Hokage, he adopted a more refined self-reference, clearly attempting to appeal to emotions and remind Minato of his elderly status. Although Minato was unaware of this, he had no intention of holding Yamashita or the other artisans accountable. Their fault lay not in their craftsmanship, but rather in their lack of investigative acumen. Moreover, Akiyu's audacious plan was so novel that it was understandable they had not detected it. After calming the elder for a considerable time, Yamashita appeared somewhat reassured and made various promises to expedite repairs to Hokage Rock, vowing there would be no further errors. At this juncture, Yamashita should have taken his leave. However, after a moment and Appo's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and spoke. In truth, Akiyu may have acted impulsively. While his actions are unforgivable, I beseech you, Lord Hokage, to show leniency. He proceeded to recount Akiyu and Appo's recent endeavors in stone carving, as well as the impassioned declarations he had made. It was then that Minato realized this rascal harbored such aspirations, not only to become the fifth Hokage, but also to etch his likeness in a Hokage rock. Minato could not help but smile. He began to contemplate the motivations and intentions behind Akiyu's actions. Regardless of how loudly one shouts their ambitions, for the vast majority, the dream of becoming Hokage remains an unattainable ideal. Perhaps this fellow feared he would not succeed, prompting him to seek attention and solidify his resolve in this manner. After all, why would he choose to expose everything on such a day? Minato's thoughts drifted back to Akiyu's earlier decisions and words. It seemed that Konoha had indeed received a remarkable little rascal. Having reached a resolution, Minato first bid farewell to Yamashita before turning to the adjacent room, where he once again encountered the stern-faced Jonin Mikawa and the carefree Akiyu, now munching on oranges. Just now, Foreman Yamashita came to plead your case. Moreover, I have reconsidered. Perhaps the punishment I initially proposed was indeed excessive. Hence, I have decided to alter the terms. Upon entering, Minato and Appo's words left Akiyu momentarily stunned. Yamashita had advocated for him? This revelation stirred a complex blend of emotions within him. He had effectively exploited the elder's goodwill, causing considerable trouble. Yet, the fact that Yamashita willingly intervened on his behalf was a significant debt of gratitude. What punishment? Akiyu asked, his mood darkening further. First, you must personally clean up the mess you made and apologize to each villager. Can you manage that? Akiyu nodded. And then, given your commendable attitude in acknowledging your mistake and the substantial contribution of the medicinal bath formula to the village, I shall reduce your initial penalties by half. Is that agreeable? Akiyu shook his head. He was already grateful that these efforts could spare him from 3 to 5 years of incarceration. Had it been someone else, they might have completely erased his contributions, dismissing him with the notion of balancing rewards and penalties. Retaining even half of his merits was already a considerable concession for Minato. However, The weight of this concession still stung. Yet, Minato's next statement ignited a spark in his eyes. Finally, you must pledge that you will never again engage in similar actions unless you truly become Hokage. Under such conditions, I can assure you that the halved resources will still be distributed as scheduled, as if the village is merely lending them to you. When you are capable of repaying, it will be converted into monetary value, which you can repay through missions. Akiyu felt invigorated. Minato's approach was akin to lifting the burden lightly. He merely reframed the issue, effectively allowing Akiyu to evade serious consequences. Moreover, this provided a public explanation. A monthly fine exceeding 100,000 ryo would suffice to offset his transgressions. Once he became a ninja, with diligent effort in completing missions, he could repay the debt in no time, causing him no distress. In his punishment, what he truly forfeited was merely a portion of his future wealth, yet he successfully evaded a dire fate. It was nothing short of perfection. How could one possibly refuse such terms? Upon hearing this, the Jonin of Sanha felt an immense relaxation wash over him, perhaps releasing a sigh of relief within. Simultaneously, he began to ponder whether he ought to tighten his supervision, lest this troublesome lad sneak away again to cause more trouble. Well, this matter concludes here. I have many official duties to attend to, so I shan't delay you any further in educating the child, Sanha Jonin. As Minato departed, however, his parting words left Qingyu utterly astounded. Watching as the increasingly menacing Sanha Jonin approached, flexing his limbs, Qingyu couldn't help but silently shout, "Damn it. Minato. You've set me up. I admit my mistakes. I truly realize my errors. No more, please. See, Gong, Qing, you. I have tolerated you for far too long. Don't you dare run." From the adjacent office, Minato overheard the commotion and the pitiful cries emanating from the other side, a smile of delight blooming on his face, even reminding others not to interfere. Oh, what delightful weather it is outside. Upon emerging alive from the Hokage building, Qingyu was immensely grateful for his resilience. Having narrowly escaped the wrath of the brutal Sanha Jonin, though lamenting the unfortunate fate of his handsome visage. Alas, what a futile sigh to utter. Seizing the moment while he still had the opportunity, he hastily departed. The Sanha Jonin, noticeably more content, promptly urged him onward. With no choice but to comply, Qingyu trailed behind like a defeated rooster. Their destination was Hokage Rock, to swiftly rectify a certain someone's glaring faux pas, and to extend apologies to all the craftsmen, particularly the elderly gentleman from down the hill. Qingyu felt a profound sense of guilt and could only devise ways to repay this kindness in the future. Following the Hokage's announcement regarding his punishment, they would also need to apologize to each villager and to the shopkeepers who had been unwittingly embroiled in this chaos. Once these tasks were completed, Sanha Jonin would guide him in drafting a succinct letter of guarantee and an IOU. Only after this step would the fifth Hokage Rock incident truly reach its conclusion. Of course, this is contingent upon avoiding any further mishaps, such as his reckless behavior or the emergence of another absurd character like Uchiha Han to cause him trouble. This is not mere paranoia, it is a necessary vigilance. However, Qingyu remained unaware that with the presence of Shursui, who served as both mentor and friend, Itachi was no longer blind to the world around him. He often gleaned information about certain individuals through Shursui, particularly concerning one troublesome person. Thus, even if confined, Itachi contributed in his own way, successfully persuading his father not to add further complications to the situation by revealing his Sharingan. In truth, Fugaku had nearly forgotten about Gong Qingyu, had it not been for the magnitude of this incident. Moreover, he was not as inept as Itachi feared. In fact, he found it rather perplexing. Until this moment, Itachi remained unaware that the clan member who had attempted to confront Qingyu acted on his own accord, not as a direct command from Fugaku. After all, the father and son had always lacked open and honest communication. Itachi feared the answer he could not bear to hear, while Fugaku felt justified. Oblivious to the misunderstanding his son harbored, it can only be said that misunderstandings accumulate incrementally. In the following days, the Hokage and Appo's office issued a public announcement regarding the incident, rephrasing the details and enumerating the punishment meted out to the primary culprit, which included a hefty fine exceeding 10 million ryo, eliciting gasps of astonishment and delight from the public. Such a heavy penalty aligned with the people and Appo's expectations, allowing their anger and discontent to be adequately expressed. Furthermore, the farce atop Hokage Rock had been thoroughly resolved, the instigator merely a child, who had already apologized to each household. Thus, the the uproar and its repercussions gradually subsided. Yet, the name Si Gong Qingyu had once again become a topic of conversation among villagers and many ninjas during their leisure. After all, a true man bold enough to commit such an act had yet to be seen a second time. Meanwhile, our protagonist remained at home, relishing a rare opportunity for a low-profile existence. There was no denying that each time he ventured outside, he was met with curious stares, followed by whispers that showed no restraint. This sensation of fame was rather unappealing, especially as it did not yield any tangible income akin to that of an earthly celebrity. Otherwise, he might as well embark on a career as an idol. After all, black and red are still colors. Additionally, he busied himself at home by studying the newly acquired reward. This time, he had unearthed an item from the bronze treasure chest, known as the Eye of Perception. Artifact. Eye of Perception effect detects all strong life forms within a 100-meter radius, providing a certain degree of feedback against malicious intent. Due to the vague nature of this effect's description, he dedicated his rest periods to exploring this item alongside his regular physical training and practice of White Strike. As the name indicates, this Eye of Perception is indeed a lifelike eyeball, which seamlessly integrates into any lifeless object after use, rendering it invisible to the naked eye. Whether the Byakugan or Sharingan could discern the Eye of Perception remained uncertain for Qingyu, as he had yet to find the opportunity to test it. Then, regarding the effect, the term strong life form held little meaning for him. However, based on the feedback received after usage, he concluded that strong life forms referred to cats, dogs, mice, or larger creatures, including humans. In contrast, insects, bacteria, plants, and similar life forms were excluded. Upon utilizing the Eye of Perception, he felt as though he possessed a godlike perspective, akin to activating a radar vision, clearly identifying the locations of all strong life forms within 100 meters, and discerning their strength through the intensity of their fluctuations. The ability to provide feedback against malicious intent was equally intriguing. Thus, he conducted an experiment in a crowded location. The conclusion was that as long as someone harbored a measure of ill will toward him, the Eye of Perception would detect it, immediately relaying this information to his mind, with the malicious intent being marked in red and others in white. It was akin to having a living radar in a game. However, the drawbacks were equally apparent. Firstly, the Eye of Perception had a limited range of merely 100 meters within the ninja world. Having an enemy encroach upon that distance was akin to stepping into the gates of hell. Compared to the reconnaissance capabilities of the Byakugan, it was utterly inferior. Secondly, the Eye of Perception was immobile. Once deployed, it could not be moved without losing its efficacy, and as the user, if he stepped outside the sphere of the Eye of Perception, it would also cease to function. This significantly diminished the utility of the Eye of Perception, relegating it to a mere fixed point of warning and a means to ascertain whether others harbored ill intent toward him. On the bright side, the Eye of Perception did not have a limit on usage. It could be employed repeatedly without damage, with only the object it inhabited being susceptible to destruction. Furthermore, with a mere thought, he could summon it back to his eye, though its effects could not be activated directly. In summary, this Eye of Perception proved to be quite beneficial for him. With this device, he no longer needed to worry about being surveilled, regardless of who approached. He would be the first to notice. Additionally, he could discern who harbored malicious intentions against him, allowing him to take precautions in advance. Once he fully grasped the utility of this device, Qingyu abandoned his seclusion at home and made his way to the Special Supplies Distribution Center in Konoha. This location was originally accessible only to certain privileged individuals, such as members of the Hokage's Umbu or those bearing the Hokage's seal, to collect specific items. After all, certain elite units enjoyed enviable benefits, receiving supplies without having to spend their own money. The expenses incurred by the Umbu were essentially covered by the Hokage and the village. Qingyu's visit was not due to joining the Umbu or any special department. He merely sought to collect this month's training resource allowance and medicinal bath supplies. Shortly after he caused a significant incident, Konoha's exclusive apothecary began a large-scale sale of the medicinal bath powder he had provided. The price was an astonishing 10,000 ryo per batch, outrageously exorbitant. When he initially prepared the medicinal ingredients, a single batch cost him no more than 5,000 ryo. The excess was merely to obscure some useless ingredients he had purchased. The retail price of less than 5,000 ryo was dramatically inflated to 10,000 ryo by Konoha, with no room for negotiation. Such an exorbitant price actually found buyers? Indeed, there were eager customers, especially given that the Hokage himself, Minato, endorsed the product, vouching for its efficacy. Moreover, it seemed that Konoha's higher-ups had successfully coordinated with various prominent clans: Uchiha, Hyuga, Inuzuka, Yamanaka, Aburame, Akimichi, each placing exorbitant orders and singing praises for the product. This created an atmosphere of urgency. If you did not buy, you would be left behind. If you did not buy, your children would lose at the starting line. How many coins did the commoners possess? It appeared that Konoha and Apple's elite had targeted the affluent clans from the very beginning. To cultivate exceptional talent, they were willing to invest significant sums. So surely they would not be stingy with this minor expenditure. After experimenting with the medicinal baths provided by Konoha and Apple's upper echelons, each clan found themselves vulnerable, with nearly everyone reluctant to fall behind. There were attempts to pressure the formula's owner into revealing the recipe, or to stake a claim for a share of the profits. But then Minato intervened. Who would dare to provoke the Hokage over a mere financial dispute? Such folly would be tantamount to courting disaster. Although the specifics of the agreement between the clans and Konoha's leadership remained unclear, Chinyu gleaned from a casual mention made by the Jonin Mahara that the debt note he had signed for the medicinal baths would still be calculated at the previous retail price, and he was advised to maintain discretion for his own safety. It was evident that should word spread of his identity as the formula provider, not only would his life be in jeopardy, but his monopoly on this lucrative business would be jeopardized as well. As the saying goes, severing one's means of livelihood is akin to murdering one's parents. If his business were disrupted, would Konoha's upper echelons allow him to escape unscathed? At that point, he would truly find himself surrounded by enemies. It was likely that even Minato would find it difficult to advocate for him. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chinyu recognized why he was specifically directed to collect supplies in this discreet location. Its seclusion allowed for minimal interaction. "I am here to collect supplies," he stated at a narrow window upon entering a designated chamber. He presented a small scroll that Mahara had given him for verification. After a brief moment of silence, the individual inside confirmed its authenticity and handed him a sheet of paper and a pen. Upon examining the list of available supplies, which ranged from basic weapons like kunai and shuriken to explosive tags, smoke bombs, various military rations, antidotes, and training equipment, he noted that he could claim no more than 10,000 ryo worth of resources each month. This was considerable for him and would suffice. Prior to his arrival, he had already decided what he wanted to exchange. His gaze fell upon the section for explosive tags, and without hesitation, he circled that item, writing only "all exchange." At 300 ryo per tag, he could acquire 33 tags for free this month. Although half of the funds would need to be repaid later, that was a minor concern. He had been captivated by the explosive prowess displayed by Conan in the anime, where 600 billion explosive tags were detonated with ease. It was truly remarkable. In future confrontations, he could leverage that knowledge and potentially overwhelm his enemies with a barrage of explosive tags. Even if he couldn't defeat them outright, he could certainly frustrate them. After some time gathering his supplies, Chinyu swiftly received a scroll containing the items he had exchanged, alongside the special scroll he had submitted. However, he felt a pang of regret. Lacking chakra and ninjutsu skills rendered him utterly helpless in retrieving his own items. It seemed he would have to trouble Mahara once more. Should he not commence chakra training immediately? There was no need to wait until the next academic year. With a plan forming in his mind, Chinyu concealed the scroll and turned to leave. It was likely that even those inside did not anticipate that a mere child without chakra would come to collect supplies. With a loud thud, Mihara extracted the items sealed within the scroll. Upon seeing the nature of Chinyu's exchanges, his face twitched in disbelief. "You exchanged everything for explosive tags? Do you have any idea how dangerous those are? Do you even know how to use them? What on earth do you plan to do with them?" Mihara's mounting anxiety was understandable, given that each incident caused by Chinyu had nearly sent him into cardiac distress. If this reckless child were to use explosive tags against someone or, heaven forbid, blow up the Hokage rock, he would have no choice but to strangle the boy and atone for his actions with his own life. In response to Mahara's agitated demeanor, Chinyu calmly placed the packets of medicinal baths aside and innocently stated, "I heard explosive tags are incredibly powerful and quite expensive, so I had to choose them. Besides, I won't use them myself, but you can always make use of them." Mihara, initially ready to explode with frustration, found himself momentarily taken aback by Chinyu's innocent smile. Wait, you brought these for me? Qingyu nodded vigorously, feigning embarrassment. All of Mahara's ire dissipated in an instant, and he awkwardly glanced away. I don't need such things. I and Appos am a respectable jonin. However, the tags did possess considerable power and could serve as a means of self-defense. Since you and Appos VE exchanged for them, you may as well keep them. Use them if you ever find yourself in danger. Mahara's half-hearted words nearly caused Qingyu to burst into laughter. At last, he no longer had to worry about causing chaos with the explosive tags. Certainly, if the Jonin of the Three Rivers acquired these explosive tags, he would not feel any regret. In comparison to the myriad of favors he has done for him, a mere handful of explosive tags is insignificant. By the way, can I learn to harness chakra now? After all, I cannot open a single scroll. It would be unreasonable to trouble the Jonin every time. Observing that the Jonin seemed to have accepted his intentions and was in good spirits, he seized the moment to express his desire to learn the method of chakra extraction. Had he broached the subject earlier, the Jonin might not have acquiesced, particularly after witnessing that stack of explosive tags, which would likely have prompted an immediate refusal. However, at this moment, after some contemplation, the Jonin deemed it acceptable to first teach him how to extract chakra. By the time he entered school next year, the scions of various clans would have already mastered such skills. Should he encounter bullying, this mischievous lad might just perform some astonishing feats. With this thought, the Jonin instinctively cast a glance at the neatly arranged explosive tags on the table, and an image of Qingyu, pressed into a corner at school. Pulling out a handful of explosive tags in a bid for mutual destruction flashed in his mind. The Jonin shuddered. He must not allow this reckless boy to bring such perilous items to school. Thus, he immediately adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "It is permissible to teach you in advance, but you must assure me that under no circumstances will you bring the explosive tags to school, nor use them against your classmates. Of course, if you find yourself in danger and confront malicious individuals, you may employ them." Qingyu eagerly nodded, his eyes lighting up at the first part of the statement, paying little heed to the latter caveat. Chakra is a form of energy produced by the perfect fusion of various energies within the human body, and through diligent training, one extracts the energy hidden within each cell, reflecting on the Jonin's teachings. Qingyu embarked on a new round of training at home. In his understanding, chakra is the amalgamation of physical and mental energy, with sage techniques incorporating natural energy as well. Although his physical talent is lacking, perhaps due to the peculiarities of his transmigration, his mental fortitude is notably superior. Coupled with his unwavering dedication to practice, he swiftly grasped the nuances. Extracting strands of chakra with some reluctance after concluding a day of training, Qingyu let out a long breath. Assessing the minuscule amount of chakra coursing through his meridians, he could not help but shake his head, for it was indeed negligible. While he was uncertain how much chakra others could accumulate through diligent practice in a day, he suspected it would not be worse than his own. Those ninjas of ordinary talent might never touch the threshold of a Jonin in their lifetime. Indeed, those who become Jonin must possess extraordinary abilities in certain aspects. Despite the fact that by the later stages of the series, Jonin have become mere cannon fodder. With shadow-level ninjas regarded as units of measurement for combat strength, only the truly exceptional can shine. Nevertheless, within the major ninja villages, the status of a Jonin is not to be underestimated, and their numbers are not as plentiful as one might imagine. Qingyu surmised that without the aid of a system, achieving the rank of special Jonin in this lifetime would be a commendable feat. After arriving at this conclusion, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He had no desire to court disaster, yet life compelled him down this dark path the following day. Qingyu continued his training in his exclusive little sanctuary, as usual. After mastering the technique of chakra extraction, he had yet another item to diligently practice each day. However, drenched in sweat, he did not utter a word of complaint. Rather, he found enjoyment in it. Compared to his previous life on Earth, where he toiled aimlessly for mere survival, devoid of dignity, he had grown fond of his current existence. Perhaps this world was fraught with danger, where a moment's carelessness could cost one their life. Yet the grounded feeling that every bit of effort yields rewards was genuinely captivating. Windmill, hanging persimmon, waterfall. With a resounding bang, the wooden training dummy used for basic combat could no longer withstand the strain and was abruptly severed in half. Qingyu withdrew his gaze, somewhat dissatisfied, as this meant he would need to procure a new one nevertheless, through relentless effort. He had become proficient in most of the techniques associated with basic combat. although his movements remained somewhat rigid and lacked adaptability. He was confident that with a little more time, he would elevate his skills to a higher level. He still retained the basic skill card obtained from his last mission, opting not to use it hastily. Furthermore, having learned chakra, a thought struck him. Since it is a form of energy, could it potentially replace spiritual energy to enhance basic combat, as power, or even induce a qualitative transformation? Unfortunately, his current chakra reserves were still too meager to manifest any noticeable effect, compelling him to wait for future attempts. With the training dummy now rendered unusable, Qingyu decided to return home early and commence his chakra training. However, before that, he had one more matter to attend to. Having observed for a considerable time, he called out, "Come out." With a swift motion, a figure materialized before him, not too far away, their eyes reflecting a hint of surprise and admiration. Yet, upon recognizing the familiar clan emblem on the visitor, Qingyu and Appo's brow furrowed slightly. Uchiha? In his recollection, the Uchiha clan was characterized by a division of spirit censorship, housing individuals of remarkable talent as well as those utterly oblivious to danger, their intellect seemingly stifled. Initially, he held a modicum of goodwill due to Itachi, but after nearly perishing at the hands of that Uchiha, any lingering fondness evaporated. Of course, the foul fish and rotten shrimp that spoiled the broth were not exclusive to the Uchiha. Such occurrences were ubiquitous, and this incident did not tarnish his perception of Itachi. However, he was entirely unaware of which category this Uchiha before him belonged to. Should they be here to cause trouble, it would indeed be dire. This area was generally devoid of passers-by. While it offered him significant convenience, it also meant that he had no immediate assistance. Please do not misunderstand. Although I am also of the Uchiha clan, I am not here to cause you any trouble. In fact, I happened to pass by due to a mission and heard the commotion, so I came to investigate. The newcomer explained with a gentle demeanor. Hearing this, Qingyu's stern expression softened slightly, but he quickly reacted. You know who I am? Of course, the future 5th Hokage. I am not only aware of you, but have also taken the initiative to learn about everything concerning you. Being addressed as the future 5th Hokage was undeniably embarrassing, and a flicker of awkwardness crossed Qingyu and Appo's face. You understand me? What? Are you looking to avenge that cold-hearted individual? No. It is merely that Itachi inquires about you frequently, and out of curiosity, I delved into some information. In truth, I am not fond of that cold-hearted individual either. What happened that day can be considered his own doing. Itachi. I still do not know your name. Qingyu was taken aback. The visitor actually knew Itachi, and from the tone, it seemed they had a good relationship. Apologies, I neglected to introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Shursui, and I am currently responsible for guiding Itachi in his training. Uchiha Shursui? Qingyu's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the individual before him, who wore a hint of apology on his face. What the hell? However, upon reflection, it made sense. Aside from Shursui, Itachi had no other friends within the Uchiha. This was indeed a figure of extraordinary genius. At such a tender age, one possesses the kaleidoscopic Sharingan and the formidable ability of the Kotoeme Tsukimi, a technique of unparalleled prowess. Alas, his life was cut short. Those targeted by the malevolent Danzo seldom meet a favorable fate. Why do you regard me with such eyes? Have you heard my name? It seems I have heard someone mention that you are a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Qingyu said ambiguously. A prodigy? I wouldn't say so, in my eyes. Itachi is the true genius, Shursui replied, scratching his head, somewhat embarrassed. Could you please refrain from being so modest, my friend? You and Itachi are indeed geniuses among geniuses. I implore you to spare me. Qingyu observed the bashful and humble Shursui, his mind nearing the brink of collapse. Have you ever considered the feelings of ordinary people? You so-called geniuses? Shursui, devoid of any arrogance, exuded a cheerful optimism, while Qingyu adhered to the principle of treating others with respect in proportion to the respect shown to him, believing in reciprocation for both kindness and enmity. Thus, an instant camaraderie blossomed between him and Shursui as they seated themselves on the ground, engaging in shared discussions about Itachi. Itachi has been quite worried about you. However, he has been unable to come out lately, so he has tasked me with gathering information. Upon learning that someone from the clan had wronged you, he felt immense guilt and remorse. But that is Itachi's way. He keeps everything bottled inside, reluctant to share his burdens with others. Shursui chose not to mention that Itachi awakened his Sharingan due to this incident, believing it would be better if Itachi revealed such matters himself. and he suspected Itachi would never disclose the truth. Rest assured, I am a man of principles. Itachi is Itachi, and others are others. However, given that fellow's temperament, he will likely distance himself from me in the future. To be honest, he overthinks everything. It is not his fault, yet he insists on shouldering the blame. The next time I see him, I shall certainly give him a good thrashing. Qingyu, with a blade of grass between his teeth, spoke with annoyance. Yet his smile radiated brightness. You truly understand Itachi, despite having known him for such a brief time, Shisui remarked, somewhat astonished. Some people may become friends upon their first meeting, while others may never form a bond, regardless of the time spent together. Such matters are not dictated by the duration of acquaintance, but rather by the harmony between individuals. Observing Shisui's relaxed demeanor, he suddenly paused, pondering how such philosophical insights could flow so effortlessly from him. Nonetheless, Shisui wholeheartedly agreed with this notion, recognizing that human emotions are indeed the most intricate of all phenomena. By the way, upon my return, please convey a message to Itachi. Once his confinement ends, if he does not seek me out immediately, I shall go straight to the Uchiha compound to find him. No need for further elaboration. He should understand. You truly are something else. If Itachi hears that you intend to seek him out at the Uchiha clan, he might well flee under the cover of darkness. Shisui chuckled in disbelief. Yet he had to concede that this straightforward plan would indeed compel Itachi to act. When dealing with a brooding individual like him, one must employ a more forceful approach. Otherwise, he might just evade me, Qingyu said, a glimmer of satisfaction on his face. Shisui couldn't help but join in laughter, realizing that he had never considered that someone could so effectively corner Itachi. Their discussion soon devolved into an enthusiastic debate on how to transform Itachi's solemn nature. In their fervor, they even envisioned Itachi's bewildered and wryly amused expression, brimming with excitement. You are quite remarkable. I shall certainly put your ideas to the test upon my return. Shisui, feeling a sense of fulfillment, regarded Itachi as his younger brother, finding no greater joy than to prank his own kin. You are impressive as well. It is no wonder Itachi holds you in such high esteem. The two exchanged a fist bump, locking eyes and erupting into laughter. Do you train here daily? Your taijutsu appears to diverge from the traditional styles of Konoha. Qingyu nodded nonchalantly, stating, I merely practice out of boredom. After all, taijutsu is nothing more than hand-to-hand combat. I excel at fighting. When I first arrived in Konoha, some troublemakers from the orphanage sought to bully me, and I single-handedly defeated 10 of them, leaving them in tears, only to be confined as a consequence. As he recounted this, a deeply vexed expression crossed his face, eliciting a chuckle from Shisui. Although I lack the authority to critique, crafting a personalized style of taijutsu is far from simple. Moreover, as you mentioned, taijutsu is meant for close-quarters combat. Thus, merely practicing on wooden dummies yields slow progress. If you wish to accelerate your improvement, you must engage in actual battles to fully unlock your potential and integrate techniques into your repertoire. Otherwise, defeating Itachi would be exceedingly difficult, as his current strength already far surpasses that of a Chunin, Shisui sincerely advised. Qingyu could sense the genuine intent behind Shisui's suggestions, which were indeed valuable. However, without the guidance of the system issuing tasks, he could not simply roam about seeking fights. Ding. Bronze-level self-destructive task initiated. Task title, Konoha's 100-man slaughter. Task description, execute comprehensive retribution against unruly children. Now my mother need not worry about me being beaten when I head out. If you want it, just say so. It's merely motivation, and I'm providing it. Task requirements. Defeat 100 individuals, under 10 years old. Task deadline. 1 month task reward. Bronze treasure chest X1. Beginner skill card X1 task failure. Have you heard the old saying? If you strike the young, the old will come. Do you fear that? Cough, cough, cough. The sudden notification caused Qingyu to cough violently. Can tasks truly be generated, and at a bronze level no less? Upon careful evaluation of the risks and completion difficulty, alas, this is troublesome. He genuinely feared that by dealing with the younger ones, he would attract the older ones. Presently, he was not even a genin, at best able to bully his peers. It seemed he needed to think this through carefully. What is the matter? Why the sudden coughing fit? Are you unwell? I merely choked on my saliva. It's nothing. Qingyu spat out the blade of grass he had been chewing. I must take my leave. I will convey your message, and may we meet again under favorable circumstances. With a deft flip, Shisui sprang to his feet, and, after delivering his cheerful farewell, vanished in an instant. At that moment, the prowess of Shursui and Appo's body flicker technique became evident, though Qingyu insisted to himself that he was not envious, not envious, not envious. He dusted himself off and, with a thought, retracted his eye of perception that had melded with the ground. He had detected Shursui's hidden gaze thanks to the feedback from the eye of perception. Had the feedback indicated any malicious intent, he would have certainly refrained from exposing Shursui's concealment. Initially, he believed it was merely the anxiety of his Jonin instructor, Mikawa, leading him to spy on him, and he had intended to show off a bit. Unexpectedly, this resulted in an encounter with the swift Shursui. Nevertheless, he felt relieved. Shursui remained as optimistic, friendly, and approachable as he remembered. Coupled with their shared topic of Itachi, their initial meeting had been quite pleasant, leaving a favorable impression. Yet another formidable ally. In truth, the task of Konoha and Appo's 100-man slaughter was both daunting and trivial. It was simply that Qingyu and Appo's current residence was in the civilian district, where unruly children could be seen running about in abundance. In the civilian district, unruly children are relatively easy to manage. The proportion of families preparing to send their children to ninja school is actually quite low, as becoming a ninja entails participating in warfare, which brings danger and potential death. Furthermore, the exorbitant costs associated with training a ninja are beyond the means of ordinary families. Unlike the ninja clans in Konoha, who typically provide comprehensive early education for their children, including specialized secret techniques unique to their lineage, the unruly children in the civilian area are numerous, wild, and possess commendable combat prowess. They are undoubtedly the best candidates for mission completion. However, the dilemma arises. What if one were to harm another's child and the parents come seeking retribution? It would be unreasonable to retaliate against the parents as well. Setting aside the feasibility of such an altercation, scuffles among children are commonplace and rarely escalate. Yet, if parents come forward demanding justice and are also met with violence, it could escalate into a public safety issue, leading to repercussions from the village's higher-ups, not to mention a potential beating for oneself. Thus, after much contemplation, Aoi devised a plan to operate covertly and strike without leaving a trace. To this end, he invested time in procuring a mask and undertook a degree of DIY to fashion a black cloak for himself. Though his craftsmanship was lacking, it would have to suffice. The end was nigh for the unruly children. After stealthily changing into his prepared disguise in an alleyway, Aoi let out a disconcerting cackle. 7-year-old Fat Tiger is the king of children, or perhaps the bully in the civilian district. Thanks to his butcher father, he never has to worry about food, and his physique has grown rapidly, making him quite robust. With his size and the plentiful pocket money he possesses, he has successfully claimed dominion over the area, amassing a gang of over a dozen followers, and deriving amusement from bullying others and even extorting money. The children nearby dare not voice their anger. Those who inform their parents face even harsher reprisals. Even if furious parents confront him, his indulgent butcher father stands at the door wielding a cleaver, intimidating any would-be interlopers. Under such circumstances, Fat Tiger becomes increasingly unrestrained and indulges in his whims. Wherever he goes, all children must pay him a portion of their pocket money as protection fees, lest they be confined to their homes. Feeling the fearful and eager eyes of the surrounding children, Fat Tiger swells with pride, strutting along with his entourage of 4 or 5 followers. "Hey, you over there, Mushroom Head, have you paid your protection fee today?" Fat Tiger called out, nonchalantly picking his nose as he summoned a frail little boy sporting a mushroom haircut. "Lord Fat Tiger, I already paid for today," the mushroom-headed boy replied timidly, referring to Fat Tiger in such a manner solely because the latter relished being addressed this way, which gave him a sense of accomplishment. "Oh, and what about yesterday?" "Yesterday? I stayed home all day and didn't go out," the mushroom-headed boy exclaimed, panic rising. "Hell, so if you don't go out, you don't have to pay? That's fine. Just don't leave your house again, or don't let me see you again. Your choice." Fat Tiger disdainfully surveyed the diminutive figure before him, fully aware that he had been exploiting the local children excessively, leading them to stay home or play quietly indoors. This behavior inevitably diminished Fat Tiger's income, and having grown accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, he was unwilling to accept it. The mushroom-headed boy was merely a scapegoat for his intimidation tactics. "But I really have no money left." With a resounding slap, Fat Tiger knocked him to the ground, then glanced around menacingly. After ensuring no one dared to meet his gaze, he placed a foot on the boy's back and growled, From now on, the rules for collecting protection fees have changed. You will pay monthly. Once you've paid enough, you can do whatever you want at home. But if you don't pay, this will be your fate." With a wave of his hand, Fat Tiger's followers eagerly stepped forward, ready to enforce this new decree. After all, it was merely play fighting among children, and they were careful not to inflict any serious harm. If confronted later, they would have an excuse. The mushroom-headed boy curled up on the ground, shielding his head with his hands, bracing for the impending lesson. However, at that critical moment, a figure rushed in swiftly. And before Fat Tiger could react, a pained cry erupted, followed by the sight of him collapsing to the ground, clutching his face. "Who are you?" "I'm your father." The newcomer, adorned with a peculiar smiling mask and ill-fitting black robes, disregarded Fat Tiger's words and plunged into the crowd, launching a one-sided assault. With only 6 children in total, including Fat Tiger and his 5 followers, all of whom were ordinary kids, they stood no chance. Moreover, the most formidable threat, Fat Tiger, had been knocked down by Aoi's swift kick before he could even rise. Aoi's fighting style favored striking the face instead of the rear. So the unruly children found themselves outmatched, swiftly left bruised, and unable to rise. "Who are you? Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me?" At last, Fat Tiger managed to stagger to his feet, his face swollen and speech slurred. "Come here, Daddy loves you." Fat Tiger, infuriated by the provocations of the comically dressed mysterious figure, charged at him like a wild boar, believing he had merely fallen victim to an ambush. In his eyes, the masked figure was neither taller nor stronger than he. Why should he lose? Yet, as Fat Tiger barreled forward, Aoi remained calm beneath his mask. At the moment of impact, he simply sidestepped slightly, raised a hand with ease, and extended a leg. With a resounding crash, Fat Tiger's hefty frame collapsed to the ground, propelled by inertia, his greasy face meeting the ground in a rather intimate embrace. As Aoi observed the task progress bar shift to 6100, a satisfied nod followed, and he prepared to depart. He was not there to play the hero. He was there to fulfill a mission. Yet, if he could help others along the way, he wouldn't mind. Before leaving, he proclaimed, "This area is under my protection. If you disagree, feel free to bring others tomorrow to reclaim your territory. Of course, if you back down, go home and cry to your mother." With that, he strode away, waving his sleeve without taking a single cloud with him. For what he took with him was the admiration of those around him. With a flourish, he had vanquished the bully Fat Tiger and a few of his minions, radiating an aura of undeniable charisma. The mushroom-headed boy and his companions, no longer lingering, dashed off in excitement, eager to share the news with everyone. Aoi, however, remained oblivious to it all. Instead of seeking further trouble, he headed to the training ground to continue his practice. The task must be accomplished, and regular training could not be neglected. The sensation of engaging in combat moments ago was indeed starkly different from the experience of striking a wooden dummy. The opponents were simply too inept, collapsing before he could fully unleash his prowess. Hence, he uttered a solitary wish, hoping that tomorrow these individuals might surprise him, bringing along more formidable adversaries, thus allowing him to accrue additional experience. Should those cowards choose to retreat home to their parents, it would merely signify his misjudgment. After all, no one would ever know it was he who had struck first. A day passed in this manner. Fat Tiger and his companions, having received a severe beating, opted to swallow their pride and injuries, claiming to their families that they had merely stumbled. However, the truth had already spread like wildfire, thanks to Mushroom Head and his cohorts, drawing applause from countless onlookers. Upon learning of this, Fat Tiger's countenance darkened, yet he understood that it was not the time for retribution. Today, he must decisively teach that scoundrel a lesson, ensuring that everyone knew Fat Tiger had not been defeated, that he was still the strongest overlord in the vicinity. Thus, at the familiar locale of the previous day, he summoned all his subordinates, pledging half of his amassed protection fees as a reward for victory in this confrontation. This promise caused him immense pain, as it represented his last reserve. However, in defense of his status and reputation, he resolved to take that risk. "Boss, do you really think that guy will come? We have over 20 people here. He will likely be frightened off at the sight of us," one asked. Fat Tiger scoffed, "If he doesn't and amp. Oppos, T come, we and amp. Oppos, LL tarnish his name completely." His followers agreed, recognizing that regardless of whether the adversary arrived, the outcome would remain unchanged. "Boss, someone's coming." Suddenly, a figure approached them slowly. That mask, that black robe. Indeed, it was him. Fat Tiger instinctively clenched his jaw, the pain on his face serving as a constant reminder of the humiliation he had suffered yesterday. You actually dared to show up, he thought. Qing Yu surveyed the 20 or so individuals behind Fat Tiger and couldn't help but chuckle. This was indeed a delightful surprise. 1 against 20, such odds seemed overwhelmingly lopsided. Yet, sometimes, numerical superiority meant little. Qing Yu vividly recalled the shock he felt when he witnessed Madara single-handedly charge into the allied shinobi forces. The words, "Do you wish to dance?" had sent shivers down his spine. Thus, under the weight of absolute power, numbers became inconsequential. While he did not presume to compare himself to Madara, the challenge ahead was merely a group of untrained ruffians. After such extensive training, if he could not defeat them, he might as well return to tilling the fields. Consequently, without further ado, Qing Yu faced the multitude of adversaries without fear, eager to charge through. Onward! Take him down! Over 20 individuals rushed forward. At that moment, Qing Yu entered a peculiar state, enabling him to discern the distorted expression on Fat Tiger's face through the gaps in the crowd. He felt an extraordinary calm wash over him, and countless martial arts techniques began to resonate in his mind, manifesting through his body. With a swift motion, the first assailant was effortlessly taken down, followed by a quick dodge of a punch from another, using the force against him. In an instant, Qing Yu soared into the air, his legs suddenly spreading apart. A powerful kick sent 2 unfortunate souls crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. In midair, he harnessed the strength from his waist, twisting and executing a windmill kick, knocking another attacker unconscious without a sound. Simultaneously, the unfortunate soul he had grasped by the arm was hurled away, colliding with the wall. In mere moments, he had felled 5 opponents. Those who had been lurking behind Fat Tiger, as well as the onlookers, were left utterly astonished. This was a complete and utter rout. However, upon landing, Qing Yu inexplicably emerged from that extraordinary state, feeling considerably fatigued. Just as he began to regret the transient nature of that experience, an odd notification from the system chimed in. His brawling skill had miraculously upgraded to level 2. This exhilarated him immensely. Indeed, Shirzue had been entirely correct. The benefits of sparring with living opponents far surpassed the monotonous practice against wooden dummies. His eyes gleamed as he surveyed the crowd, who dared not approach him. They were all potential experience points, deserving of careful consideration. If you won't come to me, then I shall come to you. With a gleeful lick of his lips, Qing Yu laughed heartily and plunged into the fray, intent on integrating every technique he had learned into this real combat situation. Yet, without that earlier unique state, he revealed numerous vulnerabilities, his attacks lacking fluidity, and he found himself somewhat flustered, witnessing their once great adversary devolve into a clumsy novice. Fat Tiger's subordinates found their courage and charged at Qing Yu. If he activated Harden, he was confident that none of them could withstand even a single round against him. However, doing so would waste the opportunity to gain experience. Thus, he chose to endure a few blows, persisting in using brawling for combat. As a novice, these human punching bags were a perfect match for him. With his brawling skill upgraded to level 2, it became increasingly fluid, allowing him to break free from rigid routines and instinctively respond to various situations. Boom, boom, boom. Any unfortunate soul who came close to him was swiftly taken down or sent flying. In the blink of an eye, the encirclement was shattered. He had knocked down 10 more opponents. Only 7 or 8 remained, along with a visibly terrified Fat Tiger, who dared not advance further. Listening to the cries of the fallen, Qing Yu's gaze remained serene. This was merely a reflection of his restraint. Otherwise, with his current strength and speed, the application of level 2 brawling could have been lethal. Yet, in his quest for experience, he consciously avoided vital points, which proved to be a more challenging endeavor, simultaneously deepening his understanding of the technique. Glancing at the completion percentage of his task, a slight smile crept onto Qing Yu and Appo's lips beneath his mask. "Hurry up. I'm pressed for time," he said gently, waving a hand at the visibly frightened Fat Tiger and his companions. "Monster, run. We are no match for him," Fat Tiger's subordinates urged. "Boss, you should step in. I'm a bit weak in the knees." Casting a disdainful glance at these inept individuals, Fat Tiger swallowed hard, steeling his courage. "What do you want? If you leave now, I can consider this a non-issue. Otherwise what? Will you go home and cry to daddy? Enough dawdling, let and amp. Appo's proceed with valor. Let these trials transmute into my accrued expertise and fulfilled objectives." With a surge of momentum, Qing Yu bypassed the assembly, positioning himself before the wide-eyed, aghast figure of Pang Hu. Though the visage beneath the mask remained concealed, Pang Hu experienced a sudden epiphany. A sense that his tormentor was smiling? Bereft of any opportunity for reaction, Pang Hu was assaulted by a stinging sensation upon his face, the recipient of a flurry of blows. Instinctively, he shielded his eyes, feeling himself lifted into the air. A resounding thud marked his descent back to earth. It was then that a wrenching pain emanated from his abdomen. Tears and mucus mingled upon his corpulent face. No more. I relinquish this. I yearn for the sanctuary of my paternal figure. The external world is fraught with peril. Woe is me. Qingyu, still poised in his kicking stance, felt a pang of awkwardness as his adversary erupted into tears. Such a formidable exterior, yet such a fragile interior. A glance backward revealed his erstwhile entourage fleeing in disarray. Can't allow that. After dispensing with the miscreants he had subdued the previous day, Qingyu pursued the remaining throng, scattering them before him. With a renewed sense of vigor, he retraced his steps. 1, 2, 3, 20, 21, 22, 23. Precisely 23 individuals, a perfect tally. A satisfied nod accompanied Qingyu's observation of the task completion rate, registering at 23,100. Repeated subjugations, it seemed, were not factored into the calculation. Nevertheless, the accomplishment of 1/5 of the objective within a mere 2 days was a promising start. A descent into unbridled frenzy, involving the indiscriminate chastisement of onlookers, might expedite the process, but such an approach would be detrimental to one's character and reputation. With the day's quota of adversaries vanquished, Qingyu prepared to resume his training regimen. However, a final enticement was in order. Hark, corpulent one, cease your lamentations. I entrust to you a task. Compile a comprehensive catalog of all juvenile delinquent factions within the Commoner and Appo's quarter, akin to your own. I shall return hence on the day after next to collect this information. You are, of course, at liberty to disregard my directive. But know this, so long as you dwell within the confines of Konoha, I shall inevitably locate you. Do you comprehend? Pang Hu, his face smeared with the detritus of his anguish, nodded vigorously, his pain momentarily forgotten. He was genuinely cowed. To be so thoroughly outmatched by a lone assailant spoke volumes. Moreover, the anonymity afforded by the mask rendered him incapable of seeking retribution through parental intervention. Thus, discretion dictated compliance. Furthermore, the veiled menace in the speaker's words hinted at an impending reckoning for other factions. A flicker of vindication ignited within Pang Hu's heart. Indeed, let no one escape unscathed. With that, his remaining reservations dissolved. Upon returning home after a day of rigorous training, Qingyu was met with an unsettling sight, the presence of Jonin Mikawa awaiting him. Where have you been today? Jonin Mikawa inquired, his countenance inscrutable. Qingyu initially feared exposure, but reasoned that his masked identity should preclude such a revelation, unless Mikawa had trespassed and discovered his concealed accoutrements. Engaged in my training, naturally. Mikawa's demeanor softened upon observing Qingyu's sweat-soaked attire. Exercise caution of late, and refrain from aimless wandering. Pray, has something transpired? In recent days, numerous youths have fallen victim to an enigmatic assailant. A coalition of parents has lodged a formal complaint, demanding the apprehension and punishment of the perpetrator. Qingyu feigned indifference, though a tremor of apprehension coursed through him. Rest assured, I am not so imprudent. Should anyone seek to provoke me, I shall unleash these. He brandished a cache of explosive tags. Mikawa and Appo's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. You carry those at all times? Indeed, given the current climate of unrest, with even children being targeted, prudence dictates such precautions. Moreover, the ensuing detonation would swiftly summon assistance. Mikawa found himself momentarily speechless. He had harbored suspicions that Qingyu might be the masked miscreant responsible for the parental outcry, but now found himself unable to voice them. Without further ado, Mikawa departed, though his lingering scrutiny betrayed his lingering doubts. Qingyu, however, remained cautiously optimistic. Mikawa's suspicions appeared to be based on intuition rather than concrete evidence. A reassessment of his storage arrangements was clearly warranted. The following dawn, Qingyu activated his perceptive eye. As expected, a lifeform lurked within the boughs of a tree to his left, its energetic signature unmistakable. He was under surveillance, presumably by Mikawa himself. Without hesitation, he consigned his mask and cloak to the flames. A period of circumspection was now paramount. The mission could be deferred indefinitely. While his transgressions were not of the gravest nature, His prior infractions and the sheer number of victims rendered him financially vulnerable. Exposure was to be avoided at all costs. Thus, a new game of cat and mouse commenced between Qingyu and Mikawa. At the training grounds, Qingyu toiled relentlessly, adhering to his regimented schedule. His perceptive eye remained active, confirming the unwavering presence of his observer in the nearby foliage. Only upon the conclusion of his daily regimen did the telltale signature vanish. Yet, upon returning home, he was greeted by the familiar presence in the familiar locale. Abandoning all haste in the pursuit of his objective, even Pang, who was left unattended, he would test the limits of his pursuer's endurance. Could a special Jonin truly dedicate himself to such a mundane task as perpetual surveillance? Mikawa's tenacity proved formidable, lasting a full week. Only on the 8th day did Qingyu finally detect the absence of his watcher, prompting a sigh of relief. However, prudence dictated a further day of vigilance. On that day, he commenced with his customary training routine, ensuring the absence of any observers before diverting to the commoner's quarter, donning a fresh ensemble of mask and cloak. As for Pang Hu, the successive humiliations had dissuaded him from further extortion. His retinue had dispersed, unwilling to follow a fallen leader. Pang Hu seethed with resentment and frustration. Even more galling was the absence of his appointed emissary, leaving him vulnerable to the machinations of his rivals. This is truly unbearable. Perhaps fate has finally heard his silent plea, for as he aimlessly wandered through a narrow alley, that individual suddenly appeared before him. "Boss, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you, losing my appetite and shedding several pounds over the past few days." Contrary to what Qingyu had envisioned, being terrified upon their first encounter, this fellow approached him, trembling with excitement, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. What is the meaning of this? Could it be Stockholm Syndrome? How frightening. "Do not call me boss. I am not your superior. Do you have the items?" "Yes, boss." "No problem, boss. The items are right here, boss." Qingyu suppressed the urge to deliver another beating and pinched his nose, responding with a grunt as he accepted the crumpled piece of paper. Upon opening it, he was bewildered by the nonsensical drawings. "Forget it. Just tell me directly." He tossed the ghastly sketch aside in exasperation and awaited the other's response. Fat Tiger, brimming with excitement, recounted every detail he knew about the AMP, Oppos, forces and AMP, Oppos, in the civilian district, including their numbers, usual haunts, and frequent misdeeds, laying it all bare. "This day has finally come. Let you all experience the pain I, Fat Tiger, have endured, you rascals." Qingyu was quite pleased with the fellow and AMP, Oppos, as cooperation, but he still felt the need to issue a warning. "You should have already guessed what I am preparing to do. Keep your mouth shut, otherwise, you know the consequences." "I will definitely keep my lips sealed, boss. Actually, I want to prevent those people from reporting this matter, but, alright, I understand. You did your best. Also, refrain from engaging in bad behavior at such a young age. Of all things to learn, why choose extortion? If I find out you are bullying the weak." Bang! Qingyu unleashed a hardened punch that shattered the wall. Fat Tiger was taken aback. It turned out that the boss had not revealed his true strength that day. "I won't dare again, boss. I promise to study hard and learn to butcher pigs, so I can inherit my father's business when I grow up." What an admirable ambition. Keep it up. Qingyu stifled his desire to scoff and turned to exit the alley. Next up, it was time to reap the rewards. Experience points. Await my arrival. Your father is coming. Half a month later, the mysterious devilish boy who specifically targeted troublesome children re-emerged, and upon his return, he swiftly took down over 30 unruly kids. Upon returning home, these 30 children cried out for their fathers, causing chaos throughout the civilian district once more. This time, the number of irate parents seeking justice was nearly double that of the last incident. The ninja responsible for handling the situation was overwhelmed. But after promising to apprehend the culprit within a week, the disgruntled parents reluctantly departed. Shortly thereafter, a D-rank mission to capture the mysterious boy was posted, and soon, a squad accepted the task. However, amidst the elation of increasing mission progress, Qingyu remained blissfully unaware of these developments. Yet, out of caution, he lingered at the training grounds for another 2 days. Once he realized that the Jonin from the Mahara clan had yet to appear, his heart began to stir with anticipation. He even made a special trip to inquire about the Jonin, only to learn that he was away on a mission with an uncertain return date. This news filled him with secret delight. The greatest obstacle to completing his mission was currently absent from Konoha. What else could he say? Now, the mission completion rate had reached 55 out of 100. With just a few dozen more targets, he could unlock the achievement of the Konoha 100 slaughter. If fortune favored him, a single daring venture could suffice. Even if luck was not on his side, 2 or 3 additional attempts would surely lead to success. Thus, Qingyu resolved to once again step into the fray. In the park. Irika, do you think that guy will appear again? It had been 2 days without a trace of him. The quietly waiting Irika replied with unwavering determination. He will undoubtedly show up. Over the past 2 days, I meticulously studied the events, and it is evident that his intentions are clear and not impulsive. Moreover, the interval between his second strike was about 10 days, demonstrating that he is not only prepared but also exceedingly cautious. Irika and Appo's S2 teammates exchanged pained expressions upon hearing his analysis. Are we really going to just wait indefinitely? What if he has already backed off? You're right. I feel that this waiting game is unreliable. Teacher Ichiraku has truly left us hanging. Faced with his companion's impatience, Irika began to feel conflicted. He could not guarantee that his deductions were correct, and not only had they wasted 2 days, but they also had no idea when they would catch the culprit. This was merely a D-rank mission, and spending so much time on it felt like a poor investment. Although they had graduated from the Ninja Academy over a year ago and had become proud genin, this past year had yielded little progress. They had completed barely any C-rank missions, mostly relegated to menial D-rank tasks such as chasing cats or dogs. The current mission to capture the Appo's, mysterious boy Appo's, was already considered quite challenging for a D-rank task. Yet, a D-rank mission remained a D-rank mission, and they found themselves growing increasingly impatient. Thus, Irika gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us hold our position for one last day. If he does not appear, we will take the initiative and flush him out." The other 2 companions exchanged glances. "All right then, we will trust you one last time. Let us go." With that, they decisively departed for the 2 other locations where the culprit was most likely to appear, continuing their stakeout. There was no choice. While the Konoha civilian district may seem inconspicuous, it covered a considerable area. With only 3 of them, they could only select the locations where the target was most likely to appear for their hunt. If the target manifested elsewhere, they were confident they could respond swiftly if any commotion arose. After all, they were legitimate Konoha genin. Meanwhile, the reincarnated tormentor of children, our protagonist Qingyu, was blissfully unaware that he had become a target for others' missions, nor did he know that several cunning individuals lay in ambush within the grass, waiting for him to walk into their trap. He initially spent some time scouting based on the information provided by Fat Tiger. To be thorough, he utilized his perception eye to inspect every location he visited. After all, it had only been 2 days since his last encounter, and he had to be wary of any unexpected developments. His caution soon bore fruit. On his 3rd reconnaissance, he spotted an individual concealed behind a flower bed to the left rear of the group of unruly children, exuding a stronger life force than the others. Through repeated observations, he had developed the ability to gauge an opponent's strength based on their vitality fluctuations. While not always accurate, he had yet to make a significant error in his general assessments. This was a genin. Qingyu immediately made this deduction. Moreover, a genin would not simply hide there without reason, nor would they be playing hide-and-seek with the children. To be cautious, he did not alert the individual or act rashly. He changed his direction to verify the situation, wanting to ascertain whether this was merely a coincidence or a trap set for him. After thoroughly investigating all the locations he had initially intended to target, his expression suddenly darkened. He discovered a total of 3 ambushes. The distances between them formed an equilateral triangle, enabling mutual support at any moment while also maximizing their reach to the surrounding area. No longer harboring any illusions, he realized this was a trap laid specifically for him. There was no other explanation for why the 3 lower ninjas would foolishly hide here. Recently, he was the only one causing a stir in the civilian district. Now he faced 2 paths, to press on recklessly or to tactically retreat. Opting for the latter was undoubtedly the safest choice. However, he could not predict when the enemies would relent. If they decided to wear him down, it would be disastrous, especially with the time constraint of his mission looming. As for the first option, after much contemplation, Qingyu resolved to seek fortune in danger. Yet, it felt too humiliating to be forced into retreat by 3 lower ninjas. It wasn't that he looked down on them. He simply had confidence in his ability to swiftly resolve the conflict and escape immediately. So he decided to act. Determined, Qingyu evaded the 3 central traps and made his way to the farthest point from their ambush. There, a dozen bullies awaited him, needing a lesson in humility. Although the prey was fewer, a few more encounters would suffice. Timing it perfectly, Qingyu donned his mask and black cloak, leaping out with a decisive flourish, launching an unrelenting assault on the unsuspecting group without a word or dialogue. In no time, he had them crying for mercy, begging not to be bullied again. However, Qingyu paid them no heed. He would only spare them if the progress of his mission increased. After dealing with these man-eating flowers from Konoha, he vanished without a trace, leaving no mark behind. Shortly after his departure, Irika and his companions arrived at the scene, their expressions darkened by the chaos before them. The sight of the sobbing children was indeed shocking, leaving them on edge. What troubled them further was that despite their meticulous ambush, the enemy had slipped through their fingers. That guy actually dared to show his face again. He was lucky this time, but if he ever appeared before me again, I would surely turn him into a swollen mess. Enough of such angry thoughts. We arrived swiftly, and I'm certain he hasn't fled far. Let us inquire which direction he took. Irika helplessly halted his companions and Appo's complaints, though a sliver of doubt crept into his mind. According to his analysis, the enemy should not have appeared here. The 3 locations he had chosen were far more suitable for the enemy to strike. How peculiar. They were told he went that way. Let us hurry after him. Once we catch him, we must show him what we're made of. As they spoke, Irika and his companions swiftly pursued him. A boy clad in a peculiar mask and black cloak should have been easy to spot. Yet, despite their relentless chase, they failed to see anyone matching that description. At this point, they realized the enemy had likely discarded his disguise and mingled with the crowd. Frustrated, they could only stand with hands on their hips, gazing vacantly at the throng of people. Unbeknownst to Irika and his team, the very culprit they sought stood obediently beside a beautiful woman, happily devouring 3 colored dumplings. Only after their futile pursuit did a smirk appear at the corner of his mouth. Little brother, is that enough to eat? If not, I can treat you to more. Thank you, beautiful sister. You must be an angel fallen from heaven, right? Oh, what an angel. Your sweet words are like honey, always knowing how to make me happy. It's true. My mother taught me to be honest. Beauty is beauty, and one must never lie. As he spoke, Qingyu looked up with innocent, wide eyes, his cherubic face radiating sincerity, truly, not a hint of insincerity. The delighted woman, covering her wrinkles with a fan, called to a nearby vendor, this, and that. Wrap them all up for me. Indeed, maliciously charming. Qingyu couldn't help but swallow his saliva at the sight of all those delightful treats. Perhaps being spoiled wasn't so bad after all. Quick, quick. The west side has been breached again. South side, this time it's the south. That scoundrel, I must not let him escape. Where is he? How could he vanish again? Quick, we must go back. We've fallen into a trap. This is a diversion. I must slay that rascal. Calm down, calm down. In the following days, Qingyu seemed to revel in the thrill of striking and vanishing. Each day, he and Irika would enact a delightful game of cat and mouse. Regardless of how Irika and his team set traps or concealed themselves, they were utterly exposed under the eye of perception. Every carefully chosen location was perfectly sidestepped by Qingyu, who effortlessly claimed more experience points. By the time they arrived, they could only stare at the sky in silence. They were completely baffled as to how he managed to evade them each time and select the farthest spot to strike. With their nerves heightened, they even began to suspect the assailant might hail from the Hyuga clan. It seemed the only explanation, aside from the Byakugan, was that they were dealing with someone from that esteemed clan. Moreover, the assailant always employed taijutsu, further implicating the renowned gentle fist style of the Hyuga. But it made no sense. Why would a proud member of the Hyuga clan act this way? If not them, then the perpetrator's bizarre movements remained inexplicable. Could it be that one of their ranks had turned traitor? How absurd. What could be the motive? After being continuously outsmarted, they hadn't even touched the hem of his clothing, leaving them utterly frustrated. It was clear the enemy was aware of their presence, but refused to give them a fair chance, instead toying with them. It seemed he took pleasure in this game. Ultimately, Irika and his team, unable to bear it any longer, sought assistance from their leading jonin, likely harboring the mindset that while the mission could fail, this scoundrel must be dealt with. However, the jonin's involvement did not improve their predicament. The enemy had fled and refused to engage them. They waited in vain for half a month, yet he never reappeared. Even the villagers who had initially placed high hopes on them eventually gave up, outright forbidding the troublesome child from causing chaos outside. After the prior lessons learned, everyone understood that the mysterious boy targeted only the bullies, while the well-behaved children remained unscathed. Since capturing the culprit proved elusive, The only recourse left was to diligently educate one's own children. Ironically, following the escalation of the incident, the majority of children and parents did not express fear towards the true instigator. Instead, they offered effusive praise. Those children who had long endured bullying began to idolize the very source of their torment. In the absence of the usual bullies who once wielded their power, a remarkable shift occurred among the youth, as laughter and joy echoed throughout the community. Consequently, those parents who sought to amplify the situation found themselves without justification, becoming pariahs in the eyes of their neighbors. Regardless of their protests, the rebuttal from the community was succinct. Why is it only your child who faces consequences while ours remain unscathed? Why indeed? The answer was clear. They deserved a lesson. Thus, the humiliated parents could only return home to vent their frustrations on their own unruly children. The once disobedient youths, fearing retribution outside, would still face the consequences at home, leaving them to feel as if their lives were shrouded in gloom. As matters reached this impasse, the mission was rendered untenable and ultimately had to be rescinded. In truth, even without the cancellation, individuals like Irika had already reached their limits. Consequently, the enigmatic boy in the black robe and mask transformed into a legend within Konoha, circulating widely throughout the common districts. Any misbehaving child would be warned that should they fail to heed their parents, they would be recounted as a cautionary tale, instilling fear that kept them indoors for days. Of course, that was merely the aftermath. Even Aoi, who had successfully completed his mission, could hardly fathom that his simple task would evolve into a Konoha legend. It was nothing short of a farcical jest. His absence was simply due to the completion of his task. There was no longer a need to engage in such antics. Additionally, the unruly children had learned their lesson, hiding away at home, and if this affair continued to escalate, it was likely that it would attract the attention of higher-ranked ninjas rather than just the 3 genin seeking him out. If a J Nin, or even a CH Nin were to intervene, his capture would be inevitable. Opening a bronze-grade treasure chest, he obtained a space-folding ninja tool pouch X1. Aoi, remaining at home, gazed at the spoils of his latest endeavor with a sense of satisfaction. Externally, this black space-folding pouch bore no distinction from an ordinary ninja tool pouch. However, within it lay a cubic meter of folded space, significantly elevating its value. Just imagine how many explosive tags could be stored in a space of that capacity. With this newfound item, he could conceal any illicit items with greater ease, no longer burdened by the constant concern of how to obliterate evidence. Furthermore, this space-folding pouch possessed an additional feature. With a mere thought, the desired item would manifest at the most accessible location, proving to be exceedingly convenient. Gone were the days of fumbling for shuriken only to find oneself grasping at nothing or awkwardly pulling out explosive tags instead. The only drawback was that it could not accommodate living beings or items exceeding its internal dimensions. Overall, the rewards from this mission were remarkably practical, justifying the risks he had taken in his numerous offenses. As for the 2 basic skill cards accumulated from these tasks, after careful consideration, he opted to utilize them immediately, upgrading his original LV1, hardening, to LV3. His current physical capabilities rendered LV1, hardening, entirely inadequate. Upon elevating, hardening, to LV3, he found he could envelop his entire body in a protective layer of hardened skin with a mere thought. He subsequently tested this enhancement with a shuriken, exerting 80% of his strength, resulting in only a faint white mark on his arm that vanished swiftly. This indicated that physical attacks from genin would prove ineffectual against him. As for ninjutsu, no suitable examples existed for reference. His singular encounter with an offensive ninjutsu was during that ill-fated chase instigated by Uchiha Han and Appo's wrath. His defensive capabilities had indeed improved significantly. However, this enhancement came at the cost of considerable stamina depletion. While brief usage posed no issue, sustaining this state for over half an hour began to wear him down. Yet, time was on his side. He was no longer the inexperienced novice who would pant from merely covering his arms with hardening. With the aid of the Navy body refinement method and medicinal baths, he anticipated significant advancements in his physical prowess in the near future. As time slipped by, another month passed without notice. The urban legend surrounding the mysterious boy continued to thrive, even intensifying in fervor. Many parents now recounted this tale to instill fear in their disobedient children. Furthermore, numerous children who had personally experienced the Appo's Great Calamity and Appo's banded together to form a support team, donning ill-fitting comical black robes and peculiar masks parading through the streets, engaging in their own version of play acting, perpetually bickering over who would assume the lead role. The leader of this troupe was none other than the once bullied, now reformed, Fat Tiger, who had endured always rigorous discipline on 2 separate occasions. Of course, Aoi remained blissfully unaware of these developments and would remain indifferent even if he learned of them. The disguise he had employed would likely not resurface anytime soon. Strangely, despite the passage of time, the J-Nin Mikawa had yet to seek him out, leaving Aoi with a tinge of anxiety, concerned that Mikawa's mission had encountered obstacles or dangers. However, the world of J-Nin felt distant, rendering him incapable of obtaining relevant information, let alone offering assistance. The sole silver lining was that his foresight had led him to learn how to extract chakra and activate scrolls in advance. Otherwise, he would have been unable to retrieve the supplies allotted to him each month. Thanks to the space-folding pouch acquired during his last mission, he had not exchanged all his resources solely for explosive tags this time. Instead, he had procured additional shuriken as well. He also stored the long-neglected shuriken Desert Eagle within the ninja tool pouch, properly loaded and ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Although its power was not as formidable as one might imagine, it still offered a degree of lethality suitable for his current stage, while also being sufficiently discreet, making it an ideal choice for ambushes. If utilized adeptly, even an average J-Nin could find themselves at his mercy, as evidenced by his previous skirmish with Uchiha Han. Unbeknownst to him, Aoi's repertoire of hidden cards was steadily expanding, yet this did little to assuage his sense of insecurity. With the passage of time, the imminent disaster looming over Konoha drew ever closer. If the fluttering wings of this small butterfly he embodied did not possess sufficient power, on this day, Aoi followed his usual routine, traversing the path from home to his designated training ground. However, upon pushing open the door, he was met with the sight of a certain individual hesitating outside. Upon noticing this, a smile crept across Aoi's face. Had someone arrived? Seeing Aoi's familiar demeanor, Itachi felt a sense of relief wash over him, nodding in acknowledgement. Then, as if recalling something, Itachi added, "Shursui relayed a message to me. My confinement period just ended today. I understand, let us proceed." "Where to?" "To the place where I first met Shursui." Itachi gazed silently at Qingyu's retreating figure. Clearly torn by a multitude of thoughts he hesitated to voice, ultimately resigning himself to a sigh and trailing behind. Before long, the two arrived at the training ground, one following the other. This location was both secluded and tranquil, yet Itachi, with his keen observation, could discern from the marks on the ground and the wooden training dummies that the place was frequented by someone. "This is where I usually train. What do you think? Is it too rudimentary?" Qingyu asked, setting down the water and lunch he had brought, then commencing his warm-up exercises. "It's adequate," Itachi replied earnestly, though he acknowledged that the simplicity of this place paled in comparison to the training grounds at the Uchiha compound. Nonetheless, he refrained from exhibiting any disdain. "It seems Shursui and Appo's renovation plan has failed. You still maintain such a stoic demeanor," Qingyu remarked, a sudden smile breaking across his face as he recalled something. "Renovation?" Upon hearing this term, Itachi's expression darkened, likely recalling Shursui's relentless pranks from recent times. "So this is where it all began." Itachi's gaze turned somewhat hostile. "Don't look at me like that. Both Shursui and I believe you've been living rather repressively. Why impose responsibilities on yourself for matters that have no bearing on you? Moreover, I suspect your visit today isn't merely to share a meal, but rather to sever ties and avoid dragging me into any further troubles. Am I correct?" Itachi's eyes fell slightly, and he fell into silence. Observing this, Qingyu, who had been stretching, paused in resignation. "I knew it, but never mind. Do you remember what I said before leaving that day? There's something I need to entrust you with." "Yes, as long as I am capable," Itachi replied with unwavering conviction. "Just remember, what I ask of you is quite simple. Let us engage in a duel of men." Qingyu's expression turned grave. "What? A duel? No." Itachi instinctively began to refuse, not out of contempt for Qingyu, but because his current prowess was sufficient for graduation, combined with his Sharingan. Itachi shook his head vigorously. Seeing Itachi's reaction, Qingyu was not angered, for he understood that he currently stood no chance against Itachi. However, he had his reasons for proposing this challenge. "Do you know what Shursui and I discussed that day?" Qingyu asked, a grin on his face. Itachi shook his head again. "I said if I guessed your choice correctly, I would thoroughly thrash you. For that, I trained diligently every day." Shursui told me you are incredibly strong, far beyond anyone of the Uchiha clan, and I believe that. But your choice has been quite displeasing to me. Thus, let us wager our fates in this manner. Fate, Itachi murmured, perplexed. I shall challenge you with my most confident martial arts. If you lose to me or employ any abilities outside of martial arts, I win. If I win, I ask that you cease worrying about me. I'll shoulder my own burdens. Conversely, should I lose, I will respect your choice. As if you had never come today, and I will ignore you should we meet again. Though the rules favor you unfairly, this is my request. Now tell me, do you accept? Qingyu's gaze remained calm as it met Itachi's complex expression. This was, after all, the only way he could conceive to surpass Itachi. Itachi was a prodigious genius, with virtually no discernible weaknesses. His martial arts were not a liability, merely overshadowed by his formidable jinjutsu, techniques, and ninjutsu, rendering his martial skills seemingly average, especially as illness later took its toll. In the original narrative, Itachi, having just entered the ninja academy, could vanquish seniors several years his elder with martial arts, a testament to his innate talent. If you were to ask Qingyu about his confidence, he would undoubtedly admit to having none. Yet, he possessed his own pride and conviction. Even if it meant dragging himself through, he would strive to win this duel. Itachi lowered his head, lost in thought, before finally uttering a question, uncertain if it was directed at himself or Qingyu. Must it be this way? Qingyu sensed Itachi's confusion at this moment, yet he too was unwilling to let Itachi tread the path of no return. Thus, let change commence from this moment. I apologize. Itachi, Qingyu silently declared, his expression growing solemn. The wind gently rustled their clothes. At that moment, a falling leaf drifted into their line of sight, slowly descending to the ground. In an instant, both Qingyu and Itachi lunged towards one another. One wielded the martial arts meticulously taught by the Uchiha clan, while the other drew upon the bare-knuckle techniques from the realm of the Grim Reaper. At this moment, these two distinctly different martial styles clashed violently. Boom, bang, thud. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of blows. In terms of speed and strength, Itachi held a slight advantage, yet the upgraded bare-knuckle techniques, now at level 3, flourished in Qingyu's hands. Indeed, after over a month of diligent training, Qingyu had successfully elevated bare-knuckle to level 3, saving 3 basic skill cards in the process. This level 3 bare-knuckle, alongside level 3 inferior healing body and level 3 hardening, formed the foundation of his confidence to challenge Itachi. Moreover, after a month of specialized training, his physical reserves reached a new pinnacle, sufficient to sustain him through this duel. I can win, as Qingyu sensed that Itachi's physical prowess was not overwhelmingly superior. His gaze ignited with fervor, an aura of Apos, fighting spirit and Apos, beginning to rise within him. In an instant, he completed a counteroffensive, growing increasingly fervent in his assault. In contrast, Itachi, who had not exerted himself fully, began to struggle with defense. Firstly, his preconceived notions about Qingyu lingered from their past encounters, leaving him unprepared for Qingyu's full-throttle approach. Secondly, his heart was clouded with uncertainty, far from the resolute belief that fueled Qingyu's determination to win, leading to hesitations in his techniques. Lastly, he was utterly taken aback by how much Qingyu had improved, delivering a significant shock. In the midst of their confrontation, particularly in the visceral exchange of martial techniques, even the slightest hesitation could be exploited as a weakness, magnifying the opportunity. Qingyu, undeterred by the fact that his opponent was Itachi, seized the moment when Itachi's mindset had yet to adjust, targeting the instant Itachi's kick paused, executing a handstand with remarkable agility, using his feet to block Itachi's strike. This unorthodox maneuver left Itachi momentarily stunned, causing him to lose his target. At that moment, as he stood on one leg, he became vulnerable to Qingyu's follow-up attack. In an instant, Itachi lost his balance, teetering on the brink of collapse. In his mind, Itachi shouted, "This is bad." He extended his arms, ready to flip away upon hitting the ground. However, Qingyu, having finally seized this opportunity, would not let it slip away easily. Having swiftly regained his footing, aimed at Itachi's unprotected chest. As a layer of formidable keratin enveloped his entire arm, Qingyu unleashed his hardened right fist, striking fiercely towards Itachi's chest with tremendous force. At this moment, Itachi lowered his hands to maintain equilibrium, leaving his midsection exposed, with no protection for the vital area of his heart. If he were to face an adversary, a punch delivered to the heart would surely be lethal. However, at this moment, Qingyu held back, not aiming for Itachi's heart, but rather targeting his chest. With this punch, Qingyu was confident that he could shatter several of Itachi's bones, thereby securing victory in this confrontation. Yet, at this critical juncture, Itachi finally regained his composure. The Sharingan began to manifest its signs, flickering subtly, but he immediately suppressed it with great force. For the moment, he activated the Sharingan. It would signify his defeat in this confrontation. He may lose, but not in such a manner. Thus, he no longer attempted to maintain his balance with his hands, nor did he evade with agility. Instead, at the crucial moment, he chose to cross his arms defiantly across his chest, forcefully blocking the impending punch. With a resounding bang, the weasel resembled a kite severed from its string, for before it could even touch the ground, it was forcefully propelled away by Qingyu's powerful punch, skidding across the ground for several meters before finally coming to a reluctant halt. As Qingyu was about to pursue, he was abruptly forced back by a barrage of over a dozen shurikens. The martial arts, of course, encompasses the use of weapons, which is not deemed a violation of the rules. With his momentum interrupted, Qingyu refrained from pressing the attack and instead stood his ground, observing the somewhat disheveled Itachi as he struggled to rise from the ground. Itachi assessed his injuries and realized that the force of that earlier punch had entirely exceeded his expectations. At that moment, his outer left forearm, where he had taken the hit, was thoroughly swollen and numb, even bordering on loss of sensation. Although his sleeve provided some cover, recovery in the short term was unlikely. Additionally, his right arm and chest were both aching persistently. Had he not chosen to block with both arms, that punch would have been sufficient to incapacitate him. However, such an opportunity will never arise again. In an instant, 3 shurikens were deftly clasped between the fingers of his right hand. Having thoroughly regained his composure, Itachi finally approached the situation with earnestness. Simultaneously, Aoi, who gazed intently at Itachi, did not allow himself to become complacent or overly arrogant despite landing a decisive blow. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. The confrontation he had orchestrated was a masterclass in leveraging strengths while avoiding weaknesses, rendering it exceedingly unfair to Itachi, who was unable to unleash his true potential. Yet, without these constraints, Aoi would not have had the privilege of standing opposite Itachi, let alone achieving such results. Therefore, there was little cause for pride. Even when faced with a significantly weakened and injured version of Itachi, he understood the necessity of exerting his utmost effort. Thus, he initiated the assault, launching himself forward with a powerful leap, aiming to close the distance to Itachi with remarkable speed. Itachi, now brandishing his shuriken, undoubtedly approached the encounter with seriousness. Aoi was already well aware of Itachi and Appo's extraordinary mastery of shuriken techniques, although he could rely on hardening to forcefully withstand the assault. If he failed to bridge the gap for close-quarters combat in a timely manner, it was entirely possible that he would emerge as the loser in this duel. Qingyu and Appo's assumption was indeed correct. At the very moment he initiated his move, Itachi swiftly unleashed shurikens with a single hand, sending them forth in an endless barrage, as if there were no limit to their onslaught. Moreover, each shuriken, seemingly haphazardly scattered, invariably finds its way to obstruct his path, whether advancing or evading. What perplexes Qingyu even further are the shurikens that arrive after him. After pursuing or colliding with one another, their trajectories become swift, erratic, and unpredictable, rendering it impossible to ascertain where they will land. The moment Qingyu is compelled to halt his steps, those shurikens, as if equipped with a navigation system, densely encircle him, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Completely unavoidable. At that moment, Itachi held 3 shurikens in his right hand, not to deliver a final blow, but to rescue Qingyu. In Itachi and Appo's eyes, he had completely sealed off all avenues of escape. Apart from enduring the onslaught, Qingyu seemed to possess no means to resist. Yet, at that instant, Qingyu, having deciphered Itachi's thoughts through their exchanged glances, boldly exclaimed, "Do not underestimate me, you scoundrel." Just as Itachi was about to spring into action to rescue, a tremor ran through his hand, causing the shuriken to falter and rendering any further intervention unnecessary. For you had already been engulfed by the deluge of shuriken. Itachi's heart initially tightened, but what lay before him soon left him utterly astounded. Hardening, he declared, activating it in its entirety. With a furious roar, Qingyu, now fully activated with LV3 and Appo's harden, completely abandoned evasion. Relying on the tough, keratinous defense of his outer layer, he charged forth like a rampaging bull, forcefully breaking free from the array of shurikens. Countless shurikens struck against his body, producing a series of sharp, resonant clangs, only to be instantaneously deflected the next moment. Despite being marked with countless white impressions, Qingyu approached Itachi, who seemed momentarily stunned, completely unscathed. Observing Itachi's astonishment, Qingyu couldn't help but reveal a dazzling smile. Then, like a little monster, he charged forward with a fierce momentum, maintaining that very demeanor. He was uncertain whether hardening fell within the realm of physical techniques. And he was indifferent to the matter. After all, he had never imposed any restrictions upon himself regarding its use. Though shamelessness has reached a certain degree, if it could rouse Itachi, he would be utterly indifferent. Fortunately, Itachi did not dwell on this matter. Confronted with the formidable onslaught from Aoba and already nursing an injured arm, he opted for a strategy of retreat while engaging, resolutely avoiding any direct confrontation. The previous circumstances have undeniably indicated that at this moment, Qingyu finds himself enveloped in a unique state of enhancement. One so formidable that even swiftly hurled shurikens cannot breach his defenses. The fact that he has only produced a single shuriken suggests his own strength is not particularly formidable. Moreover, within this extraordinary state, he has discerned a significant augmentation in Qingyu and Appo's power, which further solidifies his strategy of maneuvering with calculated restraint. He is resolute in his belief that such a peculiar condition cannot be sustained indefinitely. Otherwise, the adversary would not have resorted to it in a moment of dire urgency. It is evident that Itachi's conclusions drawn from his observations are indeed accurate. In this current state, Qingyu cannot maintain his prowess for long. Thus, Itachi has opted for a swift resolution. Windmill. The moment Qingyu twisted midair was imbued with a rugged elegance. Yet, in the next instant, the seemingly braced Itachi adeptly executed a bridge maneuver, deftly evading Qingyu's forceful kick. The resultant gust of wind swept past Itachi's face. With an expression of calm, Itachi immediately propelled himself upward, delivering a heavy punch to Qingyu's face, followed by a downward elbow strike that sent the airborne Qingyu crashing to the ground. With one final kick, sent it soaring into the air. However, this seemingly fluid series of attacks failed to yield the desired effect. The reason is simple. At this moment, Qingyu is simply too formidable. Each strike delivered by the weasel felt as though it were colliding with unyielding stone, and inexplicably, a counterforce would also inflict harm upon itself. Qingyu gradually rose from the ground, stretching his neck slightly. Although he had the hardened epidermis as protection during the previous exchange, he still felt a sting of pain. This clearly indicated that Itachi's taijutsu was formidable. However, at the moment Itachi launched his attack, Qingyu activated the Thorned Halo, inflicting a double rebound damage upon him. It was evident that Itachi's right hand was now grazed, and coupled with his drooping left arm, the situation was increasingly tilting in Qingyu's favor. While this duel was far from being entirely equitable, Qingyu felt no remorse. After uttering those words, he charged forward once more, while Itachi, single-handedly wielding a kunai, calmly observed Qingyu's every move. Despite the dire circumstances, he remained unwavering in his adherence to the rules. Otherwise, even without the use of the Sharingan, he would not have found himself in such a passive position. Itachi had understood Qingyu's intentions from the moment the challenge was proposed, and he found himself inspired by Qingyu's unwavering conviction. Thus, he resolved to abandon all reservations and give his all, ensuring there would be no regrets or excuses. Should he fall in defeat, it might very well be, as Qingyu suggested, a choice of fate. Conversely, if he were to mount a miraculous counterattack and emerge victorious, that too would be fate's response. Only by exerting himself fully could he truly merit this encounter. Come, Qingyu, come defeat me. As Qingyu reached him in an instant, Itachi remained focused, calmly swinging his kunai towards Qingyu and Appo's neck. Previously, he had hesitated to strike a fatal blow for fear of losing control, but that concern had vanished. The sound of a sharp drag echoed as the kunai grazed Qingyu's neck, leaving a white mark. Yet, Qingyu appeared undeterred, allowing Itachi to attack his vital points, opting instead to launch a powerful punch towards Itachi's head. Suddenly, Itachi vanished. No, he had mirrored Qingyu's earlier move, flipping upside down, and with a spring-like kick, struck Qingyu squarely on the chin. Despite the hardened defense, the impact surged through the layers of protection, momentarily clouding Qingyu's vision and nearly causing him to faint. The force of the sudden blow lifted Qingyu off his feet. Seizing this opportune moment, Itachi leaped into the air, using the height to wrap one arm around Qingyu and Appo's neck and executed a fierce downward throw. After extensive observation, he had evidently discerned Qingyu and Appo's weaknesses, employing force to bypass defenses and inflict damage. The true resilience lay merely in the outer layer, while the inner self remained vulnerable. With his spine suffering another severe blow, Qingyu felt the strength within him dissipate, nearly expelling the air from his lungs. Yet, in this critical moment, he bit down on his tongue, jolting himself back to awareness. He raised his arms to shield his head, bracing for Itachi's relentless barrage of kunai slashes. However, he refused to yield. As long as the effect of hardening persisted, he could withstand such attacks for a short time, and the damage from the earlier strikes weighed heavier, leaving him somewhat dazed. Nevertheless, his tolerance surpassed that of Itachi, and he could endure. As expected, once he began to regain his composure, Itachi's continuous onslaught slowed considerably due to his waning stamina. Now was his moment. Qingyu, who had remained on the defensive, suddenly erupted into action, forcefully grabbing Itachi's kunai with one hand while swiftly reaching for Itachi's neck with the other. If he could secure that grip, victory would be assured. Itachi, aware of Qingyu's advantage, immediately discarded his kunai, using his right arm to deflect Qingyu's grasping hand aimed at his neck. Qingyu's reflexes were equally sharp. He discarded the kunai and launched another strike. Just as it seemed Qingyu would secure his victory, Itachi's previously drooping left arm sprang to life, thwarting Qingyu's advance once more. With his legs coiled for a leap, Itachi prepared to retreat beyond Qingyu's reach. But in that moment, Qingyu, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, executed an unexpected maneuver. With a resounding thud, he abandoned all pretense of strategy and instinctively charged forward with a headbutt. At that instant, one thought consumed him. He could not allow Itachi to create distance. Caught off guard, Itachi, preparing to retreat, was unprepared for Qingyu's sudden assault, leading to a disorienting collision that left his mind in a fog. His legs, poised for a jump, faltered, leaving him immobile. Realizing the headbutt had yielded unforeseen results, Qingyu reveled in his triumph. He seized Itachi's arms, which were still raised in defense, and with his head thrown back, delivered a more forceful headbutt that struck Itachi squarely once again. 2 successive headbutts left Itachi reeling, yet he fought valiantly against the hold. Although he could not break free from Qingyu's grasp, his legs remained unrestrained. With all his might, Itachi kicked repeatedly at Qingyu, attempting to force him to relent. But Qingyu gritted his teeth, absorbing the blows while laughing heartily. "Even if you kick me to death, I won't let go. Surrender, Itachi. This time, I am the victor." As he spoke, Qingyu leaned back, preparing for another powerful headbutt. Itachi, now feeling dizzy and disoriented, sensed the urgency. He knew that another blow would surely render him unconscious. Moreover, his Sharingan was on the verge of involuntarily activating, driven by his subconscious. Should he succumb to being dazed and lose this duel, or resort to foul play and invoke other powers? Yet both choices ultimately led to defeat. Reluctantly, Itachi ceased his resistance, his expression calm as he braced for the inevitable outcome. Within the confines of this duel, he had genuinely given his all, even exhausting the shuriken he had brought along. However, recognizing this as fate's decision, he was willing to use it as a catalyst for one last stand. Itachi's gaze grew resolute. Meanwhile, Qingyu, oblivious to Itachi's silent resolve, unleashed one final, desperate headbutt. Thud, thud. Qingyu poured every ounce of his strength into that last strike, only for it to be effortlessly intercepted by a single hand. At that moment, the victor was clear. "Itachi, you have lost." Out of nowhere, Shursui appeared, intercepting Qingyu's headbutt with ease and casually separating the two combatants with a few gentle taps. Upon seeing Shursui finally make his entrance, Qingyu couldn't help but feel a wave of relief wash over him. He then released the hardened state and plopped down onto the ground, gasping for fresh air. He had long sensed the presence of someone concealed nearby, likely a member of the Uchiha clan. Thus, he had initially uttered some rebellious remarks, hoping to provoke a response, but ultimately failed to elicit any reaction. This led him to suspect that the one following him was indeed the concerned Shursui. His conjecture proved correct. Jisue remained a mere spectator throughout the entire ordeal, only intervening at the end to halt a confrontation that had already determined its victor. Upon recognizing Jisue, Itachi felt a wave of relief wash over him. nearly losing his balance as he swayed unsteadily. This was not without reason. The 2 brutal headbutts he had endured earlier had left him with a painful, swollen bruise on his forehead that appeared quite alarming. As Jisue helped Itachi slowly take a seat, Qingyu, gritting his teeth in agony, burst into hearty laughter. "Jisue, did you see that? I successfully struck down your Uchiha clan and Appo's prodigious genius. Haraha." Typically, Itachi would disregard such trivial banter, but after such a harrowing encounter, a crack appeared in his stoic demeanor, prompting him to retort, "Had I not been restricted to physical techniques, you wouldn't have even grazed the hem of my garment. Besides, it was agreed that no other abilities would be employed, yet you secretly invoked your bloodline limit." Although defeated, Itachi would not shy away from acknowledging his loss. However, to admit that he harbored a shred of respect for Qingyu's prowess was a different matter altogether. If he had access to the bloodline limit himself, even a single tomo of the Sharingan could have turned the tide in an instant. Qingyu merely smirked at the mention of the bloodline limit. "Oh, that? You may believe it to be so. I only stated that you could not use it, not that I was similarly restricted. Regardless, you are the one who lost. So it's your concern now." Itachi found himself momentarily speechless, confronted anew by the audacity of his opponent. As for the topic of the bloodline limit, an unspoken agreement hung in the air, and no further inquiries were made. This was undoubtedly a secret not to be divulged to outsiders. Much like the unwritten clan rules forbidding any mention of the Sharingan to those outside their lineage. Jisue, observing Itachi and Appo's transformation, Kuden and Appo's helped but smile, thinking to himself how splendid youth could be. "I shall return tomorrow." Before Jisue escorted the injured Itachi back, the latter, bearing a grave expression, sincerely apologized to Qingyu for his perceived weakness. No promises or further elaboration were necessary. That single sentence sufficed. Qingyu, pleased by the apology, replied with a smile, "Apologies are accepted. I await your return." With Itachi's assurance of his return the next day, Qingyu was steadfast in his belief that he would come, regardless of any obstacles. He was equally curious about what choices the defiant Itachi would make in the future. Once Itachi and Jisue departed, Qingyu could no longer maintain the demeanor of a victor. He rushed to unpack the lunch he had brought, shoving rice balls into his mouth with reckless abandon. In truth, Itachi was not the only one who appeared disheveled. Qingyu had also sustained considerable injuries. The moment he released his hardened state, an overwhelming wave of pain surged through him, nearly debilitating him. The energy expended during the intense battle had taken him by surprise, though the damaged outer layer of his skin could be repaired at any time. This was contingent upon his stamina reserves. In other words, the more he was attacked, the quicker his strength would wane. Coupled with the severe blows he had received from Itachi's counterattacks, he was left with no choice but to rely on his inferior self-healing capabilities to hasten his recovery, further depleting his energy. At this point, he felt utterly famished. In less than a minute, the numerous rice balls he had brought were forcefully devoured, almost choking him in the process. He managed to gulp down an entire bottle of water to revive himself, yet he still felt ravenously hungry. With a glint of desperation in his eyes, Qingyu glanced at the nearby tree bark and underbrush, wondering about their potential taste. Meanwhile, upon returning to the clan with the injured Itachi, his parents, Fugaku and Makoto, rushed over upon hearing the news. "Jisue, what on earth happened?" Fugaku inquired, his expression darkening as he took in the sight of Itachi being bandaged, injuries marring his arms, forehead, and chest. He was well aware that Itachi had dashed out the moment his house arrest ended, and Jisue had been discreetly assigned to protect him, given that a clan member had perished due to a prior incident. If Itachi had not been confined and had sought out that SG Qingyu, what would the clan think? Yet now, with Itachi so severely injured and Jisue appearing unscathed, Fugaku found this situation untenable. Were it not for his trust in Jisue, he would have lost patience at this moment. Before Jisue could respond, Itachi, receiving treatment, spoke up first. "This is not Jisue and Appo's fault. I sought out SG Qingyu for a duel." "A duel?" Fugaku was no stranger to the name SG Qingyu, having lost a clan member because of him. But why was Itachi so eager to challenge this individual? Hadn't they shared a good relationship? Itachi had even requested that he refrain from causing trouble regarding the incident at Hokage Rock, revealing his Sharingan that very day. Fugaku was acutely aware that it was this very person who had instigated Itachi's dissatisfaction. Otherwise, Itachi would not have concealed such an important matter from him, but would have eagerly shared the good news. Moreover, How could that boy possibly prevail against Itachi? Was Itachi merely standing still for his opponent? As Fugaku pondered the connections in silence, Itachi continued, "We engaged in a pure taijutsu duel, and I ultimately lost. I held nothing back. I fought with all my might. This should suffice to demonstrate that my father's biases are misplaced. He is worthy of standing beside me. And I will not squander my time and energy on those who can only gaze at my back. I understand your high expectations of me, which is precisely why I require comrades. And S.G. Qingyu is the individual I recognize as such." As Itachi's firm declaration echoed within the room, Mikoto instinctively glanced at her husband, filled with concern. For in her memory, this marked the first time Itachi had openly defied his father, even asserting that his father was mistaken. Strangely, however, Fugaku did not erupt in fury. Instead, he maintained a composed expression as he turned to Jisue. Is what Itachi said true? Did he truly lose to a child of his own age? Jisue sighed inwardly, already aware of Itachi's intentions, and responded, "Indeed. The conditions of the duel mandated that both parties could only use taijutsu. I intervened just as the final blow was struck, but by then, Itachi had already lost all hope of turning the tide unless he broke the rules. Therefore, according to the terms of the duel, Itachi did indeed lose. Moreover, the opponent appears to possess a unique bloodline limit, enabling him to form a hard, keratinous layer on his skin for protection." Fugaku's complexion, which had already darkened, paled further at the revelation that this boy was also a bloodline limit user, and a defensive one at that. What bloodline limit? I'm not certain, but it seems to be unrecorded, possibly a new and undiscovered bloodline limit. Upon hearing this, Fugaku's expression softened. In his view, losing to a war orphan from the commoner district was vastly different from being defeated by a prodigy with a bloodline limit. The former would have left him profoundly disappointed in Itachi, while the latter provided ample justification for this defeat. Furthermore, a mere contest of physical prowess could hardly be conclusive. Itachi's true talent lies in his profound understanding of ninjutsu and jinjutsu, coupled with the activation of his Sharingan at the tender age of 5. Had it not been for certain unforeseen events, his performance would undeniably be perceived as flawless in his own eyes. However, the emergence of a potential new bloodline limit prompted Fugaku to contemplate from the perspective of a clan leader. After weighing the pros and cons for an extended period, two paths lay before him. One was to maintain a clear boundary, especially in light of the recent reckless actions of Uchiha Han, which had undoubtedly created insurmountable conflicts between the factions, complicating matters for the clan members. The second path, however, was Fugaku, concealing his emotions, cast a gaze towards the serene-faced Itachi and ultimately sighed deeply within himself. Enough is enough. I do not wish to hear such words again. The Uchiha does not welcome that child. Fugaku and Appo's statement cast a shadow over Itachi and Appo's heart. Despite his efforts to convey the most suitable reasoning, his father's approval remained elusive. Yet, a subsequent remark from Fugaku ignited a smile upon Itachi's face once more. Since you have already embraced the weighty responsibility of our family's fate, you need not report to me regarding the company you keep, provided that I never again hear the word failure. You may lose, but you must never be bested by your peers. Do you understand? Yes, father. Fugaku departed, and after expressing her concern for Itachi, Mikoto went to nurse the newborn Sasuke. The room was left with only a somewhat invigorated Itachi and Shisui. I never expected you to approach matters from this angle. Nonetheless, congratulations are in order for overcoming familial obstacles, Shisui remarked with a smile. Itachi offered a slight smile in return, choosing not to elaborate further. Why does Fugaku oppose Itachi associating with Aoi? There are likely two reasons. First, Fugaku holds a poor impression of that boy Aoi, and thus disapproves of Itachi's friendship with him. Second, Fugaku harbors high expectations for Itachi, wishing for him not to squander time and energy on frivolities. Furthermore, not everyone is fit to befriend one's son. Disparities in wealth, status, and strength must all be considered. Imagine, can a prodigious genius from an esteemed lineage truly forge a friendship with an impoverished commoner? Even if such a bond were possible, how long could it endure? When one remains exalted while the other struggles in the mire from birth, can the latter maintain a balanced mindset over time? Conflicts are inevitable, potentially even breeding resentment. It was from such experiences that Fugaku forbade Itachi from wasting time and energy on such matters, as some individuals are not even visible in the shadows, let alone worthy of friendship. However, Itachi's determination and the events of the day prompted a shift in Fugaku's stance. Since Aoi is not an ordinary individual, and indeed possesses the merit to stand beside Itachi, nurturing him as an ally is not out of the question. At the very least, it cannot be deemed a waste of time and energy. Moreover, the outcome of the recent encounter between Aoi and Itachi has, to a degree, influenced Fugaku's perception of that boy. It cannot be denied that Itachi made a fortunate bet this time. Had he attempted to persuade Fugaku with notions of friendship and bonds, he would likely face an extended period of confinement. A person is only valued when they possess certain merits. This has been the case since time immemorial. Had the incident with Uchiha Han not occurred, perhaps Fugaku's attitude would have been more favorable, but given the circumstances, he must consider the clan's sentiments. Thus, while Itachi may cultivate friendships, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku cannot lower himself to do so. Moreover, only those geniuses who mature truly deserve the title. Those who perish prematurely are merely fools. Currently, in Fugaku's eyes, Shikami Aoi is merely a mischievous child. In the end, Aoi could not bring himself to gnaw on tree bark or graze on grass. After enduring hunger, he returned home, promptly changed into clean clothes, and rushed to Ichiraku Ramen, indulging in a hearty meal. The cost, however, was a significant depletion of his wallet, leaving him on the brink of foraging for sustenance. As he left, the cheerful greeting from the ramen shop owner made him shudder. "Come again," he exclaimed. "Come again? If I do, I might just end up washing dishes." Reluctantly, he hurried home, hastening the healing of his wounds while preparing a medicinal bath to replenish his energy. His battle with Itachi today had yielded substantial insights, enhancing his understanding of white beating far more than thrashing 100 unruly children could. It is no wonder Shursui advised him to engage in combat with others rather than isolating himself. It holds considerable merit. However, after today's confrontation, he recognized many of his shortcomings, particularly regarding speed. He lacked effective means to close the distance to his adversary. Had Itachi not been restricted from employing many of his abilities, Aoi would surely have been overwhelmed. This realization left him quite exasperated. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of fierce clashes echoed beneath the tranquil sky. In the training grounds, Aoi and Itachi's figures intertwined in a dance of close combat. Despite their tender ages, they exhibited an extraordinary prowess. 10 days had passed since Aoi defeated Itachi. Itachi upheld his promise, enduring the pressures from the clan, while Aoi, discerning, refrained from probing further. Since Itachi had reappeared, it was evident that the other Uchiha members would refrain from troubling him for the time being. It was from that day onward, despite his injuries not yet healed, that Itachi proposed another sparring match. However, the rules were no longer confined to taijutsu. It was to be a genuine duel. Coincidentally, Aoi wished to ascertain just how powerful Itachi was at this stage and, eager to glean substantial experience from the battle, readily agreed. Yet, the outcome of this duel was starkly different. With his full powers unleashed, even while injured, Itachi utterly dominated Aoi. Throughout the encounter, Itachi relied solely on his exceptionally refined techniques, such as the body flicker technique and shuriken jutsu, leaving Aoi scrambling for survival, to the extent that he hardly managed to engage in a single successful clash before being drained of energy and succumbing to defeat. While hardening and white beating are undeniably practical, they are futile when one cannot land a hit. This was Aoi's first encounter with the sheer absurdity of the body flicker technique. Without employing his eye of perception, he was utterly unaware that his full-force attacks were merely striking a wooden stake, a mere clone. He now comprehended that Itachi's words after his previous defeat were not born from resentment or an inability to accept loss, but rather a candid acknowledgement of reality. He had indeed been clumsy enough to not even graze the hem of Itachi's garment. Especially when contrasted with Itachi's remarkably calm and meticulous combat style, Aoi's brashness appeared utterly at odds. From the very moment the battle commenced, Itachi seemed to have scripted the entire encounter, seizing control of the situation and rendering Aoi not only awkward but profoundly distressed. The sensation was akin to a cicada larva ensnared in a spider's web. The more one struggles, the swifter the demise. Following his effortless defeat at Itachi's hands, Aoi experienced a fleeting moment of profound despondency. He initially believed himself to be quite formidable, having trained diligently and received the assistance of a unique ability. Yet in the presence of true prodigies, he appeared rather insignificant. It must be said that Itachi and Appo's full-force assault provided him with a valuable lesson. awakening him to the realization that, compared to those truly remarkable individuals, he was far from strong, indeed pitiably weak. However, Qingyu was not disheartened. While feelings of disappointment and resentment were inevitable, they also ignited his fighting spirit. As someone willing to exert effort and endure hardships, why should he be inferior to others? Thus, Qingyu and Appo's tendency for self-imposed challenges surged forth. He requested Itachi to dedicate 1 to 2 hours each day for sparring. Originally concerned that Qingyu might fall into despair, Itachi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this request and readily agreed. As long as he completed his regular training tasks punctually, the additional time was his to utilize freely. Moreover, his father had granted him a degree of freedom, which was splendid. In the following days, Itachi consistently allocated time each morning to train with him, returning to the Uchiha compound afterward to continue his training under Shirsue's guidance. Although his schedule appeared busier, Itachi found himself unexpectedly enjoying this fulfilling routine. The thought of creatively tormenting Qingyu each day brought a satisfied smile to his face, even in slumber. Indeed, 10 days had passed, during which Qingyu had endured relentless trials, culminating in a record of 11 battles, with only 1 victory, an unfair win due to unfavorable rules for Itachi. Yet, as he adapted to Itachi's overwhelming prowess, Qingyu's progress soared, bolstered by unwavering training and supportive medicinal baths, leading him to believe he was on the verge of a breakthrough. The Leaf Hurricane, Windmill, Boom. After executing 2 remarkably similar taijutsu moves, Qingyu shattered Itachi's clone with a kick and swiftly retreated without a moment's hesitation. As anticipated, 3 rows of shurikens seamlessly embedded themselves in the ground. Had Qingyu been even a fraction slower, he would have had no choice but to activate, hardening, and endure the assault, which would only serve to drain his stamina unnecessarily. Just as Qingyu regained his footing, a stone behind him erupted in a cloud of white smoke. Itachi, having concealed himself with a transformation technique, silently thrust a kunai toward Qingyu's back while simultaneously pulling on a transparent wire with the other hand. The shuriken that had been soaring through the air suddenly whistled toward him, effectively sealing off all possible escape routes. Qingyu had experienced the suffocating feeling of being trapped in a quagmire before, but now, regardless of the situation, he remained composed and collected, no longer resembling a frenzied bull blindly charging around. Hardening. Faced with the dual assault, Qingyu promptly activated hardening on his back and, with a forceful push of his legs, willingly collided with Itachi's kunai. The sharp kunai failed to pierce Qingyu's hardened skin, instead causing Itachi to be propelled backward, losing his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Qingyu swiftly grasped Itachi's shoulders and executed a powerful throw, launching him into the air, where he collided with the incoming shuriken, turning Itachi into a pincushion. Yet, in light of this spectacle, Qingyu did not let his guard down, for the Itachi before him could not possibly be the real one. In the next moment, with a loud bang, the pincushion Itachi transformed into a wooden stump. As Qingyu scanned the surroundings warily, he finally spotted the real Itachi hidden in the trees. However, it was too late, for Itachi had already formed the final hand seal. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Witnessing Itachi utilize a C-rank ninjutsu for the first time, Qingyu instinctively cursed before turning on his heel and fleeing. Immediately, the flames erupted from Itachi and Appo's mouth, scattering in all directions like seeds from a flower. Though the Phoenix Fire Technique was a C-rank jutsu learned only by Chunin, it was a fundamental fire technique belonging to the Uchiha clan, akin to the Great Fireball Technique. In the original story, Sasuke was taught the Great Fireball Technique by Fugaku before entering the academy, and after becoming a genin, both techniques became his signature moves. Itachi and Appo's talent evidently surpassed Sasuke and Appo's. At a mere 5 years of age, he not only exceeded genin-level strength, but could also proficiently unleash the Phoenix Fire Technique. Truly a genius among geniuses. Sometimes, one starting point is simply incomparable. Some spend their entire lives on the road to Rome, while others are born directly in Rome. Compared to the common ninja, Itachi's foundation was C-rank ninjutsu, easily accessible, and more importantly, he possessed not only remarkable talent, but also an extraordinary work ethic. The question is, should one be afraid? Qingyu's answer was, others may fear, but I do not. Uncertain whether it was due to a lack of chakra or Itachi's mercy, the number of fireballs pursuing Qingyu was not overwhelming, granting him a chance to evade. After all, He was no longer the novice who could not even escape the slow great fireball technique. Sensing the heat behind him and calculating his moment to dodge, Qingyu entered a state of calm, reminiscent of an epiphany. The suffocating feeling of being trapped vanished instantly. One by one, the fireballs were easily avoided, and even the shuriken concealed within the Phoenix Fire technique were swiftly discerned, allowing him to elegantly evade them as if dancing a waltz. Despite the battle and Oppo's intensity, the term elegant seemed wholly inappropriate, yet Qingyu's performance was undeniably extraordinary, as if he had awakened some instinctual prowess. Even Itachi, who had released the ninjutsu, found himself momentarily stunned by Qingyu's display. Once the barrage of attacks subsided, Qingyu instinctively stimulated his body with chakra and propelled himself toward Itachi. Observing Qingyu charging directly at him, Itachi, whose chakra reserves were dwindling, could not help but smile wryly. In the script he had mentally prepared, the moment he completed the hand seals and unleashed the Phoenix Fire technique, this duel should have concluded. Especially since he had hidden a few shuriken within the ninjutsu for added security. However, Qingyu's sudden burst of energy completely disrupted his plans. Not only did the significant chakra expenditure of the ninjutsu yield no effect, but it also emptied his supply of ninja tools, leaving him unable to continue with his evasive tactics. Relying solely on body flicker techniques, he now found himself at a loss against Qingyu. It was precisely due to Qingyu's rapid advancement that Itachi found himself compelled to employ other ninjutsu today. The outcome was indeed a manifestation of cause and effect, a fitting retribution. With no desire to engage in a direct confrontation with Qingyu, Itachi sighed in resignation before his expression turned serious. Sharingan, activate. Upon witnessing those ominous eyes, Qingyu should have been taken aback. However, in his recollection, Itachi had not yet successfully awakened the Sharingan at this stage. However, the peculiar state he currently found himself in kept his heart serene, devoid of any turmoil. Charge. Harden. Strike. The weasel, who attempted to defend, was instantly sent flying. This sensation. It is neither a clone, nor has it transformed into something else. Is it the real body? Yet, at that very moment, an intense sense of crisis surged behind him. Not good. The harden ability was immediately activated to its maximum. Utilizing instinct, Qingyu swiftly turned around, executing a spinning kick. However, it merely grazed the weasel's illusion, landing empty. It's an illusion. Recalling the gaze they shared moments ago, Qingyu suddenly gained clarity. But it was too late. Distracted by the hypnotic abilities of the Sharingan, he completely misjudged the weasel and Oppo's true position. At that moment, the weasel, standing beside him, had precisely concentrated the remaining chakra into his right hand, delivering a heavy punch to Qingyu and Oppo's soft ribs. With a resounding thud, Qingyu, unable to block, was sent spinning away, crashing heavily onto the ground, immediately spitting out blood. Upon examining the spot on his waist where the weasel had struck, he discovered the hardened outer layer had been utterly shattered. Level 3. Hardened failed to withstand that punch. Qingyu emerged from his special state, utterly incredulous. Just 10 days prior, the weasel had struggled against his defenses, nearly succumbing to a headbutt. How had he suddenly become so formidable? Was he on drugs? Not intending to continue fighting, Qingyu, supporting his aching waist, managed to stand, simultaneously releasing Harden. How did you achieve that? The duel concluded, and the chakra-depleted weasel let out a sigh of relief, approaching Qingyu and asking, "What do you mean? Those eyes of yours from before, and the final blow that shattered my defense." The former was a question Qingyu posed knowingly, while the latter was the inquiry he truly yearned to understand. The weasel pondered briefly before responding. That is the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, possessing some exceptionally unique abilities. Just now, I utilized this eye to interfere with your movements, leading you to make erroneous judgments. As for the final strike, I concentrated all my chakra into a single point, then detonated it instantaneously, releasing it all at once, which resulted in such devastating power. To achieve this, one must possess extraordinarily precise control over chakra. Concerning the information about the Sharingan, the weasel could not elaborate further. But regarding the final technique he employed, he could share without reservation. Upon hearing the weasel's explanation, Qingyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. He hadn't anticipated that this individual had been holding back. Had the weasel employed this technique that day, perhaps even that meager victory would not have existed. A feeling of defeat that was truly beyond words. Perhaps sensing Qingyu's discontent, the weasel offered a comforting remark. As for this technique, I only recently mastered it. If it were simply a contest of taijutsu, you would still be the victor. This scene resembled that of a top student comforting a struggling peer after an exam, saying, "It and amp, oppos. S alright, I didn't and amp, oppos, T do too well either. What difference does it make?" Rather than feeling reassured, Qingyu became even more disheartened. Sometimes, when one does not strive, they remain entirely unaware of the vast chasm that separates them from genius. Yet unbeknownst to him, the weasel's sentiments were quite similar at that moment. In the weasel's eyes, Qingyu's rapid progress rendered him a worthy adversary deserving of earnest attention. It is worth noting that in the end, he had even resorted to employing the Sharingan, striving to meet his father's expectations. It was evident that he must intensify his training. The weasel thought to himself, not yet considering the determination to double his efforts to maintain an undefeated streak. Meanwhile, Qingyu, nearly traumatized by the experience, began examining the notifications from the dog system that he had overlooked during the battle. After such an intense confrontation, the level of white hit had finally risen to level 4. This was undoubtedly exhilarating news. Had it not been for the weasel and Oppo's assistance in practical training, achieving level 4 white hit would have seemed an unattainable dream. This also indirectly demonstrated that merely practicing in isolation was insufficient for white hit. The more one engages in powerful, high-pressure battles, the easier it is to break through. After all, this skill was born from combat, forged through relentless refinement, rather than being a mere performance routine. However, to fully unleash the true power of white hit, attributes such as physique, strength, speed, and agility were all indispensable. The foundation of taijutsu combat lies not in various techniques but in the most fundamental elements. Otherwise, it would merely devolve into a fanciful illusion, easily toppled by a single blow. No wonder Guy was so passionate about foundational training, as long as one could enhance physical attributes such as strength and speed. Even the simplest taijutsu could unleash tremendous force. Qingyu gradually came to this realization, understanding that an obsessive pursuit of technique was merely a distraction from the essentials. Thus, he resolved to increase the volume of his foundational training in the coming period, no longer fixating on how to elevate the level of white hit, choosing instead to let things progress naturally. Additionally, regarding the peculiar state he had suddenly entered during the battle, initially, he believed it to be mere coincidence. But upon reflection, it seemed that each time he emerged from such an epiphany state, the level of white hit would correspondingly improve. He could not discern whether this was a latent potential inherent to this body or a peculiar ability that had manifested since his arrival, or perhaps a special state that emerged whenever white hit encountered a breakthrough in battle. Perhaps in the future, he could attempt to actively trigger this state. Although unsure of the cause, Qingyu decided to allocate some time for experimentation, hoping that fortune might favor him and lead to another hidden advantage. Let today's duel conclude here. For the remaining time, we will continue practicing the mastery of the body flicker technique. Once you have fully grasped it, I will teach you how to manipulate chakra accurately. The weasel's words snapped Qingyu back to reality, and he nodded, commencing rigorous practice of the body flicker technique under his mentor's guidance. To be honest, the weasel had initially anticipated that Qingyu would swiftly master these foundational ninjutsu. After all, to him, these were akin to elementary education, exceedingly simple, lacking the thrill of throwing shuriken. Yet, as days passed, Qingyu's proficiency with the body flicker technique remained dismally inadequate, as if his talent lay entirely elsewhere. Furthermore, Qingyu's chakra was limited. Even if he learned the hand seals and flow of chakra for the Phoenix Fire technique that the weasel had previously unleashed, he would still be unable to execute it. It was utterly embarrassing. Had he been under a different instructor, they might have given up on such a hopeless case by now. However, the weasel persisted, teaching with unwavering dedication. Even Qingyu, known for his thick skin, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Always bringing a few skewers of dango to the training ground as a token of appreciation for his mentor and Oppo's unwavering support, there was no choice. Even if this body lacked innate talent, mastering the most fundamental body flicker technique was essential. Otherwise, even if he enrolled in a ninja academy, he would not graduate. As for shuriken, he struggled to wield them, finding it challenging to hit a stationary target, let alone performing tricks like the weasel, who could strike with precision. Thus, he simply relinquished the use of shuriken, for aside from a select few, most would not regard them as a primary means of attack. Their absence was inconsequential. Given that his talents and current options were predominantly in physical techniques, he resolved to invest all his efforts therein. As for the future, he would address it when the time came. After all, he too possessed a unique advantage. When talent falters, one can resort to extraordinary means. He would undoubtedly carve out a path as a ninja that was entirely his own. In the training grounds of the Uchiha compound, Itachi was vigorously perspiring upon returning home. Typically, he would be practicing with shuriken at this hour, yet today he had shifted his focus to physical training. After observing for a while, Shursui spoke up only when Itachi finally paused to rest, who emerged victorious in today's match. Itachi remained silent, taking small sips of water to replenish his stamina. Noticing Itachi's demeanor, Shursui inferred that Itachi had won again, although it seemed the contest had not been without its challenges. Otherwise, knowing Itachi as he did, he would have readily acknowledged defeat. It appeared that Aoi had provided quite the challenge today. Otherwise, why would he intensify his physical training at this hour? Shursui, contemplating aloud while leaning against a wall, remarked, "In this world, every individual possesses a unique strength contingent upon the ability to recognize it in a timely manner. Itachi, your talent is unparalleled, as if no conundrum could ever thwart you, be it ninjutsu, jinjutsu, or taijutsu. Even the shuriken you throw are aesthetically pleasing. However, time is a finite resource. I understand your desire to enhance your physical prowess. Yet you must ask yourself if becoming a ninja specializing in taijutsu is truly the path you wish to pursue. Do not lose sight of your true intentions because of Aoi, nor should you feel discontent simply because he excels in taijutsu." After Shursui departed, Itachi found himself lost in contemplation, pondering the path he wished to tread. A unique and great ninja. After a while, having regained some stamina, Itachi resumed his training, still focusing on taijutsu. However, upon completing his final set, he retrieved a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. In a blink, he had accurately struck the bullseye of each target positioned at various angles. From his concealed vantage point, Shursui observed Itachi's return to his original intent, a pleased smile emerging on his face. "Itachi, you will undoubtedly become an extraordinary ninja. I firmly believe it." No longer fixated solely on taijutsu, Itachi seemed to grow even more formidable. Do not inquire further. Suffice it to say that in the ensuing days, Aoi faced even harsher trials. Each match saw Itachi exerting his utmost, no longer hiding his capabilities. Even the Sharingan he had previously been compelled to use became a commonplace tactic, occasionally aimed at Aoi, leaving him bewildered. Despite Aoi and Appo's considerable strength, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage against Itachi and Appo's relentless style, often paying a hefty price to gain a fleeting advantage, all while remaining vigilant against Itachi and Appo's concentrated chakra techniques. As for the daily practice of the three-body technique, well, let us not dwell on that. Nevertheless, under Itachi's rigorous training, Aoi's strength steadily increased. Regrettably, in the face of such an unyielding opponent, he could not savor the joy of his own growth. Occasionally even doubting himself, was he truly that inadequate? Had it not been for the harsh lessons learned prior to his arrival, he might have succumbed to despair despite his naturally optimistic disposition. One day, he inadvertently overheard Itachi mention his recent endeavors to develop a new jinjutsu, subtly expressing a wish to use Aoi as a test subject. The reasoning? Winning had become less effortless than before. Aoi was left in disbelief. "What do you mean it's not so easy anymore? Is that even a reasonable thing to say? Am I not deserving of consideration? It was merely a friendly spar." Yet Itachi had escalated the stakes, even resorting to new jinjutsu techniques. Was he dissatisfied with the severity of their encounters? "You're impressive, Itachi. I thought of you as a friend, yet here you are, betraying my trust." Days of this fulfilling routine passed until October arrived. In the Hokage's office, Minato once again summoned Kakashi, who was stationed in the Umbu. "Thank you for your dedication in protecting Kushina all this time," Minato said with a warm smile. As the host of the Nine Tails, Kushina's chakra would shift to nourish her unborn child, weakening the seal. To prevent any mishaps, Kakashi had been covertly guarding her throughout her pregnancy. Now, 10 months had passed, and she had successfully reached her expected due date. However, it is not yet time. Minato continued. "During Kushina's labor, the third Hokage's direct Umbu will serve as her bodyguards, so you needn't worry." This was a crucial matter discussed with the third Hokage just the previous evening. Given that Mito nearly allowed the Nine Tails to break free while giving birth, utmost caution was imperative. Even the location of the delivery had been chosen with care, secured within a barrier outside the village, with all personnel and materials meticulously arranged. While Minato did not explicitly state these details, Kakashi understood well enough. "I shall return to my duties in the Umbu," he replied. Since the deaths of Obito and Rin, Kakashi had not succumbed to the extremes Minato feared. However, he had grown exceedingly aloof, seemingly devoid of leisure beyond his missions. Noticing Kakashi and Appo's silence, Minato suggested, "You need not rush. Take some time to rest." After Kakashi departed, Minato felt a pang of concern for his student, coupled with a sense of helplessness. Yet, the thought of soon becoming a father brought a radiant smile to his face. Gazing out the window, he remarked joyfully, "What splendid weather we have today." On the training grounds, Aoi was the sole figure drenched in sweat. Itachi had claimed he needed to return home to care for his parents' absence. Indeed, this referred to his foolish little brother, whom the future would know as Uchiha Sasuke. Aoi held little interest in the melodrama surrounding Sasuke, but Itachi's brotherly devotion was unyielding. Conversations inevitably circled back to Sasuke. What could possibly be so fascinating about a newborn merely 2 months old? What? You wonder if I'm envious of Sasuke? Hee. I fail to comprehend what is meant by the phrase "those who peddle romance" and pairings meet a swift demise. Chinyu would never feel jealousy over a mere child. Absolutely not. However, he has imagined on more than one occasion scenarios where he bullies Sasuke in front of Itachi, followed by playfully flicking Sasuke and Appo's little birdie. Haha. Damn. I almost laughed out loud. Wiping away the drool that had inadvertently escaped him, Chinyu took a refreshing gulp of water after concluding a round of training. Suddenly, a voice that rendered him completely rigid echoed from behind. "Your transformation is quite astonishing." Who? Chinyu spun around, instinctively assuming an offensive stance as he glanced over his shoulder. Obito? The figure that had materialized behind him prompted the name to slip from his lips. Clad in a black cloak and adorned with his signature one-eyed mask, Obito slowly spoke. "I have long since abandoned that name. Now I am Uchiha Madara." Startled, Chinyu immediately relaxed his stance and activated his eye of perception to scan the surroundings. Although he understood that Obito's sudden appearance indicated that he had already surveyed the area, he still felt unease. Through the eye of perception, he confirmed that within a radius of 100 meters, he and Obito were the only two present. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, recalling his undercover identity. Truly, what a predicament. By the way, what date is it today? During this period, he had been so engrossed in training that he had completely lost track of time, nearly forgetting about a certain major event. With Obito's sudden appearance, did that not signify the impending start of that major event? Upon realizing this, Chinyu instinctively swallowed hard, his heart in turmoil. On one hand was Obito, who offered him a chance at survival, and on the other was Minato, who had treated him kindly. How should he choose? It was maddening. "You seem quite adapted to life here." Noticing Chinyu and Appo's prolonged silence and the myriad expressions flitting across his face, Obito remarked with an insinuation. Chinyu felt a chill run down his spine. Unable to discern Obito's current attitude towards him, it was important to remember that the darkened Obito cared little for the lives lost, who died, or anyone's worth. Should his response fail to satisfy, perhaps even their past connection would not save him. Thus, he reluctantly replied, "Konoha is indeed commendable, but my true home lies elsewhere." I often reminisce about those bygone days. His little ruse seemed to have worked, as Obito fell momentarily silent. Those months had been the darkest time for Obito, and Chinyu had been by his side throughout, even forging a semblance of friendship. Not to mention, after Obito had decided to let him off the hook, he had amassed a considerable amount of goodwill, choosing the treacherous path of being an undercover agent in Konoha, though a larger part of it was due to the mission assigned by the dog system. But Obito was oblivious to that. This was all his leverage. As expected, after a moment of silence, Obito and Appo's tone softened somewhat. "Konoha indeed possesses a unique method for cultivating talent. I must admit, your rapid advancement is remarkable. How did you achieve this? Was it a test? Or was he genuinely unaware?" Chinyu's gaze flickered before he opted for honesty. After all, with White Zetsu present, gathering intelligence was exceedingly simple, and there was no need for deceit in this matter. So, he recounted the experiences of the past 10 months succinctly, then activated hardening to bolster his credibility. The unobserved bloodline limit, the self-created martial arts. After Chinyu and Appo's recounting, Obito appeared lost in thought. After a significant pause, he spoke in a deep voice. "Now, attack me with all your might." Qingyu understood this was Obito's way of gauging his true strength. Thus, he summoned all his energy, maintaining the fully activated, hardening state to showcase the fruits of his training over the past few months. LV4. With the sensation of approaching LV5, his bare hands displayed astounding power. The foundational techniques of the Navy's body refinement method, combined with daily medicinal baths and the self-repair of inferior self-healing body, had catapulted his physical attributes to new heights. Strength, speed, endurance. None of these were limitations to his potential anymore. Additionally, having engaged in practical sparring with a genius like Itachi almost daily. Thus, when Qingyu unleashed his full power like a thunderclap, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Obito's eyes. This strength evidently surpassed that of a typical genin. Such was Obito's immediate assessment. But that was not the end. As he dodged and blocked, evaluating Qingyu's martial prowess, he suddenly struck, sending Qingyu flying with a single punch. There was no avoiding it. Obito's Sharingan abilities were excessively enigmatic, rendering any defense futile. Qingyu had aimed for the openings Obito displayed, only to pass through an illusion. And before he could react, he was sent sprawling. When he finally rose from the ground, assuming the evaluation was over, Obito and Appo's figure abruptly appeared before him, commanding, "Maintain this state." Before Qingyu could ponder the reason, pain radiated from various parts of his body. Obito was launching a relentless assault. Damn, what madness was this? Qingyu found it perplexing, even questioning whether this guy had lost his mind and intended to beat him to death. Thus, he tentatively retaliated a few times, only for Obito to shamelessly employ his abilities, rendering Qingyu unable to land a strike. Damn it! After several futile attempts, Qingyu gritted his teeth, enduring the pain while tirelessly repairing the shattered layers of his skin, managing to withstand the onslaught. Yet, Obito appeared indifferent to Qingyu's plight, rather than relenting. He grew increasingly aggressive. Ultimately, he began to employ kunai and lesser ninjutsu against him. This was utterly excessive. Just as Qingyu felt he could no longer endure, Obito, perhaps experiencing a moment of conscience, finally ceased his cruel methods. He then remarked, "An interesting bloodline limit." Upon hearing this, Qingyu nearly blacked out from disbelief. "So your relentless beating was merely to ascertain the strength of my bloodline limit? Damn, what a loss." Had he not been utterly outmatched by Obito, Qingyu would have felt compelled to bite him in retaliation. Yet, facing Qingyu's grim visage, Obito feigned ignorance, calmly stating, "Tonight, I shall destroy Konoha. Shortly, White Setsu will take you away from here." Qingyu's eyes narrowed immediately. From Obito's tone, he sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Could it be that today marked the arrival of Appo's, that day and Appo's, the onset of a massacre? The willingness to take him away was a silver lining. It appeared Obito still cared for his safety, otherwise he would not have appeared before him so candidly. Furthermore, Obito seemed to require nothing from him at this stage. That too was good news. Moreover, the absence of Jonin Mahara had been a concern, but now he only hoped that Jonin Mahara would not return at this critical juncture. Otherwise, that would truly spell disaster. Yet, the thought of countless innocents losing their lives tonight left him utterly despondent. Although he is currently considered a pawn of Obito, his nature has not yet succumbed to the darkness that has engulfed Obito. In truth, he is yet to fully acclimate to this survival of the fittest world. Perhaps in the future, he too may transform into a heartless villain, viewing human lives as mere trifles. But at this moment, he is incapable of such detachment. As for stopping Obito, could he truly prevent Obito from exacting revenge on Konoha? It is utterly impossible. Would advising Minato to be cautious have any effect? Who would even heed his words? In the original storyline, despite the meticulously crafted defenses and barriers, they were ultimately shattered by Obito with ease, leading to the successful release of the Nine Tails. In the face of Obito and Appo's extraordinary abilities, no amount of guardianship holds any significance. Thus, this is not a matter of whether or not to issue a warning. It is a question of the futility of intervention, even when one is fully aware of the impending danger. Furthermore, his position does not permit him to act in such a manner. Nonetheless, he still yearns to attempt to alter certain events, as a means to express his gratitude for the leniency shown to him by the fourth Hokage. Whether he can halt Obito or whether his warnings would be in vain is inconsequential. What truly matters is his attitude. When one receives kindness, one must repay it. When one bears a grudge, one must seek retribution. Even as an undercover agent, he adheres to his principles. The fate of others in Konoha is of no concern to him. He cares solely for the seemingly aloof, yet genuinely warm-hearted Jay Ninmihara, and his first friend since arriving in Konoha, Itachi. He also wishes to repay Minato for his understanding of his transgressions. Even if his efforts ultimately yield no change, at least he shall not look down upon himself. Thus, Au's resolve gradually solidifies, affirming, "No, I choose to remain. Should your plans falter, we can deliberate further in the future." Konoha is not so easily obliterated. Obito fell silent once more before slowly responding, "You will die. Leaving now is the wisest choice." Yet Aya feigned nonchalance, replying, "Perhaps, but if Konoha is indeed destined for destruction, I trust one can escape in time. However, if unforeseen circumstances arise that allow Konoha to endure, then my presence will hold greater significance. Consider it an additional safeguard. I wish to test this." Obito and Appo's gaze turned dangerously fixed upon him as he queried, "Do you think I will fail? Perhaps it is merely an instinct. I cannot shake the feeling that Konoha will not fall so easily. Otherwise, you would not have waited until now to appear here." Perhaps sensing Obito's attitude towards him, Au remained undeterred, even feeling somewhat liberated. His words pricked Obito's sensibilities, leading to a sharp wooden spike being thrust against his throat. "Shall we see if your bloodline limits can withstand my wood release?" Yet, faced with the specter of death, Au should have been engulfed by fear, inexplicably. His intuition told him that Obito harbored no intent to kill at that moment. Indeed, as Obito observed Au's calm demeanor, he gradually withdrew his technique. "Remember, Madara entrusted your life to me, and I can reclaim it at any moment." After a brief silence, Au replied, "That is precisely why I stand here, choosing to remain. You are not prepared to destroy Konoha." This time, Obito did not react violently. Instead, he spoke with an icy detachment. "If you wish to accompany your own demise, then so be it. After tonight, Konoha shall cease to exist. Shall we make a wager?" Au suddenly interjected. "What shall we wager?" "Let my life be the stake. We shall gamble on whether Konoha will still stand after today. If I lose, then all discussions are moot. But should fortune favor me, I will remain to fulfill my duties, and in return, I require a promise." "What promise do you seek?" "I need the freedom to act as I see fit, along with ample trust, until the time is ripe or my identity is revealed." This was Au's way of securing an escape route, as well as an excuse for actions Obito might not comprehend in the future. Otherwise, he risked jeopardizing his mission as an undercover agent. And perhaps Obito would be the first to eliminate him. Alas, how difficult this is. Upon hearing his request, Obito did not dwell on it for long. After all, it was natural for an undercover agent to be concerned about his safety, and his choices were understandable as long as he did not expose himself. However, to be frank, from the outset, Obito never truly regarded Au as a spy. He was not even deemed a mere pawn. Yet, with Au having made such a declaration, what could Obito do? Perhaps, discarding the notion of "I will fail," Obito maintained his indifferent tone, awaiting the outcome. "But let us see if you can survive first." Au understood that Obito had acquiesced, and he felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. Then, Obito's figure began to distort, vanishing from his sight. "Obito, you underestimate Konoha far too much, as well as the so-called will of fire," Au mused inwardly, fully confident in his victory. For him, the wager was no longer of any importance. He could not possibly lose. Unless, of course, Pain's 6 paths were already lying in wait outside the village, poised to unleash Shinra Tensei and Chibaku Tensei. Or Madara had been resurrected via Edo Tensei, wreaking havoc with Susanoo. But was that feasible? At this juncture, the fate of Yahiko remained uncertain. It is worth noting that when old Madara perished, Yahiko was still alive and had no regard for Obito, the imposter masquerading under Madara's name. This implies that the Akatsuki organization was likely in its nascent phase. I digress. Au shook his head, casting aside these irrelevant thoughts, and began to carefully contemplate his next course of action. In a secluded yet fragrant corner of Konoha, where ninjas lay to rest after their sacrifices, a figure knelt before a tombstone, earnestly placing a bouquet of flowers. "I am sorry for not visiting you for so long. I swear, it was never my intention to forget you. There is something I wish to share, but for now, it remains confidential. Minato-sensei's child is about to be born. This generation will thrive in an era of peace. If only we could have been born a little later." After a moment of silence, he rose, resolving to share this good news with Obito. "I must take my leave now, Rin." Once Kakashi had finished tending to Obito's grave and departed, leaving the flowers behind. Obito emerged from his concealed position behind a tree. He approached his own grave, furiously tearing apart the bouquet placed before it and hurling the remnants into the air. However, he did not express the same disdain for the offerings left at Rin's grave. Kakashi, I can never forgive you in this lifetime. Tonight, I shall personally bring about the destruction of Konoha. With those words, Obito's figure once again vanished from sight. Having met everyone he wished to see, it was time to set his plans in motion. Meanwhile, Ayu returned home, his clothes tattered. He immediately activated his inferior regeneration ability to accelerate the healing of his wounds. Although they were merely superficial injuries, Obito had held back. He needed to be in optimal condition to face the impending calamity. Thus, he rummaged through all the provisions in his home, consuming them while simultaneously preparing a medicinal bath to forcefully replenish his stamina. At the same time, he began to examine the hidden cards at his disposal. Just then, he suddenly noticed a notification from the system regarding a dog. It had gone unnoticed until now. Upon clicking it, he was immediately taken aback. His hardening ability had surprisingly advanced to level 4. Reflecting on recent events, he realized it must have been during the time when Obito had mercilessly tormented him that he had overlooked this upgrade. But what had triggered this advancement? Could it have been the beatings he endured? As Shinyu pondered, he recalled the past few months of bruising encounters with Itachi, along with the recent beating he had received. Perhaps the normal condition for upgrading, hardening, was simply and oppos, withstanding attacks and oppos. The logic was utterly coherent. As the saying goes, one must don the thickest armor to endure the fiercest blows. Wasn't his current predicament precisely that? Night descended. Shinyu gathered all his belongings, placing everything he needed into his ninja tool pouch. There wasn't much, just the medicinal bath packets, some leftover money, and the exchanged shurikens and explosive tags, fitting comfortably within a cubic meter of space. After all, he couldn't be certain whether this place would still stand after tonight, so he needed to cut his losses promptly. As he walked down the street, his hurried steps clashed with the laughter and merriment of those around him. Stifling the urge to shout, he quickly distanced himself from the bustling city center, making his way towards Hokage Rock. If Obito were to succeed as he did in the original story, the Nine Tails would soon descend upon Konoha, and the closer one was to the center, the more perilous it would be, for Obito aimed to unleash the Nine Tails with the intent to obliterate Konoha. Thus, it was imperative for him to evade this imminent catastrophe, the first wave of disaster that would catch everyone off guard, while ensuring his own safety. Only by surviving could he hope to make a difference in this calamity. Were it not for the debt of gratitude he owed to Minato for his repeated acts of leniency, he might have fled far away, returning only after the Nine Tails was sealed. But now, he resolved to take a gamble. Such was his resolve. Meanwhile, outside a cave near Konoha, a multitude of Umbu guards stood vigilant, and to prevent any unforeseen contingencies, the barrier team had deployed the most formidable and impenetrable barrier in advance. After all, they had to consider the worst-case scenario of the Nine Tails breaking free from its seal and going on a rampage. Thus, no caution was too great. It could be said that this was a genuine guarantee that not even a fly could penetrate. However, in this world, there exists a power known as space-time ninjutsu, rendering barriers a mere jest in its presence. In the shadows, a singular eye observed them quietly, as if gazing upon a flock of corpses. Ah, it hurt so much. Inside the warm cave, Kushina's cries of agony echoed. No matter how strong a woman may be, facing the hellish ordeal of childbirth makes it difficult to maintain her usual composure. The pain is beyond what the average person can fathom. This is one of the reasons for the greatness of motherhood. This is the first time I've seen Kushina scream in pain like this. Is she really all right? Beside Kushina, Minato, dressed in plain clothes, held his hands above her belly, diligently reinforcing the seal of the Nine Tails within her, while softly assuring her, "Of course, you're all right. Your primary task now is to safeguard the Nine Tails seal." The midwife, Biwako, who was assisting Kushina in childbirth, could not spare a moment to wipe the sweat from her brow, only able to respond with exasperation. Yet, seeing his wife in such distress, Minato felt an overwhelming sense of worry. As the fourth Hokage, he shouldn't be so flustered. Biwako, distracted once more, interrupted Minato's concern with irritation. Just then, Minato felt the violent thrashing of the Nine Tails within Kushina, the immense power causing him to break into a sweat as he hastened to strengthen the seal. Unable to spare time for further conversation, time slipped away, and suddenly, Biwako exclaimed in joyous surprise, "Push harder." It's coming. Soon. A piercing cry of a newborn echoed throughout the cave. Quick, hot water. Finally, after a successful delivery, Kushina collapsed weakly onto the bed, her clothes drenched in sweat. Yet tears of happiness streamed down her face. Thank you, Minato. Congratulations. It and Appo's a healthy boy, announced Bawako as she cleaned the newborn, whose yellow hair resembled Minato's and whose large eyes mirrored Kushina's. The emotional resonance stemming from their bloodline filled Minato and Kushina's gazes with boundless love. Naruto was the most precious gift bestowed upon them by the heavens. However, there was still more pressing business to attend to. Once Bawako took little Naruto away from Kushina, Minato, filled with renewed vigor, slammed his fist into his palm and declared, "All right, now I must ensure the Nine Tails is completely subdued." Only by resealing the Nine Tails could their story reach a satisfying conclusion. Yet, at that moment, a calamity struck. With a couple of sickening thuds, Bawako and her assistant, Taro, let out a horrified scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The newborn Naruto was snatched away by a mysterious figure donning a single-eyed mask. The fourth Hokage, Minato, had left the vicinity of the Jinchuriki. Otherwise, this child will have only a minute to live. The mysterious figure was none other than Obito, seizing the opportunity to abduct the Nine Tails. As for the Umbu guards outside, they had all perished at his hands, not a single sound escaping during the entire ordeal. How on earth did he silently breach the barrier? Minato's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon his opponent, his mind racing with thoughts on how to rescue his child. It seems you do not care for your child's life. Then, suddenly, the swaddled Naruto was tossed into the air by Obito, who leaped after him, kunai in hand, poised to strike. In that critical moment, Minato vanished from his spot. With a swift motion, he reappeared, catching Naruto before he could fall. However, Obito, having lost his hostage, showed no sign of regret or disappointment. For this was the outcome he desired. Truly the yellow flash, but what will happen next? As Obito's words faded, Minato noticed 3 explosive tags affixed to Naruto's swaddling, which had now been activated, emitting blinding light. To protect Naruto and ensure Kushina, who was weakened, remained unharmed, Minato instinctively utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear from the scene, swiftly removing Naruto's swaddling while leaping forward with him in his arms. With a resounding explosion, the wooden house behind them erupted into flames. Fortunately, Naruto emerged unscathed. Minato, unfazed, pulled a small piece of wood embedded in his calf from the blast. Given the perilous circumstances, this was the best outcome he could achieve. Yet, he had also unwittingly placed Kushina in jeopardy. He needed to return quickly. Kushina was in danger. In the next instant, Minato's figure vanished once more. Before returning to rescue Kushina, he needed to ensure Naruto was placed in a safe location. Tonight was a full moon. Yet many perceptive individuals sensed an ominous aura lingering in the air. In an uninhabited alley, a figure suddenly materialized out of thin air and, without hesitation, struck the ground with one hand. The art of summoning. With a resounding bang, a multitude of incantations spread across the ground, and an enormous shadow emerged from the smoke. In an instant, the surrounding buildings were reduced to ruins by the colossal figure. As the fog dissipated, the horrifying visage of the Nine Tails was etched into the eyes of countless onlookers. Fear, an overwhelming dread, swiftly permeated the atmosphere. Thus, let the anguish commence. Attack, Nine Tails. With a mere thought from Obito, the Nine Tails, under the control of the Sharingan, unleashed a deafening roar, followed by a sweeping strike that obliterated everything in its path, showcasing unparalleled destructive power. What is that? A monster? Run. Someone save me. Why is the Nine Tails in the village? In an instant, chaos engulfed Konoha, flames, destruction, and death. The moment was alarmingly close. Aoi, who lingered near the village outskirts, witnessed the ferocity and rage of the Nine Tails firsthand. The devastation wrought by a rampaging tailed beast was glaringly evident, and the destruction around him served as the most potent answer. In mere moments, the strongest of the tailed beasts had completely annihilated everything in its vicinity. There was no need for the powerful tailed beast bomb. With just a few swipes, no one could withstand the onslaught. Buildings crumbled like paper at a mere touch. It was no wonder that this day, known as the Appo's Nine Tails invasion incident, and Appo's, became a nightmare for all survivors, including Naruto, the Jinchuriki, who was loath for it. Now that the Nine Tails had reappeared, it indicated that this narrative had not altered. Perhaps I can indeed do something. Otsui forced himself to remain calm. taking several deep breaths before gritting his teeth and stepping toward the most perilous location, the domain of the Nine Tails. The most dangerous moments had passed, and he believed countless ninjas would soon arrive to thwart the Nine Tails. He felt that as long as he remained cautious and maintained a relatively safe distance, he could rely on his LV4 hardening to avoid calamity. Alway never considered himself a good person, for good people seldom live long. Yet, at this moment, for the sake of his own principles, he was willing to take risks. Even though he knew he could be of little help and had no assurance of success, he chose this path solely to remain true to himself. Meanwhile, numerous ninjas charged recklessly toward the Nine Tails, not to vanquish the foe, but to buy precious time for the endangered civilians to escape. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, donned his armor and rushed to the scene. Damn it, Nine Tails. Now is the time to unleash my blazing energy. Bring it on. I shall be your opponent. Calm down, Guy. Just as Guy assumed a battle stance to confront the Nine Tails, Kakashi attempted to restrain him. The Nine Tails was unlike any other adversary. Should Guy act impulsively and engage head-on, the consequences would be dire. Thus, even for the sake of protecting the village, a strategic approach was paramount. At that moment, a serious-looking Jonin shouted loudly, "Hold on. You must gather at the assembly point immediately." Why? This is an order from Lord Third. Hiruzen's command? Let us go, Guy. Not only Kakashi and Guy, but nearly the entire younger generation of ninjas in Konoha received the same directive. The intention was clear. They did not wish for their lives to be sacrificed in vain. If the younger generation fell, who would safeguard the future of Konoha? Therefore, regardless of their pleas for battle, they had no choice but to remain at the assembly point. Perhaps one day, when they are no longer young, they too will make the same choice and comprehend the true significance of this moment. On the other hand, as Aoi ventured deeper toward the center of the Nine Tails rampage, the terror he experienced intensified. Debris from the ruins threatened to crush him at any moment, an ever-present peril to his life. Are you afraid? How could one not be afraid? A voice within him incessantly echoed, "Enough. If you go further, you will surely perish." Thus, his steps gradually faltered. At that moment, a series of deafening booms reached his ears. Enormous structures appeared diminutive in the hands of the Nine Tails, sent flying like mere toys, crashing down and claiming the lives of those unable to evade them. Yet, the ninjas defending the village exerted every effort to protect the populace. The falling ruins were dismantled by the collective strength of numerous ninjas, while the Akimichi clan employed their robust physiques to shield the front line. There were also the bodies of those who fell in an attempt to halt the Nine Tails, blood staining the ground. Do not cower. Even if we cannot defeat the Nine Tails, we must buy time for the villagers to seek refuge. We must do everything possible to contain it here. Witnessing the scene before him, Alway pondered, what is the essence of the will of fire? Why does it compel so many to charge fearlessly toward death? A dozen ninjas and Appo's self-sacrificial charge bought less than 10 seconds of reprieve. On average, each life barely bought a second of time. Was this truly worthwhile? Yet, as he observed countless civilians escaping the most ravaged areas of Konoha, sheltered by the selfless sacrifices of the ninjas, he realized that this might be the true meaning behind their noble demise. Death does not signify an end. Rather, it is a legacy. As old branches wither, new seeds take root in the earth, and where leaves flutter, the fire of life persists. The flames from the burnt leaves shall continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding new leaves. This, indeed, embodies the true will of fire. Alway was profoundly moved by the sight before him. He had spent nearly 30 peaceful years on Earth, stirred by the valor of soldiers sworn to protect their nation. Moved to tears, yet that was merely an emotion conveyed through various media. Now he was living a similar scene, witnessing blood and death, fire and sacrifice through his own eyes. The overwhelming impact momentarily robbed him of thought and speech, rendering him acutely aware of his own insignificance. Will you be a coward for life or a hero for a second? For some reason, this phrase abruptly surfaced in Alway's mind. Clearly, those ninjas who continued to fight despite knowing they could not win had all chosen to be heroes for that fleeting moment. Perhaps, long before they became ninjas, they had anticipated this moment and Appo's arrival. To die in battle for the sake of protecting their homeland was, for them, worth it. Run. Suddenly, a shout jolted Alway back from his daze. Then he saw the shadow enveloping the ground ahead, the rapidly descending half of a house. Old man Yamashita staggering and falling. The serenity in his eyes as he faced death, and the wood-leaf ninja behind him, eyes wide with anguish, shouting something but unable to reach him in time. Boom. Qingyu felt as if something had suddenly exploded inside his head. By the time he regained his senses, his body seemed to be moving on its own, and he was rushing forward with incredible speed. In that instant, he had only one thought: to save him, and to make it in time. With a resounding thud, Qingyu, having powerfully stomped the ground, lunged forward just before the half-house crashed down. Hardening. Full power. Boom. Another earth-shattering roar. Without any resistance, the half-house instantly smashed down, splintering into pieces and stirring up a cloud of dust. From the moment Qingyu stood frozen in place to when he sprinted to save the old man, and then to when he was buried under the rubble, only a split second had passed. The ninja who had shouted to warn them to run, and who had witnessed everything, bit his lip in agony, a trickle of blood slowly flowing down his chin. He never imagined that his subconscious shout would not only fail to save anyone, but would also lead to the death of another person, and a young boy at that. Why didn't he run? Why didn't he run? He roared and screamed in his heart with all his might. They could have saved one more person if he had noticed it sooner. Damn it. But just as he clenched his fists, preparing to rush to another area to provide assistance, he suddenly heard a rustling sound. It was, get up. The very center of the debris suddenly exploded outwards. A small figure burst through the layers of wooden planks piled on top, and then laboriously dragged out the person lying beneath him. Upon seeing this, the ninja was initially stunned, but then, as if finally realizing what he should do, he immediately ran over to help with the rescue. No time to waste. He and Appos, still alive, just unconscious. Quick, help me save him. Having successfully saved old man Yamashita at the last moment, Qingyu quickly checked his condition, and without wasting time on formalities, shouted out. Because his still-growing body had a limited defense area, he could only brace his arms against the ground when the house collapsed, trying his best to protect the old man's upper body, especially his head. Fortunately, the old man was elderly and of limited stature, and the collapsing house was mostly made of wood, which allowed him to survive beneath Qingyu. However, his legs were clearly broken, and he had fainted from the pain. If he didn't receive immediate treatment, it was uncertain whether his legs could be saved, which was one of the reasons for Qingyu's urgency. Fortunately, the ninja who arrived afterward understood the priorities and, without a word, carried old man Yamashita on his back, preparing to take him for treatment. But before leaving, he still asked with concern, "How are you? Are you seriously injured? Hurry, come with me, it's too dangerous here." Qingyu, who had already deactivated his hardening state, immediately felt intense pain all over his body, and streaks of blood trickled down his forehead. That moment had been truly perilous. He was also grateful that it was just a wooden house that had collapsed. If it had been a stone building, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But for some reason, although he was still somewhat afraid, he did not regret his actions. Speaking of which, old man Yamashita had also shown him kindness. He had even been willing to intercede on his behalf after he had made a grave mistake, not caring that he himself had almost been implicated. Although he had stopped seeking guidance in stone carving, he had always remembered this kindness, so he didn't regret it. In fact, he felt incredibly relieved. However, faced with the other person's kindness, he chose to decline because he had more important things to do. "Don't worry about me. Old man Yamashita is the chief supervisor of the craftsmen and has made significant contributions to the village. If you delay any longer, his legs won't be saved." In order to make the other person realize the importance of old man Yamashita, Qingyu had to point out his identity so that he would be taken seriously. Otherwise, with so many injured people, the limited medical resources would hardly be allocated to an old man. This was not an exaggeration, but a matter of normal triage. After hearing what Qingyu said, the ninja bit his lip, no longer hesitated, and immediately left the battlefield with old man Yamashita on his back. But before leaving, he still took a deep look at Qingyu, as if trying to remember him. A child who was only 5 or 6 years old not only stood up to save someone in a critical moment, but actually succeeded. And despite being seriously injured himself, he was still thinking of others. Which clan had produced such a pillar of talent? Damn it, I forgot to ask his name before leaving. The ninja who took old man Yamashita away was somewhat annoyed, but for some reason, he felt that this young boy seemed familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before and had made an impression. The small interlude that occurred with Qingyu brought great shock to the ninja, but it was insignificant in the context of the entire Woodleaf village. Because the rampage of the nine-tailed fox continued, and countless casualties occurred every moment. Waves of ninjas launched suicide attacks from all directions, one after another. All kinds of ninjutsu, kunai, and explosive tags were thrown at the nine-tailed fox as if they were free. But no matter how hard they fought, these attacks failed to inflict even the slightest damage on the nine-tailed fox, only making it more violent. It was like a swarm of flies buzzing around, impossible to kill or scare away, and incredibly annoying. However, they were indeed using their lives to forcibly delay the nine-tailed fox here, preventing it from spreading the disaster to other areas. From this perspective, their sacrifices were not without value. Watching the nine-tailed fox rampaging wildly, with the ninjas unable to do anything about it, Chinyu suddenly heard the system notification in his mind. Ding! Gold-level Daredevil mission has been released. Mission name: Chrysanthemum Remains. Wounds all over. Description: facing such an adorable little fox, how can you not show some love? Feel free to do it. I guarantee the nine-tailed fox really has a chrysanthemum. Serious face. Mission requirements: perform chrysanthemum blast on the nine-tailed fox and cause a certain degree of damage. Don't bother showing off your needlework. Time limit: 3 hours. Mission reward: Gold Treasure Chest X1, Advanced Skill Card X1, or Intermediate Skill Card X3. Mission failure: you're probably not enough to fill its teeth. Chinyu was instantly stunned, and then he opened his mouth, only to find that he didn't even feel like cursing anymore. The feeling was probably speechless. This was really, damn it. If he could minimize the risks of the bronze-level Daredevil missions through certain methods, then this gold-level Daredevil mission released by the system made him see nothing but darkness, with no possibility of success. Based on the deduction of mission rewards, it was not difficult to find that there should be a level between the bronze-level Daredevil mission and the gold-level Daredevil mission. He has never even attempted a silver-level perilous task, yet he suddenly ascends to the gold level. Does he desire his demise to be expedited? Exploding the nine-tailed flower? It is indeed remarkable that such a task can be issued. Such a little cutie. Open your eyes wide and behold. What on earth is adorable about this monstrous creature before us? If this continues, am I destined to become the man who confronts the tailed beast's chakra head-on one day? Dog system, do not feign ignorance. Leave at once and speak clearly. Faced with the seemingly lifeless canine system, Chinyu suddenly felt despondent. Although the golden tier treasure chest and the alluring skill cards appeared exceptionally tempting, he pondered whether he could truly accomplish it. Must one truly resort to wielding a mere toothpick to engage in the delicate art of needlework? He instinctively glanced at the kunai in his hand, only to reveal a faint, bitter smile. Particularly, this task unexpectedly required him to inflict a certain degree of damage on the Ninetails while simultaneously engaging in a rather compromising act. Although he was uncertain how the damage assessment was calculated, it seemed implausible that a sudden thrust with the kunai towards the Ninetails' vulnerable spot would be deemed as fulfilling the objective. Truly, one could only exclaim in frustration. Chinyu took several deep breaths, struggling to quell the overwhelming tempest of emotions within. He then began to contemplate the feasibility of accomplishing his task. At that moment, the fourth Hokage, Minato, finally settled the situation with Kushina and Naruto, who had been deprived of their tailed beasts, and appeared atop the Hokage rock, albeit somewhat belatedly. Almost instantaneously upon Minato's emergence, the Ninetails, sensing his presence, ceased its futile attempts to swat at what it perceived as mere flies and instead fixed its crimson gaze upon him, radiating a palpable aura of malevolence. Has it noticed me so swiftly? Bearing the esteemed title of Hokage, it is my solemn duty to protect my family within the village. I cannot permit you to recklessly wreak havoc upon it any longer. With his resolve fortified, Minato, undaunted, met the frenzied gaze of the Ninetails from a distance of several kilometers. Then, the Ninetails suddenly opened its maw wide, as white chakra, embodying the essence of Yang, and black chakra, representing Yin, began to coalesce within its mouth in a rapid ratio of 2:8. Moreover, after undergoing a process of amalgamation and compression, it instantaneously manifests as an ultra-dense spherical entity of energy. This is the infamous tailed beast ball, renowned for its formidable reputation. Its power is capable of effortlessly flattening several mountains in an instant or, with a mere blink, annihilating an entire ninja village. Even when besieged by numerous Leaf Village ninjas, the Ninetails remained resolute, refusing to unleash its tailed beast bomb, seemingly capable of clearing all obstacles with mere basic strikes. However, upon discovering Minato, the Ninetails immediately and unhesitatingly unleashed its tailed beast bomb, revealing its instinctive apprehension towards Minato. Confronted by the swiftly approaching tailed beast bomb, Minato did not dare to underestimate its power. He promptly began to form hand seals, then grasped the flying thunder god kunai firmly, aiming it directly ahead, seemingly preparing to withstand the ferocious assault of the Nine-Tails tailed beast bomb head-on. However, just as the tailed beast bomb was about to collide with Hokage Rock, a myriad of intricate incantations suddenly materialized in the air, devouring the tailed beast bomb in an instant. The space is collapsing. The tailed beast orb is gradually vanishing, and from a distance, it truly appears as though the Hokage Rock has an amp, Oppos, devoured and amp, Oppos, it. However, in reality, this is the space-time barrier unleashed by Minato. Building upon the flying thunder god technique, a vast manipulation of space is executed. Even the colossal tailed beast balls prove ineffective against the force of spatial manipulation. Subsequently, a tremendous explosion reverberates from a location 10,000 meters distant from Konoha. Despite the considerable distance, the shockwave generated by the explosion of the tailed beast orb continues to exert its influence here, underscoring the immense power it possesses. It is akin to a nuclear detonation. Even the successful transfer of the Watergate could not help but take notice. The explosion's power was astonishingly immense. Henceforth, the next location for transfer must be chosen with utmost caution. Moreover, it is imperative to promptly inform the third Hokage of the situation. Just as Minato was preparing to relocate once more, a shadowy hand stealthily approached him from behind. Sensing the imminent danger, Minato instinctively wielded his flying thunder god kunai, thrusting it towards the unseen assailant behind him. However, his attack once again missed its mark. As the flying thunder god passed through the head of the person behind him, only to be seized by Toby, who was pursuing him, with a firm grip on his wrist. Your adversary is none other than I, and this is where it concludes. As Obito's words resonated, an invisible force of spatial distortion instantaneously enveloped both him and Minato. He intended to forcibly draw Minato into his Kamui dimension, just at that critical moment. Sensing the impending danger, Minato immediately activated the flying thunder god technique, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind the frustrated Obito, who murmured to himself, he actually managed to escape. Quite nimble indeed. It seems next time I must act more swiftly to absorb you, eliminating you the moment we make contact. Subsequently, Obito resumed his pursuit of Minato. As long as the greatest threat, the Watergate, is contained, no one will be able to deal with the frenzied Nine-Tails. However, at this moment, Toby, who believes he has secured victory, underestimates both his former mentor and the profound depth and determination of Konoha. As Chingyu had remarked to him, Konoha is not so easily obliterated, and Obito had not adequately prepared for the eventuality. Flee. Help. Do not approach. Without the Watergate to draw its ire, the Nine-Tails once again unleashed its wrath upon the village, causing the previously invigorated ninja participants to once more don expressions of grave concern. Though the precise events remained shrouded in mystery, they could not mistake the temporal barrier established by the fourth Hokage. Yet, the sudden and inexplicable disappearance of the fourth raised troubling questions. However, now is not the time to ponder the reasons. Without the steadfast support of the fourth Hokage, they must shoulder the responsibility of halting the Nine-Tails from further ravaging the village. Once again, a cacophony of anguished screams echoes. Irika, are you all right? Amidst the ruins not far from the feet of the Nine-Tails, Irika's mother, Hailey, valiantly sacrificed her life to shield her child in this dire moment. Mother, father. Upon witnessing the gaping, skeletal wound on his mother's back, Irika, cradled in her protective embrace, could not help but cry out in desperation. Yet, the father he had always held in reverence did not turn back. Instead, he remained fixated on the rampaging Nine-Tails, his gaze betraying a hint of sorrow. Why had they chosen to flee from the sanctuary? Leave matters concerning mother to father. You must depart from here at once. No, I refuse to abandon you and flee alone. Children should not act so bravely. Protecting children is the paramount duty of parents. One corner, unable to attend to the bloodstains on their face, suddenly turned and spoke with an exceedingly stern tone. In an instant, the ninja responsible for the rescue swiftly lifted Irika, turning away from the epicenter of the battlefield. Throughout this ordeal, Irika was overwhelmed with tears, desperately shouting to remain behind. Yet, he could only watch helplessly as his parents, battered and bruised, once again hurled themselves recklessly toward the Nine-Tails. Captain, let us also confront the Nine-Tails. Many members of the Uchiha clan, clad in their tactical uniforms, gazed upon the devastation within the village, unable to contain their desire to fight any longer. Although from the era of the second Hokage onward, the Uchiha clan had been met with suspicion and exclusion from the village's higher echelons, the years had accumulated countless grievances. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, Konoha remained their village. Their home resided here. Even when fully aware of the impending doom, they exhibit not an ounce of fear, for they are, after all, ninjas of Konoha. However, Futake, with his eyes shut, resolutely rejected the notion. No, the police force is responsible for safeguarding noncombatants. This is an order from the village. At this moment, Futake's emotions were equally tumultuous, as he sensed the village's distrust from the command he received. Yet, orders must be followed, and their responsibilities hold equal weight. Thus, he could only lead his clan members away from the battlefield, striving to protect the lives of noncombatants. Little did he know that the command delivered to him did not originate from the current Hokage, Minato, and the source of it remained shrouded in mystery. Should Aoi have witnessed this scene, his impression of the Uchiha clan would surely have shifted. Though the clan harbored individuals like Kanna, who were arrogant and twisted, they also possessed true ninjas who inherited the will of fire and deserved respect. Sadly, their fervent spirit seemed powerless beneath that frivolous command. He ran, dodged, and stealthily evaded everyone's gaze. With no energy wasted on hastening his recovery, Aoi began to circumnavigate the Kyubi. To avoid the embarrassment of dying before even engaging in battle, he had to maintain a relatively safe distance, taking a wide route to approach the Kyubi. A single misstep could result in him being crushed into a pulp by the beast and Appo's claw. Simultaneously, he needed to avoid the busy rescue ninjas, otherwise, he risked being forcibly removed from the battlefield, a place far too perilous for a child like him. Hence, amidst this brutal battlefield, he was compelled to invest more time in concealing himself. Suddenly, a long, thick stick shot forth, not only piercing the Kyubi, but also sending its massive form crashing out of Konoha, shattering the outer walls. After sacrificing numerous ninja lives, the third Hokage, Sarutobi, finally arrived at the battlefield, having completed his jutsu. The adamantine staff, conjured from the summoning beast Enma, successfully drove the defenseless Kyubi out of Konoha. At last, we and Appo's VE expelled it from the village. Do not relent, continue the assault. With Sarutobi and Appo's fierce command, countless ninjas immediately surged forward, determined to confine the Kyubi within the surrounding forest, denying it any further opportunity to wreak havoc on Konoha. Countless explosive tags and various elemental jutsus detonated upon the Kyubi. While these attacks might not inflict substantial harm, they effectively diverted the beast's attention, continuing to buy time. At this moment, the renowned Sannin were absent from the village. The fourth Hokage Minato's whereabouts were unknown, and Danzo, leading the route, merely observed the spectacle. The Uchiha clan remained firmly restrained by a singular order, leaving only the third Hokage and his Umbu as the primary forces. However, these individuals could only temporarily suppress the Kyubi, delaying its advance, lacking the means to seal it away. Thus, despite Sarutobi's outward calm and competent command, anxiety gnawed at him. Minato, where on earth are you? Why do you not make your appearance? Until now, aside from a select few involved, others remained oblivious to the unfolding events, unaware of Obito's location. Yet, the three tomos swirling in the Kyubi's crimson eyes were enough to stir concern within Sarutobi and the others. May it not be as he fears. Meanwhile, Aoi, having stealthily concealed himself beside the Kyubi, found his composure shattered by this unforeseen turn of events, nearly uttering an expletive. However, expelling the Kyubi from the village was, in essence, a positive development, compelling him to once again scamper outward. Should he arrive too late, not only would his mission fail, but he would also miss the chance to see Minato one last time, thereby rendering any notion of repaying a debt of gratitude moot. Thus, even as the Kyubi grew more perilous, he had no choice but to take the risk. Damn it, if that golden treasure chest doesn't yield anything worthwhile, I'll never undertake another ridiculous mission again. After cursing inwardly, Aoi swiftly traversed the breach in the collapsed wall, endeavoring to remain hidden while hastening toward the Kyubi. Impressive. Fourth Hokage, who would have thought you could wound me and sever my control over the Kyubi? But the Kyubi shall ultimately be mine. I am destined to unify the world. In another battlefield, Obito and Minato's confrontation reached a decisive moment. Despite Obito's bizarre abilities, he was outpaced, suffering a direct blow from Minato's Rasengan to his back, even breaking his artificial arm. Yet, this injury was far from fatal for Obito. His true reason for retreating lay in the fact that at the moment of impact, Minato had stamped a flying thunder god technique coordinate onto his back, ensuring he could never escape Minato's pursuit during battle. After much contemplation, Obito opted to withdraw, leaving behind a menacing proclamation. He was acutely aware that with his retreat, the operation had conclusively failed. There was simply not enough time for the Kyuubi to annihilate Konoha, and once Minato freed himself, the greatest threat posed by the Kyuubi would dissipate. Konoha had truly been preserved. A shadow of gloom crossed Obito's eyes as he recalled Always' unwavering certainty that he would fail. Were you unprepared for the destruction of Konoha? How intriguing. Let me see how you intend to proceed. Once Obito's figure distorted and vanished, Minato's expression turned grave as he murmured to himself, that sensation. It did not seem like a lie. In a flash, he too vanished from sight. In the forest beyond Konoha's walls, Sarutobi led a multitude of ninjas, desperately keeping the Kyuubi at bay, but the cost was a staggering toll of sacrifice. Composite ninja technique, Earth Dragon Fire Flow. Faced with the immensely powerful Kyuubi, Sarutobi had lost count of how many times he had employed this high-cost composite ninjutsu to forcibly redirect the Kyuubi's attention for rescue efforts. The Earth Dragon Fire Flow's might was considerable, eliciting roars of anguish from the Kyuubi. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the Kyuubi, having freed itself from the control of the Sharingan, had grown increasingly agile and ferocious. In an instant, the Kyuubi opened its maw wide, a massive surge of chakra rapidly coalescing. That beast was relentless. Just as Sarutobi sought to impede the Kyuubi, his legs faltered, forcing him into a half-kneel. The repeated exertion of such high-intensity jutsu had drained his chakra reserves, and his age made it exceedingly difficult for him to endure in such combat. Clearly, the moment the tailed beast bomb was unleashed, all present would face certain death. What to do? At this moment, Aoi, having stealthily navigated a wide arc and hidden behind a tree near the Kyuubi, found himself bewildered. Though he had managed to sneak in unnoticed due to the attention of numerous ninjas being focused on the Kyuubi, the beast was now on the verge of releasing its tailed beast bomb. Should he flee? Whether he ran or stayed, it would spell doom. He could only gamble. For judging by the trajectory, the tailed beast bomb was aimed at Sarutobi and the others, and with the Kyuubi itself as a barrier, the explosion might not reach him. But at that moment, a colossal figure suddenly descended from the heavens, delivering a shocking blow that pinned the unsuspecting Ninetales to the ground. This immense silhouette was none other than Gamabunta, summoned in dire straits. And atop his head stood the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The fourth has finally arrived. Even Sarutobi couldn't help but feel a surge of energy. Yet, Aoi was an exception. The scene unfolding before him struck a deep chord, for he had been anticipating this moment for quite some time. Seizing the opportunity while everyone's attention was fixated on the Ninetales and Minato, he dashed forward without hesitation. Activating his hardening ability midair and firmly grasped one of the Ninetales' tails pinned to the ground. With Gamabunta's suppression, he was untroubled by the prospect of being flung away by the Ninetales. Even if it noticed him, it would likely dismiss him as just a mere insect. In the next instant, the gargantuan form of the Ninetales vanished from everyone's sight. After careful consideration, Minato ultimately decided to expend a vast amount of chakra to transfer both the Ninetales and the tailed beast bomb it had yet to unleash deeper into the forest, away from Konoha and Sarutobi, to prevent collateral damage. Minato, has he relocated the Ninetales? Sarutobi, wielding his Vajra staff, wore an expression of uncertainty and confusion. With a thunderous roar, a distant mountain was instantly leveled by the tailed beast bomb. The immediate crisis had been averted, yet the threat posed by the Ninetales lingered. Just as the Ninetales seemed to regain its bearings, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, bringing Kushina and baby Naruto from their home. We must erect the barrier as soon as possible. Minato gasped, utterly exhausted, with his chakra nearly depleted. The continuous use of the Flying Thunder God technique and the space-time barrier, alongside the perilous battle with Obito, had pushed him to his limits. However, at that moment, Kushina, drained of her tailed beast and teetering on the brink of death, mustered the strength to declare, "I can hold on a little longer." With her words, 5 golden chains erupted from her body, piercing the ground before suddenly bursting forth to ensnare the Ninetales, which had just begun to rise. In her final moments, relying on the adamantine sealing chains, Kushina effortlessly subdued the once mighty Ninetales. No matter how fiercely it roared or struggled, It could not break free from the seemingly delicate golden chains. This was the essence of the principle that one thing can conquer another. Aoi, witnessing this spectacle, was genuinely astonished. After all, he had seen the third Hokage and numerous shinobi struggle against the Nine Tails, resorting to sacrificing lives in vain. Yet, what had just transpired? The incredibly weakened Kushina had subdued the Nine Tails with a single move, imposing a natural restraint that left it unable to resist. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan truly deserved their reputation as the bane of tailed beasts. Originally intending to persuade Minato against sacrificing himself, Aoi and Appo's gaze fell upon the Nine Tails and Appo's, vulnerable, defenseless posterior, and a bold idea sparked within him. Goodness, is this not tempting me to commit a crime? He thought, gritting his teeth, feeling there was no better opportunity than this. He prepared to unleash his assault on the Nine Tails. Kushina and Appo's adamantine sealing chains not only restrained the Nine Tails, but also established a barrier that prevented those inside from escaping and those outside from entering. Meanwhile, Kushina, with her life waning, had resolved to perish alongside the Nine Tails. By binding the Nine Tails, she could delay its revival for a time. With my last remaining chakra, this is my only option. It was clear that the former Jinchuriki, Kushina, intended to use her final chakra to perform a sealing technique, dragging the Nine Tails down with her. For when a Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast also vanishes. However, it would not truly die. It would eventually end Appo's, revive and Appo's, somewhere in the world after a period. It was undoubtedly a desperate measure, for once the Nine Tails returned, it would incite even greater chaos. Yet at this moment, it seemed the only means to halt the Nine Tails rampage. If only I could see Naruto when he grows up. As Kushina uttered these words, casting a loving gaze upon Naruto one last time, Minato felt his heart shatter, his face etched with sorrow. In an instant, he made a mad and irrational decision. His grief gradually replaced by resolve. He could not accept Kushina and Appo's choice. He would not allow her to leave alone. Just as he prepared to voice his decision, he sensed a strange chakra pulsating violently. Instinctively, he turned his sharp gaze, only to be obstructed by the massive form of the Nine Tails. Yet he was certain someone lurked behind it. Was it that mysterious figure? No, that sensation did not belong to them. The moment from his appearance to the relocation of the Nine Tails had been instantaneous. But if it wasn't Appo's, that enigmatic individual who could silently breach the adamantine sealing chains and Appo's barrier? Could it be someone who had been here all along? A coincidence? Or a premeditated plan? Minato's expression grew serious as he called out, "Who goes there?" At that moment, Aoi, having heard Minato's shout, could not respond in time, as he was now all in, utterly lacking the strength to speak. Faced with the Nine Tails alluring, he had to inflict sufficient damage. Thus, he immediately recalled the chakra explosion technique that Itachi had taught him. By meticulously controlling his chakra, he would concentrate it into a single point and unleash it in an explosive burst for maximum power. The principle behind this technique was not particularly profound. Yet achieving such precise control was no easy feat. Fortunately, he possessed a natural advantage in mental acuity, allowing him to grasp it quickly. Even Itachi had been surprised by his talent in this area, acknowledging it as far superior to his own abysmal shadow clone technique. However, this was always first application in actual combat. Perhaps it was not entirely accurate to call it combat, for at this moment, the Nine Tails was merely an immobile target, allowing him to gather his strength uninterrupted. Thus, he maintained a state of full hardening while recalling Itachi's teachings, gradually channeling his chakra into his right arm. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly, but as he attempted to concentrate more chakra, he encountered a significant issue. The meridians in his right arm could not accommodate the influx of chakra from his entire body. If one were to liken the meridians to pipes, some being thick and others thin, the water flow would vary accordingly. Unfortunately, Aoi's physical endowment was far too ordinary, and the result of his stubbornness was a searing pain in his right arm. Should he persist in his reckless endeavor, he risked completely rupturing the pipe, rendering his right hand useless. He was genuinely loath to give up, having come this far. Consequently, to augment the likelihood of accomplishing his mission, he promptly gripped the kunai pouch in his right hand, simultaneously crouching in preparation. Just then, Minato's wary inquiry echoed, yet he lacked the time to respond, for if he were to falter now, all would be for naught. Thump! Qingyu propelled himself like an arrow toward the Nine Tails. At this juncture, the Nine Tails, restrained by the adamantine sealing chains, seemingly disregarded the insignificant insect behind it. However, in the ensuing moment, Chinyu roared and unleashed the chrysanthemum blast technique, impaling his entire right arm into its rear. The chakra concentrated within his right fist erupted instantaneously. Yet, the anticipated outcome failed to materialize. The system's notification of mission completion remained silent. The meager chakra he had unleashed proved insufficient for the Ninetales. Had he failed? Nay, not yet. After a momentary pause, Chinyu braced his feet against the Ninetales' posterior, forcefully extracting himself and swiftly retreating. Simultaneously, kaboom! The entirety of the 100-plus explosive tags he had accumulated over these months detonated within the Ninetales' body, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. Utterly bewildered, the Ninetales shuddered violently, then roared with unbridled fury. Yet, regardless of its struggles, it was rendered impotent by the golden chains. This was the ingenious solution Chinyu had conceived on the spur of the moment. After all, with his limited offensive capabilities, it was exceedingly difficult to inflict any substantive harm upon the Ninetales. But recall, when in doubt, employ explosive tags. Previously, numerous ninja, stymied by the Ninetales, had relied on kunai and explosive tags to elicit a modicum of pain, thereby diverting its attention. Moreover, explosive tags possessed considerable potency. Even Kaga-level combatants were vulnerable, particularly when caught unawares. Hence, Chinyu clutched the space-time ninjutsu pouch in his grasp, leveraging the successful breakthrough achieved via the needlework, and emptied all the explosive tags within. He was confident that the simultaneous detonation of over 100 explosive tags within its body would assuredly discomfit the Ninetales. Even if the Ninetales was not a true flesh-and-blood entity, it nevertheless possessed corresponding biological characteristics. Otherwise, the One Tail would not have been vulnerable to Naruto's hind-end attack in the original narrative. Observing the Ninetales' posterior emitting thick plumes of black smoke as it writhed in torment, and hearing the familiar, melodious chime of mission completion, Chinyu nearly became conceited. However, the excruciating pain emanating from his bloodied right arm abruptly jolted him back to reality. Though he had barely managed to accomplish the mission by expending every ounce of strength and a modicum of fortune, only he knew the magnitude of the risk involved. He was eager to examine the rewards, but prior to that, he felt it prudent to clarify matters. Upon witnessing Chinyu emerge from behind the Ninetales with a bewildered expression, Minato, who had anticipated a multitude of possibilities, including the most dire, was immediately confounded. In particular, the explosion emanating from the Ninetales had startled him. "Who are you?" Chinyu was taken aback by the query. He then surmised that Minato was likely overly apprehensive. After all, there was no reason for him to be present, so it was reasonable to suspect that he was an enemy disguised via transformation jutsu or other means. However, how could he prove his identity? Unexpectedly, such a ludicrous situation, which he had only encountered in his previous life, was now unfolding in the Naruto world. How do you prove you are who you claim to be? I am Chinyu, Lord Hokage. Which medicinal ingredients are required for the medicinal bath? Upon hearing Minato's inquiry, Chinyu visibly relaxed, then recited the entire formula with utmost clarity. Only then did Minato lower his guard, for only a select few were privy to this information, making it exceedingly improbable for an adversary to possess it. Hence, it was unlikely that the individual was an impostor. However, Minato immediately furrowed his brow. How did you come to be here? Anticipating this question, Chinyu offered the pre-prepared response. Grandpa Yamashita was nearly killed by this monster, so I desired to assist. I surreptitiously circled around the monster. But as I lunged forward to seize its tail, I inexplicably found myself here. Had another of his peers uttered such words, Minato would have been incredulous. However, considering the prior transgressions of the individual before him, his audacity was undeniable. He was now actively seeking trouble with the Ninetales. Did he not value his life? Since Chinyu had cultivated such a persona, Minato had no choice but to believe him, for the evidence was irrefutable. Is Chief Craftsman Yamashita well? Not well. He may never walk again. Minato paused momentarily, then inquired once more. What was the explosion? Oh, that. I employed all the explosive tags I had accumulated over the months. I gave that monster a good thrashing, to avoid arousing Minato and Appo's suspicion. Chinyu feigned an air of nonchalance, as if to say, it was nothing, but please, shower me with praise. Minato could only shake his head in bemusement. He was at a loss for words. If explosive tags were truly efficacious, Konoha would not have sacrificed so many ninja. However, Minato deemed Chinyu's courage to be invaluable. Most individuals, when confronted with a tailed beast, instinctively sought escape, lacking the courage to confront it. In this regard, they were inferior to a 5-year-old child. Of course, it could also be construed as utter recklessness. Had there been the slightest mishap, his name might have been added to the list of casualties and missing persons. However, Minato lacked the inclination and time to lecture him further. He could only shake his head in resignation and utter, "Do not be so rash in the future." He then turned his attention to Kushina, gazing at her tenderly, and declared, "Kushina, I shall utilize your remaining chakra to allow you to witness Naruto's growth. I shall resolve the matter of the 9 tails. Though I am not a Jinchuriki, I possess the Reaper Death Seal. Such formidable power could not be suppressed through physical means, and it was strategically untenable to allow the 9 tails to be resurrected without a Jinchuriki, as this would disrupt the balance of power among the tailed beasts. Therefore, I shall employ the Reaper Death Seal to permanently seal away half of the 9 tails, then seal the remaining half within Naruto's body using the 8 trigram sealing style, making him the new Jinchuriki to continue protecting Konoha in our stead. I know what you wish to say, but the world's upheaval, as foretold by Master Jiraiya, and the calamities that accompany it, I have now confirmed. The masked man who assaulted you will undoubtedly unleash a reign of terror, and the one who can thwart him is this child. This child, named by Master Jiraiya, shall serve as the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails and carve out a future. Somehow, I am certain of it." As Minato uttered these resolute words, Chingyu's hazy memories gradually crystallized. Minato could have avoided his demise, but for Kushina's final wish, and to prevent the village from losing the 9 tails, thereby causing the collapse of the tailed beast balance, he chose to sacrifice himself to fulfill everything. Such resolve left Chinyu deeply shaken. Yet, it remains perplexing to comprehend the choices made by Minato. Thus, just as he was about to seal the technique, he shouted, "Wait! Using the Reaper Death Seal will result in death, correct? Have you considered this child as perspective? Is it not more significant to have parents by one side than to save the world?" Observing the sudden surge of emotion in Konoha's young hero, Minato paused. Realizing the implications of his status as a war orphan, losing his parents at such a tender age, it was only natural for him to be deeply affected by the unfolding scene. At that moment, Kushina, who had been enduring in silence, could no longer contain herself. "Naruto is our child. Why must he bear such a heavy burden from birth? And why resort to the Reaper Death Seal? Is it merely to grant me a fleeting glance at Naruto as he grows? For such a brief moment, why must you sacrifice yourself?" Tears streamed down Kushina and Appo's cheeks, a poignant outcry from a mother's heart. Minato fell silent, and Konoha found himself in agreement with Kushina and Appo's sentiments. Minato's life held far greater significance than sacrificing himself for some trivial balance of tailed beasts. His importance to Naruto, to the nation, and to the village was undeniable. Even without the 9 tails, Konoha remained formidable. The village and Appo's dominance was never reliant solely on tailed beasts. However, Minato had done all he could. The words he wished to convey had already been expressed by Kushina. The rest lay solely in Minato's hands. If he persisted in seeking death, then no one could save him, save for himself. This was the most helpless realization for Konoha at that moment. How could he rescue someone who yearned for death? To Konoha, Obito was not inherently malevolent, yet he had been manipulated by both Madara and Black Zetsu, leading to his near-complete loss of humanity. Konoha wished to liberate Obito from this pitiful fate, but he was still too weak. In this world, weakness was a sin, until he possessed sufficient strength for self-preservation. He would refrain from provoking Black Zetsu. Regardless of whether Obito would believe his seemingly absurd truths, Black Zetsu would undoubtedly eliminate him swiftly, possibly even twisting the narrative against him. He could not gamble on whether Obito would choose to trust him or the so-called shadow of Madara, Black Zetsu. Thus, until he grew stronger, he would remain in hiding. Moreover, truth be told, Konoha's fate bore little consequence to him. Having arrived in this world for barely a year and residing in Konoha for less than 10 months, he had scarcely formed deep connections. His genuine concern was limited to a select few, primarily the esteemed Jonin, Itachi, and the elderly Yamashita. These individuals had shown him kindness, and in accordance with his character, he would repay this debt in time, hence his willingness to risk his life to save Yamashita. Following them were the 4th Hokage, Minato, who had displayed immense patience toward him, and Shursui, with whom he shared a pleasant rapport. Konoha would forever remain etched in his memory for their kindness, which also constituted his moral foundation. This was why he stood here, braving the risk of being struck down by the Ninetales or suspected by Minato and others. Regardless of the outcome, he merely wished to make an earnest attempt, not for Konoha, but purely to reciprocate the kindness Minato had shown him during their time together. Yet, as it stood, he had exhausted all his options, and the only one who could save Minato was himself. Ignoring the fierce and predatory glare of the Ninetales, Konoha remained composed, awaiting Minato's final decision. Life or death rested solely in Minato's hands. Then, with a grave and resolute expression, Minato spoke. For the sake of the country, for the village, and for peace, sacrifice is inevitable. If others can bravely face death to halt the Ninetales, then, as Hokage, I shall not falter. Let us not forget, we are all ninjas. Konoha's heart sank. Indeed, convincing Minato seemed an impossible task. Subsequently, Minato's tone softened as he turned to Kushina, saying, "Moreover, as long as I am alive, I cannot be defeated by you. Although your time as a mother is fleeting, the legacy you impart to Naruto is beyond my reach. This is your duty as a mother. My choice is not solely for you, but also for Naruto. To willingly embrace death for my son is the final obligation I can fulfill as his father. In this way, I shall not lose to you. We can remain together forever, Kushina." As they exchanged gazes, understanding each other's sentiments, Konoha found himself unable to grasp their choices. Yet he could palpably feel the unwavering love between the couple and their deep affection for Naruto. Rather than cling to life and relish the joy of raising Naruto, Minato chose the greater good, opting to walk the path of sacrifice alongside his wife. This was something Konoha, who struggled to comprehend the essence of love, could scarcely fathom. Naruto will become an orphan like me, devoid of familial love, enduring a childhood of unbearable suffering, despised by the villagers. Is that acceptable? Konoha could no longer restrain himself. Minato turned, offering a gentle smile. "Thank you for your concern. You are a good child. But I believe that even if Kushina and I cannot be by Naruto's side, Lord Hiruzen will take good care of him and protect him. And I trust you will also look out for him, ensuring he is not bullied, correct?" Konoha longed to protest. "You are too naive. You cannot fathom the depths of Naruto's tragic childhood." But he found himself unable to voice such thoughts, and Minato had already begun forming the seals. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, Hiruzen had arrived with the Umbu, but found himself unable to breach the barrier, anxiously waiting outside. What on earth is happening with that boy? And what is this seal? Could Minato be attempting to resolve the Ninetales issue on his own? Hiruzen watched the unfolding events in shock. As Minato completed the seals, an ethereal figure of the Shinigami appeared behind him, clutching a string of prayer beads in one hand and a short blade in its mouth. Is this the so-called Shinigami of this world? Konoha mused quietly. Upon witnessing Minato perform the Reaper Death Seal, the Ninetales, which had been fixated on Konoha, now radiated intense fury and a profound sense of resentment. After finally regaining its freedom, it had been controlled by the Sharingan, then assaulted by an insufferable brat's explosive tag, and now Minato sought to seal it away permanently. With the Ninetales' vengeful nature, it had now marked everyone within the barrier, including the mysterious masked man, Obito. That detestable fourth Hokage. One day, I shall avenge this grievance. Just then, Minato exhaled softly. Seal. As he turned, the Grim Reaper summoned behind him pierced through his chest with its right hand, transforming into a colossal chakra hand that lunged directly at the Ninetales. Faced with the technique of the Shiki F gene, even the Ninetales offered no resistance. A spectral shadow of the Ninetales was forcibly dragged out, swiftly pulled back into Minato's body, where a circle of sealing runes manifested upon his chest. His body was paralyzed. As Minato forcibly sealed half of the Ninetales within himself, his expression twisted in agony. The sheer weight of just half the Ninetales chakra was beyond what his body could endure. It was unfathomable how Kushina had managed to seal the entirety of the beast within her. Reduced in size, the Ninetales found itself unable to retract a golden chain in time, which fell to the ground unnoticed by anyone present. Next came the 8-trigram seal. Barely recovering from his paralysis, Minato summoned the ritual altar and placed the now quiet Naruto upon it. Upon witnessing this, the Ninetales nearly lost all reason. It intended to seal me again, and into that little brat. How infuriating. The Ninetales raged within its mind. Die. In that moment, the newfound space created by its reduced size became a prelude to the unfolding drama. The Ninetales swung its claws forward with ferocity. Oh no. Minato and Kushina instinctively lunged towards Naruto, desperate to protect him. Yet, in that instant, calamity struck. Minato, in his attempt to shield Naruto, was raked across the back by the claws, leaving a deep gash. However, the true target of the Nine Tails was not Naruto. It was a feint. Aiming instead at the one who had humiliated it before, the very brat it vowed to eliminate, even if it meant being sealed once more. Staring at the Nine Tails claws suddenly appearing before him, Ayu's mind went blank. Yet, the countless battles over the past months had honed his instincts. A layer of hardened shell enveloped him in an instant, and he desperately tried to evade to the side, but it was too late. Thud! One of the Nine Tails' long fingers pierced through him, slicing into Ayu's left side. Yet, in that crucial moment, thanks to the scant time he managed to buy, Kushina succeeded in repressing the rampaging Nine Tails once again. Had Kushina been a fraction of a second later, or if Ayu hadn't instinctively used hardening to protect himself and attempted to shift away, he would have been cleaved in two. Clinging tightly to the Nine Tails' claw, Ayu coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had anticipated that completing this task would earn the Nine Tails' enmity, but he never expected the beast to choose him over Naruto when it came time to retaliate. Clearly, Naruto was the greater threat, for eliminating him could stave off the risk of being sealed again. Yet, the Nine Tails opted to target him instead. This was a testament to the profound animosity Ayu had provoked. As this realization dawned upon him, a weak smile of despair crossed Ayu's face. While he had narrowly escaped immediate death, he felt he had lost half of his life. It was uncertain if he would survive. Nevertheless, he refused to succumb to despair. He promptly dispelled, hardening, and summoned all his strength to activate inferior regeneration, hoping to last until Minato successfully sealed the Nine Tails. Hold on, I must persevere. 8 trigram seal. Seal. Aya felt his consciousness beginning to fade, voices of Minato and others drifting to his ears. Did they succeed? Surely they could hold on until Konoha's reinforcements arrived. If only they weren't too late, he mused humorously, wondering if he would ever have the chance to traverse time again. With this absurd thought, he finally collapsed into a pool of blood, closing his eyes as his consciousness sank into darkness. The Nine Tails was successfully sealed, yet those who survived in Konoha could find no joy in the victory. The Nine Tails invasion incident had wrought immense suffering upon the village. 2 of the most prosperous districts lay utterly destroyed, countless lives lost, and the toll of other damages was grievous. Not only had their Jinchuriki, Kushina, perished, but Konoha had also lost its 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The loss of such a formidable leader was a calamity that needed no elaboration. Furthermore, concealing such monumental news was utterly implausible. Upon learning of Konoha's devastation and the loss of both their Jinchuriki and 4th Hokage, the Cloud Village immediately began to stir with intent, probing the borders of the Land of Fire. While Konoha had previously held the upper hand in the Third Shinobi World War, this catastrophic loss effectively nullified all advantages gained in the prior conflict. Luckily, the Land of Water was embroiled in civil strife and could not divert resources elsewhere. Meanwhile, the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind had long signed peace treaties and were recuperating from their own wounds, leaving them unable to muster sufficient forces to invade Konoha during this opportune moment. However, in the face of the Cloud Village's aggressive maneuvers, Konoha maintained a calm restraint while accelerating the mobilization of its remaining forces for a counterattack. Before either side could ascertain the other's true capabilities, only small skirmishes ensued. This served Konoha well, as they were focused on rebuilding and mitigating the impacts of the recent disaster. Yet, the sacrifice of their 4th Hokage necessitated the urgent election of a new leader to guide the village. Thus, Danzo, who had long coveted the position, grew increasingly active, even openly opposing Sarutobi Hiruzen's return to the role of Hokage during meetings. It was evident that his inaction during the Nine Tails invasion disqualified him from any claim to leadership. When Hiruzen stated his intention to step down after the 5th Hokage was elected, Danzo resorted to more drastic measures, attempting to assassinate his old friend on Hiruzen's way to meet the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Fortunately, Kakashi's timely awareness thwarted his scheme. Murdering a Hokage was a capital offense, yet Hiruzen once again spared Danzo. Subsequently, in a later meeting, leveraging the higher-ups' distrust of the Uchiha clan, Danzo successfully convinced them, along with Hiruzen, to relocate the Uchiha, whose garrison had been destroyed, to the outskirts of the village, citing the claim of the Sharingan controlling the Nine Tails. Thus, the deeply rooted tensions erupted. Forced to relocate to a new site, the Uchiha clan realized that Konoha's leadership had never truly trusted them. Feelings of betrayal, frustration, and anger burgeoned within them, transforming into a seed of resentment that took root in their hearts. Faced with the inquiries of his clansmen, Fugaku appeared utterly disillusioned with Konoha. Coupled with the sacrifices of Minato and Kushina, he found himself questioning whom he could still trust within the village. It seemed even Obito, who orchestrated the entire Ninetales invasion, could not have anticipated that his actions would not only fail to obliterate Konoha, but also drive his own kin into despair. However, for the current Obito, even if he were to learn the truth, he would likely dismiss it without a second thought, perhaps even covertly inciting further chaos. He has long ceased to care for the lives of his own teacher and mentor. How could he possibly concern himself with mere clansmen? Should he have the opportunity to instigate a rebellion within the Uchiha clan and plunge Konoha into internal strife, he would undoubtedly relish the sight. A month later, in a certain hospital room within Konoha, Aoi, who narrowly escaped death during the Ninetales incident, hastily finished his lunch and set the container aside, gazing vacantly out the window. On the very day he regained consciousness, he coincidentally encountered A.J. Nin, Mikawa, who had just returned to the village after completing a perilous mission. Upon learning of the events that transpired during his absence, Mikawa's mood grew heavy and complex. However, upon discovering that Aoi had narrowly escaped death and was now recuperating in the hospital, he donned a reluctant poker face and assumed the responsibility of caring for Aoi, personally delivering his meals each day. Naturally, this came with a lengthy lecture. After all, sheer luck played a significant role in Aoi and Appo's survival. Even Aoi himself only learned of the circumstances from the third Hokage after regaining consciousness, after Minato successfully sealed the Ninetales, along with part of his own chakra and the remainder of Kushina's chakra within Naruto's body. He utilized the last vestiges of his waning life to activate the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting Naruto back to Konoha for timely treatment, which ultimately saved Aoi's life. Regrettably, Minato did not have the opportunity to explain anything to the others before he left this world with a smile. Thankfully, before her passing, Kushina entrusted Naruto to the esteemed third Hokage, departing this life with a smile as well. Upon learning of these events, Aoi couldn't help but reflect on his own good fortune. Given the sudden circumstances, it would have been difficult for anyone else to survive. It could be said that his abilities of inferior regeneration and hardening afforded him a slim chance of survival. Furthermore, had Kushina delayed in suppressing the Ninetales even slightly, or if Minato had not utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to bring him back to Konoha for treatment, he might not have had the opportunity to persevere. Even the medical ninjas treating him had lost hope, only to be astonished by his tenacious vitality. Yet, only Aoi knew that it was not a matter of tenacious vitality, but rather the accelerated recovery effect of his LV3. No, it should now be LV4 inferior regeneration. Due to the severity of his injuries, his self-healing abilities were pushed to their limits, resulting in an upgrade despite the absence of a skill card. This incident turned out to be a blessing in disguise, revealing the upgrade requirements for this ability. Accumulating experience seemingly involved a continuous cycle of sustaining injuries, the more severe the better, followed by unleashing his self-healing capabilities. In this light, the abilities of hardening and inferior regeneration complemented each other perfectly. One required the endurance of damage to upgrade, while the other necessitated healing injuries, creating a harmonious synergy. Additionally, this brush with death led Aoi to realize that while inferior regeneration did not grant him any overpowered abilities like limb regeneration, it could indeed provide him with sufficient time and opportunities for self-rescue or waiting for assistance, prompting him to take this aspect seriously. Overall, Aoi's recent actions could be deemed a complete failure. Not only had he failed to persuade Minato, but he also found himself indebted to both Minato and Kushina. This led to a wry smile of resignation appearing on Aoi's face as he pondered the impossibility of repaying such a debt, given that all that remained of Minato and Kushina were the chakras sealed within Naruto. Ultimately, the only way Aoi could think to repay this favor was through Naruto himself. Moreover, in his final moments, Minato had entrusted Aoi with the task of looking after Naruto, ensuring he would not be bullied. Aoi was determined to fulfill this dying wish, as it would grant him peace of mind. Of course, he could not predict the extent of his future actions that might harm Konoha, but as he had stated, he was a principled undercover operative. Moreover, the two matters were not mutually exclusive. Even if his identity were to be exposed and misunderstood, it would not concern him. With a clearer understanding of the path he intended to take, Aoi focused his thoughts and opened the grave marker established by the dog system, once again reviewing the rewards from his near-fatal encounter. Upon completing this reckless task, he discovered that the reward from the golden treasure chest was none other than a sword. Artifact, SCHR Dinger's Zampakit, Ability 1, Shirkai. Upon drawing the sword, there is a 1 in 1,000 chance to randomly discern its true name. Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown, 24 hours. Note, shallow strikes require no cooldown. Ability 2, Bankai. Based on the success of Shirkai, there is a 1 in 10,000 chance to further discern the true form of the sword and briefly control it. Duration, remaining Shirkai time 3. Cooldown, 24 hours. Ability 3, Sealing. While in a sealed state, effects 1 and 2 can increase the base probability by 1 point per hour. Stacking. Note, the sealing effect becomes void once the Zampakit is drawn, and the accumulated probability resets. Evaluation. You will never know if the sword you draw next is merely an ordinary shallow strike or a Zampakit capable of Bankai. To be honest, although the term artifact feels slightly jarring, as if he were being offended, the SCHR Dinger's Zampakit genuinely brought him immense delight. After days of careful study and analysis, he arrived at the following conclusion. Upon drawing the sword, there exists a certain probability of randomly discerning the true name of a specific Zampakit, enabling its Shirkai for combat. Should Shirkai succeed, there remains a chance to further activate Bankai. Conversely, should the first step fail, he would merely draw an ordinary shallow strike devoid of any abilities. Considering the 1 in 1,000 chance of Shirkai and the 1 in 10,000 chance of Bankai, this reward might seem somewhat dubious. However, the sealing ability significantly mitigates this uncertainty, effectively offering an alternative method of use. According to the description of sealing, as long as it remains unutilized and maintains the sealed state, the base probability increases by 1 point every hour, and the effects can stack. What does this imply? It means that after 41 days and 16 hours, one can achieve a 100 success rate for Shirkai. After 416 days and 16 hours, one can achieve a 100 success rate for Bankai. While this may seem like an extensive time requirement, if one does not pursue absolute certainty, a probability of around 70 to 80% would render failure unlikely. Even a slightly lower probability could be worth the risk. If utilized wisely, the SCHR Dinger's Zampakit could undoubtedly catapult Aoi's combat prowess to new heights. After all, in the world of Soul Reapers, the abilities unleashed by a Zampakit are exceedingly diverse, some extraordinarily powerful, others comparatively weak, and some possessing exceptionally unique and overpowered abilities, such as Aizen's Kyokusujutsu. This is merely the Shirkai of the Zampakit. The power gained from Bankai is immeasurable, increasing one's strength by at least 5 to 10 times, if not more. One could say it truly befits a reward from a golden treasure chest, if it were not for the overwhelming uncertainty, confining time, and probability. Qingyu believed that this, Schrodinger's Zampakuto, was utterly invincible. However, even now, it could serve as his greatest trump card. During the brief period after he unsheathed the Zampakuto and successfully achieved Bankai, he would temporarily elevate himself to the ranks of the strong, capable of effortlessly ambushing and eliminating several Jonin. Moreover, with his imminent entrance into the Jonin Academy, he had ample time to accumulate the effects of encapsulation, which filled him with anticipation for the spectacular moment when this Zampakuto would first be drawn. It could be said that from this moment on, he was no longer merely a punching bag. As for the other skill card rewards, after much deliberation, Qingyu chose to invest in the future, opting for a high-level skill card. Although selecting 3 intermediate skill cards would swiftly enhance his current strength, considering that he was about to enter the Jonin Academy, he felt relatively safe during this period. Thus, even a rapid increase in power would hold little significance. Additionally, he had already discerned the conditions for enhancing the abilities of inferior self-healing body, hardening, and white strike. He could use this time to elevate his ability levels through personal effort. It was evident that regardless of the ability, the later stages of improvement became increasingly sluggish. He could simply wait until one of those abilities reached level 6 before utilizing the high-level skill card to maximize his benefits. Most importantly, the golden level self-destructive mission had indeed frightened him. He would rather complete 3 silver-level self-destructive missions than endure another golden level one, making this high-level skill card all the more precious. After a brief respite, Qingyu found himself idly staring at the ceiling from his hospital bed. Upon regaining consciousness, he recounted the events that led him to the scene of the nine-tailed seal to Sarutobi Hiruzen, omitting any mention of Obito. Coupled with the timely treatment that had successfully saved his legs, along with the testimonies of the elder Yamashita and that ninja, as well as Kushina's last words and Minato's actions. In summary, his suspicions were entirely cleared. The higher-ups of the Hokage had no choice but to accept his account, albeit begrudgingly. After all, Kushina had relayed Minato's words in her final moments, though somewhat reckless. She was undeniably a good child. If even the fourth Hokage and his wife attested to this, what could anyone else do? Unbeknownst to Qingyu, various beautiful misunderstandings had rendered him a uniquely special existence in Konoha. With this amulet at his disposal, as long as he refrained from demolishing Hokage Rock and causing chaos in Konoha, it was likely that Sarutobi would merely turn a blind eye to his antics. After all, this was a person Minato had expended his last breath to save. They certainly could not abandon him now. Consequently, his medical expenses were waived, and the supplies Minato had promised were distributed punctually, under the same conditions. This time, even the two senior advisors and the usually cantankerous Danzo remained largely silent, perhaps deeming it unnecessary to waste time on a mere child. After all, a few coins were of little consequence. While Qingyu was lost in thought, his mind adrift in the cosmos, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Upon opening the door, a smile of joy immediately graced Qingyu's face. Itachi, I was just planning to visit you after being discharged. It's been a while since I came to see you. Sorry for the delay. Itachi, relieved to see that Qingyu was not genuinely upset, approached and placed the flowers and the dango he had specifically bought on the bedside table. Oh, you even brought gifts. How delightful. Qingyu disregarded the flowers and promptly popped a dango into his mouth. Still tastes fantastic. Did you buy so many? You should have some too. Don't be shy. Itachi forced a smile and shook his head, his mood evidently less than cheerful. Noticing this, Qingyu paused his eating and, recalling what the Jonin from the Three Rivers had mentioned, furrowed his brow. What's wrong? Are you still troubled about the relocation of the Uchiha compound to the village's outskirts? You know about it too? Itachi nodded solemnly. His mature mindset prevented him from viewing this merely as an ordinary relocation. The discontent among his clan had become palpable, and even his father's occasional smiles had vanished. A strange yet heavy atmosphere had enveloped the entire Uchiha compound. He had only just been permitted to go out today, and he had hurried here because Qingyu was his only friend, aside from Shursui, with whom he could truly relax. Observing Itachi's worried expression, Qingyu set down the uneaten dango stick and spoke earnestly. This isn't exactly a secret. The whole of Konoha is aware of it. So, what are you really worried about? Of course, I'm concerned about the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha, torn between family loyalty and village allegiance. Itachi's character naturally led him to feel anxious. However, articulating such sentiments proved difficult. Watching Itachi fall silent, Qingyu found himself growing exasperated. Why did this guy always keep everything bottled up inside? Nonetheless, he had a fair understanding of Itachi's worries, so after carefully organizing his thoughts, he spoke. I believe I can grasp your concerns, but Don and Appos, do you think it and Appos as a waste of time? At your current state, even if the worst were to happen, what could you truly change? Instead of worrying incessantly about burdens that shouldn't be yours to bear right now, why not focus on enhancing your own strength? After all, it is only through power that you can rely on yourself, ensuring that when you resolve to take action, you won't find yourself utterly helpless. Imagine, if your strength surpassed that of anyone else, greater even than your entire clan and Konoha combined. At that point, you could do as you please, and your principles would flow unimpeded. Upon hearing Qingyu's earnest persuasion, Itachi felt as though a door to a new world had swung open before him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Before Qingyu spoke these words, he had never encountered such a notion of might is right, especially in a land that revered the will of fire. He had never envisioned such a path. To forcefully suppress the discontent of the entire clan, even Konoha itself, through absolute power, thereby achieving harmony between the Uchiha and the village. Was this truly possible? Could I really accomplish this? Something felt amiss, yet Itachi found himself lost in contemplation, captivated by the idea. Watching Itachi fall under his influence, Qingyu could not help but feel a sense of delight. To be honest, he wasn't Appos, entirely deceiving Itachi. After all, the rules of this world dictated that the strong prey upon the weak, and the weak consume the lesser. Konoha was originally established under the first Hokage's guidance. But what was the foundation? Was it love? Was it a call for peace? Nonsense. It was built upon the absolute suppression of power. It was the unbeatable might of Hashirama and Madara united. Without that unparalleled strength as support, no amount of eloquent speech would halt the inevitable wars. Nor would it unify the clans to form a nation. Consider this. How did the current 5 great shinobi villages rise to prominence? Was it not through the gradual consumption of surrounding smaller forces, expanding step by step until they reached their present scale? Let us revisit the origins of the 3 great shinobi wars, driven by the insatiable desire for resources and population. When the meager offerings of neighboring minor villages can no longer satiate one and Appo's hunger, what is to be done? Naturally, the gaze shifts toward larger prey. Thus, all proclamations are but empty rhetoric. One may shout slogans to their heart's content, yet only strength holds true value in this world. In this realm, the weak possess no rights. Their lives are extinguished without a second thought. Beyond family and friends, who would seek vengeance for them? Who bears the right and duty to safeguard the interests of the powerless? It is merely a matter of sweeping one's own doorstep. Consider the humble village where Qingyu originates. Once war erupted, survival became a matter of navigating the narrow crevices of existence, neither daring to provoke others, nor revealing their own presence. Yet the outcome? They are extinguished for being an eyesore. Who can they rely on to voice the grievances of the innocents who perish in such a manner? Can they place their hopes in Konoha? Have not many innocents met their demise at the hands of Konoha's shinobi? This, indeed, is the harsh reality of the shinobi world. Thus, Qingyu's counsel to Itachi was not mere deception. It stemmed from profound insights gained after a brush with death. Without sufficient strength, one can be crushed by a falling rock while merely walking down the street. Given Itachi's exceptional talent, why bear the burden of patricide, fratricide, and the slaughter of their kin? Why not explore an alternative path? While it may seem misguided, if Itachi were to mature swiftly enough to suppress the entire Uchiha clan, compelling the Hokage to concede after weighing the pros and cons, what harm would harmonious coexistence entail? At worst, he could lead the Uchiha clan away from Konoha. There are myriad paths to tread. Why choose the most arduous one? This encapsulates the essence of Qingyu's advice to Itachi. Have you come to an understanding? Itachi lifted his head, hesitating, and replied, Not yet. I need to ponder this carefully. After all, what you propose is exceedingly difficult, and I lack the confidence to achieve it. No worries, Qingyu reassured. There is plenty of time for reflection. Should you encounter indecision or find it hard to commit in the future, do remember to seek me out. Never attempt to undertake actions that may lead to regret. At that moment, Itachi experienced an uncanny sensation, as if Qingyu had peered into the depths of his life and glimpsed his fate. Yet, such an absurd notion seemed impossible. Itachi nodded earnestly, sat for a while longer, scheduled their next meeting, and then departed. As he watched Itachi's departing figure, Qingyu held back another thought. Perhaps he could assist at that time. Together, they might succeed, and who knows, they could even attain that coveted position. However, fearing the backlash and recognizing the inappropriateness of such remarks in the present moment, he refrained from voicing it. What is the pinnacle of being an undercover agent? It is, of course, to endure 3 years and then become the Hokage. Obito, whose singular ambition is to obliterate Konoha, the greatest obstacle, surely never envisioned such an outrageous possibility. Although the challenge is formidable, Qingyu is eager to explore it, and he does not lack allies. Itachi, his clansmen, and the future twist of the Akatsuki organization. Alas, the road ahead is fraught with challenges. Sighing softly, Qingyu began to count the days until his discharge. A week later. Thanks to the advancements in medical ninjutsu and his own regenerative abilities, Qingyu finally received his discharge after nearly succumbing to death over a month ago. Or rather, it was under his insistence that the Jonin, Mikawa, was compelled to escort him out. Though still wearing a sour expression, Mikawa took Qingyu to a barbecue restaurant to celebrate his release, resulting in Qingyu once again overeating. Upon returning home, Mikawa first returned the medicinal baths and supplies he had procured for Qingyu, then continued. Due to the recent Kyuubi invasion incident, many areas in the village are currently undergoing reconstruction, including the devastated Ninja Academy. Additionally, some students have been placed on the casualty list, leading numerous others to abandon the perilous path of becoming a ninja. As such, the Hokage has decided to commence early enrollment on January 5th of next year, once the academy is rebuilt. Having stated this, Mikawa refrained from elaborating further. But Qingyu discerned the implications behind his words. January 5th of next year? Understood. Please enroll me, Qingyu replied nonchalantly. Regardless of circumstances, he would not relinquish his aspiration to become a ninja, choosing to live as a civilian, while seemingly safer and under the protection of Konoha and Appos, as shinobi. Merely entrusts one's safety to others. Reflecting on the multitude of innocent lives lost during Pain's assault, he was unwilling to surrender his fate. Have you made your decision? Once you enter the Ninja Academy, barring graduation, do not even think of withdrawing. Mikawa's tone turned unusually stern, clearly disappointed by those who had chosen to drop out upon witnessing danger. Rest assured, I intend to become Hokage, Qingyu declared resolutely. As he unwrapped the bandages around his torso, he gazed into the mirror at the unsightly, thick scar marring his abdomen, feeling an eerie calm. The self-healing properties of his inferior regenerative body could have easily erased the scar, yet he chose not to do so, wanting it to serve as a constant reminder of the perilous nature of this world. Furthermore, he had learned from Mikawa that due to the passing of the fourth Hokage and the catastrophic consequences of the Kyuubi's attack, Konoha's borders had become increasingly unstable, leading to multiple skirmishes with the invading Cloud Village ninjas. Fortunately, these clashes had yet to escalate into full-scale war, but it was merely a matter of time. Should Konoha exhibit any signs of weakness, the Cloud Village would undoubtedly reveal its fangs. Had it not been for the need to care for him, Mikawa would have already departed on a mission. Now that Qingyu had been discharged and the matter concerning the Ninja Academy was settled, Mikawa was set to leave the village, rejoining the tumultuous war that loomed on the horizon. Qingyu refrained from attempting to dissuade him. Despite the inherent danger, this was the destiny of a shinobi, an inescapable fate. Thus, he could only advise Mikawa to exercise caution, as he could offer no assistance. Yet, how curious it was that while so many nearby houses had been affected, his own abode had miraculously escaped unscathed, just as Qingyu contemplated granting himself another day of respite before resuming his training. His ever-alert perception eye suddenly detected an unfamiliar life force behind him. Who? He mused, a smirk crossing his face as he realized he had grown more perceptive since their last encounter. Upon hearing Obito's familiar voice, Qingyu turned, his expression devoid of emotion, and confronted him. Dressed in his signature black cloak and single-eyed mask, Obito approached, his tone surprisingly calm, showing no signs of rage over the failure of his plans to annihilate Konoha. After all, having narrowly escaped death at the hands of the Kyuubi, one must remain vigilant to avoid meeting a grim fate. Qingyu deftly shifted the conversation away from that topic. As Obito and Appos' gaze swept over the grotesque scar on Qingyu and Appos' body, he nodded in rare agreement. It seems that having faced such a life-or-death trial, you have matured considerably. Well done. Let us return to the matter at hand. This time, you have once again risked infiltration into Konoha, and it cannot merely be to offer me a compliment, can it? Risk? There is no place in this world that I cannot reach, and as long as I wish it, no one can restrain me. Obito spoke with a tone of disdain. But as if finding such self-praise tiresome, he shifted his tone. The primary purpose of my return to Konoha is to convey certain matters to you. Furthermore, in this round of our wager, you emerged victorious. I indeed was not fully prepared to annihilate Konoha. However, I shall not repeat the same error again, and Konoha will ultimately be swept away by my hand. Obito's acknowledgement of his misstep surprised Qingyu, yet what truly concerned him was whether Obito would uphold his promise. In other words, have you agreed to my demands? I too am curious about the surprises you might deliver. Upon hearing Obito and Appos' words, Qingyu felt a sense of relief and inquired, what is it that you wish to relay to me? Gathering intelligence? No, having granted you the right to operate freely. How you proceed henceforth is entirely your prerogative. Should I require assistance, I will contact you in advance. You may choose to accept or decline, acting within your own capacity and judgment. Nevertheless, the day I deem the time ripe will also mark your departure from Konoha and your triumphant retreat. Qingyu nodded in understanding. To be frank, even he did not anticipate that Obito would exhibit such trust in him, granting him extensive freedom, including the option to reject tasks he was unwilling to undertake. This undoubtedly afforded him greater maneuverability. Besides, he was to become an undercover Hokage and did not wish to jeopardize his identity for trivial intelligence. It was simply not worth the risk. Moreover, with the adept White Zetsu collecting intelligence, there was no need for him to engage in such minor affairs. Then, Obito continued, "In addition, I shall provide you with some information to prevent any erroneous judgments. Soon, an organization known as Akatsuki will emerge within the ninja world, and I will utilize this organization to secretly amass power in preparation for my forthcoming plans. You do not need to know much more at this juncture. It suffices for you to understand that this Akatsuki organization is not our enemy. Should anyone suspect your identity, or should you need to eliminate certain obstacles that you cannot personally address, you may entrust such matters to this organization." At this point, Qingyu was certain that Obito genuinely placed great expectations upon him, not only granting him maximum operational freedom, but also willing to employ the yet undeveloped Akatsuki to covertly assist him. Who could withstand such an opportunity? With Akatsuki acting as a shield, there would be no doubt regarding strength, nor suspicion cast upon him. However, what could have caused such a drastic change in Obito's attitude? Was it solely due to the failure of the plan to destroy Konoha? He felt there was more to it. Little did Qingyu know that Obito had been lurking in Konoha for over half a month, during which he had learned much about the developments following his retreat, including that Qingyu had gained the complete trust of Konoha's higher-ups, even possessing the deceased Minato and Kushina as his protective talisman. Hence, Obito, who had initially undervalued Qingyu's role, began to recognize the potential for manipulation, leading to a renewed appreciation. Moreover, granting freedom of action and providing assistance when necessary posed no loss to Obito. Even if he lost the wager, it would merely be a matter of expended energy. Yet, should he win, Qingyu could become a pivotal asset at a critical moment, or even a game-changer. This was the true reason behind Obito's audacious visit to Qingyu. "Very well, but I require absolute confidentiality regarding our identities. No one else must learn of our connection, for each additional person aware introduces further risk. How shall I contact you?" Recognizing the benefits of Obito's proposal with no detriment, Qingyu added an extra layer of precaution. "I acknowledge your concern. As for communication, I shall instruct White Zetsu to leave a clone at the location of our last meeting. If you have any messages to convey, simply write them on a note and bury it in the ground." With White Zetsu's clone serving as the intermediary for information exchange, speed, security, and discretion are assured. However, Qingyu soon realized that placing the communication location there likely served as a means of surveillance, considering it was a place he frequented almost daily. Moreover, White Zetsu could monitor his training progress through his daily regimen. It was not that Qingyu was overly paranoid. Feeling that malicious intent lurked everywhere, he simply had to be cautious. After all, the figure before him was no longer that spirited, cheerful youth inclined to help the elderly cross the street, but rather a ruthless mastermind steeped in despair regarding this world. Yet, despite his musings, refusal was impractical and could lead to suspicion. Thus, Qingyu nonchalantly replied, "Very well, if you have news to relay, let White Zetsu place a leaf beneath my bed. Upon noticing it, I shall seek him out." This consideration accounted for the possibility that he might not visit the training ground, providing a contingency plan that Obito naturally found agreeable. "Strive to enhance your strength. You remain too weak at present. I eagerly anticipate the day of our reunion." Before his words faded, Obito had already twisted and vanished. Qingyu, having endured the immense pressure Obito had exerted upon him, finally relaxed, feeling utterly exhausted as if he had just engaged in a fierce battle. The weight of Obito's expectations was indeed overwhelming. Moreover, he was entirely perplexed by Obito's attitude. The sensation of his life being entirely beyond his control was truly distressing. Thus, he refrained from mentioning a day off, donning his attire and heading directly to the training ground. Unbeknownst to him, his desire to grow stronger had become increasingly urgent. Equally eager to grow stronger was another individual, Itachi, who had previously been swayed by Qingyu. Particularly now, the atmosphere within the clan had grown increasingly peculiar, with each clan member's face seemingly etched with unmasked fury. Yet, the nearly 4-month-old Sasuke provided him with significant comfort. Although Qingyu often teased him for being a brother complex, was it not right to reserve the best for his younger brother? Just as Shisui treated him like a brother, he too aspired to be a good older brother and a worthy role model for Sasuke. Thus, if being a brother complex was the case, then so be it. Qingyu undoubtedly envied his bond with a brother. Once Sasuke grew a little older, he would take him out, ensuring that Qingyu would feel a tinge of envy. With this thought, Itachi trained with renewed vigor. Yet, in that moment, Itachi could hardly foresee that his fleeting whim would cast a shadow over Sasuke's childhood for a lifetime. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention, he had also enrolled in the Ninja Academy set to commence in January. He could no longer afford to wait. In this world inhabited by ninjas, the pace of reconstruction was remarkably swift. Although the night the Ninetales rampaged had inflicted grave wounds and losses upon Konoha, the devastated areas were rapidly rebuilt at a visible rate. The survivors, though unable to forget the lingering pain and fear of that night, ultimately had to look forward and strive to live on. Thus, it was not long before Konoha regained its former appearance. The streets were noticeably more desolate. Coupled with the Cloud Village's encroachment, a somber atmosphere pervaded the Leaf Village. Even the usually bustling taverns and red light districts saw a dearth of patrons in the evenings. Faced with this situation, the villagers could only offer daily prayers, hoping for a swift end to this resurgence of war, though they knew such hopes were likely in vain. Almost daily, large numbers of resolute ninjas departed for the front lines, engaging in fierce life-or-death struggles with the Cloud Ninjas who had traveled far to invade the Fire Country's borders. Similarly, numerous bodies, shrouded in white cloth, were transported back to the Leaf Village for burial each day. These were merely a fraction of the casualties. Many more corpses were left behind, either to become fodder for wild beasts or to be seized by the enemy, as bloodline limits were always a tempting prize, albeit a difficult one to obtain. Nevertheless, a dying camel is still larger than a horse. Despite the Leaf Village's diminished advantage, the surviving ninjas were all seasoned and battle-hardened elites. Unless the invading Cloud Ninjas possessed a swift and decisive means to crush the Leaf Village, the conflict would devolve into a protracted war of attrition. In such a scenario, the Leaf Village, fighting on its home turf, would undoubtedly hold the upper hand. The Land of Lightning, having traveled from afar, would face immense logistical challenges, making it difficult to sustain the war effort. Thus, virtually every ninja heading to the front lines firmly believed in the Leaf Village's ultimate victory, buoyed by high morale. Inside the Hokage and Appo's office, Sarutobi, having reassumed the mantle of Hokage, massaged his temples as he contemplated the Leaf Village and Appo's internal and external crises. His initial retirement was not solely to appease the other major nations, but stemmed from a genuine sense of being overwhelmed. Initially, under Minato's leadership, everything had been progressing positively. But the sudden upheaval had disrupted everything, plunging the Leaf Village, which had been preparing for respite, back into the mire of war. Sarutobi now bitterly resented the Land of Lightning's opportunistic actions, but felt powerless to act, as the Leaf Village was indeed at its weakest. Fortunately, the other three major nations were in even worse condition than the Leaf Village and could not spare the resources to cause further trouble. Otherwise, an invasion by 4 nations would have been more than the Leaf Village could withstand. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Hokage-sama. The Land of Lightning has rejected our proposed peace treaty and has made numerous unreasonable demands. With that, a scroll was handed to Sarutobi. After reading the terms of the Land of Lightning and Appo's peace proposal, Sarutobi angrily slammed the scroll on the desk. The Cloud Village is truly overbearing. Issue the order. From this moment forward, the Leaf Village will immediately enter a state of maximum war readiness. If the Land of Lightning insists on continuing the war, then let them witness the resolve of our Leaf Village ninjas. After his outburst, Sarutobi ceased attending to the mountain of official duties and instead went to the adjacent room. Gazing at the infant Naruto as he suckled contentedly, a sigh escaping his lips. Minato, you truly left me with a mess. Leaf Year 49, January 5th. This day marked the reopening of the Ninja Academy after its reconstruction. Upon receiving his supplies and entering the classroom, Qingyu immediately spotted Itachi, who was on the verge of eruption, barely maintaining his composure. A gaggle of precocious young girls surrounded Itachi, vying for a position near him. The scene could only be described as captivating, even maddening. After all, Itachi's handsome visage was quite lethal to these infatuated girls. Amused, Qingyu averted his gaze, refrained from greeting Itachi, and had no intention of sharing the burden. He prepared to take a seat in the back row of the classroom. However, if Qingyu could see Itachi, it was impossible for Itachi, who was not blind, to miss him. Moreover, having endured the incessant buzzing of these flies, Itachi had long reached his limit. He abruptly stood up and pursued Qingyu. Itachi's actions immediately drew the attention of the infatuated female students. When they saw the handsome Itachi-kun unhesitatingly walk to the back row and sit next to a certain male student, they felt as if their hearts were about to shatter. However, hey, have you noticed that the boy next to Itachi-kun is also quite handsome? Yes, he seems particularly manly. Okay, I declare that Itachi-kun is all yours. I prefer the one next to him, who looks especially reassuring. Itachi-kun was mine to begin with. If you hadn't interfered, I would be sitting next to Itachi-kun right now. You're dreaming. By the way, don't you think there's something endearing between those two? A girl suddenly said, her eyes twinkling, her train of thought decidedly peculiar. The other girls looked over, just in time to see Itachi and the boy next to him whispering to each other. While the scene was undeniably pleasing to the eye, they would not allow such a waste of resources. They immediately glared at the girl who had voiced such a possibility. Startled, the girl quickly covered her mouth, her survival instincts kicking in. In reality, Qingyu was currently berating Itachi for diverting trouble his way and was completely unaware that his own appearance, which was no less appealing than Itachi's, had also aroused the covetousness of these infatuated girls. Why did you have to sit here? And you? Why did you pretend not to see me? What do you think? With so many queen bees swarming around you, I'd have to be crazy to willingly approach you. Qingyu retorted, annoyed. Itachi was momentarily speechless before changing the subject. I didn't expect us to be assigned to the same class. Yes, what a coincidence. So, could you please do me a favor and move a bit further away from me? I don't want to offend all the girls in the class on the first day of school. As he spoke, Qingyu glanced at the girls on the other side and continued, see that? The way those girls are looking at me has changed. They're probably figuring out how to get rid of me so they can monopolize this spot. Qingyu believed that his assumptions were accurate, but in reality, the meaning contained in their gazes was far more complex. Itachi was immediately conflicted. I was just annoyed and didn't and oppose. Know what else to do. Could you teach me how to make them leave me alone? That and oppose. As simple. Just beat them all up. They and oppose. No match for you combined. So what are you hesitating for? Beat them up. Qingyu urged, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Itachi was momentarily tempted, but the idea quickly faded. Needless to say, given his personality, he could never bring himself to start hitting people on the first day of school simply because female students were surrounding him. What, are you afraid? I've already given you a good idea, but you don't dare to do it, so you'll just have to endure it, TSK. Itachi gritted his teeth and glared at his confounded friend. It's just that the idea you came up with is too terrible. Take another look at the boys around you. They're all glaring at you, gnashing their teeth. If looks could kill, you'd probably be dismembered by now. Congratulations. You've successfully become the public enemy of all the boys in the class on the first day of school. And they're in oppose. It's a high probability that you won in oppose. Make a single friend until graduation. After being ridiculed once again, Itachi suddenly stopped being angry. After all, he didn't particularly seek out friends, nor could he force such things. Besides, you said it yourself, we're friends, right? Gazing into Itachi's sincere eyes, Aoi abandoned his playful intentions and nodded in confusion. Then, inexplicably, there was no further dialogue. After posing such a puzzling question, Itachi strangely left the conversation hanging. I had braced myself for the heartache and prepared to lend you money. This ambiguous situation is truly vexing. We are friends, and then what? What follows? Did you not wish to borrow money from me? I possess wealth. Why would I borrow from you? Or do you possess more than I? Aoi took several deep breaths to suppress the pain inflicted by Itachi's soul-searching inquiry. Damn it. Being wealthy is impressive, huh? Hey, why aren't you leaving yet? The seats will be gone soon. Once he regained his composure, Aoi glanced at the nearly full classroom and hurriedly spoke, feeling an ominous premonition rise within him. As expected, no matter how he urged, Itachi sat there like a ninja from Death Village, eyes closed, pretending to be oblivious. Itachi had already made up his mind. This suffering would not be borne alone. Furthermore, Aoi had repeatedly told him that friends are meant to share burdens, whether good or bad. Since that is the case, let us bear it together, my dear friend. With his eyes shut and unaffected, Itachi slightly curled his lips, then immediately returned to a state of tranquility. Even Aoi could not have anticipated how shamelessly cunning Itachi could be at this moment. It is not in your character to cause trouble for others, you rascal. Do you not realize you are breaking your own persona? Aoi silently raged within, but was left helpless in the face of Itachi's stubbornness, who remained unyielding. Fine. If you won't leave, I shall. Damn it. If I cannot contend, can I not simply avoid? However, just as Aoi prepared to rise and change seats, Itachi, as if anticipating his move, stealthily jabbed him firmly at the waist. Caught off guard, or rather, not expecting Itachi to act at that moment, Aoi felt as if struck by lightning, plopping back into his seat. Then, coincidentally, the teacher finally arrived. Looking at Itachi, who wore a smile at the corner of his mouth. Aoi gritted his teeth and declared, "Fine. Do not regret it. I shall take revenge for this sooner or later. We shall see." Although the Ninja Academy sounds grand, it merely teaches the most fundamental knowledge. After all, the instructors are generally just middle-level ninjas themselves. The teacher responsible for Aoi and Itachi's class was no exception, lacking any remarkable traits, whether in appearance or skill. It is only natural. Those with promising futures as ninjas would not deign to teach a group of youngsters about chakra training or basic techniques. Moreover, the true growth phase for ninjas occurs after graduating from the academy, becoming genin, and forming teams to undertake missions. However, this does not imply that learning at the academy is unimportant. For most, establishing a solid foundation there is quite essential. Yet, the material being lectured by the teacher at that moment was decidedly dull for both Itachi and Aoi, especially Itachi, who, though disinterested, feigned attentiveness, while Aoi had long realized he was not listening at all, but rather practicing his stance. It is no wonder that in the original narrative, Itachi, typically reticent, was so eager to graduate. Perhaps he felt it was a waste of time and bothersome. Aoi's perspective was quite similar. With a system akin to a golden finger, he knew without hesitation that he could not follow the conventional path of a ninja. Thus, he found little interest in the teachings of the academy. He would rather engage in sparring with Itachi. Furthermore, despite the prospect of spending at least 6 stable years at the academy, it held no significance for Aoi, whose mindset had shifted dramatically at that moment. Aspiring to become Hokage is no trivial task. It requires immense fame, matched strength, and sufficient contributions, none of which can be overlooked. Only by possessing these 3 qualifications can one hold a ticket to contend for the position of Hokage. Indeed, it is merely a ticket. Whether one can ascend to the role requires backing and support. The fact that the common-born Minato could disregard the opposition from the higher-ups to become the 4th Hokage was thanks to Hiruzen Sarutobi's backing. Additionally, Minato was a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, which further justified his position as Hokage. Otherwise, he would not even have passed the scrutiny of Konoha's upper echelon. No matter how great his contributions or fame, they would count for naught. Does anyone truly believe that the position of Hokage is accessible to all? It is merely a tale told to children. Thus, Aoi planned to graduate from the academy as swiftly as possible, aiming to break records alongside Itachi and bolster their genius reputations. He intended to diligently undertake missions, repaying debts while enhancing his credentials. If that fails, once the Akatsuki organization develops, he could leverage its intelligence and power to significantly boost his contributions. Yet, even achieving all this would be far from sufficient. His most pressing issue remained his identity. For a commoner to aspire to become Hokage is already a hellish challenge. And he, an orphan brought back from war. Just the latter 4 words speak volumes. To Konoha, he is certainly not regarded as the most trustworthy insider. Becoming a J-nin is feasible. Even joining the Umbu is trivial, but to become Hokage? Even Sarutobi would likely hesitate to agree. After all, not everyone possesses Minato's generosity. Moreover, ironically, the greatest obstacle hindering his ascension to Hokage is the very boulder blocking Itachi's path. Uchiha. Those 3 syllables are sufficient. Even if Itachi single-handedly eradicated the other 4 great nations, Konoha would still not grant him authority. When Senju Hashirama attempted to pass the title of first Hokage to Madara, he was met with resistance, illustrating the magnitude of the obstacles. If one day Aoi and Itachi were to be placed side by side, and a choice had to be made for Hokage, Aoi believed his chances might even surpass Itachi's. This is the cruel reality. It simultaneously affirms the current awkward position of the Uchiha clan within Konoha. However, should he and Itachi unite once they grow stronger, perhaps they could truly give it a try. Thus, the tedious morning passed, and during lunch break, Aoi was just about to shamelessly mooch off Itachi's lunch. Suddenly, an unnamed female classmate, blushing, rushed over and extended an invitation to share her meal with Itachi. As Aoi's nefarious hand neared Itachi's bento box, he frantically signaled Itachi to accept. If he did, Aoi could indulge in Itachi's lunch. Alas, having no one at home to prepare his meals, Aoi was too lazy to expend energy on such matters. He had already devoured the remaining rice balls from the previous night during his journey to the academy. Thus, Aoi and Appo's plan was simple. Let Itachi enjoy the female classmate and Appo's meal while he savored Itachi and Appo's leftovers. Oh no, he meant to help save food, preventing waste. Yet, to his dismay, Itachi, lacking any sense of romance, declined. I'm sorry, but I prefer to eat lunch alone. With that, he took his bento and left, seemingly searching for a quiet place to eat leisurely. Before leaving, he did not forget to convey a glance to Qingyu, a look that seemed to suggest, if you wish to eat, come over. Qingyu, caught off guard, wore a face of disappointment. However, compared to the female classmate who had been heartlessly rejected by Itachi, he felt somewhat fortunate. At that moment, the tearful girl, with a quivering voice, asked, Qingyu, do you want to eat? Instinctively, Qingyu was about to nod. Although he had no interest in the young girl, food was innocent. Such a large bento box, surely the little lady could not consume it all. Rather than waste it, he thought it better to indulge in this guilty pleasure. It was no wonder that the fortune teller he had consulted before his journey often remarked on his fragile stomach and suitability for soft food. Initially, he had thought the old blind man was mocking him, but it seemed now he had misjudged him. Convincing himself, Qingyu reached out his hand once more towards the tempting bento. Yet, just as he was about to take it, a figure abruptly interposed before him. It was none other than Itachi, returning once more. Come with me, he commanded. Before Qingyu could react, Itachi had already seized him and dragged him away. Watching the enticing bento slip from his grasp, Qingyu felt utterly despondent. Why wouldn't Itachi allow him to savor the soft food? He had never had the chance to indulge in it before. Alas, Qingyu wore a face of despair. Outside the teaching building, beneath the tree by the swing, while soft food was lost to him, a significant portion of Itachi's bento found its way into Qingyu's stomach. Delicious. It was a pity about the heartfelt bento the female classmate had offered. After today, he likely would not have another opportunity to enjoy such kindness from her. What a shame. Reluctantly setting down the empty bento box, he returned it to Itachi, his expression devoid of shame. Itachi dismissed it with indifference, fully aware of Qingyu's circumstances. After all, it was merely a meal. Do you have any plans? Itachi inquired, hesitating slightly. Qingyu paused. What do you mean? The future? Itachi nodded, then shook his head. I do not intend to waste too much time here. I wish to graduate as soon as possible. I've reflected on what you said last time and find it reasonable. Whatever I wish to pursue in the future, I must possess sufficient strength to support it. Moreover, I have already learned everything the ninja school teaches. Wasting 6 years here would be foolish. Hence, I wanted to seek your opinion. How many times had Itachi sought his counsel, sharing his worries? Qingyu felt a surge of joy within, realizing that his initial efforts in influencing Itachi were bearing fruit. Otherwise, the original Itachi would have graduated early without ever considering this. How fortuitous, he chuckled. After an entire morning of classes, I too have contemplated graduating early. You know, my path diverges from that of ordinary ninjas. For reasons unknown, upon hearing Qingyu's words, Itachi felt an overwhelming sense of relief, and a smile unconsciously graced his face. Is that so? Then perhaps after graduation, we might be placed in the same class. Qingyu returned the smile, though he remarked, I have no interest in being your shield. Unless, you know what I mean. Itachi rolled his eyes for the first time, responding with mild annoyance. From now on, I'll take care of the bento. Deal. Qingyu quickly agreed, fearing Itachi might retract his offer, though he added, but the matter of class assignments after graduation is uncertain. Are you confident? As long as we both apply for early graduation together, we stand a good chance of being placed in the same class. Very well, if there are any mishaps, do not say I did not keep my promise. Agreed. Having concluded this topic, the two boys of similar age sat beneath the tree, gazing up at the sky. Itachi felt slightly dazed, sensing that he had become somewhat unlike his former self recently. Yet for some reason, this change did not seem unwelcome. Moreover, having a friend with whom he could share laughter and sorrow, that feeling was truly delightful. Gradually, a sunlit smile emerged on Itachi's face. Though fleeting, it revealed a hint of youthful innocence. The sun shone so brightly. After lying there for a while, Itachi suddenly seemed to recall something, turning to ask, Qingyu, what is your dream? To become Hokage? Qingyu responded without hesitation, of course. I have already reserved my place as the 5th Hokage. What about you? Do you wish to be Hokage? Itachi shook his head. I only hope for everyone to coexist peacefully, free from war. That's a noble aspiration. Qingyu commended, giving Itachi a thumbs up, genuinely impressed rather than mocking. Do you believe that day will come? Absolutely. Why? As long as we join forces, what can we not achieve? Just think of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Did they not suppress the entire ninja world together? If they could accomplish it, there is no reason we cannot. The only reason would be that we are not strong enough. Qingyu suddenly sat up. Itachi was taken aback by his fervent proclamation. What's with this enthusiasm over a few dishes? He thought. How could they liken themselves to the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara? Yet, gazing into Qingyu and Appo's earnest eyes, Itachi felt a thought spark within him. Could it be that he was serious? Why can't it happen? The only reason is that we are not strong enough. Strangely, Itachi found those words echoing in his mind. It seemed there was truth in them. Yet, could they truly achieve such a feat? Once again, Itachi found himself shaken by doubt. Having finished his impassioned speech, Qingyu stood up. Let us go back. Before we realize our grand dreams, let us first accomplish a small goal, striving for early graduation. Itachi nodded, recognizing the wisdom in taking gradual steps toward their lofty ideals. This small goal was indeed commendable. He would need to inquire about the conditions for early graduation once home. However, upon entering the teaching building, the trio with spiky hair had been waiting impatiently for them. Hey, you two. Huh? Qingyu and Itachi exchanged puzzled glances, having no recollection of the individuals before them. You fools. We're in the same class. We just introduced ourselves this morning. How could you forget? You're infuriating. Remember this. I am Haruno Hideo, bellowed the first spiky-haired boy, his face flushed with anger. Sasaki Kyo. I'm Fuyuki. The other two chimed in succession. They had come to provoke, only to be treated as strangers. Could there be a more disheartening situation? Apologies. May we pass? Itachi said flatly. Qingyu, understanding Itachi's serious nature, realized he was genuinely apologizing for not recognizing his classmates. However, to the trio with spiky hair, Itachi's apology seemed dismissive, as if he regarded them with disdain. Arrogant brats. Haruno Hideo spat through clenched teeth. Arrogant? Itachi was taken aback. I already apologized. Huh. Observing the scene, Qingyu could no longer contain himself and burst out laughing. To my surprise, Itachi exhibited a rather endearing naivety in his youth, which elicited a hearty laugh from me. His sincere apology was misconstrued as provocation, a most amusing misunderstanding. Qingyu's laughter resonated like a series of slaps against the faces of the trio known as the Porcupine Heads, leaving their expressions alternating between shades of green and black. Utterly discomfited, just as the Porcupine Heads were on the verge of retaliating against Qingyu and Itachi, an imposing, rotund figure strode in from outside. Who dares obstruct my path? Have you youngsters developed a taste for punishment? Apologies, I am merely requesting them to step aside. Please wait a moment, Itachi replied, unwaveringly meeting the gaze of the taller upperclassman, who towered over him. Ah, the familiar scent, the familiar formula. Upon witnessing the immediate appearance of veins on the man's forehead, Qingyu couldn't help but cover his face in amusement. You truly have a knack for inciting hatred, Itachi. As anticipated, the demeanor of Itachi provoked a furious reaction from the upperclassman, Kogen Kinjiro. Let me teach you how to show respect to your seniors, he declared, extending his palm the size of a fan towards the impassive Itachi. Watch out. The Porcupine Heads cried out in alarm. Though they felt envious of the attention Itachi and Qingyu received from the female classmates, which prompted their troubles, they were still classmates. An internal conflict should be resolved among themselves. Moreover, the escalation stemmed from their own provocations. Even Qingyu cast a surprised glance at the Porcupine Heads, noting their unexpected bravery in standing their ground rather than fleeing. How commendable. The youthful turbulence is quite understandable. Initially, Qingyu had intended to give them a lesson, but he altered his decision. In a blink, as the warning had barely escaped his lips, Itachi struck with lightning speed, deftly locking the upperclassman's wrist before using his momentum to execute a powerful throw, slamming him to the ground with a resounding thud. To everyone's astonishment, the towering Kogen Kinjiro was swiftly incapacitated by Itachi's effortless maneuver, collapsing into unconsciousness. The Porcupine Heads were left in sheer shock, followed by a mix of trepidation and exhilaration. They were anxious that Itachi might seek retribution for the earlier incident, yet thrilled to have such a formidable classmate. Who cares about upperclassmen? They are nothing. Itachi, with casual composure, rested his hands behind his head, while Qingyu maintained an air of tranquility, as if merely brushing off a ladybug from his shoulder. Hey, you lot, take this fellow to the infirmary. Brother, who did this? Step forward. Before Qingyu could finish, a gruff voice interrupted him, eliciting his annoyance. A figure even larger and more corpulent than the one on the floor approached, exuding a menacing aura. Itachi was about to advance, but Qingyu interposed. Let me handle this. You can't steal all the glory. Besides, you know I despise having my conversations interrupted by strangers. Itachi nonchalantly nodded and stepped back. Suddenly, the previously quaking porcupine heads murmured, Can Qingyu handle this alone? Itachi, aren't you going to assist him? No need. Itachi replied, his tone slightly softened, adding, Unless he resorts to ninjutsu. Even I can't contend with that fellow. That fellow clearly referred to the newly arrived Meat Mountain. The porcupine heads gasped in disbelief. They had thought Itachi was the strongest in their class, only to hear him utter such words. Unsure of how to react, they exchanged glances laden with confusion. You, the one who knocked out my brother? Kogen Kintaro's gaze fell contemptuously upon Qingyu. With 5 years of training at the Ninja Academy, he dismissed the new student as insignificant, regardless of his brother's current state. Isn't your talk a bit excessive? If you wish to defend your brother, do it swiftly. I'm in a hurry for class, Qingyu remarked, tapping his ear with his finger. The complete disregard in his demeanor narrowed Kintaro's eyes into slits. Though he came to defend his brother, he was not foolish. My sincere apologies. Bam! To everyone's astonishment, Kintaro unexpectedly initiated a sneak attack, landing a powerful punch squarely on Qingyu's face before he could finish his sentence. That's the price for offending my brother. Kintaro laughed, confident that his punch could shatter stone. The onlookers gasped, convinced that Qingyu had met his end with that blow. Yet, hey, fatty, all that blubber on you isn't just fat, is it? Such an oily punch. Are you trying to nauseate me? Qingyu seized Kintaro's wrist with surprising force and twisted it aside. The Meat Mountain crumpled, kneeling before Qingyu. It was then Kintaro realized, despite having struck him directly, Qingyu had not moved an inch and bore no injuries. To his shock, the strength he prided himself on was utterly overpowered by this diminutive newcomer. How is that possible? Your voice is quite unpleasant. Lie down and join your brother. Qingyu disdainfully retorted before lunging forward with a knee strike that connected with Kintaro's jaw, an area utterly unprotected by his layers of fat. The impact sent the Meat Mountain reeling, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. With a casual flick, Qingyu tossed the hefty figure aside, allowing him to land next to his brother in an orderly fashion. Though LV4's hardening remained fragile before the Nine Tails, it served as an absolute defense against these students who hadn't even reached the rank of lower ninja. The seamless display of skill went unnoticed by all except Itachi. Let us go, we're going to be late. Indeed. With that, Qingyu and Itachi departed, leaving behind a crowd of onlookers, their eyes wide with disbelief, still reeling from the spectacle they had just witnessed. What had they witnessed? The upperclassman was so effortlessly subdued by 2 freshmen, and they had shown no resistance whatsoever. Had it not been for the palpable force of Kintaro's punch, they might have suspected the brothers were merely performing a play. If it had been them, that punch would surely have been fatal. What kind of monsters had emerged among this year's freshmen? Many stood dumbfounded in shock, including the porcupine heads who had initially sought trouble with Itachi and Qingyu. Do you think it's too late for us to apologize now? The trio of hedgehogs exchanged glances, quietly swallowing their apprehension. The existence of the Ninja Academy was, without a doubt, exceedingly mundane for Itachi and Aoi. Were it not for Aoi and Appo's presence, Itachi might have contemplated employing a shadow clone to attend classes in his stead. Furthermore, since the tale of their triumph over upperclassmen spread like wildfire on the very first day of school, they had unwittingly catapulted themselves into the limelight, becoming paragons for the lower classmen. Naturally, such insubordination from the younger students did not go unchallenged, as some sought to teach them a lesson. Yet, regardless of whether it was a one-on-one confrontation or a group effort, all who dared to provoke them returned defeated and humiliated. Their most resounding victory occurred when Aoi and Itachi jointly vanquished 10 upperclassmen who had dared to confront them, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. From that moment onward, no one dared to disrupt their tranquility, tacitly acknowledging their prowess. The silence of the upperclassmen informed the entire academy of the emergence of 2 monstrous freshmen possessing abilities akin to those ready for graduation. One a prodigious genius from the Uchiha clan, the other a war orphan brought back to Konoha. Despite the vast disparity in their backgrounds, it did not hinder the blossoming of their friendship. Remarkably, some well-meaning individuals even dubbed them the Andapos, twin stars, and Apos, for the strongest duo of their cohort not only shared a close bond, but also frequently dined together. It was a testament to the adage that geniuses tend to gravitate towards one another. When Aoi first heard such sentiments, he nearly lost his composure. After all, he considered himself far from a genius, especially given his struggles with basic techniques. Meanwhile, their peers, including the teaching staff, faded into obscurity beneath the brilliance of these two prodigies. Even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was perpetually engrossed in administrative duties, had heard whispers of their exploits. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi felt a headache coming on as he regarded the early graduation applications submitted by the academy's director. It had only been a month since the school year commenced, and already, 2 newcomers sought to graduate prematurely. In previous times, he would have dismissed such absurdity without a second thought. However, these 2 students, Uchiha Itachi, the superlative genius, and the mischievous Aoi, were already well known to him. According to the reports, they indeed possessed strength exceeding that of a genin, and even Sarutobi felt a twinge of temptation to recruit them into his ranks once they matured. Nonetheless, this did not imply he would acquiesce to their immediate graduation. While it appeared that there was little left for the academy to teach them, particularly regarding strength enhancement, there remained a wealth of foundational knowledge they had yet to acquire. Furthermore, given the current turmoil besieging Konoha, Sarutobi was reluctant to thrust them into the merciless world of ninjas too soon. After all, geniuses require time to flourish. Those who perish prematurely, whether they be prodigies or ordinary ninjas, are ultimately indistinguishable from one another. After much contemplation, Sarutobi marked an emphatic X on the graduation request and inscribed a note reflecting his stance. They could apply for early graduation, but only after completing at least 1 year of study at the academy. This grace period would afford them the opportunity to master the essential skills befitting their talents while also allowing them to evade the ongoing brutal conflict between Konoha and Kumogakure. It was a compromise that Sarutobi deemed the most prudent course of action, ensuring the preservation of their enthusiasm while serving multiple purposes. Have this application returned, he instructed. Yes, Hokage-sama. In the teacher's lounge of the Ninja Academy, the responsible instructor addressed Aoi and Itachi. The Hokage has denied your request for early graduation, stating that you must study for at least 1 year before applying again. This decision is for your benefit, and it is one that we, as educators, fully endorse. Graduating too early would be detrimental to your growth, so I urge you both to reflect on this and avoid impatience. Upon seeing the stamped on their application, Aoi and Itachi exchanged glances, understanding that their aspirations had been dashed for now. After all, the fastest graduate from the academy, Kakashi, had spent a full 2 years here. The notion of graduating after just 1 month was nothing short of fantastical. Nevertheless, they had not harbored excessive hopes. If it were not meant to be, they would endure the year ahead without distress. Now that they were aware of the Hokage's stance, they felt a sense of clarity. We understand, Teacher Fujiwara, they replied. Fujiwara, their class instructor, exhaled with slight relief. Yet, he was filled with both pride and resignation when faced with these 2 prodigies. He had risked reprimand multiple times to submit their application, knowing they would not squander their time at the academy. However, he cautioned them. The world of ninjas is not solely determined by sheer strength. Intelligence, teamwork, reconnaissance, and other factors will ultimately dictate the outcome of a battle. Thus, I hope you use this time to study diligently to avoid making grave mistakes that could endanger yourselves and others. While Fujiwara's wisdom was invaluable, it was ultimately the strength of a ninja that dictated victory, with all other elements relying on a solid foundation of power. He pondered the likes of Minato, who could make enemies flee without a fight, and Konoha's White Fang, whose name instilled fear in adversaries. For Aoi, absolute strength could indeed overshadow all. However, he was acutely aware of his current limitations, making Fujiwara's advice all the more pertinent. Noticing that Aoi and Itachi appeared to have absorbed his words, Fujiwara felt a surge of satisfaction. Very well, let us proceed to the training ground. Today, we shall engage in practical combat lessons. I expect you both to perform admirably. However, do not overshadow your classmates too much, lest you shatter their confidence. Though he did not articulate it explicitly, he wished for them to exhibit restraint. After all, not every newcomer possessed their astonishing talents. Should their peers' morale falter, it would be a significant loss. Yet, he could not deny them participation in class. It was a vexing conundrum. Watching Aoi and Itachi depart, Fujiwara experienced, for the first time, the bittersweet nature of happiness. In the training grounds of the academy, a group of eager young sprouts buzzed with anticipation for the day's practical lessons. Many among them, eager to showcase their prowess, cast furtive glances at the few female classmates. Their intentions all too transparent. However, upon laying eyes on the radiant and youthful Aoi and Itachi, their fervor immediately diminished, akin to a bucket of cold water dousing their enthusiasm. Even the upperclassmen were no match for these two. What chance did they stand? Yet, as they contemplated the situation, they found solace in the notion that losing to such formidable opponents was not a source of shame. Consequently, many regained their composure, revealing the universal human capacity for self-adjustment. While jealousy may arise towards those who surpass us slightly, when faced with individuals on an entirely different level, one can only look up in awe. Soon, Teacher Fujiwara finished explaining the rules and important points of the practical class. He then called out, "First group, Matsumoto Takashi versus Shiraishi Aikaru." Immediately, two eager youths stepped forward from the ranks, locking eyes before each letting out a disdainful huff. "In practical sparring, remember to hold back. Do you understand?" "Yes," they echoed in unison. "Good, begin." Almost simultaneously, both youths drew shurikens from their pockets and hurled them at each other. The display was somewhat painful to witness. Even Aoyuki, who lacked any notable talent, could see that their aim was woefully inaccurate and their throws lacked power. Relying on this to confront an opponent would be a gamble at best. After all, he was accustomed to witnessing the brilliance of Itachi, who wielded shurikens with unparalleled finesse. Comparison breeds discontent. After indulging in gourmet cuisine, who would willingly revert to a less palatable option? Clearly, both participants in this inaugural practical session realized this as well. Blushing in embarrassment, they abandoned their lackluster shuriken throws, shouted encouragement to themselves, and charged at each other with fervor. With both sides possessing a meager reserve of chakra, the only option left for them was to engage in close-quarters combat. The clash was electrifying, as they exchanged blows evenly matched. One moment, Matsumoto unleashed a wild punch. In the next, Shiraishi executed a crafty maneuver. The spectacle was remarkably entertaining. Aoyuki found it somewhat hard to watch, yet for their peers, this was a source of endless excitement, with cheers and shouts echoing as they rallied behind both fighters, reveling in the chaos. Meanwhile, Teacher Fujiwara remained composed, jotting notes in a small notebook from time to time. Perhaps he held no expectations that these children, having only been in school for a little over a month, would perform with any semblance of proficiency. This practical class was merely an attempt to gauge their abilities, to discern their strengths, and identify those deserving of closer observation. Naturally, two individuals were excluded from this assessment. Before long, the first group's contest reached its conclusion, with Matsumoto Takashi employing his unorthodox punches, landing a decisive blow to Shiraishi and Appo's in securing victory. Though Matsumoto bore his own injuries, grimacing in pain, he maintained the swagger of a champion as he exited the stage. Shiraishi, feeling a mix of humiliation and frustration, did not believe he was weaker. Rather, he lamented his bad luck in evading the blows. Next group, Mukai Nyu against Nichikawa Kanban. Next group, Inazuka Kyo against Yunyu Ritten. Next group, Uchiha Naya against Natsum Tenrai. Next group. As Aoyuki watched one group after another engage in their lackluster skirmishes, he stifled a yawn. Meanwhile, Itachi had long immersed himself in his own world, diligently honing his skills with every fleeting moment. Before long, both Aoyuki and Itachi found themselves in the arena, facing off against members of the notorious Hedgehog Trio. Confronted by the infamous Twin Stars, and having witnessed their brutal prowess firsthand, both youths entered the arena already cowed. Aoyuki and Itachi, wishing to take it easy, found themselves at a loss as their opponents hesitated to make a move. Ultimately, they approached and dispatched their foes with a single blow, bringing this inconsequential session to a close. Indeed, their roles had come to an end. After witnessing this, Teacher Fujiwara could not possibly allow them to continue. How could he expect those two children, who lacked even the courage to strike, to engage in a meaningful spar? Teacher Fujiwara felt a sense of helplessness, unable to voice his thoughts. After all, sometimes choosing to withdraw in the face of insurmountable odds is a wise decision. Time passed, and after nearly everyone had participated in about 3 rounds of sparring, Teacher Fujiwara finally closed his nearly full notebook and announced the end of the practical class. What? It's over already? I was looking forward to a showdown between Itachi and Aoyuki. Yes, how can this be? It's unfair. We want to see the duel between Itachi and Aoyuki. Indeed, it's unfair. This uproar was not merely a cacophony. The debate over who was stronger between Aoyuki and Itachi had long since escalated, with supporters of each engaging in fervent discussions during their breaks. The arguments seemed evenly split, with neither side able to sway the other. Now that such a rare opportunity had arisen, the crowd was unwilling to let it slip away. Moreover, the prospect of a clash between the two twin stars was exhilarating. This promised to be an evenly matched and thrilling confrontation that no one wished to miss. Faced with the fervent crowd, Teacher Fujiwara felt a headache coming on. The reason he had not arranged for a duel between Aoyuki and Itachi was to avoid discouraging the other students. Additionally, both were recognized as prodigious talents in front of Lord Hokage. He could not take responsibility if anything went awry. Yet, deep down, Teacher Fujiwara was also eager to witness such a confrontation. After deliberating, he chose to consult the two involved. Now that the practical class has concluded, you may decide whether to accept this additional duel. Aoyuki and Itachi exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. It had indeed been a while since they last sparred. Perhaps after enduring numerous defeats, Aoyuki suddenly felt a strong desire to thoroughly dominate Itachi this time. Furthermore, not only had he honed his basic skills, but he had also upgraded his inferior self-healing body and hardening to level 4. Especially with level 4 hardening, without relying on ninjutsu. Even a typical chunin would struggle against him. Even if ninjutsu were employed, as long as it did not exceed C rank, it would not pose a fatal threat to Aoyuki. He might suffer minor injuries at most. More importantly, Itachi was entirely unaware of these advancements. With a strategic advantage in mind, Aoyuki confidently declared, "Teacher Fujiwara, I have no objections." Seeing him agree, Itachi, lost in thought, also nodded. With both parties consenting, Teacher Fujiwara had no reason to intervene further and thus approved the additional duel. As Aoyuki and Itachi stepped into the center of the arena, the class erupted into a frenzy. Every student eagerly widened their eyes, yearning to witness the unfolding of this epic confrontation. The female students quickly divided into factions, fervently cheering for either Aoyuki or Itachi. The burden of popularity. Aoyuki, suppressing a smirk, focused his attention, adopting a serious demeanor as he faced Itachi. Unlike their usual expansive battleground, their movement area was now confined, which favored him immensely. After all, their fighting styles were drastically different. A smaller arena would limit Itachi's maneuverability, transforming the encounter into a head-on clash, a scenario Aoyuki ardently anticipated. Ready, begin. Almost at the very moment the battle commenced, Qingyu and Itachi made starkly contrasting choices. Qingyu, propelled by an explosive burst of energy, charged directly at Itachi, while Itachi, simultaneously hurling several shuriken, swiftly created distance between them. In midair, the shuriken effectively obstructed Qingyu's path forward. Unlike the previous mock battles, the shuriken Itachi threw were executed with impeccable force, angle, and speed, resembling a live demonstration from a textbook, both splendid and lethal. Even Fujihara-sensei, who was observing from the sidelines, wore an expression of admiration. The surrounding classmates widened their eyes, anxiously anticipating how Qingyu would navigate this crisis. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Qingyu's response was astonishingly reckless. Hardening, fully activated. In an instant, Qingyu's entire body was enveloped in an extraordinarily tough carapace, transforming him into a formidable beast. The shuriken, which could pierce through targets, clinked harmlessly against him, being deflected away without leaving a single mark. Faced with Qingyu's reckless charge through his barrage of shuriken, Itachi remained unfazed, for he had witnessed this scene countless times before. The purpose of his shuriken was not to inflict harm, but to buy himself time. However, the onlookers were taken aback. Even when upperclassmen came to cause trouble, no one had ever seen Qingyu display such a demeanor. Those in the know realized this transformation likely stemmed from the activation of a particular bloodline limit, akin to the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, or the insects nurtured within the Oilwoman clan. Yet, understanding did little to dispel their shock. How could it be that, after all this time, no one was aware of Qingyu's extraordinary bloodline limit? It dawned on them that Qingyu had never regarded those upperclassmen as a threat. For some inexplicable reason, this notion bloomed in their minds. Otherwise, why would he disdain even utilizing his bloodline limit? How powerful must Itachi be to compel Qingyu to unleash a bloodline limit he had never used before? Their expressions shifted to one of heightened excitement. Indeed, Facilitating this confrontation was the most astute decision. It was immensely rewarding, returning focus to the arena. Due to Qingyu's audacious activation of hardening, Itachi's strategy of stalling had failed, prompting him to fill his hands with shuriken and, like a flurry, release them all at once. Upon closer inspection, however, it became evident that each shuriken was thrown with calculated precision, accompanied by a barely perceptible timing differential. What was Itachi doing? Was he flustered? Was this mere random throwing? It seemed absurd. Just as the spectators thought this, the seemingly chaotic shuriken in midair performed a magical transformation, altering their trajectory and simultaneously sealing off all of Qingyu's escape routes, targeting his vital areas. At that moment, it was as if Itachi had imbued those shuriken with life. Unlike the astonished students around him, Fujiwara-sensei perceived greater intricacies, particularly how the shuriken altered their paths through collision in mid-flight, meticulously sealing off every avenue for evasion. Could this truly be a feat achievable by a child? Fujiwara-sensei believed that even he could not execute such a sophisticated technique with shuriken, and at Itachi's age, he had barely mastered the most basic body replacement technique, with shuriken only reaching targets within 5 meters. Was this truly the chasm between the ordinary and the extraordinary? Fujiwara-sensei found himself momentarily lost in thought, grappling with profound self-doubt. Faced with such talent, he felt utterly unqualified to impart knowledge. Yet at that moment, Qingyu was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He had suffered greatly from Itachi's tactics. Particularly, the shuriken aimed directly at his eyes and throat posed a severe threat. If he closed his eyes, Itachi could effortlessly establish his strategy and maintain control with the body replacement technique. However, this time, he would not be deceived. He hurled a kunai forcefully at Itachi, only to be engulfed by a storm of shuriken the next second. Had it not been for the earlier incident where Qingyu withstood the shuriken, Fujiwara-sensei would have undoubtedly intervened to halt the duel. Nevertheless, everyone's attention was drawn in. But where had Qingyu gone? A clone. When had this happened? Where was his real body? There. Look at that kunai. In the gaze of the onlookers, the kunai Qingyu had thrown suddenly dispelled its transformation just before being deflected by Itachi. Surprised? Unexpected? Qingyu flashed a grin at the close-range Itachi, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Although his aptitude in ninjutsu was mediocre, it did not imply he was hopelessly foolish. Itachi had patiently guided him for so long, and after such a duration, he had indeed mastered the body replacement technique. It was merely his first attempt to apply it in combat. He then unleashed a flurry of relentless attacks. Taijutsu emphasized skill and leveraged power, resulting in a remarkably discordant scene for the observers, rather than the anticipated grandiose combat style. Each of Qingyu's strikes and counterattacks was precise and swift, clean and unhesitating. When the wild and the delicate combat styles coalesced within a single individual, the spectators felt as if they were witnessing a graceful leopard hunting. Caught off guard, Itachi had no time to ponder the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. For at that moment, the pressure Qingyu exerted had escalated to a new level. Despite having exchanged dozens of blows in the blink of an eye, Itachi had primarily opted to evade, resorting to defense only when evasion was impossible. Yet, those few forced defenses left his arms tingling with pain. This guy had grown stronger. Itachi could not articulate the sensation he experienced, but he understood that he could accept a draw, but absolutely could not afford to lose. With that thought, Itachi's gaze sharpened, and Itomo flickered in his eye. My heavens, was this truly the extent of Qingyu and Itachi's real strength? Were these two truly the fresh recruits who had just entered school with us? This was genuine combat. So cool. Go, Itachi. Qingyu, you must win. As they beheld the dazzling display of taijutsu, the spectators were even more exhilarated than the two combatants within the arena. Compared to these two, their previous skirmishes felt like childish squabbles, tedious and immature. Yet, they also felt a swell of pride, for these two prodigious youths were their contemporaries. Shifting focus back to the arena, after being relentlessly pressed by Qingyu, Itachi finally ceased concealing his prowess. A vast amount of chakra coalesced around his right fist, preparing for a true clash against Qingyu. Undeterred, chose to respond in kind. Although his mastery of chakra was not as precise as Itachi's, the enhancement from LV4's hardening was undeniably substantial. He was confident that he would not suffer the same fate again. He activated the LV0 Thorn Aura, a small measure of defense. With a resounding crash, Their fists collided with tremendous force, causing a massive release of chakra that sent both combatants sliding back several meters. Upon assessing the aftermath, while the surface of Qingyu's skin showed minor cracks, he remained unscathed. In stark contrast, Itachi's right hand was bloodied, a significant setback given his underestimation of the upgraded LV4 hardening. Yet, Itachi achieved his objective. As the two were forced apart, he began forming hand seals even as he slid backward. Despite his injured hand, which impeded his speed, he was still quicker than the average person. Ignoring the pain that accompanied his injury, this seal was troubling. Just as Teacher Fujiwara gasped in shock, wishing to intervene, it was already too late. How could it be? Itachi, at such a young age, was capable of performing this jutsu. Teacher Fujiwara felt an overwhelming urgency. Fire release, great fireball technique. In the blink of an eye, a massive fireball surged toward Qingyu. Once again facing this jutsu, Qingyu laughed heartily. Bring it on. He crossed his arms defensively, gathering all his chakra into them, and, with a mighty stomp, charged forward. The rapid shift in the battlefield caught even Teacher Fujiwara off guard. He could only hope that Qingyu had a plan, as he shielded the students behind him and prepared his jutsu. Earth release, earth flow wall. A tall, sturdy rock wall swiftly rose, protecting Fujiwara and the students behind him. At that moment, Qingyu plunged into the enormous fireball, instantly vanishing from sight. Boom. The explosion scattered fiery debris and rocks, but thanks to Teacher Fujiwara's protection, no one was injured. As the dust settled, the spectators emerged from behind the earth flow wall to find a large crater where the explosion had occurred. This is a joke, right? The Great Fireball technique is a C-rank jutsu that only CH Nin should wield. I assent it? This is the prodigious talent of the Uchiha clan. Utterly terrifying. If struck, it could be fatal. Where's Qingyu? The last I saw, he was engulfed by that massive fireball. Could it be? As the crowd swallowed nervously. Scanning for Qingyu, only Teacher Fujiwara, with keen observation, noticed a charred wooden stump lying quietly at the center of the explosion. A substitution technique, perhaps. Itachi, approaching the area, sensed it too, but had yet to discern where Qingyu had hidden in that fleeting moment. However, as Itachi remained vigilant, he overlooked the charred stump in the pit. Suddenly, that stump transformed into Qingyu's form, delivering a powerful punch to Itachi's abdomen. Although Qingyu appeared somewhat disheveled, he sustained only minor injuries under the protection of LV4 hardening. The charred stump was merely a ruse, a clever distraction. Did you think I was on the second level? I was actually on the fifth. As anticipated, Itachi had no time to react, being struck with a force that sent him sprawling. Disappeared. Impossible. That Itachi could not have been a mere shadow clone, and the impact felt all too real. Suddenly, a name for a jutsu surfaced in Qingyu's mind. Shadow clone. Indeed, a technique capable of performing jutsu while withstanding a degree of damage. This had to be the shadow clone technique. Qingyu never expected that he was not the only one holding back. Itachi had quietly mastered the shadow clone technique during their time together without revealing it. This guy is truly. When did he use the shadow clone? Qingyu furrowed his brow. Itachi's tactical acumen might even surpass his innate talent. This was not the first time Qingyu felt outmatched. Each time he believed he had adapted to Itachi's fighting style, Itachi would conjure up an unexpected surprise. At that moment, Qingyu's gaze landed on Teacher Fujiwara and the group of students behind him. Though he could not recall every face, he distinctly remembered that there were 32 students in total. Yet, now he saw only 31 standing behind Teacher Fujiwara. So that's it. Come out, Itachi. As Qingyu inexplicably turned his gaze and uttered those words, the crowd was taken aback. They exchanged bewildered glances, and the atmosphere grew tense. Just then, Haruhino, with his spiky hair, pointed at a stranger among them, exclaiming, "Who are you? I've never seen you before." All eyes turned to the unfamiliar face, and a murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. A stranger had indeed infiltrated their ranks, and upon being identified, he stepped forward, transforming with a thud back into his original form. Itachi. It truly was Itachi. When did this happen? Had he been hiding among us from the start? How is that possible? One must commend Itachi's mastery of the body replacement technique. Even Teacher Fujiwara, a CH Nin, had not discerned Itachi's presence until Qingyu revealed it. If this were a real battlefield, with an enemy infiltrating their ranks, the thought sent a shiver down Teacher Fujiwara's spine. Even his gaze toward Itachi involuntarily carried a hint of trepidation. Was this truly just a 6-year-old child? And those eyes. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. So that is how it is. Teacher Fujiwara found himself at a loss for words, utterly astounded. Bloodline limit. Shadow clones, exquisite yet difficult to replicate shuriken techniques, along with formidable taijutsu and battle intellect. What kind of monstrous genius has the Uchiha clan produced? With that in mind, Teacher Fujiwara's gaze shifted to Qingyu, who had been evenly matched with Itachi, even dominating him at times. He was the first to sense something amiss. His powerful bloodline limit had withstood a C-rank jutsu. His taijutsu seemed to possess a unique style, with a distinct understanding. Though their combat styles were entirely different, both were resolutely forging their own paths. The twin stars of Konoha. Perhaps these two truly have the potential to captivate the entire ninja world. In a daze, Teacher Fujiwara finally noticed that the two were preparing to resume their unfinished duel. He quickly stepped forward to intervene. Enough. Let this duel conclude here, with no clear victor. Teacher Fujiwara was genuinely concerned that if the fight continued, he might not be able to halt it in time, and the confrontation had already progressed far enough. Though the warm-up had barely concluded and the real exertion was about to commence, the present circumstances dictated a cessation. Consequently, upon exchanging glances, Aoba and Itachi tacitly agreed to this outcome. Ample opportunities for a more unrestrained rematch would undoubtedly arise in the future. Upon witnessing the mutual agreement of the two, Instructor Fujiwara breathed a sigh of relief, realizing the disquietude of instructing such prodigious talents. Following the successful conclusion of the inaugural practical exercise, everyone dispersed in a flurry. Yet their discussions remained fixated on the climactic duel between Aoba and Itachi. While the abrupt interruption, preventing a definitive resolution, was somewhat disappointing, the sheer spectacle of talent exhibited by Aoba and Itachi provided ample fodder for their fervent excitement for quite some time. Furthermore, they had gained a genuine understanding of the true capabilities of these two individuals, or at least a fraction thereof. Whether they had witnessed the full extent of their powers remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Aoba and Itachi, the subjects of the spectacle, were receiving treatment within the infirmary. All right, exercise caution for the next few days. These freshmen are truly incorrigible, readily sustaining injuries, remarked Instructor Fujiwara. Aoba, swathed in bandages resembling a mummy, felt a surge of discontent but refrained from divulging the truth to Instructor Fujiwara that his minor injuries would heal in due course. Ultimately, he and Itachi, whose arm was injured, were escorted to the infirmary for treatment and a lecture. Observing the nature of Itachi's arm injury, Aoba discerned that he had not been lurking within the crowd from the outset, but had surreptitiously replaced himself with a shadow clone at an imperceptible moment. Furthermore, it was highly probable that he had employed the Sharingan to mislead Aoba's perception, thus facilitating his escape. Following the treatment, Aoba directly inquired, "When did you secretly learn the shadow clone technique? And during the prior engagement, did you utilize the Sharingan to deceive my senses, preventing my detection?" "Indeed. I amplified the hypnotic capabilities of the Sharingan, inducing an illusion through an inadvertent exchange of glances. Alas, the development of the novel Genjutsu remains incomplete. Otherwise, it would serve a purpose far beyond merely deceiving adversaries," Itachi responded candidly. While others prioritized its perceptive capabilities, Itachi prioritized the hypnotic properties inherent in the Sharingan. Once he successfully harnessed these capabilities to develop a novel Genjutsu, he would be able to vanquish adversaries with a mere glance. From this perspective, Itachi was undeniably a prodigious talent. As for the shadow clone technique, a forbidden art rarely accessible to common shinobi, it was not an anomaly for the Uchiha clan. Itachi had mastered this ninjutsu primarily to expedite his learning process. Upon the dissipation of the shadow clone, all memories, insights, and even fatigue experienced during that period would revert to the original, thereby amplifying the efficiency of learning and training exponentially. The sole caveat was to avoid creating an excessive number of shadow clones and to possess a substantial chakra reserve. Otherwise, the simultaneous assimilation of all experiences transmitted by the clones could potentially result in mental incapacitation or physical collapse. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Aoba felt a surge of exasperation. "Genjutsu is truly vexing. Are you concealing other techniques, intending to deploy them against me?" Aoba queried, seizing Itachi by the neck in a playful manner. "You are no different. Even C-rank ninjutsu pose no threat to you now," Itachi retorted with a dismissive pout. The singular practical exercise catapulted the names of Aoba Shimiya and Itachi Uchiha to prominence once again, informing many within Konoha that two prodigious talents had emerged among the Academy's freshmen. The moniker Konoha's Twin Stars, initially coined by Aoba and Itachi's classmates in secret, had even garnered recognition from outsiders. Furthermore, a detailed account of Aoba and Itachi's confrontation had been disseminated to the Hokage's office and even to the upper echelons of Konoha's leadership, revealing that the Uchiha clan had nurtured a formidable young prodigy and that Aoba Shimiya, a valuable asset, had been retrieved. One, at a tender age, had awakened the Sharingan and mastered the Forbidden Shadow clone technique, demonstrating extraordinary talent. The other appeared to be equally impressive, having mastered the application of his Kekkei Genkai at the same age and possessing exceptional aptitude in taijutsu, seemingly having devised his own unique set of taijutsu techniques. Although he had caused his fair share of mischief, he was the noble youth whom the late fourth Hokage, Minato, had personally rescued. During the Nine-Tailed Fox incident, he had selflessly stepped forward to rescue Chief Engineer Yamashita and had even demonstrated the courage to confront the Nine-Tailed Fox. He had indirectly saved Minato's child. Furthermore, his background was unblemished, and his integration into the new environment had been seamless. Hiruzen was increasingly optimistic about the future of these two. Even Danzo felt a surge of desire, contemplating whether to enlist them into his ranks before their graduation. However, he immediately dismissed the notion, as it was evident that Hiruzen would never permit these promising talents to enter root, especially since one of them was the Uchiha clan leader and Appo's son. The previous assassination attempt, a transgression of the established boundaries, had not been forgotten. Although Hiruzen had spared him out of consideration for their past camaraderie, he had correspondingly seized a substantial portion of Danzo's authority and had even forcibly appropriated the wood-release ninja in his possession, resulting in a significant loss that he was compelled to endure in silence. Consequently, during this period, he had maintained a low profile, save for his proposal to relocate the Uchiha clan to the outskirts of the village. He was like a vulture lurking in the shadows, poised to unleash a deadly strike at the opportune moment. Aoba, who was diligently training, oblivious to the fact that Danzo had nearly set his sights on him, was consumed by the desire to surpass Itachi. While he and Itachi were close friends, they also implicitly regarded each other as rivals who could mutually progress. Neither Aoba nor Itachi wished to be left behind. Furthermore, to realize their respective aspirations, they had to become stronger than anyone else. However, in contrast to Itachi, who possessed inexhaustible training resources and received private tutelage from Shursui, Aoba had no one to rely on but himself. As the adage goes, if talent is lacking, make up for it with effort. If resources are scarce, rely on your own hands. To truly defeat Itachi, he had to expend more sweat and blood. Thus, with gritted teeth, Aoba augmented his training regimen with a new element, self-inflicted hardship. He sought to further elevate the levels of his inferior healing body and hardening abilities. There was no more advantageous method. After a period of engaging in frenzied activities, such as banging various parts of his body against trees and rocks, he felt that the rate of improvement was too slow, primarily due to its inefficiency. The optimal approach was to engage in genuine combat, gleaning experience in battle and simultaneously enduring strikes to enhance his abilities. Aoba immediately thought of Itachi. However, upon reflection, Itachi and Appo's fighting style was not conducive to assisting him with special training, and Itachi had his own training to attend to. Consequently, after days of careful consideration, he finally located Might Guy on the outskirts of the village, performing a handstand walk as he prepared to circle the village 10 times. For a genuine, manly, fist-to-fist showdown, there was no one more suitable than Guy. Aoba and Appo's sole concern was that Guy might not be mindful of his strength. However, LV4, hardening, instilled a sense of confidence in him, believing that as long as Guy did not unleash the 8 gates, he would not be directly kicked to death. Probably. Do you require assistance, young man? As his path was obstructed by Qingyu, Kai maintained an inverted posture, revealing a bright smile as he inquired aloud. Qingyu initially believed that Kai might recognize him. However, recalling the instances in the original narrative where Kai had forgotten their encounters, particularly with the character Kisame, he felt little hope. Moreover, the fact that this interaction was taking place while Kai was upside down added to his skepticism. Might we engage in a martial arts duel? Someone informed me that you are the most proficient chunin in taijutsu throughout the entirety of Konoha, and it shall not take you too long. Before Qingyu could finish speaking, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Kai's eyes. In an instant, he leaped into the air, executing several graceful flips before landing on one foot. With an intense gaze, he addressed Qingyu, "Young man, do you wish to engage in a duel between men? I shall not relent in battle simply due to my age." For reasons unbeknownst to him, as he observed Kai immersed in an exuberant state, Qingyu couldn't and oppose. He shake the feeling that he had inadvertently entangled himself in a considerable predicament. Nevertheless, in pursuit of the ability to effortlessly subdue Itachi with a single hand in the future, Qingyu, while savoring a toothpick, nodded in agreement. A confrontation should undoubtedly be met with utmost dedication. I am aware of a secluded place rarely frequented by others. Let us hasten our departure. My fervent youth has ignited. Well, regardless of the age, Kai almost always presents himself in this manner. One simply grows accustomed to it. Qingyu consoled himself in this manner, then proceeded to lead the way ahead. He had initially assumed that Kai would not readily acquiesce to his requests, rendering all his prior preparations futile. Could it be that since Kakashi entered the Umbu, no one has been available to engage Kai in those fervent, youthful duels? Qingyu was momentarily perplexed. Yet she swiftly cast the thought aside. After all, as long as the objective was achieved, what did it matter? As for why Kai had so readily acquiesced, it was of no concern to her. At this moment, what Qingyu, who walked ahead, failed to notice was the significant curve of Kai's smile. "Qingyu, known as one of the Konoha twin stars alongside Uchiha Itachi, let me experience your true strength." Although Kai is somewhat forgetful and may occasionally forget the names and faces of those he does not meet frequently, the experience of that day left an indelible impression on him, especially considering the significant embarrassment he faced. Moreover, he was present at both the 4th Hokage's inauguration ceremony and the unveiling of the Hokage rock, and each time, he was utterly astonished. Moreover, with the recent fervor surrounding the Konoha twins, how could he possibly not remember who the other person is? Otherwise, how could he casually consent to such a request? Wouldn't it oppose? It be more appealing to utilize that time for further training? Ding. The silver level self-destructive task has been issued. Task name, The Diligent Genius. Content description, engage in a month-long martial arts duel with Mike K. A true man should confront another man head-on. Task requirements, engage in combat with utmost effort, and partake in at least one duel each day until gaining the opponent's acknowledgement. Task duration, 1 month. Task rewards, 1 silver chest and 1 intermediate skill card. Additional rewards of 0 to 3 basic skill cards may be obtained based on the degree of recognition from Mike Guy. Task failure, reset of a hardening level. Upon arriving at the serene haven that Qingyu had discovered, the dog system, after a prolonged silence, once again issued a rather troublesome and perilous task, and to make matters worse, it was of the silver tier. Qingyu was momentarily stunned, adorned with a visage full of questions. He merely sought to diligently enhance his prowess, never once contemplating the undertaking of tasks. Moreover, engaging in combat with Kai Quan at least once a day for an entire month? Is this truly a statement that can be taken seriously? This must continue. Even if Kai were to beat him to death, he would still be exhausted. Perhaps I am not human, but you, my friend, are undeniably a cur. The canine system. I am utterly exasperated. What if I happen to be assigned a mission again, or simply do not wish to play and oppose with him? Wouldn't that inevitably lead to the failure of the task? Furthermore, the enigmatic degree of recognition. Can such an abstract notion truly be regarded as a criterion for task requirements? Although the dog system did not mention self-destruction this time, if the mission fails and his hardening ability level resets to 0, it would be better to perish alongside the dog system. Do you comprehend the arduous trials and tribulations he endured to successfully elevate hardening to level 4? Qingyu seemed to have been struck at a sensitive spot, her face alternating between shades of green and white, leaving Kai across from her utterly perplexed. What is wrong with you? Are you unwell? Let us consider. I am well, free from ailment. Let us commence. Driven by sheer instinct, Qingyu articulated the quintessential threefold response, subsequently banishing all extraneous thoughts from his mind. Having breached the very chrysanthemum of the nine-tailed fox, how could I possibly succumb to a mere silver-tier suicide mission? With a firm slap to her cheek, Qingyu immediately assumed the standard starting posture of a white strike. As the saying goes, an expert reveals their skill with the first move. Upon witnessing Qingyu's striking pose, Kai's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement, prompting him to adopt his signature stance, one arm extended towards Qingyu. This would be an intense showdown between the Konoha fluid technique and the raw power of the white fist. With a swift motion, the two individuals launched into action almost simultaneously, racing towards each other. Then, akin to a comet colliding with the Earth, they engaged in an extraordinarily intense and close-quarters melee. In contrast to the more agile and dexterous style of the bare-handed techniques, the Leaf Village fluid technique, as demonstrated by Kai, is characterized by its grandiosity and formidable force. As if each punch and kick possesses the power to cleave mountains and shatter stones. The moment they engaged, Xingyu was overwhelmed by an immense wave of momentum and pressure. Moreover, Kai, who underwent grueling training daily, possessed an extraordinarily formidable physique, utterly surpassing him in both strength and speed. Had it not been for the exceptionally unique technique of leveraging one's strength against another, which left Kai unaccustomed to such tactics, momentarily disoriented, he may have succumbed to defeat swiftly. What a remarkable display of martial prowess. Well then, I too shall adopt a more serious demeanor. When Kai became earnest, he transformed into an even more formidable adversary, his strength and speed surging dramatically. He began to press heavily upon Xingyu. There was no remedy. Even the most exquisite techniques require a foundation of power and swiftness to be effective. Thus, once Kai committed himself, Xingyu found it increasingly difficult to defend himself. Many of his techniques, even when executed, failed to yield the desired results. With a mere exertion of strength, Kai could effortlessly break free from Xingyu's grasp, and on occasion, he would deliberately offer opportunities, only to counter with such rapidity that Xingyu could scarcely react. In the span of just a minute, Xingyu endured several heavy blows, and it dawned upon him that when faced with an opponent whose strength and speed far surpassed his own, the efficacy of technique dwindled to almost nothing. No wonder Itachi chose to abandon a direct confrontation in martial arts, opting instead for a guerrilla approach to contend with me. However, that is the strategy Itachi has selected, rather than one that is inherently his own. After careful deliberation, Xingyu promptly ceased to endure any further, instantly activating LV4, hardening, enveloping his entire being in protection. In a sudden shift, he abandoned his defensive stance, opting instead for a reciprocal assault strategy, exchanging injury for injury. However, the transformations in Xingyu did not intimidate Kai. Though he appeared exceedingly passionate, he remained remarkably composed and collected during the battle. In response to Xingyu's sudden counterattack, he opted to counter each move and awaited the opportune moment to retaliate. Upon activating the hardening, Xingyu experienced a remarkable enhancement in her power, with a significant augmentation in her attack strength. She even expended her stamina to unleash the Thorned Halo, truly giving her all. After all, the SC Chardinger's Zanpakuto is a trump card that should not be revealed lightly. Moreover, this is merely a friendly spar, not a battle to the death. There is absolutely no need for such intensity. In light of this approach, even Kai found himself momentarily at an impasse. Konoha's Gale, Windmill, boom. The two figures soared through the air, with Gai's heel colliding heavily against Xingyu's toes. Although Gai possessed a significant advantage in strength, Xingyu's defensive capabilities were unparalleled, further augmented by the cumulative damage from the Thorned Aura, which caused Gai considerable discomfort. Yet, this pain did not hinder his combat prowess. His movements remained flawlessly intact. Konoha and Amp, Appo's crumbling rock. While still suspended in midair, Gai summoned the formidable strength of his core to deliver a powerful elbow strike towards Xingyu. Hanging Persimmon. Instinctively, Xingyu utilized the and Amp, Appo's hanging persimmon and Amp, Appo's technique to deflect Gai and Amp, Appo's elbow. Although this maneuver was executed without error, he had gravely underestimated the impact of Gai and Amp, Appo's Konoha and Amp, Appo's crumbling rock. Moreover, he was yet to touch the ground, leaving him without leverage. Realizing he could not withstand the force of the impending strike, Xingyu opted to abandon his defense. Crossing his arms over his chest, while stealthily using his other foot to strike at Gai. Assassination. Boom. Xingyu was immediately sent flying, appearing quite disheveled. However, Gai too faced consequences. He could not evade the retaliatory kick that struck him directly in the solar plexus, causing his complexion to pale and preventing the full power of Konoha's crumbling rock from manifesting. Nevertheless, even as Xingyu rose from the ground, he coughed loudly several times. Upon inspecting his arms, he found that the outer layer of his defensive barrier had been completely shattered, leaving behind distinct bruises. Fortunately, The cushioning had spared his bones from breaking. That was indeed a close call. After the battle concluded, Qingyu collapsed onto the ground, gasping for fresh air. The pain radiating from various parts of his body elicited a sharp hiss from him. He had long been aware of Guy's formidable strength, but experiencing it firsthand revealed that he had underestimated this version of Guy. Though merely a chunin, in a contest of pure physical prowess, even a typical jonin would find it challenging to contend with him. Of course, those who achieve the rank of jonin possess their own unique skills. Yet few specialize in taijutsu. Guy, however, stood as a paragon among taijutsu practitioners. Despite being physically overwhelmed, Qingyu and Appo's perseverance until the battle and Appo's and showcased his tenacity. Guy, for his part, had been entirely earnest and had not held back, maintaining utmost seriousness throughout the encounter. Nevertheless, Qingyu appreciated this aspect of Guy, especially given the training's effectiveness, which had reached its zenith. If he could endure this for a month, the rewards would be immense. Apologies, I may have struck a bit too hard. Do you require assistance to the hospital? Observing Qingyu's tattered state, Guy awkwardly scratched his head. He had to admit that during the previous battle, he had been swept away by excitement, as Qingyu had truly surprised him, leading him to strike with increasing intensity, even becoming somewhat overzealous. No need for that. I can manage on my own. Qingyu struggled to stand, inhaling sharply. I and Appo's I'll be here waiting for you again tomorrow. Huh, you wish to continue? Young man, while I admire your tenacity, I suggest you wait until you've fully recovered before challenging me again. Guy was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. His initial curiosity had led him to agree to this confrontation, but considering the severity of Qingyu's injuries, a rematch tomorrow could lead to unforeseen consequences. Guy approached each battle with sincerity and could never allow himself to hold back, as that would betray his principles and show disrespect to his opponent. Moreover, he believed that Qingyu would not accept the outcome of a match in which Guy had deliberately restrained himself. It seemed best to avoid that altogether. Yet, Qingyu appeared oblivious to Guy's concerns, responding to himself. So, if I recover, we can continue? No problem, it's settled then. See you tomorrow. After saying this, Qingyu hobbled away, grimacing in pain, completely ignoring the bewildered Guy left in his wake. Once Qingyu's figure faded from view, Guy glanced at his own hands, now stained with blood, and muttered softly, "This kid's body is even harder than ordinary stone, and each strike against him generates a recoil that is fierce, creating an atmosphere of reckless ferocity during combat. What a troublesome little brat." After finishing his musing, Guy couldn't help but chuckle. Very well. Let me see just how long your youthful fervor can burn. The next day, in the classroom of the Ninja Academy, Qingyu's demeanor was noticeably subdued. He struggled to focus on the lessons, often wandering off to scrounge for food, resembling a famished spirit reincarnate. Fortunately, his reputation in class was considerable, and his peers were more than willing to share their meals with him, particularly the female students, who nearly offered him their entire lunchboxes. Though Qingyu felt a twinge of embarrassment, he hesitated to accept their generosity. When lunchtime arrived, Itachi could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "What's wrong?" "Huh?" Qingyu, with his mouth full of the bento Itachi had handed him, looked up in confusion. Itachi silently pointed to the visible bruises on Qingyu's arm, clearly inflicted by another. "Have you gotten into trouble?" "Heh, you guessed wrong this time. This is merely the price of special training. In a month, prepare to be astounded." Qingyu continued his battle against the enormous bento, relying on the rejuvenating effects of his upgraded, inferior self-healing body, at level 4, to restore his condition. Additionally, after returning home yesterday, he had taken a medicinal bath to replenish his body's considerable losses. By the time school ended, he believed his injuries would have healed substantially, thereby eliminating any reason for Guy to refuse a rematch. Perfect. Though he constantly felt hungry, the strain on his wallet was significant. Upon realizing that Qingyu was not in trouble, Itachi felt relieved, harboring no doubts about his claim of 1 month. For the visible injuries on Qingyu attested to the fact that he had indeed discovered a more challenging yet effective training method. Thus, Itachi resolved to extend his own training time upon returning home. After all, surprises are best when reciprocated, are they not? After school, Qingyu could only spare a quick greeting to Itachi before sprinting away at full speed, leaving his classmates puzzled about his sudden burst of energy. At the familiar location, Qingyu arrived just in time to see Guy performing push-ups at light speed, unwilling to waste even a moment. "Ah, young man, you've arrived. Just a moment. I still have 199 left to complete. With no words to respond, Qingyu nodded and began to stretch beside him. Completing 200 push-ups took hardly any time at all, after which Guy jumped up, letting out a strange cry. 3,000 push-ups, warm-up complete. Qingyu's lips twitched in response, and he gradually finished his own warm-up routine before turning his attention back to Guy. It was then he noticed something peculiar. Guy's hands were wrapped in thick bandages. Instantly, Qingyu's first thought was not of injury, but of those powerful taijutsu techniques that utilized bandages. No way. He vaguely recalled that the lotus techniques required opening the 8 gates. But the exact number of gates needed escaped him. Yet, it couldn't be, could it? Despite Qingyu's unwavering confidence in his defenses, he certainly did not wish to be subjected to a full-on assault after Kai opened the 8 gates. Such an encounter could be lethal. Damn. What was initially a silver tier challenge seemed to be escalating in difficulty. With a sudden pang of anxiety, Qingyu could not help but inquire, "What is the deal with the bandages on your hands?" Kai chuckled awkwardly, his gaze drifting into the distance, clearly enamored with his own charm. He felt too embarrassed to divulge the truth. Qingyu shot him a skeptical glance and cautiously asked, "You aren't planning to use those bandages as weapons, are you?" Kai was momentarily taken aback. Using bandages as weapons, could it actually be done? It seemed plausible. His eyes began to gleam with the thrill of a novel idea. Little did Qingyu realize that he would later contribute to the various techniques Kai developed, dubbed lotus blossoms. After all, who knew when Kai had devised these physical techniques? Tracing back through the timeline, one could discern that Might Dewey's sacrifice occurred during the most brutal phase of the Third Great Ninja War, when the Hidden Mist had not yet been decimated, thus sending the 7 ninja swordsmen. Dewey, in his fury to rescue his son, unleashed the 8 gates, nearly decimating the enemy, leaving only 3 to escape in disarray. This implies that Kai had only begun his training in the 8 gates a few years ago. It was uncertain how many gates he could open, and it was entirely normal for him to lack mastery over many techniques. Unbeknownst to Qingyu, who felt a heavy weight in his heart, he assumed Kai had prepared something formidable, scaring himself unnecessarily. Let the battle commence. By the way, young man, is your injury healed? Or do we need to wait a bit longer? I'm nearly healed. In a moment, you'll see whether I speak in jest. All right then, but let me make it clear, I will not go easy during our fight. If you are merely posturing, the consequences could be dire. Kai's expression grew serious. While he admired Qingyu's bravery, he did not wish for any mishaps during their bout, as he often found it hard to rein in his emotions when charged with adrenaline. Qingyu understood that Kai's warning came from a place of concern. However, he was aware of his own physical capabilities and believed he could endure. After all, if silver tier challenges were so easily surmountable, it would mean the system had undergone a transformation. I understand, let us begin. With that, Qingyu activated hardening right from the outset, abandoning any pretense of testing the waters and unleashing his full strength. Rather than focusing solely on defense, he channeled more energy into his offense. It is not merely that the best defense is a strong offense. It is to maximize the efficacy of his training. Increased aggression would deepen his understanding of White Strike, while enduring more attacks would enhance the levels of hardening and inferior regeneration. Moreover, it would allow him to amass valuable combat experience, thus killing multiple birds with one stone. Additionally, he exerted himself to maintain the Thorned Halo throughout, seeking the conditions necessary for its upgrade. However, whether due to incapacity or misdirection, this ability remained at its initial LV0, proving rather ineffective. As the battle commenced, upon noticing Qingyu's evident improvement since the previous day, Kai instantly entered a frenzied state. The intensity of their skirmish surpassed that of the previous encounter, each moment rife with the thrill of collision. Kai felt an odd sensation, as if the protective layer surrounding Qingyu had grown more resilient. It seemed that each time it was shattered, it was reborn anew. He began to grasp that Qingyu sought him not merely to bolster his physical prowess in combat, but also to refine his bloodline limit. Although Qingyu did not explicitly state this, Kai felt confident in his deduction. Yet, rather than feeling used, he found himself increasingly appreciative of Qingyu's determination. The notion of employing such a near-masochistic approach to self-improvement instinctively reminded him of his own past. With both of them committed to mastering physical techniques, Kai resolved to support Qingyu. Thus, throughout the ensuing duel, he deliberately targeted areas protected by Qingyu's hardened exterior, adopting an approach that insisted on breaking through without relent. Once Qingyu's defenses were thoroughly compromised, Rather than exploit those weaknesses, he continued to seek out areas with protective layers to engage head-on. The result was a significant reduction in pressure on Qingyu, while Kai bore a heavier toll. When the combat concluded, Qingyu lay on the ground, battered and drained of any strength to rise. Even Kai, who remained standing, felt far from unscathed, drenched in sweat and struggling to breathe. Today, you have grown stronger than yesterday. Keep up the effort, young man. Kai flashed a broad smile, showcasing his pearly whites to Qingyu. After a brief respite, Qingyu managed to rise, remarking, "Is that so? Then I shall rely on you again tomorrow." Kai responded, "Tomorrow? But you have already." "Rest assured, I would never jest with my own well-being. Let us meet here at the same time tomorrow." With that, Qingyu staggered away before Kai could protest. He believed that Kai, who typically sought out Kakashi for sparring, would not mirror Kakashi's cold dismissal. If Kai intended to refuse, he would articulate it directly. Qingyu had resolved to persist throughout the month. After Qingyu departed, Kai remained stationary, lost in thought. Moments later, he glanced at the bloody bandages wrapped around his fists. Although most of the stains were not his own, he slowly unwrapped the bandages, revealing hands marred by numerous scars. LV4, hardening, was not so easily shattered, especially considering Kai had focused his strikes on covered areas. Consequently, the injuries on his hands today were far worse than those from yesterday. Yet, Kai said nothing, tucking away the bloodied bandages as he departed. Those who strive diligently deserve respect, especially the fervent souls who risk everything in their pursuit. Time to push myself further. I shall begin with 1,000 push-ups. If I falter, I will run 100 laps around the village while inverted. After Kai left, Itachi, who had been hidden in a nearby tree, finally emerged. Having witnessed the entirety of the battle, he comprehended how Qingyu had sustained his injuries, as well as the meaning behind the term astounding that Qingyu had used. This form of self-harm training left Itachi speechless. Yet, he recognized that such rigorous training could indeed allow Qingyu to enhance his capabilities at an accelerated pace. Should Qingyu endure for a month, just how formidable would he become? Even Itachi could not ascertain. Nevertheless, he realized that his own training regimen was insufficient, far from adequate. While Qingyu's training methods might not suit him, he possessed his own unique approach. "Qingyu, I refuse to be bested by you again. Let us see who achieves greater growth 1 month from now." Itachi's competitive spirit flared more intensely than ever before.